Chapter 1. In a state of slumber, Suyu vaguely heard faint cries. She furrowed her brow tightly. Her mind a blank canvas, she felt as though she were caught between realms of ice and fire. Her entire body ached, particularly in one area that throbbed with pain, as if it had been brutally torn apart. She remembered sleeping at home, yet this dream felt so achingly real. She wished to remain lost in this dream, reluctant to awaken. However, the sensation of unknown entities licking, biting, and tugging at her compelled her to reluctantly open her eyes. To her horror, the sight that greeted her was enough to send her heart racing. For there were nearly 10 palm-sized puppies sprawled across her, all drenched, and with their eyes still shut. Her instinct was to throw them off. Her eyes, no longer under her control, scanned the tiny creatures. Perhaps it was an instinct born of blood relation that drove her to reach out and stroke them. But what shocked her most was the realization that her hand was now a furry paw, a black one at that. Her eyes widened in disbelief, the inky blackness of her gaze overtaken by the furry paw. She felt as though she might faint from fear, convinced that in a previous life she must have committed some grave sin, and now, after a single slumber, inexplicably transformed into a dog. No, to be precise, a wild dog. This was a social creature, found in grasslands, thickets, and sparse woodlands, primarily seen in the eastern and southern regions of the Victoria Plains. And she had the dubious honor of becoming one of these wild canines. Overwhelmed, she burst into tears. Yet inexplicably, the sounds that escaped her were those of a dog whimpering in pain. Her desire for death only solidified further. Disgusted, she shut her eyes again, but to her surprise, the little wild dogs began to nudge her one by one. With a heavy sigh, she reopened her eyes and pawed at the pups. Watching them resume their nursing, a smile crept upon her face. But as she came to her senses, her lips involuntarily twitched. This instinctive act of nursing could not be faked, and the tenderness in her heart was undeniable. Lying on the cold ground, she closed her eyes and tried to recall the original owner's memories. But after a full 10 minutes, her mind remained a blank slate. She attempted several times, yet still met with failure. Eventually, she despondently abandoned her struggle, clueless about the identity of the father of her offspring or even the original owner's name. She was indeed the most unfortunate time traveler in history. Once the pups finished their meal, they nestled against Suyu's warm belly and fell into a deep slumber. With renewed strength, Suyu began to plan her life ahead. The urgent priority was to find sustenance. She was unaware if it was summer or winter outside, but this cave provided warmth. Uncertain of her surroundings, she wondered if there were pursuers outside or more dangerous beasts lurking nearby. Before she knew it, she drifted off to sleep once again. Suddenly, a childish voice echoed in her mind, though it was tinged with coldness. Suyu jolted awake, realizing that her inexplicable journey had led her to a world where strange entities could indeed exist. Her back tensed, and her mouth was tightly shut as she awaited the source of the voice. "Dear host, Intelligent Brain Number 1 is at your service. Is this an advanced system?" Suyu asked warily. "Far more advanced than any system you can imagine. Intelligent Brain Number 1 is here to assist you in ascending to the throne of Queen," the voice proclaimed, brimming with pride and arrogance, prompting Suyu to feel a surge of irritation. "You brought me here just to make me queen? Why don't you ascend to the heavens instead?" Suyu retorted, exasperated. She suspected she was the most pitiful time traveler in history, not transformed into a human, but into a wild dog. If she had become a wild dog, at least she could have transformed, but it seemed she could not. The host is a disabled female, and the path to becoming queen will be arduous. However, fear not, I shall assist you. Intelligent Brain Number 1 continued in its childish tone, yet the condescension in its voice was irksome, offering no explanation for why it had chosen her. To be labeled a disabled female that means she had landed in a world of beastmen, and her misfortune had rendered her a female incapable of transformation? So, what you're saying is if I cannot become queen, I cannot return? Suyu, clever as she was, deciphered the answer hidden within its words. Indeed, Intelligent Brain Number 1 confirmed. Suyu slumped helplessly to the ground, appearing utterly devoid of hope. It dawned on her that returning was indeed impossible. She had to care for her offspring, strive to become a normal beast man, and ultimately become a queen. Host, do not despair with my assistance. You will soon transform into a normal female. The intelligent brain seemed to sense Su Yu's inner turmoil and spoke up. Since you're so capable, can you conjure up some food for me? I'm starving, Su Yu, sprawled on the ground, asked weakly. Certainly. What would you like to eat? Intelligent Brain number 1 was a diligent service provider. It made no mention of payment or other requirements, merely inquiring about Su Yu's culinary desires. This consideration brought her a measure of comfort. Something to replenish my energy and blood. I've just given birth, and the pups need nourishment. I must recover quickly and gather information, Su Yu resolved, shaking off her despondency. She knew she could not afford to wallow in despair otherwise. Both she and her children would be doomed. Dogs always look forward having come this far. She must make the best of it. She was a resilient dog, capable of adapting, and even in such harsh and unforgiving conditions, she would strive to survive. Before long, a steaming bowl of fragrant porridge appeared before her. As usual, she prepared to reach for it, only to find her paw instead. Dejected, she set her paw down and got up, placing her pups on the ground, inching closer to the bowl, and blew on it with her canine breath. To her dismay, she inadvertently sprayed a mouthful of saliva. Her temper flared, and with a snarl, she continued to blow. After much effort, the porridge cooled down, and she buried her dog face into the bowl, her spiky tongue swirling to clean out the meat porridge. Once she had finished, she felt beads of sweat on her back and the tip of her nose, but the dark fur obscured her view. Squatting on the ground, she exhaled contentedly. Then she spoke again. Is there a warm mattress available? Lying like this could lead to postpartum ailments, and I certainly do not wish to emerge as a human plagued by illness. Yes, there are blankets, pillows, and cribs, along with other baby supplies, Intelligent Brain number 1 answered in its childish tone. I don't need so much, just a mattress and a blanket will suffice. And while you're at it, a dog bed for the pups, as I fear they may soil themselves. Su Yu, despite her transformation into a female wild dog, remained unable to shake her cleanliness obsession. Understood, Intelligent Brain number 1 agreed. Before long, a blanket, mattress, and dog bed, appropriately sized for the cave, appeared. Su Yu carefully picked up each of her pups and placed them in the dog bed, then used her paw to tuck them in with the blanket before settling into the cozy warmth herself. The aches throughout her body seemed to lessen, and she drifted off to sleep in comfort. Outside the cave, autumn had deepened. Layers of withered yellow leaves blanketed the ground, and the autumn wind swirled them into the air. A chill wafted into the cave. Su Yu shifted slightly, moving the dog bed closer to herself, and soon fell asleep once more. The next day arrived swiftly. Su Yu awoke, her body no longer sore, and she nursed her pups before crawling out of the cave. With her canine vision, she surveyed her surroundings. The trees towered high, and thickets of thorns surrounded her. All stripped of their leaves, it was evident it was late autumn. The icy autumn wind rustled through the fallen leaves, sending a shiver down her spine. Su Yu hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the cave, which remained well hidden from prying eyes. She took a deep breath and sprinted down the slope. The advantage of having 4 limbs was evident. She moved swiftly. In less than a minute, she reached the bottom of the slope, circling through the woods, where she spotted wild chickens and other fowl, along with persimmons and hawthorns dangling from the branches. She exhaled heavily, realizing that catching a wild chicken was out of the question. Her body was not built for rapid pursuit, and the persimmon tree before her stood a staggering 5 meters tall. Given her current form, it would take her half an hour to climb it. Her essence remained human, and she had a fondness for persimmons. Gazing at the bounteous fruit, she felt a pang of regret at not being able to pick any. In a moment of foolishness, she circled the tree several times, then extended her paw to grasp the rough bark, slowly climbing upward, panting as she went. She wondered if dogs in reality could climb trees, but here she was the first African wild dog to attempt such a feat. At long last, she reached a branch and sat there, gazing down. Indeed, from that height, the view was expansive. She could see the landscape for miles around. There were no other canines or large animals in the woods. Only her. Evidently, the original owner was not foolish. After observing for a while, she reached out to pluck the nearest persimmon. Though it was not as easy as using hands, she managed to puncture the fruit. Unbothered, she took a bite. It was sweet with a hint of astringency, yet it did not deter her appetite. After devouring 5, her belly felt uncomfortably full, and she paused, then carefully slid down the tree using her claws. When she returned to the cave, her pups were crying out in hunger. She patiently fed the 10 cubs with milk and then lay down to rest. Thus, Suyu spent 10 days in this manner. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the cubs had opened their eyes, now free to move about. She opened her mouth and called out. Then she exited the cave, blocking the entrance with stones. Now that the cubs could crawl on their own, she feared that if she left, they might not find her and could be taken away by other animals. Outside the cave, early winter had arrived. Snowflakes drifted from the sky, landing on the ground only to vanish without a trace. Today, Suyu ventured further than usual. She had grown weary of persimmons and sought other food, perhaps potatoes or sweet potatoes. Having wandered far, she found herself somewhat lost. She gazed up at the sky, which was a thick, oppressive gray, as a fierce wind howled, mingled with snowflakes that stung her face. Feeling somewhat disheartened for failing to find alternative food, she meandered through the woods. Unknowingly, she stumbled into a desolate area devoid of wildlife. Her fur bristled instinctively as an eerie atmosphere enveloped her, prompting her to take a step back. To her surprise, her paw landed on a hard, cold object, causing her to yelp and leap 3 feet into the air. Upon landing with a thud, she felt a sharp pain. After a moment to gather herself, she stood up, her canine face displaying a remarkably human-like expression as she bared her teeth and rose. Looking down, she spotted an object the color of the earth. Goodness! It was a large, grayish-brown snake, its body as thick as a bucket, though only about 5 meters long. Most striking were the white spots on its skin. If one did not examine it closely, one might mistake it for a speckled stone. The giant snake's tail was severed, staining the ground with dark, congealed blood that carried a strong metallic scent. She frowned slightly, contemplating a hasty retreat. However, the AI, known as Intelligence Brain 1, spoke up at that moment. "Host, if you save this giant python, I can reward you with a vial of genetic modification serum, allowing you to regain your human form." Is he truly that important? Suyu furrowed her brow. This massive serpent weighed at least half a ton, while she, a wild dog who had given birth less than a month ago, weighed merely a tenth of that. How could she possibly save him? Yes, he is very important. Reviving him would greatly benefit you, the AI, now having matured slightly in its tone over the past month, asserted. But I cannot drag him, and there isn't enough space in the cave. I fear he might wake and attempt to consume us. Suyu continued to shake her head in refusal. Could different species coexist peacefully? Moreover, as a creature still in its beast form, she feared that this male might take her life the moment he regained consciousness. Rest assured, he is an affectionate male should you save him. He will care for you and your cubs, the AI coaxed, offering numerous incentives. Yet Suyu remained reluctant to help. It was said that snakes were cold-blooded creatures, and she harbored a deep-seated fear of such frigid beings. The thought of sharing a space with one sent shivers down her spine. "Are you certain?" Suyu inquired once more. "Indeed, I guarantee it. I will assist you," the AI replied enthusiastically, providing her with a movable stretcher without waiting for her command. Taking a deep breath, Suyu resolved to save a laborer, and with great effort, she managed to drag and pull the serpent onto the stretcher. With a sturdy rope clasped in her mouth, she found it manageable to pull him along, and soon they arrived at the cave entrance. "How can I fit him inside? My babies will likely be frightened by this intruder." Suyu was still unwilling to place him in her den. The AI understood her hesitation. It pointed out a path. "Next to your cave, there is a stone. With a gentle push, you can create a large opening to accommodate him." The AI seemed particularly invested in this male serpent, Suyu could not fathom why, but she complied. By saving him, once he recovered, she could enlist his help in hunting. With that thought, her initial reluctance faded away. She entered the cave, pushed aside a stone near the entrance, and to her astonishment, discovered a cavernous space ample enough to house 10 serpents comfortably. She prepared the cave with woolen bedding and then dragged the giant snake inside. Once settled, she crawled out of the cave and rolled several times in the thin layer of snow until the serpent's scent dissipated before re-entering. The cubs were weakly whimpering again. It seemed they were hungry. She lowered her head to sniff and found no scent. So, she lay down on the mattress to nurse her young. Afterward, she was so famished that her stomach pressed against her back. She requested a meal of meat and ate until she was full before crawling into the adjacent cave. The snake's tail had been severed, but fortunately, the blood had coagulated. Had it continued to flow, it might have perished. It seemed that severed tails were a common survival tactic among serpents. Without her needing to speak, the AI had already prepared medical supplies and bandages, as well as food. Suyu found it perplexing the AI's behavior felt oddly suspicious, and as the one directly involved, she felt she had no power to refuse. After tending to the wounds of the serpent beast, she crawled to the front of its head to administer medicine and food. Finally, after a prolonged effort, she noticed that the snow outside the cave had accumulated to the thickness of a palm. She poked her head out, gazing at the falling snowflakes. They remained as pristine white as ever, yet their size and demeanor had changed. Memories of her childhood encounters with snow flooded back, ever since moving homes. Such sights had become rare. She pondered what her parents might be doing at this moment, and whether they realized she was no longer with them. Unconsciously, her nose grew cold from the biting chill. She extended her claw to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Host, this is a reward for you," spoke Intelligence Brain Number 1, its tone cheerful. Suyu remained silent, staring outside the cave, allowing the cold wind to whip around her. It was not until her mouth turned numb from the cold that she retracted her head, observing the green bottle atop the light-colored blanket. She pawed at it for a while. Upon reading the inscription, she unhesitatingly swallowed the liquid inside. Before she could set the bottle down, a wave of pain engulfed her body, as if her bones and skin were being mercilessly struck with a wooden club. Blood seeped from the corners of her mouth, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered, determined to transform into a human for the sake of convenience. The agony reached its zenith, numbing her senses, and her pupils dilated as her mind blanked out. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Next door, Jacob slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were black, and his vision was not particularly acute. He could only perceive the temperature of nearby objects. After a cursory glance around, he discovered 11 entities in the adjacent cave, 1 large and 10 small. Just as he turned to crawl over, he noticed his tail was wrapped in a layer of white substance, and he sensed a newfound strength coursing through his body. His stomach no longer felt the gnawing hunger. Rather, there was a vague sense of fullness. His gaze remained fixed ahead, unmoving, as comprehension dawned upon him. An orc had rescued him. That a flicker of irony passed through his dark eyes. How could an orc save a serpent beast that was not favored by females? He flicked his forked tongue, extending his massive head toward the other side. As he did, he encountered a delicate, soft body before him. Though unseen, he could sense its fragrance. Irritated, he flicked his tongue again. This female must be his savior. As a male, an adult male at that, he harbored desires for females, and the one before him exuded an indescribable allure. Growing restless, he flicked his tongue once more, intending to crawl out, yet he restrained himself. He had principles when it came to his benefactor. He could not impose upon her. After a prolonged hesitation, he ventured out, covering Suyu's exposed body with the light blanket, just as he was about to retreat. He stealthily licked her lips. To his surprise, the female was exceptionally soft. He greedily licked her again. In her unconscious state, Suyu swatted at the offending mouth. The sound echoed loudly, causing Jacob, caught in the act, to flush with embarrassment and hastily withdraw his head. Moments later, Suyu awoke. She opened her eyes, initially believing she had not transformed, and extended her claw to her astonishment. She beheld a slender, fair hand, more beautiful than any model's. The change of her claws to hands signified her complete transformation into a human. She explored her body with her hands, confirming her return to normalcy, and excitedly scrambled to her feet. With a thud, she bumped her head against the cave's ceiling, dislodging a shower of dirt. She had no time to wipe it away, instead touching the painful spot, the sensation feeling remarkably real. Indeed, she had returned to her normal state. However, after the excitement faded, she felt a chill sweep over her. She called upon intelligence brain number 1 to procure a set of clothing. Once dressed, she instantly regretted it in such a small cave. Being human seemed rather inconvenient, leading her to reluctantly revert to her beast form. She fed her young ones before rushing next door, not expecting to collide with a massive head. Ha! The wild dog's terrified cry echoed, reminiscent of a roller coaster ride. Long and unpleasant. Jacob hissed a few times. "You are not a disabled female," he observed, able to shift forms at will. "Naturally, you can articulate like a human. I saved you, so you cannot harm us, mother and child. Once you have healed, you shall hunt for us as a token of gratitude. How does that sound? So you prefer to speak directly, eschewing any ambiguity." "Very well," Jacob replied without hesitation. You regarded his enormous mouth with trepidation, instinctively retreating a few steps. "Can you tell me where we are?" she inquired while sitting on the blanket, her gaze directed toward the adjacent space. Intelligence brain number 1 had never provided her with an introduction to her surroundings. It had adequately prepared everything else she needed, but this was a notable oversight. "This is the Victoria grassland. We are currently in the northern region, a gathering place for strays. Usually, those who are not favored by their clans or have been expelled by orcs end up here." Jacob's forked tongue flicked in and out, sending shivers down Suyu's spine. "From your words, it seems you too have been expelled or ostracized," she asked bluntly, causing Jacob's mouth to twitch. "Yes," he replied, nodding his massive head. "This is the domain of strays. Now tell me about the other circumstances of the Victoria continent." Su leaned in, eager to listen, for she possessed no memories of the place. The Victoria continent is home to 4 major races: the saber-toothed tiger clan, the silverback gorilla clan, the flying lion clan, and the flying eagle clan. They occupy the 4 cardinal directions, while the rest are minor races that typically cannot withstand significant upheaval. Jacob had wandered for years, witnessing many events where the law of the jungle prevailed as the means of survival. "What is your race?" Suyu inquired, nodding thoughtfully. "I'm a python mountain iron-headed snake, a venomous type. Unfortunately, my venom isn't particularly potent, and my coloration differs from that of my kin, which has led to their disdain for me," Jacob admitted, a hint of hurt in his tone. He was markedly different from his kin in terms of personality, size, combatability, and color, among other traits. "Then please do not bite me. I am uncertain how I ended up here. I have lost part of my memory and awakened in this place," Suyu explained. "Since we have encountered each other here, it signifies our fated connection. Let us coexist together. I do not mind your being of the snake race, and you should not look down upon me as a disabled female. Let us live our lives peacefully together, shall we?" Suyu was candid, not shying away from her identity. Being a disabled female was inconsequential to her. As long as she had children, 10 at that, and could raise them, she would be content. "I hope you do not disdain me. I am weak," she added. Jacob smiled, though Suyu could not discern his expression. However, she could detect a hint of disappointment in his voice. "One cannot live solely according to the expectations of others. Remember that you are unique in this world. Your parents still love you dearly, and the opinions of others matter little." Suyu comforted him subtly, her progressive thoughts leaving Jacob momentarily astonished before he nodded in agreement. The two conversed for quite some time until darkness enveloped the sky. "Jacob, can you assume a human form?" Suyu asked, having connected the 2 caves to create a more spacious environment. She requested intelligence brain number 1 to produce a luminous pearl, instantly illuminating the cave. Jacob nodded and transformed into a tall, slender man, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 1 inch, his skin fair and his body adorned with chiseled abs and a handsome, striking visage. "You are truly stunning." Suyu was momentarily captivated. Though he was an orc, he remained eye-catching, and she overlooked the peculiar object at his waist, smiling as she praised him. "You are the most beautiful female I have ever encountered, and your heart is kind. How about we become partners? I shall care for you for a lifetime," Jacob shyly declared. Suyu was the first to compliment his looks without disdain for his nature. He felt that such a Suyu was worth his utmost devotion. After all, orcs were creatures of instinct, and a single glance could span an eternity. You do not mind my being a disabled female. Suyu lay upon the mattress, with a small, speckled cub nestled beside her chest. Its round, dark eyes quivered as they gazed at the man across from them. Although he possessed a human form, an instinctual fear lingered within. You are not a disabled female. You can bear offspring and freely shift between forms. If you venture outside, many males will undoubtedly pursue you, Jacob remarked with earnestness, resting his chin on his hand. His pitch-black eyes sparkled with mirth, a rare joy illuminating his features, as his thin lips gently uttered words meant to uplift Suyu's spirits. Does that mean a disabled female can only maintain her beast form and cannot shift into anything else, remaining in a simplistic state? Suyu inquired, extending her finger to grasp Jacob's. Indeed, his cold skin was reminiscent of a cold-blooded creature. Had it not been for her higher body temperature, she might have cast him aside. The term disabled female refers to her inability to assume any form other than that of a beast. Jacob replied, his body shuddering slightly as a surge of electricity coursed between their fingers, even his heart failing to remain unaffected. Then I am not one of them, Jacob declared. It's premature for us to bond. Let us first explore our compatibility, that if we find our temperaments align, we may consider forming a bond. Though enamored, Suyu retained her rationality. The prospect of an immediate commitment was daunting, yet she was open to the tender gestures of a budding romance. I agree, Jacob acquiesced, and before they knew it, 2 hours had slipped by. Both weary, they nestled together for warmth and slumber. Jacob's lower body temperature complemented Suyu's warmth, creating a harmonious balance as the cubs nestled in their mother's embrace. While Suyu found solace in Jacob's arms, forming a makeshift family in the modest cave. This marked Jacob's first intimate encounter with a female, as an elusive fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He felt an unsettling stir within him, a sensation he found both exhilarating and embarrassing. Struggling to suppress his physiological reactions only intensified his discomfort. Suyu was a restless sleeper, favoring to drape her legs in elevated positions. Now with a boyfriend, she unconsciously rolled over in her sleep. One leg resting on Jacob's waist while her other arm encircled his neck, her bare body pressing firmly against his chest. Jacob felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. The longevity of cold-blooded creatures often relates to their heart rate. Typically slow, today it raced furiously, pounding like a drum deep within him. The mischievous Suyu enjoyed the most restful sleep she had experienced in half a month. Previously fearful of predators intruding, with Jacob by her side, her worries dissipated. In her mind, the AI system felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Time passed swiftly. Suyu was roused by the tugging of the cub at her chest. Groggily opening her eyes to find Jacob's dark gaze, tinged with bloodshot hues, suggesting he had not slept a wink. Why aren't you sleeping? She asked, adjusting the cub in her arms. That cold-blooded creatures can go days without slumber. But I worry about our dwelling. This is not a place for a prolonged stay. The cold season here will persist until March of next year, when the ice and snow finally melt. We cannot remain here for 6 months. There is neither food nor water sufficient for you and the cubs, Jacob replied. His tone laced with concern that cold-blooded creatures hibernate during the cold season, yet he was unperturbed due to his heightened abilities. Now that he had a prospective partner, he needed to tread carefully. I am not afraid. I can protect myself. However, I wonder if there are larger areas nearby where we can endure the cold season. In March, we can head south and seek a tribe to settle down with, Suyu asserted, driven by her ambition to become a queen, necessitating allies. For now, finding shelter was paramount, followed by strategizing her path to power. Very well. Today, we shall seek a dwelling. I know of a place where we might take refuge, Jacob suggested, rising to his feet and bending slightly to gather Suyu into his embrace, placing the cub in her arms before stepping outside. It's cold. You're not wearing enough clothing. Shift into your beast form while I gather our belongings, Suyu remarked, her attire insufficient against the frigid air. She was wary of exposing herself in the open, especially with the cub feeling the chill. Jacob chuckled, transforming into his beast form as they stepped into the biting cold. Outside, the wind howled mercilessly. After a night of snowfall, the accumulation reached about 30 centimeters. Jacob could not suppress a shiver, feeling the bitter cold seep into him, especially for the vulnerable female and her cubs. Before long, Suyu secured the cub to her abdomen and shifted into her beast form, following closely behind Jacob as they trudged through the snow, battling the gusts of wind. The forest was devoid of any signs of life, and they navigated through the twisting paths, their footprints quickly erased by the relentless wind. She found herself in a mixed coniferous forest, stripped bare of leaves for the cold season, leaving only the stark, bare trunks. Yet, she noted with delight the occasional discovery of various items, meticulously cataloging them in her mind. After an indeterminate time, they arrived at Jacob's designated location. "This place is indeed promising," Jacob announced, surrounded by dense trees that shielded them from the cold wind, revealing a vast cave. Wait here. I shall investigate." "Be careful," Suyu cautioned, nodding in agreement, apprehensive about inadvertently stumbling into a bear or tiger den. Jacob swiftly darted toward the cave entrance, cautiously peering inside, finding no offensive odors or traces of other males. After surveying the surroundings, he returned. "There's no danger. You can come in now." "All right," she replied, breaking into a run and soon entering the cave. The space measured about 30 square meters, dry and warm, devoid of any signs of other creatures, providing Suyu with a sense of relief. She shifted back into her human form, unfastened the baby wrap, and placed the cub on the ground, then arranged the items Jacob had brought into the cave as makeshift bedding. "Let us construct a stove here. We can cook and boil water in this spot," Suyu proposed, clad in a black down jacket that enveloped her figure. Feeling no chill, she positioned the cub on the blanket, covering it with a quilt, then turned to Jacob with instructions. "Dig up some earth so we can build a stove. I'll go gather firewood." Being a proactive individual, Suyu organized the cub before addressing her newly rescued boyfriend. "Very well," Jacob agreed. Though he was a cold-blooded male, he possessed a warm and kind heart, exhibiting unwavering loyalty to his prospective partner. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of a stove, he followed Suyu outside. He did not venture too far, instead gathering firewood near the cave entrance that Suyu, accustomed to labor, found collecting firewood to be a simple task, trudging through the thick snow to gather pieces, and when she could not find sufficiently dry ones, she broke off brittle branches from nearby trees, collecting a substantial bundle to carry back into the cave. Though the cave was dry, some source of heat was necessary. Suyu arranged the branches and requested the AI system to provide her with various flammable liquids, along with smokeless coal. Before long, curling wisps of smoke began to rise within the cave, swirling towards the ceiling and drifting out in delicate tendrils. "Yeah, how do we handle this?" Jacob asked, entering with several damp clumps of earth. "Place them against the wall at the entrance. I will melt the snow. Unfortunately, I lack straw. Otherwise, we could solidify it further," Suyu lamented, shaking her head in disappointment, realizing that this primitive world lacked advanced technology. Even the most basic stove that IT seemed unlikely that even common crops from the 21st century existed here. Without the AI system, she would likely have succumbed to frustration. "What is straw?" Jacob inquired, having wandered from place to place, seldom entering tribes and primarily consuming raw meat. Thus lacking knowledge of such matters, he gazed at Suyu, who stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a curvaceous figure and eyes resembling his own, charming and dark, their corners slightly drooping, giving her an adorably vulnerable appearance. Acateus, a type of plant consumed by herbivores. But alas, it is absent here. We shall make do for now and discuss it again next year," Suyu replied, finding solace in her situation. She dismissed her earlier frustrations regarding the rudimentary environment and its limitations. "What do we need for the stew?" Jacob asked, appearing utterly clueless, lacking even the most basic of survival knowledge, making him seem like a novice in need of guidance. "Jacob, you should go hunting. That I believe these small tasks are best left to me," Suyu suggested, preferring to avoid any potential conflict before her temper flared. "Very well, I shall go," Jacob replied. And with that, he ventured out into the cold. Jacob, besides being utterly inept in daily life, is equally clueless when it comes to matters of the heart. Though he possesses an instinctual affection and protective instinct towards the female, he still lacks conscious emotional awareness. "Go on. Return swiftly," Suyu urged as she saw him off at the cave entrance, watching him vanish into the vast expanse of snow before retreating back into the cave. The intelligent brain number one was truly a treasure. It provided her with everything she needed, transforming back into its most primitive form. Su had no desire to explain the origins of these items. Nor did she intend to waste time on such matters. Jacob had been gone for quite some time, and darkness enveloped the landscape. The howling winds intensified, and the snow fell heavier, accumulating to a palm's thickness on the ground by the time he returned. Suyu had prepared the stove, kindling a fire within to ward off the chill. Yu, I'm back. Jacob emerged at the cave entrance, having transformed into his human form, bearing a deer in his arms. Stark naked, Su had just finished feeding the children and peeked out curiously. This deer looks quite plump. Where did you hunt it? She inquired, intrigued, as the deer herds had likely hidden away in this season. Unless they were of the ice-dwelling variety, I spent the entire day tracking a herd and simply grabbed one at random, worried about you, and hurried back without even cleaning it, Jacob replied. Now that I see you are safe, I can go wash it. Understanding that females did not share the same affinity for raw meat as males, Jacob felt it necessary to accommodate his partner's preferences. You must have quite the appetite, don't you? Suyu mused, recalling the animal kingdom where a python could consume a 50-pound prey in one sitting. A beastman capable of transformation, Jacob's appetite was likely even greater. Fortunately, one prey can sustain us for 3 days without further need for food. He added with a shy smile, noting that his appetite was the smallest among his kind, even though his prowess surpassed them all. Let us roast half and make soup with the other half. I've heard your snake tribe doesn't consume hot food. Is that true? Suyu speculated, unfamiliar with the dietary customs of the beastman world. After all, she was fundamentally human and would not choose to eat raw food. She aspired to be a unique female. When Jacob re-entered the cave, he was greeted by a plethora of items he had never encountered before. Cleverly, he refrained from asking too many questions, placing the clean deer down before stepping outside to relieve himself and wash his hands. Once all was prepared, they settled in the cave to warm themselves by the fire. Did you discover anything? Suyu inquired, handing him a blue towel while assisting him into a red down jacket. She had intended to find him a pair of shoes, but upon seeing how accustomed he was to his state, she simply offered him a pair of men's slippers to protect his feet. Jacob felt somewhat unsteady at first, stumbling as he walked, but soon adapted. I ventured north from the cave for about the time it takes to eat a meal and found the trees there are much shorter than here. The snow deeper, and the ground quite hard, likely frozen, he shared. Sitting to Suyu's left and warming his hands over the fire, he showed no fear of the flames. Instead, he found the warmth a delightful respite from the biting cold. Then, where did you hunt that wild deer? Suyu asked, taking out a pen to jot down notes, sketching a simple map to denote the cardinal directions. They were not far from where Jacob had discovered the icy expanse, which seemed unsuitable for agriculture. Yet there were some wild animals and plants. That it was to the south of our cave, near a peculiar tree that emits a fragrant scent. The squirrel beasts enjoy the fruits it bears. But I thought you might not like them, so I didn't bring any. The wild deer were in the nearby woods. The soil there is black, and the trees are much taller, he recounted honestly. Suyu diligently recorded his observations, marking them down, surmising that he was referring to a type of pine tree. Pine trees were common. She had seen them in the woods near her home during her childhood, and it seemed that place was warmer than here, perhaps suitable for cultivation. However, the climate in the north differed greatly from that of the south, and the growing seasons for crops were not the same. Would you need to focus more on cultivating cold-resistant plants rather than livestock? Suyu felt a twinge of worry. Jacob, is there a desert on the Victoria continent? She asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Indeed, there is just to the west of where we are. It is home to vultures and some drought-resistant beastmen, Jacob replied, noting that males were predominant there, with females being few and generally accompanied by multiple male partners. They resided in an underground city, teeming with brutal beastmen. I see. Since you've been there, have you encountered any large rivers? Suyu pressed on. Yes, there's a yellow river, but it is laden with silt, rendering the water undrinkable, Jacob explained, recalling how he had once been exceedingly thirsty and had drunk from the yellow river, nearly choking on the sand. Reflecting on this still made him uneasy. Understood, Jacob, if we get the chance. We should explore that area, Suyu smiled, feeling a sense of understanding dawn upon her. The location they inhabited seemed to bear similarities to modern geographical features. If this were the case, her confidence surged. With a new home established, they shared a meal, and that evening Suyu braved the wind and snow to relieve herself. After a moment of silence, the intelligent brain spoke up. There's a new target ahead. A new target? Suyu shivered at the brutal cold. The wind felt like knives, and without a secure place to relieve herself, she risked freezing outside. Indeed, your helper has arrived. Hurry and fetch them back. The intelligent brain was quite excited. As Suyu rolled her eyes, it was surely a large beast. All right, where to? She asked, dutifully preparing for the task at hand. To your left rear, the intelligent brain urged, almost overwhelming her senses. Carefully, she trudged through the snow until she spotted a mound beneath a tree, observing it rise and fall slightly. She was certain this beast was alive. Cautiously approaching, she knelt down and began to dig with her bare hands. To her astonishment, she uncovered a massive tiger lying in the snow. Its fate uncertain. I can't lift this, Suyu gasped, feeling a wave of terror wash over her. In the past, the sight of a tiger would have made her tremble, unable to utter a sound. Yet now, for the sake of her mission and a better future, she steeled herself, reaching out to test the tiger's breath. It was faint, but it was not yet time for death. Just as she turned to seek Jacob's assistance, a faint sound like a kitten's mew reached her ears. Following the sound, she uncovered a tiger cub beneath the mother's belly, saving the big one while delivering the little one. Suyu mused, attempting to find humor in her predicament. The cub was well protected, warm to the touch, and its breath was strong, appearing to be merely 2 or 3 months old. Your cub's companion, the intelligent brain chimed in with a laugh. Suyu rolled her eyes. Companion? It seemed more like she had just adopted a child. The thought brought a bittersweet smile to her face. Thankfully, it was a beastman cub. Had it been a human child, she might have been compelled to leap from a height. The little cub, sensing its mother's scent, began to nuzzle its head against Suyu's chest, causing her to freeze in place. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch. It seemed the price had come due. Fearing the cub would become cold, she tucked it into her arms and turned back to find Jacob. Jacob, with his keen senses, detected the unfamiliar scent. There's a tiger beast, he stated with certainty. Yes, not far outside the cave. Bring it in and make arrangements for it inside. Once it's settled, we can have it hunt and care for the cub. Suyu instructed firmly, not waiting for Jacob to voice any objections. Jacob, understanding Suyu's intentions, stepped outside to bring the tiger beast into the cave. Suyu fed the tiger cub, while Jacob tended to the larger beast. After a whirlwind of activity, the two were utterly exhausted. Their celebratory dinner in their new home was rather hasty. With the presence of an external beast, Jacob remained vigilant, staying awake throughout the night. The next day, after a quick meal, they set off on their mission. Suyu busied herself with the cub while tidying up their living space. During lunchtime, the slumbering tiger beast awakened. It rose, surveying its surroundings, and suddenly seemed to remember something important, urgently searching for it. Its massive form moved about the cave, leaving Suyu feeling dizzy. Are you looking for your cub? It's here with me. Sit down, she reassured it. She let out a piercing scream, causing the formidable beast to freeze, as if time itself had been suspended. The massive tiger face suddenly loomed before Suyu. Fortunately, her nerves were steely. Otherwise, she might have been terrified to death. Was it you who saved me and my cub? The beast inquired, its voice deliberate and measured. Yes, I noticed you were on the brink of freezing to death, so I took it upon myself to rescue you and your cub. I even fed your cub. He is currently sound asleep, so there's no need for you to worry. Now, please tell me how you came to be here. Suyu lifted the blanket, revealing the tiny head and body of the cub. The tiger, unable to contain its eagerness, reached out to gently probe the neck area, discovering that its cub was peacefully slumbering, that a weight lifted from its heart. Then, under Suyu's watchful gaze, it plopped down beside her. I was cast out from the Tali tribe, the tiger confessed, a hint of embarrassment crossing its features, yet a flicker of resentment flashed in its eyes. The Tali tribe. Suyu asked, perplexed. Also known as the White Tiger Clan. It is not too far from here. A journey of 3 days and 3 nights would bring you there, the tiger elaborated, as both of them listened intently. The White Tiger Clan? Did you commit some grave error? Suyu mused, observing that this tiger did not appear to be a malevolent beast. Why would a tribe expel an individual incapable of survival, along with a defenseless cub? No, it is merely that my mate does not favor me. And consequently, my brother's cub was also cast aside. As the tiger spoke, it stole a glance at Suyu, relieved to find no hint of disdain or unnecessary expression on her face. Your mate and your brother's cub. How intricate. Suyu remarked, perplexed. Indeed, my mate has affections for my brother, who happens to be the male counterpart of my mate. However, their cub has been quiet and frail since birth, and thus they deemed it unwanted. I took it with me when I left, the tiger explained, its ears drooping in dejection. Suyu found herself stifling a laugh, for she had never witnessed a tiger display such human-like emotions. I see. Since you have nowhere to go, why not stay with us? I shall care for the cub. However, you must take responsibility for hunting, and whatever I require of you in the future, you shall comply. How does that sound? Suyu seized the opportunity to forge a partnership. After all, this tiger was homeless and had been cast out. She would offer shelter in exchange for assistance, as long as you can provide for the cub. I will do whatever you ask, for it is you who saved my life, the tiger readily agreed. Suyu exchanged a smile with him, welcoming a new member into their fold, and the cave suddenly felt more vibrant and warm. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The 11 cubs grew increasingly robust and adorable, often huddling together to sleep, playfully biting one another, and occasionally rolling in the snow outside the cave. Over the course of the month, the cave had doubled in size, with the tiger residing on the left side, while Suyu had added numerous amenities. The cave was becoming more like a home. Jacob and the tiger, Chris, frequently ventured out, returning each time with fresh news. Suyu gained a clearer understanding of the dwellings of the wandering beasts and even discovered their main base. However, there was no rush. She needed to contemplate how to establish a collaborative relationship with the leader of the wandering beasts. Today, the skies were clear and free of snow, presenting a rare, beautiful day. Suyu packed the cubs into a warm bag for Jacob to carry, while she herself climbed onto Chris's back. Today, we shall visit the main base of the wandering beasts. I wish to converse with their leader, Suyu said, squinting at the round sun above. The sun here appeared larger than that of the modern world. Had she truly traveled back to a prehistoric era? Are we really going, just the three of us? Aren't you concerned about potential dangers? Jacob asked, casting a worried glance at the cubs, who were wide-eyed and observing their surroundings. Are you afraid that the wandering beasts are ferocious and bloodthirsty? Suyu inquired with a smile. Indeed, the reason the wandering beasts are called such is that they have been ostracized, neglected, and looked down upon. Thus, they have come to this desolate place. They are unlikely to be friendly, Chris explained cautiously as he treaded carefully. But we are also wandering beasts. Do you think we are ferocious? Suyu replied nonchalantly. Unperturbed by the wandering beasts, she had already resolved to assert herself, establishing her dominance before negotiating terms. Although the three of them were outmatched against a group of wandering beasts, she possessed a secret weapon that even the mightiest beastmen would fear. Moreover, she intended to offer enticements, food, clothing, and assurances of their strength and well-being. But it's different. You are a female, and the two of us have only just arrived here. So naturally, we aren't fierce, Jacob continued to express his concerns. Unable to fathom Suyu's desire to interact with the wandering beasts, not fret. Look at the beasts that inhabit this continent. The strong can do anything, while the weak may perish at any moment. Just as we were cast aside by our kin. Had we not been fortunate, we might have perished long ago. Since we have already faced death once, why not defy fate? The wandering beasts may be ruthless and frightening, yet they are also capable of kindness. As long as we unite and learn the essential skills of planting and raising livestock, we need not fear starvation, Suyu declared, having already devised a plan. The two of them were merely the executors of her strategy. While she would determine how to proceed, she regarded the two beasts and continued. Once we resolve the fundamental issues of sustenance, do you think we would not become strong? Suyu's reasoning was sound, and in such a harsh environment, merely ensuring her family's basic needs was insufficient. Without helpers and a cohesive team, their ambitions were overly complicated. While they could rely on the automated machinery provided by intelligent brain number 1, depending solely on it would be unwise. If she were to vanish one day, would her family not starve? Thus, so you would not solely rely on intelligent brain no. 1. She aimed to collaborate with beastmen, and the wandering beasts were the most suitable option. For the beastmen, unafraid of life and death, were the most united and fearless. What you say is true. Living here is indeed fraught with scarcity and the threat of freezing to death. I believe this time we may succeed. Chris concurred with her viewpoint. The three of them ambled along at a leisurely pace, leaving behind 2 trails of footprints in the snow, circular and along. Deep scratched. Su had not anticipated that one day she would assume the role of a strategist, seeking partners for collaboration, particularly with beastmen. The thought was almost unfathomable. Even in the depths of winter, numerous birds flitted about in search of food. Su felt buoyed by a sense of optimism, showing not an ounce of apprehension. After approximately an hour of travel, they finally halted in a valley. Su, seated on Chris's back, surveyed her surroundings. The valley was encircled by steep stone walls, their heights capped with snow. Among the drifts stood many towering trees. It was indeed a suitable refuge from the cold, though regrettably not suited for cultivation. She glanced at the path ahead, obscured by snow and indistinguishable. Without hesitation, Su requested a small grenade from intelligent brain number 1. Pulling the pin, she calmly tossed it into a nearby snowbank. With a thunderous bang, the snow exploded into a flurry of particles, scattering snow and debris everywhere. Jacob, Chris, and the 11 cubs were all startled, crying out in alarm. The individuals outside were equally taken aback, and those inside were even more so. Without needing Su to call out, a throng of hurried beastmen appeared. Tigers, lions, leopards, wolves, giraffes, sheep, and more. They all bore beastly forms, their faces etched with fear, upon discerning the large crater in the snow. The astonishment in their eyes did not escape Su's keen gaze. Was it the mountain that moved? The bewildered beastmen clamored, no, it was not the mountain that shifted, but the tremendous sound I created. Is your leader present? Su remained seated on Chris's back, observing the gaunt figures of the beastmen before her, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes as she spoke. A female, and a beautiful one at that. After a brief moment of panic, the males beheld Su, clad in a striking red down jacket, and their eyes sparkled with excitement. Drool dripped from their mouths, forming a veritable river. Su, unfazed, spoke again. Is your leader present? I wish to have a word with him. What brings you here? No sooner had she finished speaking than a tall man, approximately 187 centimeters, with black hair and bare torso, hurriedly emerged from among the orcs. Yes, Su scrutinized his features. She noted his chiseled face, a pair of deep, dark eyes as profound as the ocean, and thin lips tinged with a purplish hue. It appeared he was somewhat anemic, his complexion exhibiting an abnormal shade of purple, likely due to exposure or illness. His body, however, was normal in color, a jade-like whiteness that seemed to shimmer under the sunlight. While Su assessed him, he too seized the opportunity to appraise her. Ethan gazed at the striking figure of Su in red, contemplating how a female, accompanied by 2 males, dared to approach so brazenly, startling them even before they had met. She was indeed beautiful, with peach blossom eyes that slightly drooped at the corners, exuding an innocence laced with allure. She shared his dark eyes and long hair. Her cascading black locks, occasionally dusted with snowflakes, added to her charm. Radiating health and vitality, her skin glowed with a rosy hue, and her slightly parted, rosy lips appeared as if adorned with droplets of water from this angle. He could not deny her excellence as a female. I have come to discuss a matter of cooperation with your leader. Su smiled, her demeanor as delicate as the peach blossoms of early spring. The males present instinctively straightened their postures, hoping to catch her attention. How shall we cooperate? Ethan momentarily lost his composure, but quickly resumed his aloof demeanor. I am aware that you are in dire need of sustenance. Particularly you, requiring medical attention as you bear wounds, Su stated candidly, cutting to the chase that, oh, how do you know this? Ethan inquired, intrigued. He was aware of his own health issues, yet his companions were oblivious to his condition. Your arm lacks mobility, and the pallor of your complexion and lips suggests a bluish tint. Though you are tall, your physique is quite lean, and your companions are all gaunt, their ribs visibly protruding, a clear sign of prolonged hunger. So you continued, Lord Leader, I can restore your health and ensure your companions are well fed. Sliding down from Chris's back, she approached Ethan step by step. Standing at nearly 170 centimeters, she still felt diminutive beside him. Prompting her to rise onto her toes and place a hand on his shoulder, I can elevate you above the four great families. Her warm breath brushed against Ethan's ear, accompanied by the subtle fragrance characteristic of females. Momentarily distracting him, that be by the time he regained his senses, so you had already distanced herself by 5 meters. Can you truly deliver on your promise? Ethan, an ambitious male, harbored dreams of strength and growth. Yes, let us visit your dwelling, Suyu replied, stepping forward with her black snow boots, crunching on the ground that a throng of males parted before her, as if her formidable presence was an innate entitlement. Ethan soon followed her inside. After a difficult journey to their living quarters, they were met with a chilling draft mixed with unidentifiable odors, nearly causing Suyu to choke. "Do you not clean your cave, or light a fire?" Suyu asked, holding her breath and turning back. "We have grown accustomed to living together," Ethan replied, a rare blush gracing his normally pale face, as he wished to vanish into the earth, gather some kindling. "Chris, return home to fetch a broom and some charcoal, and bring back a blanket," Suyu commanded decisively, taking charge. Go. Ethan concurred, instructing the orcs behind him. Shortly after, only Ethan and Jacob remained. Suyu took a deep breath and ventured further inside. The cave, despite its vastness, was damp and chilly. Without a fire during winter, illness was likely. She surmised that these males suffered from some degree of rheumatism. Though not severe, it warranted attention. After a brief exploration, she grasped the situation. The cave spanned a considerable expanse, containing numerous smaller alcoves, presumably where they slept. The main area lay at the far end of the cave, with a half-meter hole at the ceiling for ventilation. "Is there a hot spring here?" Suyu inquired, perching on a stone while observing Ethan. "A hot spring." Ethan was puzzled. "A pool of steaming water," Suyu elaborated. "Yes, it is located at the back of the cave," Ethan replied, realizing it was where they bathed and felt rejuvenated. "I see. Has your arm been broken before?" Suyu asked cautiously, noting the irregularities in Ethan's arm. Yes, he hesitated before responding, though Suyu caught a fleeting glimpse of anger and sorrow in his eyes. He was evidently a male with a story. "I can assist in your healing. However, it is essential to reorganize your group. Look at your living conditions. Without a fire, you are prone to illness. The cave is damp and cold, which will hinder your recovery." She continued, "As for food, I can help you find sustenance. Fish from the river, fruits from the trees, roots from the ground. All are viable food sources, and animals can be raised as well." Seeing that Ethan was open to dialogue, Suyu felt he was a capable and potential male, merely lacking opportunity. "Is what you say true?" Ethan exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fervor. "Indeed, your eagle beasts surely consume fish and shrimp from the water, in addition to rabbits and snakes. Am I not correct?" Suyu smiled. "You are right. We eat anything." Ethan nodded in agreement. With many hands at work, it wasn't long before multiple fires blazed within the cave. Thick smoke filled the air, some wafting out through the overhead openings, while others escaped with the orcs. With the fires lit, the temperature rose, and the previously damp air became dry and warm. After feeding the cubs, Suyu let them frolic freely on the ground. The month-old cubs were quite large and capable of walking and running without issue. Ethan's gaze fell upon the adorable, plump cubs, and a sudden longing surged within him. He too desired a litter of cubs. Contemplating this, he regarded Suyu with newfound interest. Suyu had come prepared to negotiate sincerely. She needed to ensure they had a hearty meal. "I see a river ahead. It must harbor fish and shrimp. Jacob, take the orcs to catch some. We shall prepare a meal." Jacob nodded, departing without hesitation. However, recalling something, he glanced back at her. "I am fine. You needn't worry," Suyu assured him. "Very well," Jacob acquiesced and left. Within the cave, Ethan's focus remained fixed on Suyu. "And your partner, what do you think?" Suyu replied, busying herself tidying the space, as she was not one to remain idle. There is no need for a delicate female to do such work. We can manage, Ethan said, somewhat embarrassed, as he rose to instruct the nearby orcs. They too felt a sense of awkwardness. It was the first time a female treated them as normal males. Without prejudice or disdain, that a clean and tidy living environment was paramount. Neglecting it could invite illness. As the leader of the vagrant beasts, he needed to prioritize their health, for well-being was the foundation of all. Su Yu, feeling no obligation to assist further, ceased her efforts. She observed the cubs, playfully tugging at each other. Exuding charm, Ethan's expression shifted. He pondered the veracity of Su Yu's promises, her lack of fear towards the vagrant beasts, and why such a beautiful female would reside here. All of it remained a mystery, fueling his unease and curiosity. Why do you seek us so fervently? Ethan asked directly. Because you are impoverished, lacking food, and your physiques are not robust. Su's demeanor shifted from gentle to incisive. Sang felt a tug at his heartstrings, experiencing both pain and embarrassment. They were the most formidable beasts. How could they be looked down upon by the beastmen? His eyes burned with a crimson hue. Though the words stung, they were nonetheless the truth. Su continued to frolic through the minefield of emotions. Can you not speak more delicately? Don't you know that reopening old wounds can be quite painful? Isang's voice was cold, yet his gaze remained gentle. Only through suffering can one find the drive to strive. You possess great strength, yet opportunities are scarce, and you lack a strategist to assist you. That is precisely who I am. Su's words were stark, her attitude brooking no dissent. Isang took a deep breath. In his moments of weakness, he had no right to demand others' opinions of himself. He resolved to collaborate with Su Yu, and even if they faced defeat, he would not regret it. That I promise you, Isang declared. May our collaboration be fruitful. Su Yu extended her hand, momentarily forgetting that such gestures were not customary in the beast world. Nevertheless, Isang still took care of her, and they shook hands, sharing a smile. I'll check if the food is ready outside. You ensure the cleaning is done. After we eat, I'll find an opportunity to tend to your wounds. Su Yu felt the need to make an appearance to garner goodwill. After giving her instructions, she left the young ones behind and stepped outside. Isang stared at her retreating figure, unmoving for a long while, until the little ones rushed over, tugging at his pant leg to play. Chris arrived with supplies, teaming up with Jacob to start a fire and prepare a meal. The wandering beasts, undaunted by the biting cold, gathered around the enormous stone pot, fixated on the bubbling hot soup, their mouths watering incessantly. Floating atop the broth were white meatballs, infused with a myriad of spices, the aroma wafting through the air as the water boiled. Hundreds of beastmen eyed the large pot, creating a truly spectacular scene. Suu. You've arrived. Chris, a diligent worker, caught sight of her shoes during a moment of tending to the fire, recognizing her amidst the crowd's focus on the pot. Yes, I caught a whiff of something delightful inside. Have all the meats been made into meatballs today? What about the shrimp? So you had a fondness for shrimp, their naturally sweet flavor, likely due to the melting ice from the mountains. Jacob replied that he would prepare the shrimp shortly, but for now, the fish meatball soup was the most convenient option. Chris, being straightforward and somewhat lacking in social finesse, was the kind of honest male who likely did not appeal to her partner. The stone pot is fine for soup, but stir-frying is out of the question. Clean the shrimp, and I'll handle the stir-frying inside. Suu sensed that Jacob was too busy to prepare shrimp for her today. After all, her culinary skills were commendable, and she was confident in stir-frying the shrimp herself. All right, Chris discarded his wooden stick, clapped his hands, and went to fetch the clean shrimp. Suu glanced at the beastmen, their eyes glimmering with hunger, a testament to their ravenous state. She smiled and stepped inside. In any case, Isang would eventually discover her skills, and she felt at ease showcasing them before him. Su Yu settled into her designated spot, and the sudden appearance of ingredients startled Isang, but he soon recollected himself and chuckled. You possess spatial abilities? Spatial abilities? Is such a thing even possible? Su Yu replied, wiping down the stainless steel pot before placing it over the fire. She turned to glance at Isang, noting his calm demeanor. Females on the Victoria continent also possessed abilities comparable to those of males, but theirs are often deemed less significant, generally overlooked by the beastmen. Isang, having encountered many females in his previous clan, was somewhat familiar with this. Could you elaborate? Suyu averted her gaze, pouring oil into the pot, opting for high-quality olive oil when possible. She then emptied a large bag of stir-fry shrimp ingredients into the pot. The sizzling sound soon filled the air with an enticing aroma, which even Yi-Sang's keen human nose detected, causing him to turn and fixate on the vibrant red seasonings in the pot. Females possess few abilities: spatial, agricultural, healing, and so on. However, in my former tribe, the most common ability among females was agriculture. While spatial and healing abilities were rather rare, Yi-Sang's throat moved slightly as he witnessed Suyu pouring the large shrimp into the pot. The sizzling noise was incessant. His eyes followed Suyu's hands, watching as the green shrimp transformed into a rich golden hue. The saliva in his throat increased. Yes, oh, that's how it is that I've heard that agricultural and healing abilities are quite useful. One can grow their own food when hungry and heal themselves when injured. Which is wonderful, Suyu spoke languidly, her gaze fixated on the succulent shrimp in the pot, her mind racing at an astonishing speed. What could her abilities be? Was it possible that her status as a disabled female rendered her devoid of abilities? Even if one possessed abilities, if not utilized, they would not be formidable, and in the beast world, reproduction was of utmost importance. Who would pay attention to such matters? Yi-Sang found it rather ironic. It was precisely for this reason that they, the males, would turn against one another, unable to tolerate the existence of another. Such foolish thinking. If it were me, I would strive to strengthen my abilities. Once empowered, I could choose how and when to reproduce, which would be splendid. Suyu, not being a native female, naturally did not harbor such outdated notions. Your perspective is indeed sound. Yi-Sang wholeheartedly agreed with Suyu's viewpoint. Once the pot of shrimp was done, they needed neither rice nor side dishes. They removed the pot and set it aside to continue eating. Yi-Sang discarded the shrimp heads and shells, while Suyu savored her meal meticulously, blissfully unaware of the pangs of hunger and thus oblivious to Yi-Sang's thoughts. It's nothing. Yi-Sang, determined, swallowed the shrimp whole, the spiciness tingling his tongue, yet he couldn't bear to stop. Seeing his fervor, Suyu ceased her encouragement. Meanwhile, in the central grasslands of the Victoria continent, the first heavy rain of winter had arrived, prompting tens of thousands of wildebeests, zebras, and carnivorous beasts to commence another long journey this year. The wildebeest tribe boasted a population in the tens of thousands, their males and females combined far outnumbering several carnivorous beastmen. However, their lifestyle mirrored that of wild wildebeests, lacking a fixed habitat, unlike the lower-tier wildebeests. They did not encounter danger while crossing rivers, yet they were still susceptible to the elements and unforeseen circumstances along the way. Leading the wildebeest tribe was a robust male, around 50 years of age. With thunderous abilities, his imposing eyes were unervingly large, and when he fixed his gaze on someone, an inexplicable chill would creep up their spine. Retaining his beast form, he glanced back at his somewhat plump companion trailing beside him. She sat atop the back of a leopard, cradling a plump little girl in her arms. His daughter, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, a cherry-like mouth, and fair skin, likely around 3 years old, evidently the offspring of the wildebeest king. His gaze softened as he looked at his daughter. Quickly, let us find shelter from the rain. It looks like it will pour all night. The wildebeest king's voice was magnetic yet raspy, captivating to listen to. But at that moment, his expression was stern, and his tone left no room for argument. Using the heavy rain as cover, he observed the females and young ones wrapped in rough blankets in the herd. His heart sinking, he wondered how many would be lost on this migration. He felt weary of such a life, with a group of tens of thousands of beasts, coupled with fragile young ones. The burden and pressure were immense. He let out a barely perceptible sigh at a large group of beasts huddled together in a cave, the female young ones regaining their vigor, chattering excitedly. The wildebeest king stood at the cave entrance, watching the torrential rain lash down fiercely on the verdant grasslands. Thick mist enveloped the air, carrying a refreshing chill. Raindrops fell in a dense curtain, creating small puddles on the grass. The wildebeest king's mood did not lift with the rain. Instead, it grew heavier and more perplexed. Meanwhile, the cave where the wandering beast resided was lively and warm. After we finish this meal, let us get a good night's sleep. We need to head back tomorrow, so I can tend to your wounds. Suyu said, wiping her mouth and gazing at Yi-sang, who appeared content. As oh soon, Yi-sang replied. Feeling slightly abrupt, his face flushed as he cast a sidelong glance at Suyu, relieved to find she was not watching him. I will return tomorrow, but it's too cold here. My young ones cannot withstand such frigid weather. If we are to reside together for an extended period, we must find a more suitable place. Suyu remained oblivious to Yi-sang's slightly accelerated breathing due to her words, continuing her discourse. Ethan uttered a single word softly, prompting Suyu to glance back momentarily before she spoke again. You are familiar with this place. Instruct your companions to seek a suitable location for temporary residence, one that is warm in winter and cool in summer. Perhaps this is merely our temporary refuge. Once the opportune moment arises, we shall select a more favorable site. Suyu had devised a plan, as this location was too frigid to support agricultural growth. A single harvest per year could not sustain such a multitude of orcs. Particularly for the male orcs, she needed to find a land akin to the fertile regions of rice and fish, where 2 harvests annually would suffice to sustain them. That I will find it. Ethan assured with a nod, aware of his responsibility as a male to provide for the females. Suyu placed her trust in Ethan, confident that he was a male of his word. After regarding him for a few moments, she withdrew her gaze, bending to lift her young one, and rose to depart. Ethan stood, still wrapped in the blanket that bore Suyu's scent, reluctant to return it, and thus remained silent. Suyu, too, refrained from requesting it, and so the two played the part of the oblivious. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they beheld a circle of males, some clutching leaves, others wielding rudely fashioned stone bowls. Some utilized their hands, others their claws, and a few even resorted to their beastly forms, lowering their heads to lick their meals. It was Suyu's first encounter with such a large-scale feeding. Regardless of their manners, the speed at which they consumed their food indicated their dire circumstances. Having never experienced hunger in her life, Suyu was taken aback by the urgency with which they ate. For the first time, she realized that hunger truly renders one indifferent to appearances. Her eyes glistened slightly, and she turned her gaze to Ethan, who, at approximately 187 centimeters, appeared somewhat comical beneath the blanket. Yet his handsome visage overshadowed any absurdity, leaving an impression of his endearingly Navi demeanor. After observing him for a while, Suyu beckoned Jacob and Chris back. Once again, Suyu sat upon Chris's back, glancing back at the assembly of orcs, smiling as she waved that I shall return tomorrow. Remember to tidy up. Suyu waved reluctantly, for humans are social creatures, and orcs are no exception. Ethan watched Suyu depart, then turned to glance at his subordinate, restoring his cold demeanor. After eating, clean the pot, gather firewood, and tidy the cave. The odor is potent. Be cautious not to suffocate the females. The sounds of hissing, growling, and barking rose and fell in a cacophony. With the presence of a female, hope flickered anew. This female could lead them towards a brighter path, igniting a mixture of joy and excitement within them. Unbeknownst to Suyu, the males were consumed by their own thoughts. At that moment, she was fixated on the persimmons hanging from branches laden with snow. Jacob, I wish to eat persimmons. Could you help me pluck some? Suyu addressed Jacob, who, with the young one in tow, suddenly leaped 3 meters into the air, gazing down at the sight below. A snake-like tail, as thick as a blackish-brown barrel, shimmered in the sunlight, its hues dazzling. She recalled the initial resistance she felt when saving him, never anticipating that he would soon become her boyfriend and future partner. Fate is indeed a wondrous thing. Jacob, unaware that these fruits were edible, obediently gathered a bounty of persimmons, but instead of handing them to Suyu immediately, he swallowed one whole, enduring the discomfort as the cold, sweet fruit slid down his throat to his stomach. Suyu was puzzled by his actions, her gaze fixed upon him, observing the sharp angles of his face, which alternated between restraint and understanding, an enigma of expression. That it is edible. Jacob, not particularly adept at expressing himself, offered the orange-yellow persimmon after confirming it was safe. Suyu accepted it, momentarily taken aback that a ray of sunlight danced between their fingertips, casting a glow upon the snow-covered ground, and she understood in an instant. Jacob, lower your head, she said with a smile. Jacob complied, but just as their eyes met, Suyu reached out, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her lips to his. The sensation was akin to a clash of ice and fire, reaching straight to the soul. Jacob's mind blanked, feeling as though the world spun around him. His body stiffened, his eyes transforming into slits as he felt a nimble tongue. In an instant, he reversed their positions, pulling Suyu into a fervent kiss that lingered. The air between them crackled with emotion, causing Chris to stir restlessly, shaking his mighty tiger head and opening his jaws to roar. Oh! Suyu reluctantly released him, taking a bite of the persimmon. It was cool yet delightful. The brief respite eased her earlier heat, and she squinted at Jacob, noticing his blissful smile. Let us return home. Chris grumbled, somewhat displeased. He felt abandoned by the female. Yet upon meeting the gentle and understanding Suyu, his once icy heart began to thaw. However, thoughts of his origins cast a shadow of discouragement over him. Witnessing the closeness between Suyu and Jacob, he felt a twinge of discomfort. This uneasy feeling pulled at his heart, compelling him to voice his feelings. The two exchanged knowing smiles before continuing on their way. Along the journey, they encountered few other creatures, only the rustling of branches as the wind whispered through the trees, eventually winding their way back to their cave. The warmth of home enveloped them. The cozy space filled with familiar belongings offering a sense of comfort. Jacob placed the gathered persimmons upon the table, nestled the young one into the bedding, and then turned to inquire, shall we nap or eat? Have you all eaten? Suyu, slipping off her shoes and settling onto the bed, transformed in her beastly form, her black eyes fixed on them as she asked, we have eaten. We shall have another meal later. A nap first, Chris replied, quickly tending to the fire that a small gap was left in the stone slab at the cave entrance, and he found his place within Suyu's partner. Jacob washed his hands, shed his down jacket, and snuggled into her bedding, wrapping his arms around her beastly form as he closed his eyes to sleep. Though snakes typically hibernated in winter, his advanced prowess allowed him to overlook this necessity. However, Suyu was a creature of routine, and irrespective of the time or place, the family nestled together in slumber. Just as the previously clear skies turned dark, a fierce wind howled, followed by a flurry of snowflakes descending upon this frigid landscape. The howls of fury mingled with the snowflakes, wreaking havoc wherever they ventured. Ethan, wrapped in a blanket, stared at the flickering flames, lost in thought. The orcs who had gone to gather firewood and hunt returned to the cave. Greeted by an uncharacteristic warmth within, they stretched lazily, finding comfort in the snug confines of their cave. A massive silver wolf moved leisurely, embodying elegance as it preferred to remain in its beastly form. Finding the shift to human inconvenient, settling down, it cast a sidelong glance at Ethan, who remained transfixed by the flames, hesitating before finally speaking. Ethan, do you truly intend to collaborate with the wild dog, tribe's female? Do you not wish to? Ethan did not turn his gaze, his tone cool and detached, leaving the massive wolf James at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he spoke again. The wild dog tribe banished her here. Perhaps she possesses some undesirable trait. In the beast world, females are treated with utmost indulgence. No matter the severity of their mistakes, they're never cast out from the tribe. Why was she expelled? Did she claim to have amnesia? Ethan maintained his calm demeanor as he relayed what he knew to James, the you believer. James countered. Why not? During our first encounter, she asserted her authority, and she possesses spatial abilities we have never witnessed before. Furthermore, she has medical knowledge and can teach us agriculture and animal husbandry. These are precisely what we need. Whether she truly has amnesia or has committed a fault is inconsequential to me. My sole focus is on how to grow stronger and how to ensure you do not go hungry. This. Ethan finally turned to face James, his piercing black eyes locking onto James's pale gray ones. Having known Ethan for many years, James was taken aback by the seriousness in his demeanor. Gaining newfound understanding, James conceded. He had initially contemplated a multitude of reasons to dissuade Ethan from trusting the female. Yet Ethan's words illuminated the path for him. Indeed, sustenance and shelter were the most fundamental needs. Understand this. Tomorrow, we shall seek a sheltered and warm place. We must relocate, for this location is unsuitable for long-term habitation. Ethan said, returning his gaze to the flames. Yes, I will accompany the males, James spoke up, his prowess undeniable. And having explored this area thoroughly, finding such a place should not pose a challenge. I have complete faith in your abilities. Ethan praised him highly. James, with his light gray eyes gleaming with amusement, lounged beside the fire, lazily basking in its warmth. Time slipped away quietly amidst the swirling snowflakes, and before long, evening arrived. Jacob had simmered a pot of hearty bone broth and ladled a bowl of meat soup for Suyu, who accepted it without hesitation, taking a spoonful without blowing on it first, directly feeding herself. Your culinary skills have significantly improved lately, Suyu remarked with a smile. But it's not my doing. It's Chris, Jacob replied. A man of integrity, devoid of any cunning or deceit, almost resembling an otherworldly being bewildered by the ways of mortals. Though somewhat out of place, Suyu found his demeanor endearing. Chris, a capable male, had an unfortunate lack of female companionship, leading to his expulsion, Suyu lamented. Encountering you is a stroke of luck, Chris mumbled, gnawing on a bone, his words muffled. The three present chose not to confront the underlying tension, carefully continuing their meal. Jacob, having traveled extensively, could you share if there are places where the climate remains stable throughout the year, with moderate temperatures and flat terrain suitable for many beastmen? Suyu redirected the conversation, her foremost concern being their future dwelling, an urgent task at hand. Indeed, although it is also home to a significant number of beastmen. Are you willing to go? Jacob hesitated before inquiring. How many beastmen? Suyu asked eagerly. This area is predominantly inhabited by herbivorous beastmen, chiefly the sheep tribe, rabbit tribe, alongside more common duck, deer, and panda tribes. However, they possess considerable strength. Are you certain about this? Jacob questioned, his concern evident. Regardless of the beastmen, as long as they are amicable, it should be fine. Besides, they are herbivores, likely skilled in agriculture, perhaps even willing to collaborate, Suyu reassured, initially assuming they were ferocious beasts, only to discover they were gentle herbivores. Believing that as long as there were no conflicts, all would be well. Will you and Ethan agree to this? Chris interjected that you've reminded me. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Life is too delightful when it's eat. Sleep. Eat, Suyu said, reveling in her contentment. As a modern individual accustomed to a bustling life, she now found herself living in a manner akin to a pampered pig, feeling a restless itch within her. Yet, the cold season provided ample reasons to remain lazy and nestled in bed. Being female, you can sleep as you please, Jacob chuckled. But I've put on weight. Just look, Suyu remarked, oblivious to the considerable effect her actions had on the two adult males. She set down her bowl, lifted her shirt, revealing her soft, fair belly. Although slightly rounded, it did not detract from its beauty. Jacob, closest to her, couldn't help but flick his tongue like a serpent. Chris, however, turned away, choosing to ignore the display. Having experienced companionship before, he was acutely aware of the allure of femininity and found himself struggling to resist. When shall we bond as partners? Jacob asked, his throat slightly hoarse as he reached out to touch her before lifting his gaze. The exquisite sensation of a female's skin compelled him to voice his inquiry. Chris perked up, attentively listening. Suyu, unperturbed, glanced at Jacob and replied with a smile, Shall we bond once I wean the cubs? Very well, Jacob responded, his angular face softening into a more appealing expression. Chris, however, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, his mood plummeting as he hung his head, exuding an aura of deep sorrow. Suyu held no romantic feelings for Chris. She merely felt pity for his abandonment and offered him shelter, knowing she needed only one partner in her life. Jacob sufficed. The rest, she would assist as needed. Maintaining a relationship of collaboration. With a sense of assurance, Jacob leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Suyu before rising to wash his bowl, after finishing their meal and soup. Suyu felt the urgency of nature's call and quickly stood, donning her shoes as she dashed out of the cave. Chris remained engulfed in his sorrow, while Jacob, with damp hands clutching his bowl, hurriedly followed her outside. The night was dark, and the wind howled, his vision impaired. He could barely make out a figure squatting in the snow nearby. After a considerable time, Suyu returned from her physiological relief, covering her frozen face as she swiftly re-entered the cave. Jacob followed suit, promptly moving a stone to seal the entrance, Suu kicked off her shoes and burrowed into the warmth of the dwelling. Embracing the cubs and closing her eyes to sleep, a few minutes later, having cleaned the pot and tidied the space, Jacob washed his hands, discarded his clothing, and climbed into bed that he lay on one side. And soon a cool arm encircled her waist. The luminous pearl within the cave illuminated the space as bright as day, and Suu shifted about casually before speaking. Tomorrow, I shall tend to Ethan's ailment, and then gather persimmons along the way, followed by planning our tasks for the remainder of the cold season. Jacob replied lazily. Chris, wide-eyed, watched the two against the cave wall, his pupils gleaming with fervor. He realized it was time to express his sentiments. The luminous pearl was hidden away. The next time he opened his eyes, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the cracks in the stone, casting a soft, golden beam onto the disheveled, makeshift Suu's eyelashes fluttered as she gradually opened her eyes, her brief moment of confusion giving way to clarity as she glanced down. Indeed, a familiar arm lay across her waist. She suddenly flipped over, exclaiming, "What time is it?" Jacob, his upper body exposed outside the covers, lay with closed eyes, smacking his lips, and pulled her head firmly against his chest. Murmuring, "It's still early. Sleep a while longer." Suu, taken by surprise, collided with Jacob's firm, cool chest, nearly burying her face in it as she struggled to breathe. Yet before she could free herself, she was unexpectedly embraced from behind and fell back onto the soft bed. With Jacob swiftly turning over, pinning her down, she found herself staring into a pair of obsidian eyes, ablaze with intensity, and her gaze dropped in shock as she realized, "Jacob, you're on top of the cubs." "No, they're beneath the pillow," Jacob chuckled, leaning down to kiss her lips. After a long moment, they parted, breathless, the silent cave filled only with their rapid inhalations. Fearing the situation might escalate, Jacob leapt off the bed, transforming into his beast form and darting away. Suu, her cheeks flushed, climbed out of the warm covers, yearning for the comfort she had just left behind. After washing up and changing into a silver down jacket, she suddenly retrieved a mirror, gazing at her reflection, contemplating her appearance before applying some lipstick. Stepping back half a meter to assess herself, she finally felt satisfied. "Let us go. We might still catch breakfast," Suu declared, carelessly tossing her belongings onto the bed, placing the cub in a baby pouch, and nudging Jacob with her elbow. Chris, having returned from outside, squinted at her messy hair. His eyes narrowed as he lethargically inquired, "So early, where are you off to?" "To see Ethan for treatment," Suu replied, brimming with energy, a stark contrast to Chris's weariness. Chris gazed toward the rising sun on the eastern horizon, feeling a mix of despair and frustration. "The sun has just risen. It's still quite early. It's not too early. It's been ages since I woke up this early." "Consider stroll," she countered. As Suu spoke, she rose and donned the baby carrier before stepping outside. Without a word, Jacob followed closely behind her. Seeing that reason had failed, Chris transformed into his beast form, crouching low as he slipped out of the cave, quickly using stones to barricade the entrance. Wary of outsiders encroaching upon his territory, unsatisfied with the effectiveness of the stones, he marked the area with his urine. He then leaped to catch up with Suu. The trio, accompanied by 11 cubs, made their way to Ethan's lair. Ethan, having slept under a blanket the previous night, was indulging in a bit of morning laziness. The orcs within the cave gradually emerged, some carrying firewood, others with fish, and still others cradling the carcasses of unknown beasts, their chatter and laughter filling the air without disturbing him. Indeed, there was something comforting about a blanket infused with the scent of a female. When Suu and the others arrived at the cave entrance, they found many orcs gathered around a stone pot, slurping fish soup. Though it bore a hint of fishiness, their eagerness to eat overpowered any lingering distaste. Suu's intention to join them for breakfast was swiftly dashed as she confidently made her way inside the cave. The air within had already turned fresh. She placed the cubs on the ground and sauntered in with a feline grace. Just before entering the cave, Jacob and Chris changed their minds, declaring they would hunt for Suu and prepare a meal. Suu readily agreed. Upon entering the cave, Suu spotted Ethan, swathed in his blanket, and could not suppress a mischievous laugh, her voice ringing like silver bells throughout the cave. "You're here," Ethan said, poking his head out from under the blanket, his tone slightly irate. Suu, delighted by his rare expression, chuckled again. Why haven't you stepped outside for some fresh air? It's too cold in the winter. I'm too lazy to go out, Ethan replied, his voice muffled, reminiscent of someone with a cold. I came to check on your arm today. The sooner we treat it, the sooner it will be over. You'll need to help me tidy up some things next spring. Suu made herself comfortable. Sitting down, she placed her hand on Ethan's arm, feeling the heat radiating from his skin. The contact sent electric shivers down her spine, stirring unexpected emotions within Ethan. Unperturbed, Suu traced the firm contours of his arm while consulting with her AI assistant. It's not a complicated procedure. Administer anesthesia, make an incision, realign the bone, and sew it back up. Will there be assistance? After all, I'm not a trained medical professional, and I fear ruining a perfectly good arm. With me here, there's nothing to fear, the AI assured her, patting its chest solemnly. Reassured by the AI's promise, she smiled back at Ethan. We'll treat you right after breakfast. Don't worry, I'll be gentle and careful. Strangely, Ethan found himself believing her. He nodded, his cool, handsome face fixed upon Suu, and he noticed that she seemed to have grown even more beautiful in just one night. Well then, wash your hands and let us eat. Breakfast is almost ready, Suu suggested, feeling the atmosphere might turn awkward if she lingered too long. Though naturally reserved, her time in this beastly world, along with the responsibilities thrust upon her by the AI, had compelled her onto a path of strength. Perhaps it was the nature of females that made interactions easier, or perhaps the beast world was more lenient towards them. Either way, she found the initial encounters to be less daunting. Lost in thought, she stepped out of the cave and took in the lively scene before her. The males were busily eating, their manners far from refined, yet their expressions radiated happiness. Jacob, true to his serpent clan heritage, showcased an exceptional memory and skill in cooking. The seafood breakfast was a delightful feast for the senses. Upon noticing Suu's arrival, Jacob promptly approached her with a steaming bowl of seafood porridge. Yeah, come eat. The cubs will be hungry soon, he urged, offering the bowl to her. Have you eaten? Suu glanced at his reddened fingers, feeling a twinge of sympathy as she blew gently on the bowl. I don't need to eat. One meal is enough to sustain me for 3 days, Jacob replied, his pupils narrowing in disbelief, goosebumps prickling his skin as he trembled, instinctively recoiling from her sudden concern. Though discomfort soon followed. That one tea do. Just take a bite, one little bite, Suu insisted, scooping a spoonful, blowing on it before extending it towards him. Jacob stood frozen for a moment, before amidst the envious gazes of the other orcs. He opened his mouth and took a bite that it was indeed delicious. Seeing him enjoy the meal, Suu felt a surge of joy and began to eat as well, the two of them sharing bites. Inciting jealousy among the onlookers, before long, they had finished the bowl of seafood porridge. After washing the bowl, Suu filled another for Ethan. I'll need your help soon. We'll treat Ethan's arm. She instructed Jacob as she turned to re-enter the cave. Jacob smiled, then returned to the stone pot. Ethan had become a lethargic male, and used to such kindness from a female. Since childhood, his mother had seldom been present, and after his father's tragic accident during a hunt, he had been abandoned by his tribe, left to survive alongside other forsaken males. Who would have imagined that the beast god would send a female to rescue them? Regardless of what the future held, they had to take a chance. Once the warm seafood porridge settled in his stomach, Suu laid Ethan down on a cold ice bed, covering his exposed skin with a blanket. Leaving only his arm and face visible, the AI provided her with a vial of anesthetic, and as she took it, her nerves tightened. It was her first practical experience, and her throat felt dry as her hands trembled. She cautiously positioned the needle against Ethan's arm. Let me handle this, Jacob stepped forward, offering his assistance. Okay, Suu sighed in relief, quickly passing the vial to him. Jacob, intrigued by the intricate instrument for the first time, followed Suu's guidance and administered the injection in the blink of an eye. Ethan felt his arm go numb, a wave of panic washing over him as he struggled to move. His legs and head still responsive to, don't worry. The purpose of the anesthetic is to ensure you feel no pain during the procedure. I'm right here with you, Suu gently reassured him, placing her hand on his arm. Ethan, surprisingly, relaxed under her soothing words. Before long, a robotic assistant appeared, prepared to perform the surgery. The delicate and sharp surgical tools materialized before the trio, and the robot exhibited remarkable skill as it proceeded. Suyu fixated on the operation, her eyes unblinking. Jacob, captivated by the spectacle, remained motionless, his dark, slitted pupils reflecting awe. His keen serpent memory allowed him to absorb every detail, even the minutiae of the incision and the separation of bone. Ethan, equally astonished, realized he had never fully appreciated the capabilities of a female's powers. Suyu's abilities were truly astonishing. The surgery lasted approximately 2 hours, demanding intense focus from all involved. After the robot completed its task, it provided post-operative instructions: ensure proper diet and avoid heavy labor for the next 3 months. However, given the orc constitution, recovery will likely occur in less than a month. Though caution is still advised. Understood, Suyu replied with a smile. Once the robot's work was finished, she collected it back, tenderly reassuring Ethan, "You'll stay with us for the next month to rest properly. I worry that you males might overlook your care, so it's best if you reside with us." Glancing at Jacob, who showed no objection, she continued with a smile, "Living with us means you'll have to follow our rules." Jacob's sudden interjection took Suyu by surprise, but she quickly grasped the situation. "All right," Ethan murmured, feeling drowsy yet in good spirits. Jacob wrapped Ethan snugly in the blanket, coiling his tail around him before resting it on his neck. "Let us go. You carry the cubs while I guide you home with Chris." Jacob glided through the space, his 5-meter-long tail now reduced to little more than a small remnant. Ethan was swaddled like a rice dumpling. With only his head exposed, Suyu gazed at him, finding him reminiscent of a freshly hatched silkworm, and chuckled softly. She estimated that once they emerged from the cave, the other orcs would be left utterly astonished. Suyu cradled the young one in her arms and followed closely behind Jacob as they exited the cave. Outside, the orcs had little leisure time, and as Ethan poked his head out, he informed James, "I'll be back tomorrow. Continue searching for a new dwelling." Understood, Ethan. Several orcs nodded in unison, watching them depart. Suyu settled onto Chris's back and spoke to him. "Let's gather some persimmons later to take home." "All right," Chris replied cheerfully, transporting Suyu while regaling her with amusing tales that elicited peals of laughter from her. Such joyful days always felt fleeting. After collecting the persimmons, they returned to the cave. Ethan was assigned to Chris's bed, covered with a thick blanket, while the pain from his recently healed arm throbbed faintly. His tightly shut eyes quivered slightly, and a frown marred his brow. Having just finished nursing, Suyu requested painkillers from Brain One. "Take this. It will ease the pain. Healing injuries is bound to be uncomfortable. Once you take the medicine and rest, I'll check on what we'll have for dinner tonight." She handed him the pill and then brought the cup to his lips. Ethan opened his eyes, obediently swallowing the pill and taking a generous sip of water before smiling. "Thank you, you're welcome." Suyu replied gently, testing his forehead with the back of her hand. "Not hot. No fevered. I'm off now, but I'll be back shortly." She set down the cup, tucked him in snugly, and swiftly darted outside. Ethan turned his head to survey the cave, which was filled with numerous unfamiliar items of various shapes and sizes. All of this hinted at Suyu's extraordinary nature. Outside, Suyu accompanied Chris to a nearby hot spring. The water was exceedingly warm, perfect for boiling eggs. Holding a basin of eggs, they approached the spring. Suyu gasped in awe, her mouth agape. Wreathed in mist, the spring's surroundings were stunning, with lush green trees towering majestically, creating an ethereal separation from the outside world. "This place is too beautiful. Let us get the eggs in," she urged, snapping out of her reverie and directing Chris to act. Obediently, Chris placed the basin of eggs into the steaming water and then took Suyu on a leisurely exploration of the area. The high water temperature raised the ambient warmth, and Suyu soon spotted swans, black, white, and a mix of both, gliding gracefully around the lake near the spring. In the distance, the lake met the sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds filling the azure expanse, while the swans moved rhythmically below, creating a breathtaking interplay of motion and stillness, light and shadow. Compelled by the beauty, Suyu took out her camera. Capturing countless photographs, she then bartered with Brain One to craft herself a gown of blue, dreamlike starlight fabric, intending to wear it during springtime excursions as the sun dipped lower, casting a brilliant crimson glow across the lake. The reflection formed grand floral patterns, reminiscent of a painter's spontaneous brushstrokes, strikingly beautiful and heart-stirring. Deeply enchanted, Suyu instinctively rose on her toes, twirling freely. Although she had never studied dance, she regretted not having done so, wishing she could perform a peacock dance or one of the viral dances trending online. The thought made her wistful, realizing that in crucial moments, she could only flail awkwardly like a clumsy duck. Chris, unaware of the beauty of dance, found Suyu's vibrant figure reflected in his eyes, causing his heart to race with fervor. The rhythmic pounding echoed in his ears, flushing his cheeks with warmth. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Suyu paused, breathless, and turned to him. "How beautiful. Chris, go check if the eggs are done. If they are, let us head home." Reluctantly, she took one last look at the stunning scenery, thinking to herself that today was indeed remarkable, filled with surprises and joys. "All right," Chris smiled before turning to investigate the eggs. Suyu lingered a while longer, but eventually, under Chris's persistent calls, she left with reluctance. Upon returning to their dwelling, the 11 little ones were famished, each raising their tiny heads and calling out incessantly. Suyu laughed as she climbed onto the bed, transforming into her beast form due to the sheer number of young ones. Initially, upon learning that she was a disabled beast unable to assume human form, she had felt despair while gazing at her paws. However, with the assistance of Brain One, shape-shifting had become remarkably simple. Now, accustomed to her plump paws, her thoughts drifted to the memory of feeding a pet dog, which rekindled her earlier feelings of despair. Every movement she made was under the scrutiny of 3 males, whose gazes flitted between her canine features as she furrowed her brow and smiled, evoking a chuckle of affectionate indulgence from them. Jacob was equally adept with his hands as with his memory. Ever since Suyu had taken him for his first surgery, he had been eager to try again. After a simple dinner, he quickly finished his meal and stepped outside. "And aren't you going to keep me company tonight?" Suyu asked as she watched Jacob in his beast form, his pupils narrowing. In a modern context, she would have been terrified, yet now she felt no fear. "I'm going to catch a rabbit and return. I want to try another surgery after this morning's operation," Jacob explained. "Then hurry back. That I envision you as a key member in the future medical team. In this perilous beast world, injuries are commonplace. Mastering medicine will enable you to save many orcs, which would be a commendable deed," Suyu said, cradling the young ones, lazily rolling over, resting her chin on her hand, and speaking earnestly. "All right, I'll head out now." Jacob nodded before gliding away to Suyu. "What about me? What can I do?" Chris, feeling overlooked as Suyu assigned tasks to Jacob, grew anxious. "That I see you take your work seriously, and I think you could be responsible for the planting efforts in the future. What do you think?" Suyu contemplated for a moment, glancing at Chris, who did not possess the typical delicate appearance, but rather exuded a rugged seriousness, leading to her suggestion. "Sure, I also enjoy planting." Chris replied, his face lighting up with a smile. He felt relieved that Suyu had not cast him aside or forgotten him. No matter how challenging the task, he was determined to undertake it. Meanwhile, Ethan, with his eyes closed in meditation, listened to their exchange with a tinge of envy. He had never experienced such warmth and affection, wondering if he would ever have the opportunity to enjoy a similar life. Before he knew it, it was already past 10 at night. Suyu, nestled with the young ones in a deep slumber, while Jacob, having concluded his rabbit experiment, washed himself clean and effortlessly climbed into bed. Suyu, instinctively drawn to Jacob's warmth, burrowed into his embrace, draping a leg over his waist. Jacob chuckled softly, holding her close. Morning came swiftly the next day. The sun shone brightly, and, as the first rays illuminated the cave entrance, the 4 of them awoke. Suyu's leg remained draped over Jacob's waist, her arm wrapped around his neck, her furry head nestled against his collarbone. The little ones, awakening with hunger, closed their eyes and clambered towards Suyu, their tiny paws grasping at her sleepwear, only to tumble down and burrow into her loose clothing. With so many young ones, she found it difficult to manage alone, and those who could not reach sustenance whimpered incessantly. In her slumber, Suyu instinctively transformed, allowing a few to nurse, but the remainder continued their ruckus. Just as she was about to adjust her position, her eyes met Jacob's, and she chuckled softly, her dark eyes glimmering mischievously, her canine mouth parting in a grin that could be unnerving. "Jacob, unable to avert his gaze, found himself awkwardly staring at the wall opposite. Once the little ones had their fill, they began to rise one by one. "What are we having for breakfast today?" Jacob asked after washing up, eyeing Suyu as she folded the bedding. "How about rice porridge? After we eat, we should find a new place to stay." Suyu replied, feeling that the matter of housing could no longer be postponed. Despite having food and a fire, enduring a winter in a damp and chilly cave would prove unbearable, even for the most resilient of beings. Now, Ethan has sustained yet another injury. Sending him off on errands seems futile. It is likely that she will have to step in. Furthermore, this presents a splendid opportunity to win over the orcs. Besides, she is not one to remain idle. Venturing out to find a new place would be quite agreeable. Jacob obediently set about preparing breakfast, while Chris left early in the morning and has yet to return. Presumably off hunting. Ethan has also risen, and after stepping outside to relieve himself, he stands in the snow, gazing up at the sun above. Its rays are slightly blinding, yet they do not mar his spirits. Tilting his head back, he breathes in the rich, invigorating air, savoring the moment before exhaling contentedly. Instinctively, he turns to look at the cave where they have temporarily taken shelter, feeling an unusual sense of satisfaction. Breakfast consists of porridge, and Suyu has requested a steamer of buns from the system, each weighing about 3 taels. She devours 2 buns and a bowl of porridge. The remaining 3 males consume the last 10 buns and finish off a bowl of porridge. As the morning sun casts its warm glow at the cave entrance, they gather their belongings and set off. Suyu glances back at the home where they have spent several days. Though reluctant, she steels herself to leave. Ethan, as he departs, steals one last glance, committing the place to memory. The leader of the Wandering Beast has not returned overnight, and while the Wandering Beasts are filled with joyous anticipation, they also feel a tinge of envy, as they have yet to find mates. Under their eager watch, the group gradually comes into view. James squints lazily, sprawled in the snow at the cave's entrance. Observing the newcomers with a languid gaze that a flicker of mirth passes through his light gray eyes before vanishing. James, the leader, has returned. "Are we moving today?" inquires a male giraffe, towering at 2 meters tall. Looking down at James with round, smiling eyes. "Certainly, let us gather our things," James replies with a smile, rising to transform into a strikingly handsome man standing at 1 meter 88, with silver hair cascading to his waist. As he walks, his silver locks sway gently, framing a pale face with sharp features, a straight nose, and thin lips that, when curved into a smile, are utterly captivating. His bare torso boasts smooth, well-defined muscles, not overly exaggerated, but rather aesthetically pleasing. "Ethan, it seems you are faring well," James remarks, crossing his arms with a grin. "James, it has only been a night, yet you appear to be thriving as well," Ethan responds, rarely smiling. However, when he does, his smile is breathtaking. Akin to a frost-kissed flower blooming anew in the warmth of spring. "We are moving," James asserts firmly, without waiting for a reply. Indeed, Ethan confirms that a cacophony of sounds, roars, whines, hisses, mingles in a lively uproar. Suyu remains silent. Observing with a smile, the cub nestled in her arms lies quietly in the baby pouch, occasionally emitting soft breaths. The Wandering Beasts possess little in terms of belongings, and their packing is remarkably swift. In under 10 minutes, a throng of orcs, transformed into their beast forms, scurry off, clutching their meager possessions as they embark on a new journey. Suyu continues to ride on Chris's back, surveying the scenery around her. Assuming the environment mirrors that of northeast China, she quickly realizes her error. Some sights are entirely unfamiliar. For instance, the tall, robust coniferous trees typical of Europe, or trees thriving in Mediterranean climates, altogether different from any she has previously encountered. She has abandoned the notion of identifying these trees. As long as they assist her in completing her tasks, she is content. Approximately half an hour later, the multitude of orcs arrives at a valley. Surrounded by steep cliffs, below lies a lush expanse of grass, ideal for grazing. She finds this new dwelling quite appealing, while James ambles forward lazily. Their residence is situated within a cave beneath the cliff. And for now, it will have to suffice. Chris carries Suyu, breaking into a light jog. Before long, they reach the cave entrance, which surprisingly is Su stands at the mouth of the cave. Inhaling deeply, the air that fills her lungs is dry. Mingled with crisp oxygen molecules, it seems there is proper ventilation within. This place is far superior to your previous dwelling, at the very least. It is dry and airy, Su remarks to Ethan, who maintains a stoic expression but offers a friendly nod in response. Let us explore inside, she suggests. Su does not expect him to chatter incessantly. A simple response is sufficient. With that, she pats Chris, and they set off once more. The cave entrance is somewhat narrow, accommodating only 2 orcs at a time. However, after walking 100 meters, it opens into a vast expanse, magnifying the space by 100-fold. The natural rock formations shaped by the wind have eroded into peculiar pits and hollows progressing further west. The area expands even more, and the surrounding environment improves significantly. Smooth, lustrous rocks glimmer softly in the dim light. Hearing the sound of wind, Su looks up to see a half-meter-wide opening at the northwest corner of the cave, through which the breeze flows. Is there more? She inquires, directing her gaze toward the silver wolf ahead. No more, but there's a passage leading through the cave to the vast ocean beyond, James replies, casting a sidelong glance at Su before turning his attention to Ethan. Can it accommodate a few of us orcs? Ethan understands James's nature. He is one of those cold-hearted orcs who remains unresponsive unless they have spent considerable time together. He comprehends James's indifference towards Su. 3, James states earnestly, with so many orcs crowded together. Should an earthquake or volcanic eruption occur, it would be challenging for us all to escape, that we should widen the entrance and the passage to allow 10 orcs to pass through at once. Even in the face of danger, we can flee. Ethan furrows his brow, contemplating before addressing James and the orcs behind him. Agreed. The orcs disperse in unison, akin to the retreating tide of the sea, rushing away. Within a minute, only Su, Ethan, Chris, and a litter of cubs remain. Let us see how we can arrange our living space. By the way, next year, we should build houses outside the cave. It feels rather unsafe here. Su suggests. Having lived in modern apartment buildings, she does not favor heights, fearing that a sudden crisis might hinder her escape. Though the living conditions here leave little room for choice, she still hopes for a safer dwelling. Despite the omnipresent dangers, she yearns for a semblance of psychological comfort. The others unconditionally agree to Su's request, even if they find it somewhat unreasonable. Her striking appearance is one factor, but another lies in her skills. His arm heals swiftly, and after taking painkillers, the pain subsides, a secret he shares with James. Having spent many years together, their understanding surpasses that of ordinary beasts. They are also wagering on Su, believing she can indeed provide them with a better life. With winter upon them and prey scarce, they have chosen a location with warmer temperatures. Even without blankets at night, they can sleep in their beast forms without fear of the cold. As the orcs scatter, Su inspects her selected spot, finding it spacious and bright. Suddenly, she turns back and re-enters the living area. Meanwhile, Ethan, the ailing patient, can only rest, cocooned in the blanket he shamelessly claimed days prior, curled up with his head tucked inside. Had Su not been nearby, one might hardly notice him as Su observes the cubs nestled in Ethan's embrace and is struck by a whimsical idea. Since these cubs adore Ethan, why not tuck them all into the blanket with him? With time on her hands, she finds it a worthy distraction. Ethan, unaware of Su's intentions, hears her approaching footsteps and perks up his ears as they draw nearer. Suddenly, a corner of the blanket is slowly lifted, and a round, warm little cub is nestled into his arms. Ethan is taken aback. "What are you doing?" With an air of calm, Su retracts her hand and steps over to another cub. As she picks it up, she responds, "I plan to take a look at the beach behind us. I won't be taking these cubs. They might feel cold on the ground, so I thought it best to leave them with you." Ethan harbored no doubts whatsoever. He lay there alone, accompanied only by the young cubs, and he mused that their presence was indeed a welcome solace. To his astonishment, Su was quite unceremonious, shoving all 11 cubs into his embrace. Once everything was arranged, she smiled radiantly, as if blooming like a flower. "Now you can hardly move, and I cannot allow you, a towering figure, to simply lie in bed all day. Caring for the cubs will be your responsibility. Consider this a trial run as a temporary caretaker. When you eventually bond with a mate, you'll be well prepared for nurturing the young. Ethan's lips twitched, although the idea of finding a mate crossed his mind. The thought of being a proud orc confined to the home, tending to cubs, would surely provoke laughter among his that moment. One of the cubs nestled in his arms, playfully nudging him, tickling him with its touch. Despite their small stature, being spirited orcs, their strength was formidable. With their elevated body temperature and considerable force behind their playful nudges, Ethan's drowsiness was swiftly dispelled. You observed their harmonious interaction as she leisurely traversed the stone cave, eventually arriving at the back sea. The winter sea appeared gray and murky, the scent of salt water heavy in the air. Before she could approach, the damp wind slapped against her face. Several orcs stood shivering on the reef, their eyes fixed on the water's surface. They knew fish lurked beneath, and the merfolk were not in short supply. However, they held no interest in the merfolk, who were not only slimy but notoriously vicious. What they sought was a particular fish from the sea, renowned for its exquisite flavor. Chris, curious, was perched precariously on a cliff, peering downwards. Upon noticing Suyu's figure, he swiftly maneuvered away, scrambling back while shouting, "Don't come any closer! The wind here is too strong. You might fall." The path was treacherous and slippery, and had it not been for Chris's remarkable balance, he would have surely tumbled down. It's fine. I'll descend from the other side. Suyu called out against the wind, intent on understanding the state of the sea. With the ocean as their backdrop, they must rely on its bounty. With so many orcs venturing out to hunt, the nearby prey would soon be depleted, jeopardizing their survival. They needed to secure a lifeline, preparing for the migration come spring, so they could stockpile provisions. Halfway down, Chris heard Suyu's declaration, but before he could react, she nimbly pressed down and slid down the cliff with remarkable agility. Chris was left dumbfounded, since the moment Suyu had rescued them. He had recognized her capabilities, yet he never imagined she would dare leap from such a height, sending shivers of apprehension through him. "Aren't you going to stop her?" he asked, just as he spotted Jacob hauling a massive fish from the sea. The fish, freshly caught, was coated in a layer of frost from the biting sea breeze, leaving a trail of ice shards in its wake. "Not a chance. She intends to become a queen, and my role is merely to stand by her side, assisting her with any challenges that arise," Jacob replied, shaking his head. He had previously discussed the matter with Suyu. She was not a female to be easily manipulated, having survived in the harshest of climates and managed to heal herself from severe injuries. Her abilities were undeniable. Restrain her would be akin to clipping the wings of a soaring beast, causing untold suffering. It was better to let her pursue her own endeavors freely. Chris struggled to comprehend this, scratching his head in confusion. But she is a precious female. If she gets frostbite or injured, we would all be heartbroken. Jacob chuckled nonchalantly. That is precisely why she seeks only one mate. This statement pierced Chris deeply, causing his fists to clench in anger. They had lived together for a month, and while Suyu was gentle towards everyone, she never crossed the line in matters of the heart, nor did she give rise to any misconceptions. He had overheard whispers in the middle of the night, where two individuals exchanged hushed words. Suyu had resolved to take only Jacob as her mate throughout her life, and even if their relationship faltered, the only outcome would be the dissolution of their bond, without any other beasts intruding upon their affection. The news struck him like a bolt from the blue. Yet, he languished in despondency for only half a night. And by dawn, he had resolved that unless he encountered a female who could truly capture his heart, he would never take a mate. He could simply raise the tiger cub he had brought along. Unbeknownst to Jacob, his words had inflicted profound pain upon Chris's heart. After all, he was selfish and would not tolerate the thought of his mate harboring feelings for another. Su was unaware of the conversation on the cliff. When she jumped down, fortune smiled upon her, landing her before a round cave. This cavern, likely shaped by the relentless waves, had gradually formed an archway tall enough for a person to pass through. The wind swept through the arch, and the sea crashed against the rocks. She cautiously maneuvered to the corner, inching her way forward. Although the seawater was salty and the air frigid, there was a spot within the arch where the water temperature felt slightly warmer. Inside, she beheld a variety of swimming fish, The environment was well preserved, with fish of considerable size, alongside crabs and turtles. After discerning their nature, she concluded they were ordinary creatures. Despite her fondness for seafood, overindulgence could burden the cub's digestive systems. Swallowing hard, she reluctantly tore her gaze from the tempting seafood and scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, the intelligent assistant spoke up. Shouldn't the host consider venturing into the sea to take a look? Suyu furrowed her brow. Regarding the muddy, fishy water and inhaling the frigid air, she had no intention of entering the sea. Even with the best equipment, the icy waters would numb her to no, we can't go now. I have cubs who could catch a cold. And if they fall ill, they will go hungry, she declared firmly, leaving the intelligent assistant with no recourse. However, it proposed, the sea conceals treasures and new species of beasts. Don't you wish to see them? The sea's inhabitants were likely mere folk or other tribes if she wished to encounter them. It would happen in due time that we're near the sea. The waves are too strong, and the air is excessively humid. How shall we sustain ourselves? Suyu pondered, as she was no expert in agriculture. Having arrived unexpectedly, they were forced to adapt. Some matters were beyond her comprehension, and she struggled to navigate the environment. The intelligent assistant snickered. Have you forgotten my presence, with me around? What could possibly thwart you? Though Suyu found the remark somewhat unflattering, it held a kernel of truth. The assistant's confidence indicated it possessed a solution. Have you noticed the cave's temperature is relatively warm? I think I could cultivate some everyday seasonings like scallions, ginger, and garlic. They are incredibly resilient and can be harvested within a month. The intelligent assistant nodded. As long as Suyu was active, its performance would not falter. After a lengthy exploration, her lips began to quiver from the cold, prompting her to retrace her steps. Upon returning to the cave, she found Ethan looking as if he had endured some great misfortune. His hair was disheveled, and his clothing appeared torn and tattered, as though he had been bullied. Several cubs had claimed his blanket. Snoring contentedly at the sight of Suyu, Ethan's expression transformed, as if he had encountered long-lost parents. You must come and see. This life is unbearable. Suyu's gaze remained fixated on the blanket, where several cubs stirred. Soon, one of them poked its round head out, its little nose damp and undeniably adorable. Ignoring Ethan's words entirely, she hurried to the edge of the blanket, found a spot, and slowly sat down, reaching out to play with the cubs. Ethan was momentarily taken aback, as Suyu blatantly disregarded his presence. Have you been hunting for so long without even a single hide? A single utterance from Suyu left Ethan utterly bewildered. His expression abruptly fractured, revealing a countenance of grievance. The towering male, measuring 7 feet, surprisingly lifted his sleeve to dab at the corner of his eye. He had also learned the art of feigned suffering. Since my injury, I had not ventured outside. Upon their return from the hunt, they merely feasted on the flesh, discarding all the pelts. After all, they were vagabond beasts, lacking a female to lead, muddling through each day as it came. Suyu's lips twitched, pondering why he didn't pursue a career in acting, for his performance was far superior to that of countless fleeting stars. Simultaneously, she found herself intrigued by how these feral beasts had grown. It was no wonder they were all skin and bones. In such frigid weather, without blankets, even the strongest of beasts would inevitably fall ill. She felt deeply sorry for Ethan. Henceforth, upon their return from hunting, they would clean the pelts and dry them to serve as bedding as the leader. Couldn't he show a little concern for his subordinates? Despite her sympathy for Ethan, Suyu's demeanor suddenly turned icy. Ethan hastily swallowed hard. Had the gentle Suyu of the past few days been a mere fade? Did she no longer cherish them after acquiring them? Was this a classic case of burning bridges after crossing them? Of discarding the beast that had served its purpose? Though somewhat disheartened, he ultimately resolved to heed Suyu's words, for she would be the one to make decisions moving forward, leading them toward a prosperous life where they would be well fed and sheltered. This grievance was ultimately swallowed down. After coming to terms with his thoughts, Ethan promptly restored his aloof and proud demeanor. Recognizing that as an injured individual, he needed to rest, he walked to the side of the steps, lifted the blanket, and burrowed inside. Suyu watched him, his persistence amusing, yet considering his injured state, she chose not to intervene. Finding a secure spot, she requested some paper and pen from the intelligent device. While planning for the upcoming year, she also searched for suitable items nearby to cultivate garlic, ginger, and scallions. Consuming roasted meat, boiled meat, and stir-fried meat daily had rendered them rather lethargic. Ethan remained awake, his eyes narrowed as he silently observed the industrious Su across from him. He was utterly captivated by her seriousness, a sight he had never witnessed before. He had heard of Su's identity as a wild dog, a family known for their unique hunting teams led by females. Despite this, they were notably tolerant of their kind. Why had Su been sent here, and what had forced her to take on the role of queen? He could not fathom this at the moment, and quickly retracted his thoughts. "What are you doing?" "I am planning. What shall we undertake? Perhaps we should relocate next year." Su replied without turning her head. Ethan's brow furrowed even tighter. "Relocate? What kind of place do you wish to find? Upon arriving, can you ensure our survival?" Su responded with conviction. "Remaining here only allows us to live as vagabond beasts. It is better to seek a suitable location where we can establish a tribe, cultivate the land, and expand our territory. Eventually, we will no longer have to endure a life of disarray and constant wandering." You had already devised a plan, barring any unforeseen circumstances, after a winter of adjustment. Nurturing these vagabond beasts back to health, they would form a formidable group. Who would dare show them disrespect when they marched southward? She was also investigating the circumstances that had led the original owner to this place, and who had conspired against her. The intelligent device had not divulged this information, and that portion of her memory was conveniently missing. "You wish to reform the vagabond beasts?" Ethan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Such a thing had never been attempted by any beast man. He also understood that his true nature was not that of a vagabond beast, yet after so many years he had grown accustomed to a carefree existence. Though his meals were sporadic, the absence of constraints or treachery was rather agreeable. To reform means to allow you to lead a normal beastman's life, subsequently seeking a partner of your choice. Who says that vagabond beasts cannot possess a home or a companion? In Su's eyes, there was no absolute good or evil. Such notions were relative, defined by time and circumstances. Ethan and his kind were not inherently malevolent. Despite their years of wandering in the wilderness, they had not provoked other tribes nor engaged in despicable acts. Thus, she resolved to guide them back to a normal life, cultivating the land while expanding their ranks. This was her vision. Yet Ethan remained burdened with concerns. After considerable contemplation, he sat across from Su and spoke slowly. "Do you have the confidence to completely alter their forsaken fates?" Su lifted her gaze, her brown eyes locking onto his. Then, "During these days, have you not enjoyed the finest of provisions?" Su's vague inquiry left Ethan somewhat perplexed. Reflecting carefully, he realized that indeed, he had experienced the best meals and utilized the most luxurious items in his lifetime. Furthermore, Su's unwavering confidence assured him that their future would not be bleak. Yet, what did this have to do with establishing a tribe? Su promptly clarified, "Basic necessities such as food, shelter, and daily needs are fundamental requirements that I happen to provide the best of the essentials. Do you not think this relates to establishing a tribe?" Ethan now understood. To live better, they needed a permanent residence. Wandering aimlessly was not a long-term solution, that he also comprehended why Su sought their collaboration. As vagabond beasts, they possessed exceptional skills, working swiftly and without hesitation. With such a team, they would be unstoppable. I agree. When spring arrives next year, we shall head south, and I know of a most suitable location. Upon realizing his understanding, Su smiled. "I must attend to my tasks." The brutal winter in the wilderness was cold enough to make beasts shiver, let alone the young cubs, who, once nestled in a warmer den, were reluctant to move. After Su ensured the beast had suitable accommodations, they began a 3-month hibernation. In the central region of the Victoria Plains, Su's sister was cozily nestled in a comfortable blanket. Turning to glance at their mother, Mother Yali had been the beast king for decades, tall and graceful, surrounded by several attentive companions. "Since you sent off that troublemaker, you seem to have grown increasingly lazy." Mother Yali remarked with a cold expression. Mei Xiao, seated nearby, retorted, "Lazy? Does mother not know that I am with cubs? Moreover, my offspring is crucial for the future of our wild dog clan. As a noble female, what more should I do?" Observing her elder sister's increasing self-absorption and arrogance, Yali took a deep breath. While that may be true, our tribe was established by sisterhood. Whoever bears the strongest offspring can rest easy. There are at least 10 others who are also expecting. What do you think your chances of victory are? May remained unfazed, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Whoever dares to obstruct my path must perish. So you merely snatched the male I desired and was banished to the wilderness. I wonder if she is still alive. Mentioning her disabled sister, Suyu made May's stomach churn. Though they shared the same mother, they were not of the same father, and Suyu's father had been so formidable that he had overshadowed her own father, Zhuchun. Only after his demise did her father finally have a chance to rise. Suyu was his offspring. She could not remain. Your methods are ruthless, which is commendable, but your disregard for kin has already caused discontent among the other tribesmen. Be mindful in the future. Yali shook her head. She had chosen May as a candidate for the Wild Dog clan. However, with dissent among the tribesmen, the path to the throne would be fraught with obstacles. May dismissed her mother's concerns, believing that those who disobeyed would simply be eliminated. Those who remained would only serve her loyally. It was a pity that the powerful beast did not agree to her. He had to be entangled with Suyu, which felt like a slap in the face. If she could not have him, she would ensure Suyu could not either. Yali took a deep breath, choosing not to comment further. In the northern wilderness of Victoria, within a cave, a fire crackled as various beasts gathered around. Jacob's knife skills were remarkable. In a swift motion, fish fillets were neatly arranged on a nearby plate. Suyu observed with growing delight. Besides studying medicine, you would make an excellent chef. Gazing at Suyu, whose eyes sparkled like a myriad of stars, Yagu chuckled without turning back, that I shall not cook for anyone else. My entire existence is devoted solely to you. The saccharine declaration sent shivers down Suyu's spine, prompting the other bees to rub their slightly sore jaws. Don't you find that a bit toothachingly sweet? Well, I have no teeth to speak of, Jacob retorted defiantly. Chris, sitting opposite him, felt a tad awkward. I distinctly observed your dining habits. Your teeth are remarkably even and whiter than mine. How can you claim to lack teeth? This piqued Suyu's curiosity. She wiped her hands clean, stood up, and, in front of the gathered audience, pried Jacob's mouth open. His teeth were indeed very neat and white, with not a single hint of decay that I've seen your beast form. You only possess 2 sharp, venomous fangs. How curious, Suyu mused, pondering whether there might be a distinction between human and beast forms in terms of dentition. Jacob found himself at a loss for an explanation and hesitated momentarily. Perhaps, upon transforming into human form, only 2 teeth remain. It appears rather unsightly, while the beast god ensures we possess such a complete set. Fortunately, the other beasts did not delve further into the matter. They let it pass like a breeze. Suyu found the jest exceedingly cold. She withdrew her hand and once again settled by the fire. The expansive living room boasted multiple hearths. Those in close camaraderie huddled together, cooking and recounting the day's events, while the other leaders congregated separately. A pot of soup on the fire bubbled enthusiastically, sending forth a rich aroma that permeated the entire room. The scent of fried chili was somewhat pungent, causing Suyu to stifle a few sneezes. You probably can't handle it, she remarked, swallowing hard. The spicier, the better. She relished it all the more. Wrapped in a blanket, Ethan struggled with 11 lively cubs, nearly overwhelmed by their antics. Finally catching his breath, he responded to Suyu's admonition against indulging in delicacies with a humorous quip that elicited laughter from the other beasts. So, I'm unworthy, am I? Upon hearing this, Suyu erupted. Unworthy? Is it your face, your mouth, or your hands that are unworthy? James, maintaining a stern demeanor, couldn't he help but chuckle at the remark. Chris, nearby, disregarding Ethan's darkened expression, burst into hearty laughter. The cave was suddenly filled with joyous mirth. Ethan shot her a cold glare. I refrain from retaliating on account of your past kindness, but you mustn't constantly bully me. Should I fall into your hands, can you bear the responsibility? Suyu blinked, pondering why she should be accountable to Ethan. You truly believe I possess such prowess? She replied, raising her hands in feigned innocence. She promptly tossed the pot to Ethan, inhaled deeply, and wrapped her head in the blanket, pretending to be furious. Suyu smirked, acting like a little cub, throwing tantrums. Even James cast a glance at Ethan after this remark. He had never been like this before. As the leader among beasts, others spoke to him with utmost respect, never daring to be so bold as to challenge him. Su promptly fell silent, realizing she could not become the one who held a special place in Ethan's heart. Otherwise, she might inadvertently find herself entangled with the tale. Jacob was kind and understanding, yet he could be a touch prideful. At night, when they snuggled under the covers, he would act coy, wearing down her resolve, and before she knew it, she would forget her principles. Signing bizarre agreements, she could easily fall under his sway, which was hardly a good outcome. Thus, she greeted him with a smile. James thought to himself, "You are quite clever." He hoped Su would bring him more surprises, ensuring they would be well fed. After about 10 minutes, thinly sliced fish swam in the boiling soup. Eagerly, Su placed a piece in her mouth, and the spicy, savory flavors overwhelmed her senses, bringing tears of joy to her eyes. Jacob, who had been closely observing Su's expression, was momentarily taken aback. "Is it too spicy, or do you miss home?" He reached out with his slightly cool fingers to wipe a tear from the corner of her eye. Su sniffled, weakly admitting, "It's just that the food is simply too delicious." The other beasts fell silent, unable to comprehend that a female like Su, clad in splendid attire and feasting on a variety of rich ingredients, brought to tears by a meal, was truly unfathomable to them. "You have no idea how marvelous it is to enjoy a hot pot in winter. It not only sets the mood, but also envelopes you in a sensation of warmth and spice. Alas, you cannot tolerate spicy food, or you would step into another realm of wonder." Su sighed, shaking her head at the generational gap between them, which felt as vast as the distance between planets. Although Jacob was unfazed by heat, he instinctively stuck out his tongue at the sight of the fiery dish, retreating slightly. Still, he found sashimi delectable. Nearby, Ethan held a bowl of rice, seasoned only with salt, devoid of any spice, casting a mournful gaze. With a sense of experimentation, James, not anticipating the fiery sensation, felt as if his tongue were ablaze and quickly gulped down a glass of water. Chris, already acclimatized, devoured his meal with gusto, wholeheartedly agreeing with Su's sentiments. However, eating meat daily has begun to feel somewhat monotonous. Su, having eaten to the point of contentment, rested her chin on one hand, her mouth not yet wiped clean, and pondered aloud, "Is it not good to eat meat? We would relish 3 meals of meat each day." James looked puzzled, since arriving in this wild expanse where hunting skills were paramount. He had also observed how quickly animals consumed their food. He could lie on the damp ground for hours without rising, all for the sake of hunting. An female could truly comprehend what it meant to indulge in meat daily. "Though I enjoy meat, consuming it without accompaniments will inevitably lead to discomfort." The mere thought of this possibility sent a shiver down Su's spine. "I must grow garlic and other vegetables." Once Ethan had recovered, she would ride on his back to distant places in search of fresh ingredients. "That I, too, have grown weary of this diet," Ethan interjected. "You are oblivious to the blessings you possess," James retorted, rolling his eyes. Ethan frowned disapprovingly. "I genuinely wish to supplement my diet. By the way, I recall a place where I once resided, a vast plain abundant with fruits and vegetables." Ethan's expression turned earnest, indirectly offering Su a solution. "Fruits and vegetables? Right. You can eat anything, can't you?" Su suddenly understood, her heart warming while marveling at Ethan's cleverness as the leader of the wandering beasts. This praise, however, took on a different connotation in the ears of the other beasts. Jacob discreetly positioned himself in front of his partner, shielding their gaze. "That I have been to many places. I have seen numerous herbivores cultivating the land, and the rice and wheat they produce are quite commendable. Perhaps I shall set off tomorrow." Su hastily shook her head. They had only known each other for a brief period, and she couldn't bear to send her boyfriend away. It was winter now. Rushing off would not be wise. Once Ethan's health improved, he could soar into the skies, perhaps rivaling the great Cohen. Why should she subject her boyfriend to hardship? Jacob felt a surge of delight within, though his expression remained composed. "Let us wait until spring arrives next year." This settled the matter. The group shared a lively meal, and after a simple wash-up that evening, they nestled in their blankets. Su tugged at Jacob's collar, burying her head in his embrace, with 11 cubs nestled between them, all sprawled out in deep slumber. "Let us go out and explore tomorrow," Su made a suggestion. Jacob hesitated, pondering the biting cold of the day, and the fact that Suyu had only recently emerged from her confinement. If she were to succumb to the chill, it might leave lasting health issues that would be difficult to remedy. There are no suitable places to go in such heavy snowfall. Venturing out would be in vain. He had already patrolled a 10-kilometer radius nearby, encountering only a few foolish roe deer or the majestic eagles soaring above. While the rest were insignificant little creatures, hardly sufficient to satisfy their hunger, Jacob's words held truth. Su had devised a new plan. Beneath their dwelling lay a lush expanse of grassland, though it was the heart of winter. The temperature here remained surprisingly mild. She contemplated whether they could till the soil and scatter some seeds, hoping to harvest vegetables in a month when the cold deepened. Regardless, they needed to venture out. She yearned to explore the surroundings and seek additional food sources. Su's resolve was unwavering, and Jacob could not dissuade her. Nestling his head in Suyu's embrace, with one arm wrapped around her waist, he listened to the steady rhythm of her heartbeat, and drowsiness gradually enveloped him. Before long, a gentle, cool breath brushed against Suyu's cheek. She had long since acclimatized to it, even with the thick layers of sleepwear and the two little cubs burrowing in her arms. Life was particularly comfortable. Soon, she too succumbed to slumber. Contrary to her expectations of restlessness in a new place, she adapted with remarkable swiftness. Just as they drifted into a deep sleep, Ethan and James, positioned directly across from them, opened their eyes. "Did you see any merfolk at the back lake today?" Ethan's voice was hushed, having overslept and found it difficult to sleep through the night. His dark eyes gleamed brightly in the night. James lay back lazily, yawning at the inquiry. "I did see one, a red mermaid, though she looked rather aged. Are you considering trading with them?" Ethan's interest was piqued, nearly causing him to leap up. "I truly saw a mermaid. I wanted to barter with them. What's so remarkable about that? Merfolk are notoriously cunning, lords of the water. A moment's carelessness could leave you with naught but your undergarments." James bluntly doused his friend's enthusiasm. However, Ethan paid him no heed. While they may reign in the sea, they lack such advantages on land. Besides, we are merely exchanging goods. How could it escalate to a fight? With so many of us beastmen, lacking salt, we will soon grow weak. James pondered this, noting the added breaths in the air, feeling a sudden irritability wash over him. He lazily turned over and remarked, "Isn't Suyu here?" Ethan found this strange, tapping his friend's head. "True, Suyu is here, but we can't rely on her forever. I've heard we'll be leaving this place come spring. We must prepare a few sacks of salt to tide us over." James grew more annoyed, shaking his massive head and glaring at Ethan. "I was just making an observation. Aren't you about to worship her as a beast deity? Why are you suddenly feeling protective? She is a gift from the beast deity, and we must cherish her as such. If we cannot manage this small matter, what is the point of living?" Ethan sighed, a hint of melancholy in his tone. James stared at him, bewildered. Is this really the friend I know? Since when did he become so brazen? What on earth are you talking about? You protect her, and I doubt you could even match her. Speak carefully. How could I not be her match? This was a considerable provocation for Ethan, touching upon the pride inherent to his masculinity. A tense silence enveloped the air until James finally stammered. "She is a female. You're a male, Oh, you truly think you could lay a hand on her?" Ethan replied decisively. "Though she is a beautiful female, she will not be treated as an untouchable treasure." James was momentarily taken aback. "Your words are quite peculiar. One moment you regard her as a precious female, the next you imply she should not be treated as such. I believe you are simply hungry and taking your frustrations out on me. Enough of this. I'm going to sleep." James yawned, seizing a corner of the blanket from Ethan and draping it over his own belly. Ethan attempted to reclaim it, but, seeing his friend's closed eyes, his heart softened. He relinquished another corner, and they both drifted off to sleep. The following morning, they awoke feeling pleasantly warm, though they suffered from a minor consequence. A parched throat. It seemed the cave's humidity was lacking, compounded by the spicy food they had consumed the night before. Su, still in bed, found herself overwhelmed by the playful cubs burrowing under the covers. Jacob glanced back. "You sleep on. I will prepare breakfast. All right, with so many beasts around, let us turn the leftover meat from last night into a broth that I will bring you some rice to mix in. Let them warm up and fill their bellies before hunting. Suyu lazily yawned. In winters past, she would nestle at home, munching on chips while watching television. Now, she lay on the hard floor, living a simple life under the sky and on the earth. Yet, without her phone and snacks, her days felt surprisingly fulfilling. Do you have any other requests? Jacob asked as he settled beside Suyu, gently caressing her cheek. Suyu playfully beckoned him closer, and Jacob joyfully leaned in, earning a kiss as a reward, his heart brimming with affection. Meanwhile, Ethan, just wrapping himself in the blanket and yawning, felt a pang of envy. Do you not see a single beast here? Suyu quipped, seizing a nearby pillow and striking Ethan on the head. Since you are single, be prepared to eat dog food. Ethan felt utterly wronged, clutching the pillow in one arm while wrapping himself in the blanket with the other. I am a soaring eagle. How could I ever stoop to eating what a dog would? Suyu is at a loss for words, feeling numb. Hope you remember your words. Perhaps one day you truly will eat dog food. Ethan, perplexed, wondered how a proud eagle could ever find himself in such a predicament, reduced to eating dog food. Only dogs would be eaten by me, he declared, glancing at Suyu and uttering a few words in the language of eagles. Suyu studied him intently, but after a while, she realized she couldn't understand him. What are you babbling about? Are you insulting me? Ethan, feeling quite pleased with himself, rolled his eyes and continued walking. If you can understand me, come find me. I'll take the cubs out for a stroll. Suyu had intended to ask more, but, seeing his demeanor, chose to remain silent. Jacob, noticing Suyu's intense gaze fixed on Ethan's retreating figure, felt helpless and cupped her face, planting a soft kiss on her lips. He simply remarked, just wait for me. There will be more to come. Suyu then realized, giving him a thumbs dash up, so you can speak the language of eagles. In this day and age, not knowing a few foreign languages makes it difficult to navigate the world. Jacob was baffled, unsure of her meaning. What on earth are you rambling about? He placed his icy hand on her forehead, confirming she was not ill. Besides, what does knowing a few foreign languages even mean? Is it some kind of beast language? In the beast realm, once we take human form, the languages we speak are mutually intelligible. Unless in beast form, it became clear to Jacob why Suyu was so excited. It would be a shame not to explore on such a fine day. She urged Suyu to head outside. I'll take you skiing. I spotted a river at the foot of the mountain, filled with all your favorite treats. Suyu staggered as she was pushed, noticing Jacob's slight impatience. The little tiger cub turned back, its eyes glistening with moisture, fixated on them. With a glance at Jacob, Suyu, for the sake of her companion, attempted to keep her roar to a minimum. Although she was his temporary mother, she let out a few calls, stretching her neck to avoid the disdainful glances of others. Unfortunately, her tender age rendered her voice rather endearing. Suyu smiled and swiftly approached, scooping him into her embrace. That you're so well-behaved and sensible. Today, let's test the outside chill, allowing you to acclimate to the harshness of society. Jacob, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, pondering why his partner seemed off after just one night's rest. He exerted all his strength to extricate the little tiger from his grasp, employing affectionate pats and playful nudges, tossing Suyu onto his tail playfully. This delighted Suyu, and the little tiger naturally landed on the ground, feigning ferocity with a few roars, though somewhat lacking in power. This display held a semblance of an adult male's authority. Suyu pretended to be frightened, prompting the little tiger to tumble joyfully in the snow, gleefully following Ethan, trampling through the thick snow towards the grassy expanse below. Emerging from the cave, gazing at the vast, snowy landscape, Suyu's eyes settled on Jacob's tail. Might I trouble you to act as a serpent-shaped sled today? Jacob, perplexed, inquired further. What do you mean? Simply follow my commands. After we've had our fun, can you take me for a spin around the area? I hope to discover other delectable treats. Suyu remained patient, though she couldn't quite explain what a sled was, as such a concept was absent in their Orcish memories. She gestured animatedly for quite some time, yet Jacob still wore a bewildered expression, prompting Suyu to affectionately nibble at his cheek. Only when Jacob regained his composure did he cease his silence. Then I shall lead the way. You must hold on tightly, or I might just leave you in the snow." Jacob earnestly patted his slightly heated face. As a serpent beast, he never experienced heat. Yet ever since growing closer to Suyu, his once quiet heart raced incessantly to maintain his composure. He turned away, presenting his backside to her. Suyu gleefully perched beside his tail, akin to swinging on a swing. Once he was ready, Suyu gave the command, "We may set off now." As her words fell, Jacob exerted himself, propelling them down the steep slope from the cave. Initially, Jacob controlled the speed, but as snowflakes pelted his face, obscuring his vision, he could hear Suyu's incessant encouragement from behind. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate." Suyu buried her face in Jacob's waist, excitedly replying, "Let us begin." In an instant, they sped like the wind, a fleeting blur, and before they could savor the exhilarating sensation of becoming lightning, they landed on the flat, grassy terrain. Suyu's hair stood on end, and her cheeks tingled slightly. "Have we arrived?" she asked hesitantly. "Indeed. Do you wish to try again?" Jacob, observing her dazed expression, felt a tickling sensation in his heart and reached out to ruffle her hair. As Suyu's hair slowly settled, she turned to glance back at the cave entrance, estimating it to be a good 30 to 40 meters away. The descent had been so swift that she barely registered the thrill before it was over. "No, I must try again." However, she wanted to experiment with a frying pan. This frying pan was quite substantial, nearly the size of a large iron pot. While it could not be used for frying eggs, it could certainly serve as a makeshift sled. Resolutely, she declared, "Take me up. I'll slide down myself." Jacob indulged her whims with almost no limits, wrapping his arms around her waist before she could let out a scream. They were back at the summit. Upon returning to the starting point, Suyu did not rush impatiently. Instead, she wiggled and hopped around, loosening up before producing an enormous frying pan in front of Jacob. Can this thing even move? Although Suyu harbored some doubts, she assessed the slope and recalled sliding down with a shovel as a child, as long as someone pushed her gently from behind. She could zoom down with sufficient speed. Jacob, though slightly concerned, refrained from dampening Suyu's enthusiasm, smiling in support. "Just give it a good push." Suyu grasped the handle of the frying pan and turned to Jacob. Jacob gulped nervously, contemplating shifting into his beast form to shield her from the snowflakes. However, seeing Suyu's excitement, he held back. Finally, he gently nudged her back, expecting her to get stuck, but, due to the angle and force, she accelerated rapidly as she neared the grassy expanse. She soared into the air. Her exhilarated shriek echoed through the skies. Orcs returning from a hunt widened their eyes in astonishment, watching the unidentified flying object grow larger before it crashed into the snow below. The dark figure vanished into the snowdrift. James, nearby, yawned widely, his massive wolf jaws agape, and disdainfully approached the snow pile, tugging at Suyu's clothing, promptly tossing her onto the grass. Suyu found herself covered in snow, nearly suffocated by it. Had it not been for James's timely intervention, she might have become the most unfortunate individual in the annals of history. The more she pondered, the more amusing it became. And she burst into laughter. James's cerulean eyes flickered with confusion as he approached her, gently nudging her with his enormous head. "Did you hit your head in the fall?" Suyu looked up at the silver giant wolf, laughing as she shook her head. "No, thank you for saving me, but sliding was so much fun and so fast. Would you like to try it too?" Seeing Suyu's eager demeanor, James turned his back, presenting her with his enormous tail. It was Suyu's first time ever touching a wolf's tail, and she was unsure of what to expect. Seizing the moment when James was unguarded, she sat up swiftly, her hand reaching for his tail, but James howled in alarm, leaping a meter into the air. Upon landing, he bared his teeth in a fierce glare. "If you attempt another sneak attack, beware that I shall bite off your head." "What are you babbling about in wolf tongue?" Suyu, bewildered by her empty hands, was incredulous. Wasn't he had said that one shouldn't touch a tiger's tail? How was it that here one couldn't touch a wolf's tail? Only a mate is permitted to touch a wolf's tail. You, as a female, have grown up without anyone informing you that you cannot casually touch the tails of carnivorous beasts? James's eyes were cold, yet the pale gray depths sparkled like gems. Suyu chose to overlook the chill in his gaze, standing up to brush off the snow from her body. No orc has ever told me this. Surely, if a beast cared for me, they would not abandon me in the wilderness. I apologize for my earlier actions. I hope you are not angered. With that, Suyu dragged the frying pan and walked away without looking back. Observing Suyu's retreating figure, James felt a twinge of embarrassment. He wished to apologize, yet his pride forbade him from doing so. He had done nothing wrong. He merely spoke a bit coldly. He had shown great restraint by not biting her. Jacob hurried down, taking the frying pan from her hands and examining it closely for a while. He gently pinched her cheek, expressing concern. I heard everything you said earlier. From now on, I will cherish you, love you until the ends of the earth, until the day my life comes to an end. Suyu blinked in confusion, wondering why he was confessing his feelings at this moment. Moreover, the exchange of sweet nothings resumed. However, listening to a myriad of unique declarations of affection daily is indeed a delightful experience. It's nothing grave. I merely lack familiarity with certain common knowledge. So I kindly ask for your reminders in the future. We are partners alongside the Wandering Beasts, so please do not hold my shortcomings against me. Yet, this does not imply that other beastmen will be so forgiving. What if a beastman were to cling to me due to my presence? What then? Jacob fervently nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the case. Despite living amongst thousands of beastmen, many harbor interest in Suyu. They have yet to take action, restrained by the formidable individual surrounding her. Should a day arise when Suyu inadvertently provokes a misunderstanding, the repercussions would surely fall upon her. Upon returning to the cave entrance, Suyu cast aside the frying pan she held and chose to desire nothing, instead opting to lay down. Jacob was quite disapproving, fearing that the coarse snowflakes might mar her delicate face and hands. Yet Suyu remained resolute, believing that if one is to play, they ought to indulge fully, accepting that bumps and bruises are simply part of the experience. You only need to pull me out when I'm buried in the snow and unable to move, she declared, resembling a petulant child. Jacob, akin to a concerned adult, found himself torn between the urge to intervene and the reluctance to do so. Ultimately exasperated by the situation, in the end, he allowed Suyu to revel in her antics. Watching her tumble and roll until she was thoroughly exhausted and drenched in sweat. Gently wiping her brow, they swiftly made their way toward the riverbank. Ethan was skating across the frozen river surface with a few cubs. The little ones were brimming with curiosity, even more excited than their mother. Several wobbled precariously on the ice, falling as they walked, yet they displayed remarkable resilience, picking themselves up time and again. Their adorably clumsy antics made Suyu yearn to take a playful bite. Standing on the riverbank, she wore a tender smile, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Do you think they will still be as adorable when they grow up? She mused. James, squatting by the river's edge, rolled his eyes in disdain. Only you would find them charming as adults. Suyu disagreed, asserting they are inherently cute. Besides, as their mother, if I cannot see the beauty in my own children, then I am unworthy of the title. She scrutinized James closely. You seem to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards females. Did you perhaps suffer some trauma in your youth? James's eyes flickered with unease as he glanced around. How could that be? I'm a powerful silver wolf. That's so. If there were truly nothing to hide, why not meet my gaze? I can tell you are deceiving me. Every beast possesses their secrets. What is there to be ashamed of? Suyu stood by the river, allowing the cold wind to whip against her face. Soon, her fair complexion turned red and purple from a chill. She stomped her feet while rubbing her hands together. In truth, her childhood was fraught with misfortune. Until the age of 10, she had enjoyed a happy family life, but after her father's business collapse, he fell into despair, seeking solace in alcohol. What had once been a happy home disintegrated, culminating in his tragic plunge into the river, from which he was never rescued. Her mother raised her single-handedly before eventually finding a new partner. Her stepfather was initially kind, and they hoped to live harmoniously as a family of 3. However, when another child, a girl, was born, the dynamic shifted. This younger sister, fair-skinned with grape-like eyes and a sweet disposition, seemed to capture all the affection in the household. From the start, they were at odds, often resorting to quarrels whenever they met. Initially, her stepfather would intervene, chastising the younger sibling. But eventually, his patience wore thin, and he grew indifferent to Suyu. She could scarcely recall when she moved out to establish her own home. The day she left. Snow fell heavily, the wind cutting like knives as she dragged her suitcase. A deep sadness enveloped her, as if someone had wrenched her heart from her chest, wandering aimlessly through the night. The memories that followed faded into oblivion, leaving her with only fragmented recollections. This detachment, however, granted her a carefree disposition. James cast a sidelong glance at Suyu, noting the peculiar expression on her face. "That I did not bully you," he remarked before hastily departing, leaving her to chuckle at his abruptness. "Have fun, everyone. Jacob and I will explore the surroundings. By the way, if the cubs are too hungry to bear it, I'll cook some meat porridge for them when I return," she called out, shaking off her earlier gloom. "Return early," Ethan replied, his gaze fixed on the cubs, skating on the icy. Suyu intended to offer further reminders, but ultimately swallowed her words. She perched upon Jacob's tail. Noting that the coastal winds were shielded by two towering mountains, and the incoming cold air from the south seemed unlikely to reach them, "We should gather some soil to experiment with growing spices in the cave," she suggested. Jacob glided swiftly, covering a kilometer in less than a minute. "Indeed, our speed is commendable. We can simply assign the beastmen to tend to it. I'll take you to gather some pine cones." As we have been idling away our time, Jacob was unwavering in his support. Suyu smiled brightly, exclaiming, "You're so good to me. You are my partner. Who else would I treat well?" Jacob turned back for a moment, his gaze lingering before he let out a resigned chuckle. "Though it's true, spending an extended period together may lead to some weariness, wouldn't you agree?" Suyu pressed her cheek against his side, seeking refuge from the biting wind. "You are mistaken. In the eyes of beastmen, only females may reject males, never the other way around," Jacob stated firmly, his tone resolute. "Why is that? Is it because females are so scarce and thus cherished?" Suyu pondered, struggling to comprehend. In her previous life, the ratio of females to males was significantly skewed, yet she had never witnessed such devotion among males towards their partners. Over time, familiarity breeds contempt. Minor grievances often escalate into disputes. Jacob paused, abruptly turning to face her. "That is one reason, but primarily it stems from an innate instinct to protect." This explanation was intriguing, a refreshing perspective for someone like her, who had transitioned into this beastly realm. "I suppose I have turned misfortune into fortune," she mused, wrapping her arms around Jacob as they journeyed onward. After half an hour, they arrived at the location Jacob had mentioned. Cold and shivering, Suyu leapt from Jacob's tail, only to lose her footing and tumble into the snow. Her head collided with a pine cone buried beneath the snow. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, clutching her head in pain. Jacob, alarmed, swiftly gathered her into his arms, his gaze fixed on her reddened forehead. "You're quite fortunate," he remarked, a mix of amusement and concern in his tone. The biting cold of winter rendered everything hard and unyielding, and the pine cone concealed in the snow was no exception. Frustrated, she stomped her foot in protest. Observing her childish display, Jacob extended his tail to lift the offending pine cone from the snow. Presenting it to her, "Look at this splendid pine cone. How long do you think it will last you?" Upon hearing the mention of food, especially something as wholesome and natural as a snack, Suyu's headache faded away. Her spirits lifted, she eagerly snatched the pine cone from his grasp, inspecting it closely. "This isn't just any pine cone. It's like the treasure of Neza, but it seems the pine nuts inside have been devoured by the local squirrels. Hasn't it? If one were to strip it away, it would weigh at least 2 or 3 gene. Such a pity. Typically, the pine cones that naturally fall to the ground are devoured by squirrels foraging for food. Those not consumed simply lie on the ground. What I observe here seems to have been completely stripped by them. This area is densely populated with pine trees, and there remains a vast expanse above." Jacob wrapped his arms around Suyu's waist and led her forward. Suyu was on the verge of tears, lamenting the waste of such splendid treasures. Had she known, she would have come much earlier. Jacob was at a loss for words as he guided her deeper into the forest. The cold wind blew through the trees, accompanied by a rustling sound. Jacob effortlessly lifted her into the air. The scent of pine filled her nostrils, and Suyu felt like someone who had discarded a watermelon only to find sesame seeds. She casually tossed aside the pine cone she held, which served merely as decoration, and squealed with delight. There is truly an abundance of treasures here, and I reckon I could gather several tons. She was overjoyed. The thought of the pine cones reminded her of the mushrooms buried beneath the pines. Thinking of mushrooms led her to think of ginseng. She was a greedy soul. She wondered if it would be possible to find those neatly arranged treasures, adopting a mindset of trying her luck. After a moment, she cracked open a pine cone she had clutched, pinched a seed, and brought it to her lips, only to nearly break her teeth. One hand pressed against her cheek, she cradled the pine cone with the other. It was a shame she couldn't eat it. She could only gaze at it wistfully. To her surprise, Jacob without hesitation took a seed from her hand, which was larger than his thumb, with a gentle squeeze. The shell cracked open, revealing the unblemished kernel inside, which he smiled and handed to her. "Are you a strong man?" Suyu mumbled as she popped it in her mouth. "This is nothing. I can easily slice through the hide of a rhinoceros beast to obtain what I desire." Jacob's self-esteem was greatly bolstered, and he proudly whispered in his partner's ear. Observing his triumphant demeanor, Suyu squealed in delight. "You are remarkable, so clever. From now on, this task shall be entrusted to you." At the same time, she handed him another seed, signaling for Jacob to peel it for her while she collected the intact ones and tossed them into a snowbank. The local squirrels, seeing these unfamiliar visitors brazenly competing for their pine nuts, regarded them as intruders. Fearless, they chattered angrily from the branches. Some even audaciously hurled fist-sized pine cones at Suyu's head. What audacity! Have they become sentient? Suyu skillfully dodged as the pine cone grazed her cheek and thudded against a tree on the opposite side. The squirrel, realizing it had missed its target, chattered in frustration for quite some time. They were the masters of this territory, and the pines were their winter sustenance. Perhaps our gathering had been a bit excessive. Provoking their ire, Jacob swiftly elevated several meters and caught one small squirrel. The little creature squeaked incessantly, trembling, its tiny eyes wide with caution, shivering all over. "Let this poor little one go. I was too excited and failed to consider I was robbing it of its meal," he said, gently tapping the squirrel on its head. To their astonishment, the little squirrel fainted on the spot. Suyu gasped. "Is it dead?" "No, it's merely a ruse. Watch," Jacob replied as he carefully placed the squirrel on a branch. Before Suyu could fully comprehend, it scampered away with a squeak. Suyu couldn't help but marvel at the cleverness of the little creature. It was indeed a survival tactic. Let us not compete with them. We have a cave to dwell in and food to eat. They rely solely on these for survival. Suyu felt a surge of sympathy, recalling her own dismal situation when she first arrived. "All right, I shall take you to a place," Jacob unexpectedly agreed, showing no signs of resistance. Suyu was taken aback. What did Jacob mean by this? Would being overly pampered have its downsides? However, she merely pondered this without pressing further. Jacob guided her as they glided several meters across the snow before stopping beside a tree. Suyu regarded him with suspicion. Suddenly, Jacob enveloped her in his embrace, wrapping his tail around a massive tree and shaking it vigorously. Snowflakes, along with the contents of the tree's hollow, came tumbling down in a cacophony. Amidst the commotion, a few disdainful calls could be heard. Once the chaos settled, Suyu blinked in disbelief, wondering if she had imagined it. "Are you trying to tell me that the squirrels are merely small?" Jacob, perplexed by Suyu's expression, earnestly explained, "They are the residents here. Their food is ample. What I meant to convey is not to be deceived by their appearance." Suyu felt overwhelmed. The animal kingdom was more complex than she had thought. "Ah," she exclaimed. Ultimately, gazing at the squirrels perched on the branches and the fallen treasures below, she pocketed two as tokens of apology. Though she felt anger, the little squirrel had imparted a valuable lesson. Jacob's intentions were indeed noble. "How can you be so perfect?" Suyu mused. "You are unaware that I once encountered a snake beast without understanding it deeply. Their appearance frightened me to the core." Though Jacob did not fully grasp the concept of double standards as understood by earthlings, he recognized Suyu's affection extended to all creatures in the beast realm. Those who could appreciate snake beasts were few and far between, save for their own kind. Yet, He felt a sense of fulfillment in his beastly life, blessed with a lovely partner and perhaps many offspring in the future. Contemplating this, his heart grew softer. It is your perfection that brings forth my Su's eyes flickered with interest, and she thought, since you can speak sweet words, do share more, having returned their treasures. She felt she had learned a lesson. Where to next? Su raised an eyebrow, surveying the vast, snowy expanse. There were no villages in sight, nor any shops, aside from the squirrel she had just teased. She recalled a lesson from her childhood: to beat a roe deer with a stick and scoop fish with a ladle, wild chickens flying into the pot. This was a depiction of the northeastern winter scenery. She had once studied there, and it snowed regularly each winter. The snow could not exceed her calves, and her cold hands dared not retreat into her sleeves. Yet nature is fair. The gifts it bestows are coveted by all, both admired and desired. The northern wilderness she now inhabited was precisely the confluence of a northeast and Europe. She yearned to experience the thrill of winter hunting and the exhilaration of capturing a roe deer. With winter just beginning, the animals had yet to prepare for the season, allowing her to witness the sights she longed for. Jacob was indeed unfamiliar with this area. He had merely taken the opportunity to explore yesterday. Hoping to provide his partner with a more enriching travel experience, he silently resolved to stay awake that night, exploring the surroundings and gathering peculiar curiosities for her. Su furrowed her brow, not immediately suggesting a direction to take to tea that moment. The intelligent brain made its appearance that I shall take you to a place, as for rescuing beastmen. That topic was best left aside. Her primary concern was satisfying her hunger. She had already saved 3 beasts. If she were to rescue another, how could she justify it? Was it merely good fortune, or was the beast god overly fond of her, compelling her to rescue those homeless and destitute beastmen? The intelligent brain, ever astute, had learned the art of negotiation. It would not urge her to save any beastmen. Instead, it proposed, you desire to feast on fresh greens? Allow me to direct you to a place abundant with them. Su was not particularly cheerful. She felt that the whimsical notion of pies falling from the sky would never grace her own head. The intelligent brain offered unwavering support, relentlessly providing what she desired without consideration of the cost. Yet, when the time came, everything would be accounted for. After all, plain rice was not as delectable as it seemed. She remained vigilant, toying with her hair. The only way to enjoy verdant vegetables in this place was if a hot spring happened to be nearby, conveniently situated within a cave whose surrounding soil was exceptionally fertile, an occurrence that could only exist in a fairy tale, for in reality, such a thing seemed implausible. You wish for me to soar over towering snow-capped mountains to reach another realm. The intelligent brain silently gave a thumbs dash up. Su was astute, sometimes so rational that she found herself at a loss for how to deceive. However, burdened with a heavy task and a tight schedule, she had no choice but to exercise patience, like a novice parent teaching her child. This child was large and exceptionally clever, yet for her, guiding it onto the right path was a matter of pride. Just think, there must be tens of thousands of stray beasts around you, right? No matter how plentiful the animals in the vicinity, there would inevitably come a day when they would be consumed entirely. Should you devour everything, you would all starve. While they could hibernate in beast form for an entire winter, you could not. Cubs require nourishment, and you need to expand your territory to dear host. Rouse yourself. Whatever you need, I can provide it all. Initially, so you adhered to the principle of remaining still while the enemy moved. However, the intelligent brain was too clever and struck at her Achilles heel. Stray beasts could maintain their beast forms and sleep until the following spring. But humans could not. During this time, they had to hunt for food, plan ahead, and ultimately teach the cubs to hunt. Jacob could not remain by her side forever. He needed to hibernate well through the winter, for when the time came to shed his skin, he would emerge with a complete pelt. His abilities would ascend to new heights to ensure her partner's journey ahead was ever more smooth. She had to shoulder certain burdens alone. The snow-laden forest was unbearably cold, so she wrapped herself more snugly and then spoke, I will heed your advice. You are indeed obedient, my dear, that I hope you do not betray my trust. The intelligent brain responded joyfully. Jacob did not manage to take Suyu to their intended destination, but on their way back, he fortuitously brought along a foolish roe deer that had wandered into a trap. The hungry cubs cried out pitifully. Suyu could scarcely contain her excitement as she glanced at them, kicked off her shoes, and dove into the warm blankets. Transforming into a wild dog, she used her paws to pull the cubs into her embrace. "Jacob, please help me fill the ceramic bowls I set aside yesterday with the soil I brought. That don't pack them too tightly, and don't fill them to the brim. Just plant the dried garlic, scallions, and ginger directly into the soil, then water them thoroughly, placing them in a sunny spot with high temperatures, and let them grow freely." Su's mouth moved animatedly. The little tiger had nowhere else to go and had no choice but to lie on her neck, extending its thorny tongue to lick her affectionately. Suu, exasperated by the commotion, gently nudged it into her arms. This little tiger was also quite clever and immensely strong, inadvertently knocking another cub to the side, which then burrowed into Suyu's embrace to eat. In nature, the law of the jungle prevailed. Only the strong survived. Suu felt no sorrow or anger. She merely observed the other hungry cubs crying out. Chris placed the stewed meat paste before them. As soon as the cubs caught a whiff of the meat, they pounced on it, diving headfirst into the paste, their heads becoming sticky, and their entire bodies soon followed suit. After a while, Chris had to pull them out again. They were too small to handle the meat-laden porridge. The largest cub, in its eagerness, swallowed too quickly, and before long, it expelled its meal. Suu felt a twinge of fear and instructed Chris to clean it up again. They should not feed the cubs meat paste in the future. They were too young and their stomachs could not handle it. If they became dehydrated from diarrhea, it would be impossible to save them. Chris nodded. Although he was caring for his elder brother's cubs, he lacked experience as a caregiver, stumbling in his search for suitable methods. After giving instructions, the cave was intermittently filled with the sounds of snoring. Ethan looked at his arm, feeling rather bored. "I'm almost recovered. How about I fly around tomorrow to patrol the territory?" Suyu glanced at him, paused for a moment, and then shook her head. "No, you mustn't. It takes 100 days to heal from sprain. And while you are a formidable beast man, I fear that if your arm does not heal properly, you may have to break it again and undergo treatment anew. That would be an immense waste of time and resources." Ethan had expected to hear comforting words, but was taken aback to find Suyu was concerned about resources, leaving him momentarily speechless with frustration. Chris widened his eyes and quickly inquired, "Are you saying his arm is already healed?" Suyu shook her head. "Since we moved here, it has barely been 10 days. No matter how strong he is, he cannot possibly heal an injury that has persisted for years in such a short time. We cannot heed his words. If he falters, we lose another helper. I see Ethan as the only flying beast among this group of strays. We must utilize our resources wisely." Chris nodded in agreement. "So I cannot go out or hunt, and I'm stuck taking care of these cubs. Do you really think I'm just a caregiver?" He had learned this new term from Suyu, and with his clever mind, he understood its meaning. Using it in context, Suyu raised her paw. "There's no other choice. If you don't want to become useless, you must obediently listen to me." Upon hearing this affirmation once more, Ethan felt utterly defeated. He silently buried his head beneath James' wolf head, pretending to be a quail. After a moment, he felt unsatisfied and stood up abruptly. Pacing back and forth, the proud leader of the stray beasts had become so pitiful. Taking a deep breath, he wanted to stomp his feet and vent his frustration, but when he looked into Suyu's brown eyes, he became timid. "I have no complaints against you." Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing a terrifying expression. "Are you implying that you are dissatisfied with me?" Ethan shook his head repeatedly. He could not voice his true feelings. To say he was dissatisfied meant that in the future, there would be no food or drink, not even blankets. After enjoying a few days of comfortable life, how could he possibly return to hell? His face was filled with innocence. "It must be that you exhausted yourself while feeding the cubs, and your brain isn't functioning clearly." Suu felt that his desire to survive was extremely strong. "I hope I misunderstood you, Ethan. We are in this together. We rise together, and we fall together. Do you understand?" Ethan retreated, creating some distance, and nodded. "I know that without you, we lose our bright future." Lying on the warm ground, covered with blankets, James felt that the two beasts looked foolish. Their brief exchange had become oddly elaborate. He now felt quite unwell. Lazily yawning, he turned over, pressing his ears beneath his paws, self-deceivingly convincing himself that he could not hear their conversation. Their living conditions were exceedingly harsh. Prey did not have a fixed location, and even food and water were sometimes insufficient. They submitted to Sioux U.S. authority, quietly behaving like good beasts. Tea that moment. Jacob returned. Having finished his tasks, he tied the foolish roe deer nearby at the cave entrance. Coincidentally, a few cheetahs were across from them. Able to keep watch, he could return and peacefully curl up in his warm bed for a good sleep. Let us rest for a few days while I contemplate our next steps. Suu was indeed feeling a bit drowsy, and she was not particularly hungry either. Perhaps after a short slumber, she could ponder over other matters. Ethan wished to counter her statement, yet found himself unable to do so. Crouching in a corner, eyes closed, gently swaying his head, and eventually falling asleep. Remarkably, they slept for an entire day and night. Suu was awakened by hunger, and snowflakes were drifting through the hole above them. A fierce wind roared up from the sea level, sweeping dark clouds across the plains. That Suu was overwhelmingly famished. Observing a sprawled-out cub, she turned and nudged Jacob. Jacob claimed he could manage the entire winter without sleep. Little did he know, once he succumbed to slumber, he would not awaken again. Suu felt no concern as she slowly emerged from under the covers, gently pushing the cub into Jacob's embrace. Naturally, Jacob instinctively adjusted and rolled back into slumber. Although the temperature inside the den was not low, it certainly wasn't high either. Upon stepping outside, she trembled from the cold. Across from her, James and Ethan, two beasts, were nestled together in a deep sleep. Suu treaded carefully and quietly ventured out. Unexpectedly, she stirred Chris, who was wrapped in his blanket. He opened his eyes and yawned widely, revealing his formidable jaws. "Where are you going?" "Oh, you're awake," Suu whispered, glancing around. The beasts in the den were still asleep, completely unaware of her presence, having slept for quite some time and feeling a bit hungry. Was she going out to relieve herself? Chris emerged from his blanket, shaking off his slightly stiff-bodied. "If you're going out to relieve yourself, perhaps we should start a fire as well." "I believe it's snowing." As Suu walked, she rubbed her arms, traversing the long corridor. Every small den housed sprawled beasts, while the planted scallions and garlic showed no signs of life, though she touched the porcelain jar and found its temperature just right. After a brief pause, Chris walked alongside Suu. Upon reaching the den's entrance, they discovered the foolish roe deer, nearly at death's door from hunger, which Suu had forgotten. She cast a glance, her heart aching for it. Yet the thought of eating meat rendered her gaze almost fixated. After all, meat was the priority. She was not afraid, especially with the temperature dropping further. Chris hastened ahead to the entrance. The frigid wind whipped snow particles against his face. His massive tiger head swayed in the gust, and he cast a worried glance back at Suu. With her current state, she might very well be blown away. What a fierce wind! Suu shielded her forehead with one hand, huddling close to Chris's substantial frame as they finally reached the entrance, nearly swept away by the wind. The harsh environment of the northern wilderness was truly brutal. No wonder they all appeared so gaunt. Would they even survive until next year? Suu was deeply troubled. The place where she had slipped down just days prior was now completely covered in snow. Ahead, the green grass was cloaked in frost. Devoid of birds, and the SUNIT was utterly stifling. She had no time to ponder her next steps and quickly dashed to a sheltered corner to relieve herself. Just as she stood up, she caught sight of Chris's enormous head, and suddenly her heart raced. She wondered if Chris might be a voyeur. His expression bore no hint of such a thing, nor was it plausible for him to engage in such indiscreet behavior. The environment was increasingly unfavorable for them. It seemed she could only seek assistance from the intelligent brain and see if she could cooperate with the merfolk at the back sea. Perhaps she could discover what they looked like. Resolutely, she braved the wind, facing immense pressure, and rushed to Chris. "Shall we go to the back sea and see if we can find the merfolk?" Chris was perplexed as to why they needed to seek out the merfolk, noting that there were plenty of other beasts in the ocean, many of which were quite gentle. The merfolk were known for their cunning nature and unruly demeanor. If cooperation was truly required, he suggested seeking out other tribes, such as the Seal tribe, which was known for their gentle disposition, or perhaps the sea lion, walrus, or turtle tribes. Chris voluntarily bore the brunt of the cold for Suyu. Intrigued, she eagerly grasped Chris's tail, completely forgetting that one should not touch a tiger's tail. Chris suppressed the urge to shake her off, a throbbing pain pulsing in his head. Have you encountered other sea tribes? Chris observed Suyu's excitement, and his massive tiger face broke into a bashful smile. That I have, and we even traded salt with them. So, the salt your tiger tribe consumed was sourced from the sea tribes? Suyu keenly seized upon this piece of information. In our previous dwelling, salt was exceedingly scarce. Without it, both females and males could hardly endure. Thus the chieftain decreed that each autumn, a caravan would travel to the seaside to trade with the sea tribes. I was fortunate to participate once. At that time, we collaborated with the turtle tribe. They were exceedingly gentle, and a few days ago, I also spotted them at the back sea, where the waters are suitable for their survival. With Chris's enlightening insights, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's clear that the two of us cannot manage this alone. James must be enlisted. James was quite dismissive of females and would need to sacrifice some of his beauty to procure what they desired. Chris swallowed hard, offering a moment of silence for James. Observing Suyu's expression, it was evident she was not taking things seriously, clearly scheming something. Suyu indeed harbored such thoughts. It was a rare opportunity to encounter someone so capable and handsome. Failing to seize it would be foolish. After all, the worst that could happen was a scolding or a bit of rough treatment. She gritted her teeth, steeling herself that you'll also have to help me act as a negotiator. Otherwise, we might truly starve to death. Survival is the immediate priority. It's already hard enough to stay alive, let alone improve our conditions. Those are mere daydreams. Chris nodded thoughtfully. Without food, the wandering beasts might turn on each other. Internal strife could lead to possible bloodshed. Ethan's arm had not yet fully healed, rendering him an ineffective leader. Even James, as the second in command, might struggle to withstand overwhelming odds. After weighing the situation, they concluded that sacrificing James for the peace of countless beasts would indeed make him a hero. Moreover, he would have no regrets. Even if he eventually became the new chieftain of the tribe, no one could challenge his decision. Upon returning, James seemed to sense something amiss, suddenly opening his eyes to find Suyu wearing a warm smile. To him, it resembled a queen offering a poison apple to Snow White. Go on, eat it, and you shall become the most beautiful woman in the world. Just say what you need. This is making me uneasy. James retreated slightly, attempting to minimize his presence. His beast form was quite large, and his feigned look of distress seemed rather unconvincing. Suyu cleared her throat, her demeanor growing increasingly amiable as she sought collaboration. Do not be afraid. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I merely wish to ask a favor. The word ask held a certain allure for beasts. James lowered his head for a considerable time, contemplating the significance of Suyu's request. This task was evidently crucial, and it could only be entrusted to him, which indicated his pride. Any demands he made would be obligatory for Suyu to fulfill. Could he perhaps take advantage of the situation and exert control over Suyu for a time? As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but shudder. He mustn't lose his sanity over a mere smile from Suyu. He was well aware of her complexity. Hastily shaking his head, he cast aside that absurd notion and regarded her with caution. Speak your mind. Should I be able to accommodate it, I will not hold back. Your involvement is bound to yield success. James, to be honest, do you think I treat you well? Suyu began a lengthy preamble that stretched on for several minutes. James felt increasingly uncertain. This was a matter of life and death. If he misstepped, Suyu would undoubtedly retaliate with a frying pan, sending him soaring into oblivion. Conversely, if he answered favorably, she would surely take advantage of the situation, demanding he undertake embarrassing tasks. What kind of response would be appropriate? As he indulged in his errant thoughts, Suyu suddenly transformed her smile into a visage of sorrow. She cradled the small tiger, which had been playfully nudging her thigh, in her arms, raising the creature to her cheek. Both she and the beast displayed an equally pitiable expression. James found himself particularly troubled by this display. It was far more distressing than losing a brawl against other formidable beastmen, but he simply could not withstand Suyu's emotional manipulation. Her cleverness was akin to striking at his most vulnerable spot. If he refused her, he feared he would be overwhelmed by her tears. Speak your mind. I shall certainly assist you. He conceded. Su's countenance was woeful. Her nose sniffing as tears streamed down her cheeks. Oscar truly owed her a small golden figurine. You are aware that living together is no simple feat. I never fathomed why my family subjected me to such cruelty, casting me here to fend for myself. Initially, I believed I could not survive, but upon encountering you all, I thought the beast god must hold me dear. Yet, barely 2 days have passed, and I suddenly realized we too are on the brink of death. James stared at her vividly sorrowful expression, blinking in astonishment, on the verge of death. Has Suyu contracted some illness, or are we all facing demise? The ambiguity left him scratching his head in curiosity. Are you about to perish? Upon hearing this, Suyu felt a surge of indignation. You're the one who is dying. Your entire family is doomed. She had clearly intended for James to display sympathy, only to have the conversation twist into her own supposed demise. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she reminded herself that he was a straightforward beastman and not worth her concern. Indeed, not only am I dying, but you all are as well. Why are you being so vague? Speak plainly. You're making me anxious. James, with his notorious temper, scratched the ground irritably, producing a harsh sound. Su glanced back at Chris, who nodded in affirmation. The moment had arrived. She would seize the opportunity. With Chris's signal, she lifted the small tiger to her face, wiping her tears on its fur. What I've been trying to convey is a harsh reality. We are facing death. Observing her serious demeanor, James's heart sank. They must have consumed something toxic, his face paling with unprecedented gravity. I at the soup we had that night. Suyu appeared engulfed in confusion, as if they were communicating on entirely different wavelengths. It is not about the soup. It's that we are about to starve. I just took a stroll with Chris. And do you know what the situation outside is like? Her tone shifted to one of seriousness. The northern region of Victoria is a desolate land, where winter storms can rage for an entire month. The reason we are on the brink of starvation is due to the scarcity of prey during this season. We intended to relocate, but we simply cannot find a way out. Other beastmen, upon learning we are strays, avoid us like the plague. They see us as a threat, leaving us here to await our demise. With her jovial demeanor now vanished, Chris straightened in his seat, acknowledging the gravity of their situation, that we have realized this predicament, which is why we thought of your prolonged stay here, among this group of strays. Your abilities are on par with Ethan's, and I would like to request your assistance. Through your connections, we hope to establish trade with the sea folk. James raised an eyebrow, silently scrutinizing her. So, what you've been elaborating on is merely to inform me that you wish to leverage my influence to engage in commerce with the sea folk. Isn't that rather convoluted? Suyu was taken aback, her expression cracking under the weight of his words. That it was indeed her fear of rejection that had led her to be so roundabout. Had she known he would be so agreeable, she might have been more direct, saving herself the trouble of elaborate explanations. It seems you are quite in favor of trading with the sea folk, she inquired, her irritation waning. Engaging in commerce with them could leave one with nothing but their undergarments. Suyu observed his earnest expression, realizing he was not speaking falsely. She was curious whether Ethan and the other beastmen had any undergarments left. Perhaps this was a moment of dark humor amidst their plight. As long as you can establish contact, I will handle the rest. You believe I would be duped by them. However, I must insist on one point. I do not wish to venture into the sea. It will be far too cold for me. Suyu held steadfast to her principles. Entering the frigid waters during winter was far from wise for a female. Any harm to her health would jeopardize her ability to bear young with Jacob. I would not send you into the sea either. The conditions there are far too intricate, and in recent years, the conflict had been fierce, resulting in countless beastman casualties. One point, the surface was strewn with beastman corpses, staining the waters crimson. While James was dissatisfied with certain aspects of Suyu, he was far from an unreasonable beastman. The notion of territorial disputes in the sea struck him as a novel concept. But I've heard that large fish eat smaller fish, and smaller fish consume shrimp. That's simply the food chain. Suyu, though not entirely comprehending the brutality of the sea's conflicts, had seen documentaries that depicted the harsh realities of nature, which had left her both astonished and horrified. You are correct. In this world, the strong prey upon the weak. Our survival is indeed a stroke of luck. James conceded, feeling a newfound respect for Su Yu's intelligence. Then I shall entrust this matter to you. Given the severity of the snowfall, it seems unlikely to cease for at least another fortnight. If we remain cooped up without sunlight for that long, we may truly fall ill. I possess medicine to cure you, but without sustenance, our physical condition will deteriorate beyond repair. Su felt a surge of impatience. Eager to venture to the back sea and negotiate with a couple of beastmen for trade, James found himself at a loss with her eagerness, rising to shake off his stiffened limbs. I will go gather information right now, but do not harbor too much hope that it is the dead of winter, and if the sea is not frozen, the beastmen will likely remain hidden from the cold. James issued a warning in advance. Su understood the chilling depths of winter. Those hiding beneath the waves were far safer than those exposed on the surface. However, she was not inclined to allow James to venture alone and promptly followed him. I will accompany you. I wish to witness the severity of winter firsthand. Su's words held no ulterior motives, yet they took on a different connotation in Chris and James's ears. Chris felt a twinge of jealousy, while James merely flicked his ears, dismissing any further thoughts. He recognized that Su was merely concerned for his well-being, understanding that if he encountered trouble, their chance for trade would be lost. He was not one to indulge in fanciful notions of companionship. He had resolved never to seek a mate again. With the cubs being unruly, Su had no choice but to leave Chris behind. Under his mournful gaze, the pair of them departed. The winds were more ferocious by the back sea, and the snow fell like confetti, swirling around them. Trembling and huddled close to James, Su cautiously peered over the cliff's edge. Straining to catch a glimpse of the sea below, to her astonishment, it was entirely frozen. This was utterly terrifying. She swallowed hard, realizing that if they lingered outside overnight, they would surely freeze solid. Meanwhile, James appeared unfazed by the cold. This is nothing. During the worst of winters, this area went ages without seeing another beast. Su, half believing and half doubting, ventured to inquire. I have heard that seals do not remain submerged for long. They surface frequently. Are you hoping to contact them? Su's mind was sharp, despite the biting wind. Indeed, I wish to use them to help me connect with a local leader, James affirmed with unwavering conviction. Su leaned closer to scrutinize him. Is there truly a local leader here? A whale, perhaps? Or a shark? James glanced at her and extended one of his claws. Why not give it a squeeze and see if it hurts? Su, puzzled by his intent, lifted her hand to pinch his claw, shaking her head to indicate it caused no pain. Then what are you pondering? James expressed his disdain. Su immediately retorted, exclaiming, Are you implying that I am indulging in delusions? Or what? This body of water does not harbor the orcs you seek, and even if they did, do you truly believe we could conduct business with them? They are the tyrants of the sea, massive in size and possessing extraordinary abilities, unless you are capable of subduing them. James patiently elaborated. Well, you mock me, Su said, playfully swatting at him, causing James to sway slightly. If you do not wish to perish alongside me, you ought to behave, for behold, this is a sheer cliff. James, rarely one to utter a cold jest, managed a rare quip. Su felt she was no fool. Being with a beast like James would surely lead to her demise from the cold. You may be a fine specimen, but alas, you possess only a mouth. With that parting remark, she fell silent. James was somewhat perplexed, yet he grasped enough to feel that perhaps he had spoken too much. He was disinclined to continue the conversation. The biting cold wind was invading his mouth, and his stomach was already filled to the brim, having missed their meal. After trudging for a while, they found the hurricane intolerable. Su found herself compelled to cling to James's back as he leapt lightly. The wind howled past her ears, sending shivers down her spine. In the next moment, they found themselves at the bottom of the cliff. In a place she had previously visited, to her surprise, this area was also encased in ice. James cautiously extended his clawed paw, traversing the icy surface. Su felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Her down jacket felt as though it provided no warmth at all, and the biting winds caused her to tremble uncontrollably to avoid being blown away. She pressed her entire head against James's side. James struggled with great difficulty, and Suyu clung tightly to his fur. Her legs squeezed against him, fearing a misstep could send her tumbling onto the ice and, with ill fortune, into the sea. James was sweating profusely despite the fur shielding him, his breaths coming in labored gasps. Finally, they reached a sheltered spot, only to discover that the ice beneath them was not solid, with a sharp crack. The surface of the sea fissured. Before they could react, the ice split open, and with a splash, both a human and a wolf plunged into the frigid waters. The salt water was icy and briny. As a wolf, James was not accustomed to swimming in the sea and felt a twinge of fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Suyu's clothes, now soaked, weighed heavily upon her, and in her panic, she gulped down several mouthfuls of seawater. Just as she felt herself sinking, something damp and solid pushed her back to the surface. Simultaneously, James's head emerged from the water. They shivered as they gazed at each other, bewilderment evident in their expressions. It seemed neither of them had rescued the other. James pondered that it was not Suyu who had saved him. Turning around, he spotted a round head bobbing nearby. "Why are you two land beasts in the sea?" The voice belonged to a female. Suu, shivering uncontrollably from the cold, was too preoccupied to care, the wind biting at her skull. She desperately swam toward a submerged reef and pulled James closer, both of them leaning against each other for warmth. "And who might you be?" Suyu inquired, rubbing her hands together for warmth. The round head curiously peered at them. Before long, half of its body surfaced, revealing a young seal. "I am Jiao, a female of the seal tribe. I was just swimming around when I saw you two fall. It's windy and snowy outside. What brings you to the sea?" Jiao, like an inquisitive child, circled around them, making Suyu's eyes spin. "We simply sought a change of scenery," Suyu replied, withholding the true reason for their excursion. "Are you perhaps like me, out here due to a troubled heart?" Jiao asked, her curiosity evident. "You don't seem distressed about food, do you?" Suyu was intrigued, wondering how such a delicate female could venture out alone, unafraid of being captured by other orcs. The mention of this. Jiao became agitated. "I've just come of age. I thought I could choose a mate I fancied, but my father insisted on offering me to the tyrant of this territory." "Tyrant?" Suyu felt the cold seep deeper in her bones. Inching closer to James, who was shivering just as fiercely, the water on them had turned into icy shards, and he longed to return. But upon hearing of the tyrant, a particular beast came to mind. "Is he ugly? How do you, a wolf beast, know of him? Do you two know each other?" Jiao glared at James with indignation. The tyrant of this sea domain was truly despicable. Not only was he unattractive, but he also treated his companions poorly. It was said that none of the partners sent to him had ever returned alive. She was aware that she was not particularly good-looking, but due to her prolific breeding capability. Her father had offered her to appease the tyrant, ensuring the survival of their seal tribe. "I am acquainted with him, but he is not as you described. He is gentle and possesses formidable strength." James interjected, unusually eager to defend the beast in question. Suu, still uncertain about the identity of this sea tyrant, instinctively felt that perhaps he was merely a victim of prejudice, leading to the spread of such slanderous tales. Jiao, the aggrieved party, furiously slapped the water surface. "I do not wish to see you, nor do I wish to hear any talk of him. Depart, and should you fall again, I shall not save you." With those words, she turned and vanished, leaving the sea surface calm once more. Suu mechanically turned to see James's expression, which was one of confusion. "We have indeed miscalculated. Let us return, change our clothes, and warm ourselves before coming back. As comrades." Suyu and James would not be swayed by such rumors. They would uncover the truth upon their return. James took a deep breath, indicating his agreement. When they finally returned, nearly frozen in place, Chris had kindled a fire and, upon hearing the commotion, turned to see the duo resembling ice sculptures. With every step they took, shards of ice fell from their bodies. Suyu's lips were turning a shade of purple. "Did you two fall into the sea?" Chris asked, urgency lacing his tone. The beast within the cave continued to slumber, oblivious to the noise. "Yes, our luck ran afoul. And we fell in, but we gained some insight," Suyu replied, hastily shedding her down jacket and tossing it to Chris. She requested that they turn away while she quickly removed her damp clothing and dove under the covers. The warmth of the cubs surrounding her provided a modicum of comfort. Chris sat by the fire, drying her clothes. I've heated some water. You two should drink a bit to avoid frostbite. James, be sure to take some cold medicine shortly. Do take care not to catch a chill, or you will suffer greatly, Suyu added, tossing a bag toward him. James caught it effortlessly, but after peering at its content for a while, he realized he could not read or comprehend Suyu, now bundled in a fresh set of clothes, emerged from her cocoon, cradling the cubs in her arms as she warmed herself by the fire. Now, tell me what you know about that sea tyrant. That Suyu poured the contents of the cold remedy into a nearby bowl. A foul odor wafted through the air, causing James to wrinkle his nose in distaste. In a bid to avoid illness, he transformed into his human form, pinched his nose, and downed the concoction. Instantly, his face contorted in bitterness. After a gulp of water to cleanse his palate, he finally spoke. He is a sea monster, the sea monster, Suyu questioned, her brow furrowing in skepticism. He possesses a tail covered in dragon scales, yet his upper body resembles that of a human, James stated earnestly. Is he a disabled dragon, then? Suyu spoke uncertainly. Yes, his family is of the dragon lineage, having transformed into dragons and ventured to distant lands centuries ago. However, during his metamorphosis, he encountered peril and was forced to become a disabled dragon. A pang of anxiety gripped James at the mention of this. Observing the expression on James's face, Suyu sensed there was a story behind it. Were they close in childhood? Suyu was filled with curiosity. Her thoughts meandering. One could say so, or one could choose not to. James seemed a bit like an old mystic. You wish to speak, yet we do not listen. I am going to sleep. Suyu furrowed her brow, vaguely feeling as if she were coming down with a cold. Unable to take cold medicine while nursing the young, she feared it might lead to more severe ailments. This moment, she could no longer hold on. Her head was spinning, and beside her, Chris's hands were moving restlessly around her side. I might as well tell you, he is right here in these waters that I was cast adrift here as a child. And my parents callously claimed I was punished by the beast god for being unfit to survive. Even after I lived, I was deemed a scourge and entrusted to the nearby Eagle clan's beastmen, who unceremoniously abandoned me in the northern wilderness, casting me into the back sea. Initially, I thought I was destined to die, but to my surprise, he saved me. That James's voice was tinged with sadness. Suyu tightly clutched the young ones at her chest and cast a sympathetic glance his way. I truly feel for you. I knew you had a story to tell. However, in your collaboration with him, will you not need to offer more in return? Suyu's meaning was clear, despite their acquaintance. Obligations must still be met. Given the ugly circumstances of his transformation into a dragon and the life he had saved, she felt compelled to offer him more. James misunderstood her, glaring at her fiercely. Are you suggesting you wish to gain more from him? Suyu regarded him coolly. Has your mind been frozen by the sea? What I mean to say is, in light of the fact he saved your life back then, you ought to share a bit more of what you possess on land. You have forgotten that the female seal from your tribe is to become his mate. Once he establishes a family, he will surely need to raise young ones as his comrade in misfortune. Should you not assist him in providing a better life? Suyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. James was too anxious, losing his capacity for rational thought. Truly, the observer sees clearly while the participant is often lost. During James's deepest sorrow, pain, and fear, it was the ugly one who emerged to save him, naturally placing him in the forefront of his heart. If the roles were reversed, and someone extended a hand in times of peril, one would likely remember them fondly, cherishing the good times shared. I have misunderstood you, James admitted, somewhat embarrassed. I could see that moment, Suyu, in a huff, retorted. We both fell into the sea together. I was worried sick about your well-being, yet you dared to doubt me. Ultimately, you do not regard me as family. No wonder you remain without a partner to this day. At this rate, finding one will be quite the challenge. After saying this, Suyu leaned closer to the fire, her head spinning, stars dancing before her eyes. Just as she shifted slightly, someone grasped her collar from behind. What are you doing? Suyu turned to see Chris's hand, that if you move forward, you might end up in the fire. Are you unwell? Chris was quite anxious, yanking Suyu back and peering down at her face, which was now flushed. Noticing her discomfort, Suyu, ever resilient, continued to struggle. How could I possibly catch a cold? I am quite strong. James, uninterested in her protests, commanded, "Ethan, with your large wings, just lift her in. This is no time for hesitance. If she falls ill and dies, do you think Jacob will let you off the hook?" James's words were blunt and harsh, yet undeniably truthful. The female's constitution was too frail, and a mere chill could claim her life. The 11 young ones she cradled would likely not survive long without their mother. Chris hesitated, initially wishing to transform into a tiger and lie on the ground, allowing Suyu to rest upon him, covering her with a blanket to induce a warm sweat. However, James made the decision, and Chris felt unable to argue, his complexion pale with fear that James might take action, slowly pulling Suyu up. Across from them, Ethan appeared resistant. It wasn't that he was unwilling to wrap Suyu under his wings for warmth. He harbored some feelings for her. Although Suyu proclaimed that she desired only one beast husband in this life, he still hoped for a chance during his lifetime. Now he found himself thrust into the situation, reluctantly spreading his wings. Suyu was ushered in, and Ethan's body was indeed warm, and as she nestled beneath his enormous wings, Suyu greedily pressed closer. At this point, she could no longer concern herself with any misunderstandings. Her life was at stake, and overthinking was futile. After all, once she recovered, she could prepare delicious meals for Ethan and treat him with kindness. Lost in her thoughts, her feverish face pressed against his waist, she murmured, "Thank you. If I can pull through, I will make you something delicious when I wake." Ethan gazed down at her flushed and heated face, feeling a twinge of urgency. "Would you like to take some medicine?" Although Suyu was muddled from the fever, she remained adamant. "No, if I take medicine, the young ones will go hungry. Just help me find some ice to cool down." After uttering this, she collapsed, falling into an unconscious state. The others were thrown into a flurry of activity. "What should we do? She is a female. Could a high fever render her senseless?" Ethan, his body rigid, crouched there, worry etched on his face. "I will seek out the ugly one," James announced, his voice breaking the tension. That he had taken some medicine, leaving him with a slightly congested nose, but otherwise untroubled. "You wish to find the ugly one? In this frigid weather, he may not even be in this area." Ethan expressed his concerns. "I must go. If I do not find him, she may perish. She refuses to take medicine, but the ugly one possesses a certain pill that not only cures illness, but also strengthens the body." "Wait for me." James, though sometimes ungracious with his words, had a good heart. He was genuinely worried about the ugly one because he had heard the Seal clan intended to offer an unattractive female as a mate for him. As for what the ugly one thought, James could not say, but out of familial duty, he felt compelled to share the news. With that, he left the living room, taking a few steps before realizing Chris was following closely behind. Raising an eyebrow, "You should stay here. I will gather some snow. If we can find ice blocks, that would be ideal." James nodded and continued forward. "James, I know you may not entirely agree with Suyu's actions, but she is indeed a good female. I hope you will find your friend and bring back the medicine that can save her. Once she is well, I will do anything you ask." Chris murmured softly behind him. James heard him clearly, yet replied, "She will not be your mate. Why persist in such delusions?" His pace quickened, and Chris trotted to keep up. Chris explained, "If not for her intervention, I might have perished in the frozen wasteland along with the little tiger cub. She is like a second mother to me. She saved my life, and I must save hers." Chris is a creature of profound loyalty and devotion. In his youth, he was cherished by his parents and grew up alongside his siblings. Fortune smiled upon him when he and his elder brother found companions simultaneously. However, ever since the arrival of their partners, the bond between the brothers seemed altered. His female companion took a liking to his brother, even bearing him offspring. Although he concealed his sorrow, it weighed heavily on his heart. To his dismay, his brother and the partner conspired to cast him aside, leaving him emotionally desolate. Yet, upon encountering Suyu, he felt a resurgence of the excitement and trepidation he had experienced when first seeking a mate. He was aware that Suyu might not reciprocate his feelings. So he resolved to follow her quietly, protecting her from the shadows. Should he ever find a worthy companion, he would take his leave. "Remember what you said," James uttered before leaping off the precipice. A resounding splash echoed across the sea as a massive silver wolf emerged from the water. Chris, standing above, waved his paw, urging James to exercise caution. The frigid water caused James's limbs to cramp painfully. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Ugly, who shared a telepathic connection with him, rested among the coral, his elongated tail adorned with dragon scales. Gazing at the tranquil sea, he inexplicably thought of his brother on land. He seized a fish and swiftly swam upward. After 10 minutes, he spotted James, trembling from the cold. With no choice, he discarded the fish and expelled a large bubble, encasing James within. "What brings you here?" Ugly asked, looking down at the massive silver wolf, who transformed into human form within the bubble. "I seek your aid in rescuing a female," James replied, rubbing his arms to restore warmth. "Have you found your own mate?" Ugly inquired, pushing the bubble toward his dwelling. James grimaced in disdain. "How could I possibly find a mate? She merely resides with us, wishing to improve our lives. Half an hour ago, she fell through the ice while searching for you. The icy waters of the winter season were relentless, leaving her frozen and feverish. That I know you possess a certain pill that can cure her illness, which is why I came to find you." Ugly regarded his brother with a look of disapproval. Curiosity piqued. If he was unwilling to help, he would feign ignorance. Why was he so reluctant, yet evidently anxious? Was it the case that males had become so duplicitous in these times? Regardless of the truth, James had rarely spoken up, so Ugly resolved to assist him fully. "Very well. I shall accompany you to the land, but you appear unwell yourself. Are you ill?" Ugly peered closely at his brother's face. James had endured the cold once more, feeling faint and dizzy. Before he could respond, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Ugly shook his head, perplexed by his brother's stubbornness, unsure of how to proceed. He promptly transported James to his cave, gathering an assortment of sea treasures and placing his collected curiosities within another bubble. Since this female shared her life with his brother and evidently stirred his emotions, he assumed she must possess a kind heart. His brother's life had been fraught with hardship, so having a female companion was undoubtedly a blessing. Thus, he prepared as many gifts as he could. Once he finished gathering, he was satisfied to see 4 or 5 bubbles brimming with treasures. While James slumbered, he fed him a precious pearl, a relic from when their kin transformed into dragons, known to enhance strength and abilities that IT was of little use to him, so better to give it to one in need. After completing his tasks, he swam toward the surface with his bubbles. Suddenly, he spotted a round, wriggling seal nearby, muttering to herself, "Today, I must see what my mate, Ugly, truly looks like. Surely he must be hideous, with a violent temperament, capable of biting off my head. If that were the case, I would rather perish than be with him." Ugly found it amusing. Where did this female derive her courage? From where did she hear such erroneous tales? When had he ever been violent or wished to harm a female? Yet he dismissed her musings, uninterested in her ramblings, and continued swimming upward. Perhaps the commotion had attracted attention, as Jiao turned upon hearing the noise and was momentarily stunned. The male before her was strikingly handsome, exuding warmth rather than the cold indifference she had expected. "Are you a resident here?" Jiao had completely forgotten her quest to find Ugly. Unbeknownst to her, the dragon-like figure she had dismissed was indeed Ugly. "What brings a female like you out here?" Ugly found her quite intriguing. Just moments ago, she had scorned him, yet now she approached him with curiosity. She seemed oblivious to his true identity. Amused, he noted that she was not particularly beautiful, but her demeanor was gentle. "I escaped," Jiao confessed, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "You don't wish to marry a male, do you?" Ugly slowed his pace, his tail swaying gracefully. Jiao, captivated, inched closer, wanting to touch him, but noticed Ugly's gaze had turned inquisitive. She quickly regained her composure and nodded, feeling a kinship with him as she poured out her grievances. "I am of the Seal clan, just reached adulthood, that I had hoped to find a mate I truly liked in a couple of years. But my father seeks to curry favor with the Sea Tyrant by offering me to him. I am most unwilling that I have heard that the Sea Tyrant is both ugly and cruel, and the females sent to him in previous years have been devoured, though I may not be conventionally attractive. I fear for my life." Her expression was a mixture of terror and revulsion. Ugly found her reaction amusing. "Is it not advantageous to be the Sea Tyrant's mate? He could protect you, and if you were in a good mood, you might even bear his offspring." He spoke earnestly. Jiao, however, did not grasp his perspective and retorted indignantly, I would rather live alone for the rest of my days than be with him. He is ruthless and treats females poorly. Who would want him? Observing her furious demeanor, Ugly simply cast her a sidelong glance and continued on his way. You should return. The sea tyrant won't desire you. Ugly remarked casually, but Jiao persisted, though I may not be conventionally attractive. I am gentle and possess excellent reproductive capabilities. Why should he look down upon me? Ugly chuckled, realizing she had fallen prey to rumors, viewing herself as a victim. Was this how females behaved nowadays? It was her unwillingness to see the truth that led her to believe him cruel. She was the one who had grown angry. Return home. Female, do not linger here, lest a sea monster comes to claim your head. With that, he swiftly made his way to shore. Jiao remained rooted in place, feeling an odd familiarity with the figure in the bubble, though she could not place him. Yet she was intrigued by the male who had just spoken to her. Not only was he handsome, but his demeanor was also kind. She wondered if he had a mate, that if not, perhaps their connection would blossom into partnership, freeing her from her impending fate with the sea tyrant. Feeling clever, she joyfully emerged from the water, only to suddenly realize that the figure in the bubble had transformed into a silver wolf. And no wonder, he seemed familiar. He was the wolf she had rescued earlier. Who, then, was Ugly, the one with whom she had conversed at length? Her intellect was not particularly sharp. For a moment, she failed to recall that James had mentioned the Ugly One, and that orc was indeed him. The Ugly One lay sprawled upon the surface of the sea. Once awake, he would return. James shook his massive head and turned to glance at the bubbles behind him, nearly losing his wits in astonishment. Ugly, do you intend to use these trinkets to win Su Yu's heart? The corners of James's mouth twitched. How could his elder brother's thought process be so different from his own? I'm only looking out for your well-being. You have spent so many solitary years in the wild northern lands, and your age has come. It is time for you to seek a companion, but I do not wish for you to remain alone. As for me, I am merely a stranger and cannot intrude, so you shall deliver these items to that female on my behalf. Tell her I am willing to engage in trade, and do not feel compelled to offer me more just because of our acquaintance. I genuinely hope for your happiness. The Ugly One laughed heartily, though a glimmer of sympathy flickered in his eyes. Just as James was about to speak, he suddenly spotted a familiar head. Wasn't he that the female from the Seal tribe? You mean her? She is rather adorably foolish, but I fear life will not be easy after bonding. The Ugly One spoke his candid thoughts. Jiao, from a distance, suddenly heard something and turned her gaze toward the two conversing figures. James eyed her with a neutral expression, while the Ugly One displayed an indescribable look. Gathering her courage, Jiao swiftly swam over. I have devised a perfect plan. I need not marry that sea tyrant. Intrigued, James and the Ugly One regarded her with amusement. Pray, do tell. What is this plan? I shall seek you as my partner, and then confront that sea tyrant, informing him that I will not be his mate. Jiao believed her strategy to be flawless, and assumed the Ugly One would cooperate. However, no sooner had she spoken than laughter erupted. The Ugly One laughed so hard he nearly fell into the sea, clutching his belly, while James laughed until tears streamed down his cheeks. Being a pampered female, Jiao was incensed by the ridicule from the two males and flicked her tail in irritation. There's something wrong with what I said? You are rather deluded. Did you not wish to avoid being the sea tyrant's mate? Why then express affection for a stranger? After finally calming his laughter, the Ugly One emerged from the water and posed a question. Jiao's cheeks flushed crimson. Because you are handsome and gentle. James chimed in. Indeed, Ugly, you possess a striking appearance and a gentle demeanor. No wonder she does not disdain you despite your identity as the sea tyrant. Just as Jiao was about to agree, it seemed she had heard the most absurd joke and turned to fix a steely gaze upon the Ugly One. What did you just say? He is the sea tyrant you disdain. Did you not notice his tail? James's cruel words shattered Jiao's dream. The Ugly One, in perfect compliance, revealed his tail. In that moment, not only was Jiao's fantasy crushed, but her heart felt as though a piece had been gouged out. She stared blankly at the handsome face before her, unable to deny that he appeared radiant when smiling, and like a perfect work of art when not. Why did the orcs spread such slander about him? Moreover, the tales grew increasingly absurd, now leaving her mired in self-reproach and anguish. Return to your father and inform him that I shall not bond with you. If you seek trade or wish to seek my protection, I may consider it. The ugly one likely would never seek a mate. When he would transform into a dragon and depart from here remained uncertain. He stayed only because of a foolish younger brother, fearful of starving or freezing to death in winter. Given his nature, he could roam freely across the entirety of the continent of Victoria. Jiao stood dumbfounded, lost in thought for a long while. The ugly one emphasized to James that he must deliver the meeting gifts to Suyu, and then say a few kind words to her. Assuring him that he would visit in a few days, James felt a headache coming on. He had just witnessed a comical scene, and now he found himself the subject of ridicule. Why not come directly? He suggested, utterly dejected. The ugly one shook his head. I must return and unite with other tribes to prepare food for you. Not betray me. I have become the sea tyrant for your sake. And now other orcs spread tales of my brutal nature and love for females. The ugly one jested through his suffering. James fell silent. His elder brother was indeed peculiar. However, gazing at the treasures within the bubbles, which were first-rate items in the beast world, he mused that handing them all to Suyu might yield even greater rewards. That I shall take my leave. Then, perhaps she is in a state of confusion at this moment. If she becomes a fool, we shall have to care for her in the future. James's tongue remained sharp. If you do not wish to live a lonely life, it would be wise to speak kindly. The ugly one admonished with exasperation. His surprise. James ignored him and departed like the wind, leaving the ugly one to observe his brother vanish. Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed Jiao still lingering, her head encased in frost and her eyelashes frozen. While feeling dejected, he also found her pitiable for having her dreams dashed. If you remain here, other beasts may come to seize females. Do not forget, there are also stray beasts in the sea. The ugly one kindly warned. He swiftly dove into the water, disappearing from sight. Jiao, snapping back to reality, stared blankly at the sea surface until a sudden splash startled her, turning her pale as she plunged into the sea and vanished. The ugly one felt relieved to see her depart and returned joyfully to his lair. James returned from his outing with a plethora of items. Ethan observed the numerous bundles he carried. Did you rob the sea? These are gifts from the ugly one for Suyu. Gifts? The beasts that had awakened in the cave were taken aback. What sort of gifts were these? Did one need to bring gifts when meeting a female? They racked their brains but could not discern whether or not to present them. Yes, these are things I have inadvertently collected over the years. Rather than leave them to gather dust, I would rather give them to someone useful. How is Suyu faring? Has she improved at all? As James spoke, he handed over a pearl. Is this the pill you mentioned? Ethan examined it closely. To him, it appeared to be an ordinary pearl. James's heart ached at the sight. This was produced when the Dragon Clan ascended. Consuming one not only enhances one's abilities, but also ensures robust health in the future. Suyu is a female, and her constitution is too frail. The ugly one offered her this pearl. Ethan took the pearl, scrutinizing it for a considerable time, yet he failed to discern any peculiar qualities. Suyu had just applied ice to her face, her temperature dropping, yet her body remained hot. One moment she shivered and complained of cold, the next she cried out in heat. Half an hour of this turmoil left James wide awake. In truth, he had no interest in the pearl, so he pried Suyu's mouth open and shoved it inside. Sure enough, as the pearl met her saliva, it instantly transformed into a wisp of white smoke and vanished. What a marvel! Indeed, Suyu has turned misfortune into fortune. Let us extract the edible items from this haul quickly. We must prepare a warm meal for her. After she drinks some hot soup, she should be fine. The rest of the glittering items we shall save for her. They may indeed prove useful. James was also hungry. The back and forth had exhausted him, and even the mightiest beast could not withstand it. Mentioning food made Ethan realize his own hunger. Fortunately, they had gathered a great deal this time, and they called upon all the beasts in the cave. They built a fire and busied themselves preparing a meal. The collective fatigue began to fade. Next spring, we must change our location. Ethan remarked while eating a slice of fish that I feel the same. Let us depart from here. There are too few fruits and prey. If we wish to return, you can guide us. James concurred. He was unwilling to remain, not only because it was a place of sorrow, but also because it confined the ugly one to a small area of the sea. Weighing heavily on his conscience, he wished for the ugly one to swim freely in a vast ocean. The reason you wish to leave is because of the ugly one, isn't it? Ethan pushed a plate of fish toward James. James shook his head. He had no taste for such fare. Indeed, he responded with unwavering certainty, you are indeed fortunate to have such a fine orc guarding you. When the time comes, take him along. If a suitable place can be found in the tribe, we shall construct a grand pool for him to bask in, and you will find peace of mind. Ethan's thoughts were straightforward, as long as he was willing to accompany them. They would seek out a vast ocean, and he would be amenable to it. I share your sentiments. In an unfamiliar land, should he swim in the sea and be bullied by other beasts, I would be of no help. James's expression softened considerably. Chris handed over the prepared fish porridge. Just as Ethan reached out, he realized it was a wing, stuffed with Suyu and 11 cubs. You feed them. I have no hands, he shrugged, indicating his utter helplessness. Chris, ever diligent, complied without complaint. James sat nearby, observing as Suyu kept her eyes closed, accurately locating the food by scent and consuming it. I believe she is hungry. Being a female, she tires easily, so we should adjust our winter schedule to hunt every 10 days and keep an eye on her surroundings. Suyu, content after her meal, glanced down at herself, eyes shut, cheeks puffed out from eating. Ethan felt an irresistible urge to poke her cheek with his hard beak, but to his surprise, he had pressed a bit too hard, leaving a red mark. Alarmed, he froze. Not let her find out. James's head throbbed at the thought. If Suyu discovered this, she would surely strip Ethan of his fur. That I couldn't control myself either. Don't you think she looks a bit like a forest squirrel when she's full? Ethan blurted out nonsensically, trying to ease the awkwardness. As long as you are happy. The cave once again fell into tranquility. After a hard-fought meal, the prospect of sleep became a dilemma. You should sleep where you used to. The cubs can snuggle in Jacob's embrace. Chris can lie by the fire, and Suyu will likely need to lie down. I can no longer tend to her. After stating this, Ethan unceremoniously placed Suyu beneath James's claws. James felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him. Are you out of your mind? You want me to guard Suyu? What if I just toss her into the fire? Ethan was utterly terrified, feeling uncomfortable all over. As he attempted to act, he transformed into his human form. That I can stand all night. She cannot aid in her recovery. You must bear with it. You two are brothers in adversity. Do you understand? To bolster his credibility, Ethan spun a web of nonsense. James held back, with no other options left, and shifted the slumbering Suyu. Still munching in her sleep, closer to his claws, Chris wore a look of dismay. Who told you to have so little fur? Suddenly, he felt a twinge of envy towards James's remarkably smooth coat. I have no interest in you, James said hastily. Feeling the prickling of scrutiny, Chris's expression darkened as he coldly replied, You are overthinking it. Ethan disregarded their bickering, dividing the thick bedding beneath him and covering both James and Suyu with a blanket. Now, they could sleep soundly. However, they found it difficult to drift off immediately. His gaze fell upon Suyu's face as the temperature dropped. Her complexion gradually regained its pallor. She was somewhat restless in her sleep. One leg flung out from under the blanket, nearly kicking herself in the nose. With a lingering sense of dread, he carefully tucked it back in. The other arm had found its way beneath James's neck. Presumably feeling as though she was cradling a small cub, she mumbled indistinctly. Her face nestled against James's shoulder. He sighed deeply, knowing that any male who shared such proximity with her would undoubtedly feel a stir of emotions. This was undeniable, and they would surely lament today's actions. James, oblivious to his friend's thoughts, was simply enduring an uncomfortable moment. Suyu pulled at the fur on her neck, her face pressed against his shoulder, making it feel akin to petting a cat. This female is truly peculiar. When will she recover? He pondered, his body stiffening. Unfortunately, the cold had taken its toll, and he was now drowsy. The vast stone cave echoed with the crackling of the fire. Suyu clung to James, oblivious to her illness, while the other males made their arrangements. Her sleep was restless. At times, she felt as if she were suffocating, and at others, her chest felt tight. There were moments when her entire body felt as if it were ablaze. Thus, she endured a torturous night. Upon awakening the next day, she opened her eyes wide to find a wall before her. Her foot, quite inconveniently, rested upon the heart of another. Warm. Instantly, she felt a surge of panic. She could ascertain that it was neither Jacob nor the cubs. Good heavens, what transpired yesterday? How had she ended up in James's territory? Moreover, how was it that the three of them could coexist peacefully? Her face flushed with embarrassment, and her mind was a whirlpool of confusion. She could only cautiously extricate herself from beneath James's claws, carefully withdrawing her foot. In a flurry, she rolled and scrambled back to her own blanket. Suyu believed her actions had gone unnoticed. However, across from her, James's silver eyes flickered slightly. Thinking, quite clever, Suyu nestled the sleeping cubs into her embrace, her heart racing. They had been discussing the ugliness of the sea. But what had transpired afterward remained a mystery to her. She felt on the verge of tears, praying that no misunderstandings would arise. At that moment, the intelligent system chimed in, "Dear, it is time to get to work." Suyu, distressed by the lack of conversation, hurriedly placed a small cub against her cheek. "Do you know what happened last night?" Suyu dreaded the prospect of inadvertently causing misunderstandings. The intelligent system, unable to evade her inquiry, relayed the events of the previous night. After hearing the account, she patted her chest, feeling a wave of shame for her overly exuberant actions. They regarded one another as brothers, which made things simpler. She would wholeheartedly assist them in finding partners. She also felt gratitude for the efforts of the three beasts the previous night. With a relieved expression, she calmly declared, "From now on, you must repay this kindness. Rest assured, how could I ever abandon you?" The intelligent system quickly assured her, "Their kindness towards you is a reflection of your kindness towards them. You are a female and physically weak. If you were to succumb to a fever, they would undoubtedly feel guilt." Suddenly, Suyu's expression shifted. "Does the genetic correction fluid you provided not possess the ability to strengthen my body?" Upon mentioning this, the intelligent system was prepared with its explanation, which was indeed the truth. The genetic correction fluid merely restores you to normal. It does not enhance your bodily functions. That I believe you have turned misfortune into fortune. Having consumed the dragon's egg, your abilities will significantly improve, and your physical condition will undergo a dramatic transformation, barring any life-threatening injuries. You could no longer bear to listen. Even if I turned misfortune into fortune. It was James who brought it to me. The credit cannot all rest on your shoulders. Hurry and produce something good to compensate. Suyu is a person who detests being indebted to others. She has long proclaimed her intention to find a partner, insisting that she cannot cultivate close friendships with other males. Brotherhood is one matter, and companionship is another. If one cannot distinguish between the two, it could lead to significant misunderstandings, jeopardizing their future interactions to the point where they might not even remain friends. She aspires to reign supreme. The path ahead will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. The reason for her choice to collaborate with the stray beasts is their audacity and remarkable abilities, but if a trivial matter were to tarnish their bond, it would lead to irreparable regret. Rest assured, all that is due will be given, and you too should hasten to your tasks. Remember my words today. Action is imperative. The intelligent voice carried a hint of excitement. Suyu inhaled deeply. She found herself in a predicament. Fortunately, none of her companions had awakened, allowing her to quietly finish feeding and change into clean clothes before venturing outside. Although snow was falling, the sun had emerged. Stretching at the entrance of the cave, she gazed at the vast expanse of white, leaping a few times. Once her body warmed up, her spirits lifted considerably. In order to reach her destination, she transformed into a wild dog. Just as she was about to depart, she noticed a beast approaching from behind. "What are you doing here?" Suyu paused upon seeing the newcomer. Inexplicably feeling a twinge of guilt, she shivered slightly. Stammering her inquiry, James calmly withdrew his gaze, lifting his eyes to the distant lake, which was already frozen solid. "Where are you headed?" "I shall accompany you." Suyu was taken aback. Could it be that this creature had genuinely misunderstood? She was on the verge of tears, gazing at him timidly. "That's really not necessary. I can manage on my entity." Her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, James turned and dashed down the slope without a backward glance. Suyu took a deep breath, looking at the towering wolf, 3 meters tall, then glancing down at her own diminutive stature. She was barely half his height, which made her feel quite small, especially after James had lent her assistance the previous day. Resolved to embrace her situation, she declared, I intend to reach the summit of the mountain across. James cast a sidelong glance at her. The summit? That must be several thousand meters high. Even with wings, one could not fly over. What are you searching for? Suyu bit her lip, unsure of what to say, and James, perceptive as he was, chose not to inquire further. The two of them dashed forward, their movements kicking up snowflakes that soared high, to the point where they no longer cared about the obscured view. It took them a full half-hour to reach the base of the mountain. Suyu felt tears welling up. Can I fly to the top? She asked her intelligence system. You could fly, but can James carry you? The system responded, Suyu finally understood. The intelligence system aimed to assist James by unlocking new abilities. This realization brought her both joy and jealousy. I am your host. Why do you not prioritize me? James is your right-hand man. He has received your favor, and naturally, he will be loyal to you. Moreover, his status is already unique. By leveraging your abilities to unlock his potential, your own existence pales in comparison. The intelligence system brainwashed her. Suyu squatted on the ground, gazing up at the towering snow-capped mountain. Very well. She glanced back at James, who appeared somewhat worried. You wish to fly? Suyu inquired. What nonsense is that? James retorted, ready to lash out. You are quite something. Suyu gritted her teeth, feeling the urge to give him a good thrashing. James was puzzled, unsure of her previous comment's meaning. Can you? He asked again. Guess, Suyu replied, leaving him with that cryptic remark as she continued onward. James, perplexed, followed closely behind and playfully bit her neck. Unprepared, Suyu found herself pinned, her heart racing as she turned to face him, only to see the glint of menace in James's light-colored eyes. He squeezed out a retort. You ungrateful female. You despicable wolf. Are you attempting to steal something? Suyu was frightened, as it was her first time being bitten by a wolf. Though she knew James would not kill her without cause, the intimidation left her trembling. Why would I steal? If I were inclined to do so, I wouldn't have given you that precious gem last night. Did you not notice the pile of gifts at the entrance before leaving? James averted his gaze, casting a disdainful glance. Gifts? Was it sent by an ugly creature? Suyu feigned ignorance that of course it was from an ugly one. However, seeing you in this state, I believe it might be better suited for other females. James teased. You wishful thinker, Suyu retorted, indignant. The gift meant for me should not be given to other females. Am I not the only beautiful female within 100 miles? Though it was somewhat shameless. She spoke the truth that if you intend to give something, do so now. I do not require preambles, James stated coldly. Suyu shot him a glance, but remained silent, pressing forward. James shook his massive wolf head, pondering why he had to follow her. What did her journey have to do with him? She was consumed by self-doubt throughout the trek. Climbing the mountain was exceptionally arduous, especially with the snow. And the path was uneven, where a single misstep could send one tumbling down the cliff. Lacking experience in winter mountain climbing was akin to a novice attempting to scale the Himalayas, ill-equipped and inexperienced. Destined for failure, as she neared the halfway point, she slipped and collided with James's abdomen, causing him to grimace in pain. Suyu glanced back apologetically, but said nothing, instead rising and continuing onward. Such incidents occurred frequently, and after suffering numerous kicks, James could no longer tolerate it. He bit her neck again. Suyu's relief, he carried her up the mountain. After 2 hours, they finally reached the summit. Suyu collapsed into the snow, utterly exhausted and unable to rise. James regarded her expression as if she had desecrated his ancestors' graves. Filled with disdain, Suyu inadvertently caught sight of the view ahead. 1 word. Stunning point, 2 words. Truly beautiful point, 3 words. Absolutely breathtaking, just like James. The lake before them shimmered like a mirror, the sun casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon it. Most astonishingly, 5-colored deer roamed the area. James, look! Suyu exclaimed, nudging him with her head. James was already eager to hunt a 5-colored deer for a taste of adventure. What a fuss, he remarked, his demeanor unfazed as he cast her a disapproving glare. Shall we have a competition? Suyu proposed. If you wish to compete in hunting, you are likely to suffer a humiliating defeat, James replied, exuding confidence in his hunting prowess as he regarded Suyu. A mere wild dog, hardly reaching half his height. You think you can match me? You will likely end up in tears. Su puffed out her chest, her expression resolute. And if I lose? She asked, brimming with confidence. James, however, began to ponder what the consequences of his defeat would be. After a moment of consideration, he realized that with his extensive hunting experience, it was impossible for a wild dog to challenge him. If you lose, I shall provide your meals, he asserted with certainty. Su walked alongside him, her tone casual. Let's add another condition. If you lose, you must serve as my mount on future journeys. Su, you are being rather excessive. If you wish to ride on my back, you must agree to be my partner, James retorted, clearly resistant to the idea. Su laughed heartily. Have you forgotten? When we went to the sea to find the ugly creature. Already rode on your back, didn't I? What partner nonsense? We are brothers. Are you still unwilling to concede? Su clicked her tongue twice, her gaze exceedingly critical. James looked at her, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. He had completely forgotten about the ugly creature in the sea. Had he known better, he would not have heeded her advice, and now it was too late for regrets. As a male, how could he possibly be intimidated by such a diminutive female? If I lose, I shall be your steed, but what shall be your punishment if you lose? Su mused, her eyes fixed on the leisurely drinking multicolored deer, a divine creature she had never encountered before in her life. The thought of this divine being sparked a realization within her. Just as she was about to speak, Su interjected, if you lose, I will grant you a wish. How would you know what wish I harbor? You are not a worm in my belly. James raised an eyebrow. He had come to understand that he had willingly stepped into the trap laid by Su. Her smile resembled that of a cat that had stolen a fish. Yet she withheld the nature of this wish from him. As her gaze lingered on the multicolored deer, she grasped the true meaning behind the intellect of the brain. Perhaps that deer ahead was a fortuitous opportunity, and its flesh could awaken certain skills within James that if James could do it, could she not hunt one herself? The mere thought filled her with uncontainable joy. James, let us begin. With those words, Su dashed off like a wild stallion. Disappearing from sight, James observed her disregard for the rules, gritting his teeth in frustration. It was evident that reasoning with a female was futile. She swiftly raced forward, while the multicolored deer showed no fear of them. Frolicking gracefully ahead, without a second thought, Su plunged into the herd of deer, her luck extraordinary as she collided with the lead deer. Before she could revel in her triumph, she heard a melodious voice, reminiscent of her grandfather's. Little one, have you lost your way? Her excitement surged as she swallowed hard. Are you not afraid I shall capture you? I am right here waiting for you. I did not expect you so soon. The lead deer chuckled kindly. This only reinforced Su's belief that they were awaiting a fated beast. Meanwhile, James, having repeatedly missed his mark, found that the multicolored deer seemed to conspire against him, leading him in circles and occasionally bumping into him or playfully kicking his backside. Behind him, exasperated sounds erupted. Frustrated, James turned to see Su standing at a distance, staring blankly into the void like a fool. He scratched his head in confusion, wondering what Su was up to. Suddenly, he felt a jolt to his backside. Turning, he spotted a mischievous young deer sticking out its tongue at him. But James's anger soared to new heights as he turned and bared his teeth. Charging after Su snapped back to reality. Could it be that she was the fated beast? She could hardly believe that this time it was James who would awaken his potential, not her. To her surprise, the lead deer bowed its head. Come up. I shall take you for a spin, and you'll understand. Its voice remained gentle. After a moment of hesitation, Su climbed onto its back. The lead deer was tall, allowing her to see the entire lake below. In the next instant, the multicolored deer lifted off the ground, soaring into the sky. Su watched as James was playfully tormented by a group of young deer, his cries of distress echoing in the air. Suddenly, her surroundings shifted. The lake vanished, replaced by a peculiar landscape filled with numerous deer and a young girl. The girl wore a deerskin dress and seemed to coexist harmoniously with the herd. As Su focused on the girl's face, she was taken aback to discover it was her own. She stood frozen in disbelief. When had she formed such an inexplicable bond with this group of deer? And why did the lead deer insist on taking her for a flight? What did the intellect of the brain truly signify? It felt as though she had stepped into a fantastical realm. This is you, the lead deer spoke. I have no such memory, Suyu replied candidly. This is not something that can be explained in a moment. Our time is limited, now that we have awaited you. We must depart after leaving you the treasure. The lead deer spoke mysteriously. Suyu listened in astonishment, feeling as though she were caught in a dream. You wish to depart, yet leave me a treasure? She was intrigued by the treasure, but even more captivated by the giant deer's words that if she truly had a connection with this herd, could the treasure be linked to her origins? Oh heavens, this world is too surreal. Should she take a nap and awaken to reassess the situation? The lead deer said nothing further, bringing her to a halt in a void. A shimmering stone then floated before Suyu. Instinctively, she reached to touch it, only to find it suddenly darting into her forehead. In that moment, her mind flooded with memories that did not belong to her. The stone contained the chronicles of the deer maiden and her relationship with the multicolored deer. The lead deer smiled, placing its antlers upon Suyu's head. Our task is complete. I wish you well. With that, the environment around them transformed. James returned, his silvery fur drenched, and he stared at Suyu. His appearance altered, as if something had grown on her back. This is truly bizarre, he muttered, prompting Suyu to snap back to reality. What of the creature you hunted? She inquired, striking directly at his core. James was infuriated, collapsing beside her, his massive wolf head shaking in agitation. What deer herd? It was merely a mirage created by the sun. I chased and chased, only to end up drenched in sweat without catching a single one. You dare mock me? Suyu observed his furrowed brows, his anger palpable, and playfully ruffled his wolf head. Thank you for bringing me here. James noticed Suyu's demeanor soften considerably, leaving him convinced he was seeing ghosts. He remained silent, scratching his face with his paw. Given that you brought me here, do I not get to forego being your steed? Suyu grinned and retorted. Dream on. A bet is a bet. James, quick-witted, noticed that she had acquired nothing and immediately countered. Yet you have not hunted anything either. Is that so? Suyu countered. Indeed, I am not blind, James affirmed. You may not be blind, but you have inadvertently gained from your misfortune. Suyu said, seizing the opportunity while James was perplexed, prying open his wolf jaws and inserting an object within. James struggled desperately, yet he was unable to escape the fate of the unknown item lodged in his mouth. Once Suyu withdrew her hand, he forced his paw into his wolf mouth, gagging. Ultimately, he failed, collapsing lifelessly to the side. If you wish to dispose of the evidence, there were more efficient methods. Suyu shot him a disdainful glare. You shall soon discover whether it was worthwhile. With that, she squatted by the lake. Picking up a stone, it was an ordinary pebble, yet its hue was striking, refracting brilliant light under the sun. Her memories had expanded. And the antler gifted to her by the lead deer was indeed extraordinary. It was an item that could save her life in times of peril. She was both astonished and grateful, having unexpectedly reaped considerable rewards from this adventure. Meanwhile, James fluctuated between human and wolf forms, his expression one of acute distress. His jaws clenched tightly as he glared at Suyu as though he wished to devour her. Yet Suyu stood nearby, arms crossed, looking down at him. Only through the trials of a phoenix can one be reborn. You must endure pain before obtaining what you desire. James, rolling on the ground in agony, could barely utter a word, his wolf fangs nearly shattering. Observing his torment, Suyu hastily contacted the intellect of the brain. The item you provided me still intact. James was born frail, and if not for the harsh decision of his mother to abandon him here, he might not have survived even with the most unseemly of aids. Not be deceived by his current well-being. During his next skill enhancement, he may face life-threatening dangers. What I'm offering you has the potential to alter his very genes, allowing him to achieve a qualitative leap. Is it truly possible to eradicate such afflictions entirely without enduring a modicum of pain? With the assurance of the intelligent core, Suyu felt reassured. She dared not voice any objections, for the intelligent core would never be merciless towards its own trusted allies. Should they suffer losses, it would hinder her mission, and the intelligent core would likely face repercussions as well. Lost in thought, she fidgeted for a full 10 minutes. James lay on the ground, gasping for breath as if he had just emerged from water. How do you feel? Suyu inquired, crouching to assess James's condition. She noticed he seemed to have undergone a transformation. Just as James was about to speak, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. He was taken aback at Are you frightened? James suddenly laughed, slowly rising from the ground. In an instant, their eyes locked. Suu was momentarily stunned. Beside her, James flapped his wings joyfully, soaring high into the air with exuberance. The wind tousled his hair, and for the first time, he felt the sheer delight of flying. When he landed before Suyu once more, he transformed back into human form and embraced her tightly. Caught off guard, Suyu collided into his chest. Are you trying to kill me? She protested, squirming uncomfortably in that moment. James was a stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor, suddenly appearing tender and affectionate, which frightened her. Thank you, Suyu stammered, unsure of what to say. Taking a deep breath, her face flushed with embarrassment. It was an accident. Do you believe me? I do, James replied, retracting his arms, having resolved to protect Suyu just as he would care for the unseemly. That's good. Can we go home now? Suyu observed James's expression, sensing something amiss, anxiously tugging at her hair. The atmosphere felt exceedingly awkward. She too was in discomfort, having not seen the cubs for nearly 3 hours, and found certain questions difficult to voice. James, ever diligent, crouched down to serve as her steed. I will carry you back, he declared. Suyu swallowed hard, marveling at the sight of a flying wolf. The world felt so wondrous. Sitting upon James's back, the wind in her face was invigorating. The ascent was arduous, but the descent was effortless. In merely 10 minutes, James reached the entrance of the cave. Just as Kreese heard the commotion, he was startled and swiftly turned to see the small cubs lingering in place. Their heads tilted in confusion. Kreese perked up, leaning against the wall, pondering what kind of flying beast had found its way here. What were to be done with these cubs at that moment? Suyu cheerfully remarked. It seems I must traverse that high mountain without waiting for Ethan to recover. Unbeknownst to her, Ethan, nestled comfortably in the cave, was once again facing abandonment. Kreese, perplexed, wondered if Suyu had ventured out to bring back another flying beast. While he hesitated, the cubs, upon hearing their mother's voice, stumbled out in a rush. We missed you, Mom. Outside, Suyu's joyful laughter echoed. In Kreese's days. Suyu entered the cave, cradling the cubs, while James, in high spirits, set out to hunt, intending to boast to the unseemly about his recovery. What are you doing here? He queried, observing Kreese standing motionless like a statue. Suyu's question jolted Kreese back to reality as he recalled taking the cubs out for relief. Had he heard the sound of large wings flapping, indicating another flying beast? No, that was James, Suyu replied candidly, not giving it much thought. Kreese was left speechless. When had James learned to fly? Suddenly, a realization struck him. James could indeed fly. He seemed to be answering himself. Suyu shot him an exasperated glare. Take them out for relief. They must be hungry by now. With that, she placed the cubs on the ground, nudging them outside. The weather outside had noticeably improved, with the snow gradually ceasing. Standing at the cave entrance, Suyu surveyed her surroundings, feeling an unprecedented sense of joy. Once James returned, her plans could be set in motion. Tomorrow, she would scale that mountain to inspect other territories. You have saved James once again, Kreese affirmed from the side. The IT was a fortunate accident, but judging by your expression, you seem rather unfazed by the news of James's flight. Suyu leaned in closer. Kreese cleared his throat, his demeanor composed. The Silver Wolf clan, hundreds of miles from our tribe, has been known to possess flying capabilities. Have you ever collaborated with them? Suyu asked, curious about how they could be aware of events from such a distance, indicating frequent interactions. There has been cooperation, mostly in the form of interclan marriages. Kreese's expression turned somber. Suyu pondered the coincidence. Could it be that his partner hailed from the Silver Wolf clan? Just as she was about to inquire, Kreese confirmed her suspicion. My partner is indeed from the Silver Wolf clan. Astonished that she had guessed correctly, Suyu continued, in that case, you must have considerable knowledge about the Silver Wolf clan, right? Eager to hear about James's past, she found Kreese rather disinterested in discussing it. I am preparing to go hunting. As Suyu awaited news from the Silver Wolf clan, she found Kreese's sudden shift to hunting topics perplexing. Feeling impatient, she scratched her head and contemplated kicking him, only to realize that food was indeed a pressing concern. Fine, if you're going hunting, please be cautious. Just then, Ethan's mournful voice resonated from behind. They can all hunt. Why can't I? Suyu jumped, turning to see the pitiful look on Ethan's face. That if you don't want that arm, then go ahead. She felt exasperated, wondering why he was so eager to hunt. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the woodcutter's work. But I've been cooped up in the cave. It's driving me mad. How about I go to the river and catch some fish? I remember you made a delightful fish hot pot. He smacked his lips at the thought that on such a cold day, enjoying a steaming hot pot of fish would be a true pleasure for him. Suyu sighed in resignation. It was clear he simply wanted to eat, yet he had to concoct such an elaborate excuse. You can take care of tonight's fish, she commanded, and with that, he joyfully dashed out of the cave. Perhaps due to his excitement, he failed to notice the sloped ground ahead and slid head first into the snow. Huh. Suyu laughed unabashedly. Even Kreese beside her couldn't contain himself, collapsing in the snow. Tears of laughter streaming down his face. Stuck in the snow, Ethan felt dazed, wondering how he had fallen to such depths. Adhering to the principle of I am not embarrassed. You are, he crawled out of the snow and glared at the two, who were still laughing heartily. Frustrated, Ethan turned to leave. The cubs bumped against Suyu's legs, their intentions clear. They wanted food. Suyu picked up the smallest and led the way. After a few steps, she turned to Kreese and said, if you want to go hunting, now is the time. They should be back shortly. Chris received the command and immediately turned toward Suyu, carrying her cubs, traversed the corridor, and returned once more to their dwelling. Jacob was still asleep, oblivious to the world outside, and even the loudest of drums would likely not rouse him at this hour. Yes, she burrowed under the covers, transforming into a wild dog. The cubs tumbled in one after another. Suddenly, the slumbering Jacob awoke, burying his head against her neck. Did you go out? You're awake? Suyu asked with a smile. Completely forgetting her canine form, she felt a tragic urge to weep. Jacob replied, and a soft sound of breathing came from behind him. Suyu felt a surge of happiness. Her claws scratched at the blanket, leaving lines as she lay there in resigned despondency. It was not until the cubs had finished eating that she finally shifted back into her human form. She extended her finger to trace Jacob's outline, the atmosphere bubbling with sweetness, just as she was about to steal a kiss. Ethan burst in, brandishing a fish and shouting, Suyu, do you see how lucky I am today? Interrupted, Suyu's anger flared. Your head. My head? What does that have to do with eating fish? Ethan replied, bewildered, suddenly his gaze fixed on her hand, his expression awkward but quickly returning to normal. Mind your manners. We are in a community now. Shut your beak. Are you looking for a beating? Suyu jumped up, accidentally stepping on one of the cub's paws, causing it to yelp. The cub dove into Jacob's embrace, seeking comfort. Suyu was struck with a wave of frustration and sought retribution from Ethan, grabbing his arm and bouncing as she attempted to hit him. Unfortunately, her small stature rendered her efforts futile, leaving her panting. All right, go ahead and hit me. Once you've vented your anger, we can cook, Ethan said, lowering his head in submission to appease his feeder. That won't help to calm me. Suyu glared fiercely, her grip entangled in Ethan's hair, the smooth texture making her reluctant to pull away. Never mind. Let us sit by the fire and sort ourselves out. Reluctant, are we? Ethan teased, his smile wide. Your face is so big. Suyu rolled her eyes. By the way, I heard James can fly now. Ethan changed the subject. Yes, he can fly. Suyu confirmed truthfully. You helped him, didn't you? Suyu, you are terrible at hiding things. We are strays. If you harbor ill intentions, how can you ensure your own survival? Ethan's expression turned serious, but Suyu merely laughed. You want to try moving the earth again? I dare not. Ethan recoiled, suddenly recalling that matter, and oh wonder he was so fearless. Then all the better. Hurry up and slice the fish. I want to see how well your arm is healing, Suyu said, handing him a knife. For some reason, her peripheral vision caught sight of many objects. What are these? She picked up a bead. An ugly gift for you. Ethan replied without looking up at a gift. Why give it to me? Suyu was baffled by his odd reasoning. Perhaps it's to make you feel like James is family. Ethan had intended to say partner, but altered his words at the last moment that we are already family, after all. But this bead is truly beautiful. I'll try stringing it into a necklace tonight, Suyu decided not to delve deeper. Ethan was pleased. It seemed that the disabled dragon from the sea had an astute understanding of the preferences of females. Should he explore this further? Just then, one of the little cubs noticed its mother's shiny, round object and rushed forward, eager to bite. Su quickly grasped its neck, holding it firmly in place, while simultaneously shoving the bead into Ethan's arms. With a gentle poke, she tapped the cub's nose. You can't eat this. If it gets swallowed, it could cause constipation. The little cub, bewildered, did not comprehend its mother's warning but stared at the bead in Ethan's embrace, akin to a calf bumping forward. Ethan thought it was going to leap into his arms to chat, and he was quite excited, stretching out his arms to embrace it. Unexpectedly, the little wild dog pounced at his backside, snapping its jaws. Startled, Ethan jumped up, causing the bead to drop to the ground with a thud. In a flash, a small wild dog snatched up the bead and quietly settled beside its mother. Su was alarmed, fearing the bead would be swallowed, which would necessitate finding medicine to help it pass. The thought made her resolve that the bead was no longer to be regarded. Yet the little wild dog, remarkably obedient, turned and offered the bead back to her. Su beamed, reaching out to ruffle its head. The little wild dog nudged its wet nose against her palm, tickling her and making her burst into laughter. Ethan, feeling a pang of jealousy, lamented that despite his efforts as a devoted caregiver, he had received no recognition. Cursing the ungrateful dog inwardly, he recalled that he had set the fire ablaze. By the way, have you checked to see if the garlic I planted is growing? Su knew Ethan was hungry and reluctantly nudged the little cub towards him. In a huff, Ethan ignored her, sidestepping the cub and walking away without looking back. When he returned, he carried several large pots, warm to the touch, with many having already sprouted. I can't believe they actually survived. I'll water them a bit more later. He reached out to touch the pots. With water and the right temperature, the garlic sprouts were growing rapidly. In about 2 or 3 days, he could harvest the first shoots. Yet, Ethan remained troubled, feeling sad over the lack of response from the little cubs. I've raised them for so long. Why don't they like me? Su aimed to provoke him. If you spent the whole day playing with them and offered them food when they were hungry, do you think they would ignore you? Ethan listened intently, having long forgotten his initial reluctance to be a caregiver. Is that really effective? Su stifled a laugh for a moment, then raised her head, revealing a sincere expression. Try it. If you succeed, all the cubs will be entrusted to you to raise. After all, healing takes time, and if we relied on you, we would have starved long ago. Her gaze remained fixed on the pots as an exquisite idea about sprouting bean sprouts crossed her mind. Then I will try to take care of them as best I can. Ethan stealthily took one of the little cubs and placed it by his feet. The cub was quite accommodating, snuggling against his leg. Before long, it nestled at his feet and fell fast asleep. Ethan's wounded heart was somewhat soothed. Finally, he took a moment to glance at Su. Are you pondering food? Indeed, if we don't eat some greens. Using the restroom will be a challenge, Su grinned. Ethan seemed to understand, but was still unsure. Like ordinary cats and dogs, when they overindulge, they often nibble on grass to aid digestion. A male omnivore. He had not had greens in a long time and yearned for them deeply to tea this moment. He placed all his hopes on Su. Seemingly sensing this, Su shot him a cool glance. I have thought of a method, but unless someone executes it, you will never eat greens. Ethan felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly retorted, I have no idea how to approach the things you mentioned. If you genuinely care for our well-being, why not explain patiently? Su, uninterested, pondered whether to grow mushrooms in addition to bean sprouts. There were vast forests nearby. A trip back and forth could yield fertile soil. A few fallen leaves and some nutrient solution. Mushrooms should sprout well. Noticing Su ignoring him, Ethan nudged her. You wouldn't be that stingy, would you? Su looked up bewildered. What were you just saying? Ethan, feeling utterly disregarded, sulked back to his bed with the little cub in his arms. When the other two returned with their spoils, they immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere within the dwelling. Su was cradling a sprouting garlic bulb. Grinning like a fool on the opposite side, Ethan had wrapped himself up tightly, resembling a rice dumpling, and before they could approach, they overheard him muttering curses aimed at someone. James, in high spirits, bore a massive catch on his shoulders, which he casually tossed in front of the fire. The ground shook violently upon impact. What a bountiful haul! Suyu snapped back to reality, gazing at the prey before her, which increasingly resembled a prehistoric beast. Its teeth and the fur covering its body. Wasn't it a saber-toothed tiger? Today was indeed fortunate. They had stumbled upon a solitary, saber-toothed tiger. Was it a beast man or merely an ordinary beast? Suyu swallowed nervously. This was something she had only seen on television, and now she was truly feasting her eyes on it. Who had ever heard of an ordinary beast devouring a beast man? James frowned, his brow furrowed. He admired Suyu's sporadic leaps in memory, though it was perplexing. After a prolonged contemplation, Suyu sighed in exasperation, rubbing her temples. This was the first time she had encountered such an animal. If Chris were to see it, would he be enraged that she had consumed one of his kind? Attempting to change the subject, she found her point inadequately expressed, only for Chris to interject. It's merely a lowly beast, devoid of any intellect. How could it possibly compare to our white tiger clan? To substantiate his claim, he bore a tiger upon his shoulders. Suyu blinked in disbelief. Thinking she must have misjudged, and rubbed her eyes like a tea that moment, it became evident that Chris was indeed carrying one of his own kind. You're impressive, Suyu remarked, giving him a thumbs up. James, observing her bafflement, rolled his eyes in annoyance. What a fuss! I thought you had emerged from some obscure corner. Suyu shot him a playful wink. Have you forgotten? We're brothers. You once promised to protect me as fiercely as you would your own hide. How could you so swiftly forget your own words? Is a vow now as trivial as sipping cold water? James gritted his teeth in frustration. He had merely spoken the truth. Why did it provoke Suyu? Moreover, she had mentioned his appearance. He now understood. Reasoning with females was futile. Just pretend I said nothing. Yet Suyu persisted, reiterating her previous statement. Ignoring her, James took the massive beast outside to clean it, and upon re-entering, found Suyu fiddling with her frying pan, as if the earlier scene had never occurred. Chris couldn't help but chuckle. I thought you were about to cause a ruckus. Suyu's face flushed crimson. She had merely attempted to lighten the mood, yet it seemed she was the one left embarrassed. She resolved to speak less around them in the future. Meanwhile, James decided to provoke her intentionally. I suppose you can't best me. Suyu shot him a glare. Have you forgotten that you lost to me during our contest? James, however, was unperturbed. That was merely sunlight refracting. You misjudged it, didn't you? If there truly were a five-colored deer, why didn't you bring one back? Suyu replied calmly. Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean I didn't. James, why are you so certain I didn't find them? James thought her words were nonsense. Those are divine creatures from the heavens. Oh, you really believe a female, like you could possess one? He remained obstinate. If Suyu had indeed acquired one, her boastful nature would have revealed it by now. She couldn't be bothered to argue further, instead continuing to attend to her frying pan. The atmosphere was perfect for enjoying some grilled meat. After a prolonged silence without a response, James nearly lost his temper. That you're doing this on purpose. At least you possess some self-awareness, Suyu teased, sticking her tongue out at him, causing James to nearly leap in frustration. However, if he let anger take hold before a meal, he would undoubtedly eat less. Seemingly understanding Suyu's intentions, he made an effort to calm himself, ultimately seizing a few extra pieces of meat while eating. Suyu, observing his childishly immature behavior, chose to ignore him. The first taste of saber-toothed tiger meat exceeded her expectations. The meat was not only tender but also succulent. If only she had garlic cloves and leafy greens to accompany it, she could have devoured an entire basin. Unfortunately, she had nothing. She was utterly destitute, and the thought brought her to the brink of tears. Just as she was about to pop the last piece in her mouth, a sudden wail echoed from behind her, stiffening in place. She feared she had eaten thoroughly. Terrified, she dared not turn around. Just then, Ethan leaned in. You clearly said you were scared. Why didn't you leave the last piece for me? Suyu frowned. When had she ever said that? Moreover, she hadn't drunk any alcohol today. Suddenly, Ethan snatched the meat from her hand. Not only was he infuriating, but he also chewed it voraciously before her, his audacious demeanor making her want to leap up. What were you doing just now? Ethan raised an eyebrow in triumph. It was just a piece of meat. Did you want to snatch it back? Come on, try. Looking at his shameless expression, Suyu quietly set down her chopsticks and walked away. Ethan was taken aback. watching her retreating figure for quite some time. Given her nature, she should have jumped up, beaten him up, and snatched the meat back. Now, she was silent. Was she plotting something? He glanced back at the unfazed James. What do you think she is up to? James was too disinterested to engage in their childish antics. Who knows? Ethan's face darkened as he squinted. Are you still my good friend? If I don't answer, does that mean I'm not your friend? James's unexpected voice rang out. Oh, splendid. You were clearly at odds with her just now, and now you refuse to help me. Well done, James. However, Ethan was relentless. Just as the two were about to quarrel, Suyu returned from outside, carrying a bucket filled to the brim with snow that in the astonished gazes of the three beasts, Suyu poured the snow into another clean pot. Finally, as if performing a magic trick, she produced a plate of green leafy vegetables, accompanied by fish balls, meatballs, and various other ingredients, all arranged in a circle. Strangely, she remained silent throughout the process, as the clean snow melted into water. Suyu tossed in some exceptionally spicy hot pot seasoning. The flames roared, and the water boiled rapidly. The room was instantly filled with a pungent aroma, despite the intensity of the hot pot's fragrance. The three could not help but swallow hard. Seemingly intentionally, Suyu placed slices of fatty beef and lamb into the hot pot, gently swishing them about. Once the color changed slightly, she triumphantly fished them out and dipped them in sauce. Devouring them with gusto, someone, unable to contain themselves, swallowed audibly, the sound echoing distinctly. Suyu, without even lifting her eyelids, savored her meal in front of the three beasts. Chris could no longer restrain himself. He approached the pot, licking his face and extended his chopsticks, expecting to be reprimanded. To his surprise, Suyu warmly invited him to join her for hot pot. Overjoyed, Chris quickly forgot any sense of restraint. James, somewhat resistant to spicy food, found the aroma in the air too enticing to ignore, and he couldn't help but sniff eagerly. Gazing at the abundance of fresh ingredients scattered on the ground, he swallowed again. Yet his feet remained rooted to the spot. While Ethan, beside him, wore a sullen expression, he finally understood Suyu's intentions. She clearly aimed to coax an apology from him with food. Moreover, he seemed to have little resistance to spicy flavors. After days of bland porridge, he felt nauseous. Now, staring at the mouth-watering spread, he questioned whether his pride was worth more than a hearty meal. Ethan approached cautiously, scrutinizing Suyu's expression, only to find her lacking the usual warmth or even a cold glance in his direction. Her gaze exchange with Chris only deepened his dissatisfaction. He had contributed, albeit modestly, by often caring for the young ones. He had also entrusted thousands of his beastmen to Suyu. Surely, he deserved to partake in the steaming hot pot. This thought inflated his sense of entitlement, prompting him to move closer. However, just as his hand brushed against the pot, Suyu swiftly tapped the back of his hand with her chopsticks, her displeasure evident. This is mine. You cannot eat it. Ethan glared at her, discontent etched across his face. Aren't we family? Suyu's demeanor was unyielding, akin to someone who, having donned trousers, refuses to acknowledge their ownership. That we are indeed family. But that doesn't mean we must eat together at all times. Ethan was nearly apoplectic at her absurd reasoning. Just yesterday, he had cared for her after she nearly burned herself, yet this female was utterly unreasonable. Suyu's brow furrowed tightly, as if she could crush a fly with her gaze. I remember. Did I not return your favor this morning? You wanted fish hot pot, and I made it for you. You enjoyed grilled meat last night, did you not? Does that not count? Ethan felt a pang of frustration, his gaze fixated on the steaming hot pot before slowly shifting to a plate of green vegetables nearby. If only Suyu were not a female, he might have transformed into his original form and pecked her into submission. Yet he could not act against her. Suyu was his provider. Offending this significant benefactor could lead to starvation. Since he could neither eat nor touch the food, he chose silence and turned to leave. Observing his retreating figure, Suyu turned to Chris and said, I notice a few males not far off. Looking quite pitiful. They must want to eat as well. Call them over. Chris, engrossed in his meal, stared at Suyu in astonishment. Ethan had pleaded for so long without success, yet she was offering food to the males drooling nearby. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed and beckoned them over. The males exchanged glances, hesitant to move, as they noticed their leader's expression and crawled forward, pressed against the wall in trepidation. Suu, sitting by the fire, was taken aback, observing Ethan's smoldering anger, which nearly frightened the innocent beastman to death. That a gleeful expression crossed her face. She was eager to see just how outrageous Ethan could be. Who told him to offend a female? Now he must experience the consequences of his actions. Her eyes sparkled with delight. The atmosphere in the room grew uncomfortably tense as James's gaze lingered on the meat. But the steaming hot pot caused him to abandon the thought. He returned to his cozy nest, watching as Ethan sulked in anger. Concerned that his friend might be driven to madness, he playfully prodded him. Ethan, fuming, ignored him, yet his peripheral vision remained glued to the figures nearby. Among them was a particularly tall giraffe beast, strikingly slender, resembling a bamboo pole in comparison to his brothers. He appeared to tower over them. Suyu extended a plate of vegetables towards him. The giraffe, nervous, carefully spoke before reaching for the food. "I know who you are." Su was momentarily taken aback, studying the features of the giraffe. Contrary to her expectations of a long face, he possessed delicate features, and though his expression appeared somewhat haggard, he exuded a sense of fragility and refinement. In a modern context, he would undoubtedly be a rising star. Suyu found herself disinterested in his appearance, instead intrigued by his words. The giraffe, visibly anxious, awaited her response. Unable to contain himself any longer, he cautiously added, "You belong to the wild dog clan." "How do you know?" Suyu's dismissive demeanor faded as she asked earnestly. The giraffe hesitated, contemplating before responding. "I have seen your sister before. My sister." Suyu furrowed her brow, lost in thought. After a moment, she shook her head. "Unable to recall such a memory. I sincerely apologize. I was abandoned in the wilderness and lost many memories that I cannot remember. How many beastmen belong to the wild dog clan? That if you know, could you enlighten me?" Suyu's tone was gentle, and the giraffe nodded in understanding, his eyes fixated on the plate of green vegetables. Suyu quickly grasped his intent. "You may have this plate for now. If you wish for more, I can find some for you." The giraffe gazed at Suyu's smiling face, hesitating before speaking again. "Do you want to know why you were cast out?" Suyu remained unhurried. The reasons for being cast out were typically few and far between. One possibility was being deemed a burden, bringing shame to others. Another was being discarded due to jealousy among beastmen. Perhaps it was due to wrongdoing or being lured away by another male. Which one was it? The truth remains elusive. However, she harbors a profound curiosity about her origins. The giraffe, feeling a twinge of anxiety, gingerly picked up a leaf of verdant greens and examined it intently for a while. Encouraged by Suyu's supportive gaze, he quickly consumed it. It had been ages since he had relished such fresh and succulent vegetables. Although the giraffe clan occasionally indulged in meat, their primary sustenance consisted of leaves. Yet, ever since he ventured into the wild, many of his habits had altered. Nevertheless, the ingrained instincts woven into his very being could not be easily changed. Upon encountering the lush green vegetables today, his eyes became uncontrollably wide, and his mind momentarily ceased to function. After days of observation, his understanding of Suyu had deepened. Although he remained unaware of the reasons behind her amnesia, he was cognizant of her abandonment by her kin. At that moment, Suyu gazed into the giraffe's dark eyes and spoke softly. "Please share whatever you can remember. I promise to provide you with greens on time." After a considerable struggle, the giraffe swallowed the greens and spoke candidly. "Your wild dog clan resides in the central plains of Victoria, with your tribe comprising over 100,000 beastmen, led by a female, though this leadership is not fixed," Su pondered, recalling that in the animal kingdom, matriarchs often led their clans. Yet, she had not anticipated that they would be sisters. This revelation stirred a tumult of emotions within her. Could it be that familial discord had led to her being cast aside as expendable? The more she contemplated this, the more agitated she became. She yearned to uncover the truth behind why the original owner had been discarded so far away, left to fend for herself. Her gaze was fervent, her round eyes scrutinizing the giraffe's face. Startled, the giraffe averted his eyes. He had always been shy and hesitant to stare at females. Prolonged observation made him uneasy, causing him to break out in a rash. Were it not for the plate of greens before him, he would not have endured her scrutiny for so long. Summoning his courage, he continued, Your wild dog clan is quite esteemed in central Victoria. Not solely for the abundance of females, but primarily due to their remarkable fertility and formidable abilities. I could see this. Su Yu's racing heart steadied as she swallowed hard, asking with difficulty, "Are you suggesting that the strength of the wild dog females lies in their abilities that rival those of males?" The giraffe nodded earnestly. "Oh, you know who my mother is?" Su Yu's heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from her throat. And oh wonder the original owner had been cast out. Her abilities were weak, and as a disabled beast, remaining in the clan would only render her a target for bullying. Lacking the love of her mother or sisterhood, her existence was destined to symbolize shame. Now, it was clear why she had been abandoned. While this might not be the sole reason, her disability certainly played a significant part. Your mother is the current queen of the wild dog clan, Yali. She possesses lightning abilities and has 20 companions. Now at 45, her fertility remains at its peak, having given birth to no fewer than 100 offspring since reaching adulthood. The information the giraffe provided was overwhelming, leaving Su Yu's mind racing. The original owner's mother was named Yali, endowed with extraordinary powers and high fertility, with numerous partners. Her father was undoubtedly among them, though the existence of any biological sisters remained uncertain. Setting those thoughts aside, if the original owner had been abandoned, her father would surely be searching for her. The fact that she had been thrown into the northern wilderness, alone and unclaimed, suggested that her father was likely gone as well. This realization tugged painfully at her heart. Would she never know a father's love? In her previous life, before the age of 10, she had enjoyed a complete family. Even after establishing her own family, she had experienced a semblance of paternal affection until her sister's birth marked the end of her happiness. The thought of how she would cope after the loss of the original owner's father was unbearable. It felt as though she had immersed herself in emotional turmoil, unable to bear listening to what came next. Yet, she ultimately forced herself to undergo a brief mental adjustment. The giraffe, having waited patiently, observed Su Yu and quickly adjusted to the situation before revealing a harsh truth. "Your father is dead. How do you know this so definitively?" Su Yu had anticipated this outcome, her eyes welling up with tears. She was also curious about how the giraffe possessed such knowledge of the wild dog clan. Suddenly, the giraffe's expression turned sorrowful and tears streamed down his cheeks. This left Su Yu momentarily stunned. Could it be that his family had suffered due to the wild dog clan? Nearby, several beasts looked on in bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired between the two, as both were now teary-eyed and choked with emotion. At that moment, Jacob, who had been sleeping soundly, seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly opened his eyes, upon seeing Su Yu's frail figure bent over, resembling a pitiful creature. His heart ached deeply. He could no longer concern himself with his own desire for sleep and lunged forward, enveloping the unsuspecting Su Yu in his embrace. "Don't be afraid. I am here," Su Yu, lost in her sorrow and eager to understand why the giraffe was in such distress, was caught off guard by Jacob's sudden awakening and could no longer hold back her emotions. Turning towards him, she wrapped her arms around him and wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "I have no father." Since their acquaintance, Su Yu had never displayed such anguish. This was her first outburst, and the surrounding males scrambled to respond. The silently weeping giraffe was rendered speechless. Afraid to continue crying, he lifted his hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes, panic evident on his face. Jacob, overwhelmed with compassion, gently patted her back while offering comfort. "Don't be afraid. I am here for you." His voice carried a certain enchantment. "As," Su Yu cried, her thoughts spiraled chaotically, leaving her in a state of anxiety. As she inched closer to the truth, she recognized its inherent cruelty. After what felt like an eternity, Su Yu finally calmed down, turning to reveal eyes swollen like walnuts. In a hoarse voice, she asked, "Why did my father have to die?" The giraffe ceased his tears, adopting a serious demeanor. "Your father was killed by members of his own clan. That moment, our family happened to be passing by and bore witness to the brutal scene. And you were powerless to intervene." Su Yu pressed for clarification. The time. Our family's abilities were insufficient, and fortune did not favor us that we were a family of 6, and for reasons unknown, we became separated from our clan. My mother was pregnant with a child. Though my father was powerful, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. He had to protect us while remaining vigilant against their ambushes that I witnessed the horror unfold. And my family did not escape unscathed. I can remember his face until my dying day. The giraffe spoke with palpable anguish, lamenting his own weakness and inability to combat the predatory males. You deduced my father's identity solely from a fleeting moment? Su Yu's curiosity intensified. If they had merely passed by, the credibility of such information was questionable. If they lived next door, it would be different. They might maintain contact and exchange news, or even consider a familial alliance in that case, understanding the dynamics of a clan would be remarkably straightforward. You are indeed astute. We are neighbors, yet we aid one another while remaining cautious. The expression on the giraffe's face was one of profound anguish, as if each word were being extricated from the depths of its throat. Su exchanged a silent glance with Jacob, neither uttering a word. The giraffe's complexion was as pale as parchment. Your father's name is Chi. He is a formidable male of the Flying Lion tribe, highly esteemed among your mother's partners due to his exceptional abilities, which endeared him to her during those days when she lavished him with affection. It wasn't long before he fathered you. Yet who would have anticipated that two such powerful beastmen would give birth to a disabled offspring like you? Consequently, your mother grew increasingly disenchanted with your father. Despite his injuries, your father cherished you dearly, toiling tirelessly in the hunt to provide you with the best sustenance, and subsequently seeking the shaman's assistance in hopes of restoring your health. The giraffe paused momentarily before continuing. Years passed in this manner, until 6 months after you reached adulthood, a mysterious beast man arrived in the tribe. His nature and abilities were shrouded in obscurity, yet he captured the admiration of the female members of the wild dog tribe. Curiously, he seemed particularly fond of you, inciting jealousy among your Su began to piece together the narrative. The original owner's father had fallen victim to a conspiracy orchestrated by Yali's partner, leading to his untimely demise. Without the protection of her father, the disabled beast, the original owner, was destined for a grim fate. It was precisely due to the emergence of this enigmatic beast that the underlying tensions were ignited, placing her squarely in the crosshairs of her kin. Eventually, she found herself driven to this place by unknown hands you know who that mysterious beast is. Su Yu's gaze settled on the cub. Could it be a member of the same tribe? Yet if so, why the secrecy? The giraffe admitted ignorance on that front, despite the proximity of their tribes and the occurrences of intermarriage, acknowledging that some secrets remained elusive. He had only overheard snippets of gossip from his sister. I truly cannot say, but I do know that the one conspiring against you is May, your half-sister. She belongs to the wild dog tribe and is renowned for her beauty and exceptional reproductive capabilities. Although her abilities seem rather peculiar, the giraffe earnestly cautioned, "Thank you for imparting this information. Rest assured, I shall avenge your family's grievances and will provide you with greens in the future," Su Yu declared. Before establishing contact with the intelligent core, having gathered the essence of my heritage, shouldn't you offer me some explanations? The intelligent core, however, remained resolute. With the information provided by the giraffe, you have sufficient grounds to return to the central Victoria Plains, subsequently establishing a grander kingdom opposite the wild dog tribe. As for the truth of the past, it is something you must seek for yourself. That hearsay is not always truth, and what is witnessed may not always be false. Su Yu regarded him as a charlatan, especially as he troubled her at this juncture. If he chose not to divulge the information, so be it. She had already conjectured much, now that she had discerned the truth. She was determined to ensure they would not escape unscathed. Undeterred, Su Yu pondered that if the narrative were to unfold further, it must do so gradually. Once all truths came to light, wouldn't that signal the end of the tale? Moreover, she resolved to heed only half of the giraffe's words. After all, one must know the face but not the heart. He suggested that the wild dog tribe might be their arch-nemesis. The notion of her amnesia could very well serve to fabricate certain information, propelling her as an instrument of vengeance. The wrongful killing of a beast could result in a lifetime of torment. Yet who exactly was May, the sister who occupied Su Yu's thoughts at that moment? May lay within her den, allowing her partner to massage her swollen legs. To her surprise, This pregnancy had not only provoked considerable reactions, but had also caused her entire form to swell. This morning, upon glancing at the basin of water, she noted her face had rounded significantly, an unattractive sight indeed. Incensed, she smashed several dining items, prompting Yali to reprimand her. Her mood was exceedingly foul as she gazed down at her partner, who lay feebly at her feet. With a swift kick, she struck at his heart. Vicious words erupted from her lips. You're useless at hunting, and you're useless at massaging my legs. What good are you to me? You might as well go out and collide with a wall. This partner was a young giraffe beast, sharing a lineage with the beast who had provided Suyu with information while dwelling in the northern wilderness. And their connection ran deep. Though the pain in his chest throbbed, he bore it silently, rising slowly like a subservient spouse, gingerly resuming his ministrations. Nearby, a fox observed with a countenance full of disdain. He should not linger here. He is more of a hindrance than a help. Not to mention he consumes too much that a few missed meals would do him good. This fox was strikingly handsome, his fur a vivid crimson akin to blood, yet his sly, upturned eyes betrayed a cunning nature. Unexpectedly, May the fox was unyielding. She raised a hand and struck him across the face. The resounding slap echoed as the fox was knocked to the ground. This is my domain. I govern how things unfold here, and I need not your interference. Have you been itching for trouble lately? May declared, her expression steely as she addressed the group of companions without reservation. The previously chastised fox wore a look of grievance, refraining from approaching, instead covering half his face and beginning to whimper. I always knew May was fickle. Once she embraced me with love and care. But now I am nothing but a nuisance to her. If you wish to hit or scold me, then do as you please. Having received a reprimand that morning, May was seething with indignation. Observing the fox's pitiful demeanor, she turned her gaze to the food on the table, casually picking up a fruit and hurling it at his head. The fox was left dazed and confused. This tactic, once infallible for him, seemed to falter today. He faced setbacks at every turn, having been humiliated twice, and his heart seethed with resentment. Yet he maintained a stoic expression, refraining from tears as he slowly rose and wiped the marks from his face. Standing silently to the side, May regarded him, her eyes darting with shrewdness. You think I am unaware of your intentions? You are my partner now, so be obedient and serve by my side. Should you choose to flirt elsewhere, beware. I shall gouge your eyes out. That a portion of May's cruelty stemmed from her father, while another part lay hidden within her very bones. Fiercely competitive since childhood, she had never hesitated to resort to violence when displeased. Now, with a child on the way, she felt emboldened. She looked down upon her fellow sisters in the tribe, often instigating trouble or secretly sabotaging their supplies. Several had fallen victim to her schemes, nearly losing their young. Unbeknownst to her, the elders of the tribe were already aware of her misdeeds. Yali had warned her multiple times, yet she only laughed dismissively. Having deeply offended the elders, they banded together to oppose Yali and May's actions. Strangely, the mother-daughter duo remained unperturbed, showing no fear whatsoever. Within a vast dwelling of the wild dog tribe, several heavily pregnant females sat together, their expressions filled with indignation. But it's true that May has become increasingly outrageous. She even dares to push me. Had it not been for my partner's quick reflexes, I might have already been bedridden, spoke one female named Hong, her appearance quite striking. Recalling the earlier incident left her pale. Though her color was gradually returning, as they discussed the matter, the others chimed in. Isn't it true? The duo's methods are remarkable. How dare they act against us? This cannot go unpunished. We must depose them from their throne. If we fail to act, our entire tribe may face a dire fate. Hong sighed heavily. Have you all forgotten that Suyu, who opposed May and her mother, vanished without a trace? It is said she was cast into the northern wilderness and likely perished by now. As this was mentioned, a pang of sympathy coursed through them. Suyu's father was indeed formidable. How could he just disappear? Upon mentioning this matter, everyone expressed their deep regret, silently lamenting the cunning of Yali and her daughter. The passing of Suyu's father had inflicted profound losses upon their wild dog clan. The creatures could only murmur amongst themselves, for it was impossible to voice their thoughts in the presence of Yali. Suyu, the subject of their whispered pity, absorbed the news, and conceived a bold idea that I wish to return to the wild dog clan, she declared. Jacob and the others immediately obstructed her, particularly Jacob, who was resolute in his opposition. You have young ones, and you have only recently emerged from confinement. How could you possibly venture to Central Victoria? The information from the giraffe beast lacks credibility. Ethan, standing nearby, had already forgotten his grievances about Suyu not feeding him. He earnestly counseled her, without the flying beasts, it is impossible for you to reach there. Furthermore, it is the cold season, no matter how capable. You cannot traverse it. Chris opened his mouth to speak, but then fell silent, his gaze shifting to James. James grew alert, suspecting that he might be called upon for assistance. Sure enough, Suyu's gaze fell upon him simultaneously. Considering that I awakened your abilities, you must assist me in this matter. James stood firm. Your partner does not agree, nor can I take you along with 11 young ones that that feasible. He was determined not to place himself in jeopardy. As he despised scheming, that Su fixed him with a silent stare. After a long moment, she accused, I knew you were an ungrateful beast. You promised to protect me, yet your unwillingness indicates that I mean less to you than the ugly. James remained silent for a moment before reluctantly replying, I can fly you there, but you must obtain Jacob's consent. Su's face immediately brightened with joy. She knew James's tough exterior masked a tender heart. Turning back, she revealed a sorrowful smile, and just as she was about to weep, Jacob gently tapped her forehead. I know you wish to go. Without clarity about your origins, you cannot remain here peacefully. I cannot accompany you to the center, but I will wait here for your return. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. I shall leave you ample provisions before I depart. I have heard that the ugly one will also come. I will allocate some of the supplies for him, and the rest for myself. Allowing for a feast upon my return, Su earnestly entrusted her responsibilities, determined that the beast should not starve in her absence. The others visibly sighed in relief. With Suyu's departure, a sense of apprehension loomed over them. By the time James returned, they feared they would have turned into jerky. Jacob sighed, resigned, and ultimately acquiesced, gathering a few essential garments for her. That night, the two of them leaned against each other, conversing until dawn. The next day, Suyu, with dark circles under her eyes, cradled the young ones in a thermal bag while sitting in a large hanging basket. Enveloped in layers of blankets, James transformed into a colossal flying wolf, wrapping around the basket several times to secure it. Just before their departure, Ethan patted James on the shoulder, offering lengthy admonitions, with the core message being to protect Suyu and ensure she was not bullied by other beasts. Should she be mistreated, their food supply could dwindle. Jacob embraced Suyu, kissing her tenderly for an extended moment. Be careful. I only wish I could fly. Otherwise, I would accompany you. Jacob's expression was tinged with reluctance. Suddenly, Suyu grasped his hand and bit fiercely into his wrist, stopping only when her mouth was filled with blood. This is my mark for you. Rest assured, you shall be the sole occupant of my heart for a lifetime. Jacob was both amused and bewildered by such a display in these times. Would it mean he could reciprocate in the future? Yet, gazing at Suyu's delicate skin, he hesitated. However, an exquisite idea struck him. Transforming his legs into a serpentine tail, he turned and plucked a scale from his abdomen. Suyu watched in shock as blood splattered onto his hands. The next moment, the snake scale was offered to her. Take this. It may save your life in this crucial moment. Have you gone mad? Do you not feel pain? Suyu exclaimed, horrified as she noticed the flesh torn from his body, bloodied and raw. Flustered, she hurriedly sprinkled medicinal powder over the wound and applied a bandage. Jacob chuckled at her dramatic reaction. It was merely a snake scale, a bit painful, but not life-threatening. Yet, seeing Suyu's concern warmed his heart. Cradling her face, he planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. That I will take care of you, and you must do the same, Suyu replied softly. Indeed. Jacob smiled in agreement, fearing that the farewell would prolong their separation. They reluctantly released each other. James flapped his massive wings and soared into the sky. Suyu peered down from the hanging basket. Jacob transformed into a giant python, swiftly gliding through the snow. Observing his expression, a wave of unutterable sorrow washed over her. She desperately waved her hands, but alas, Jacob could not discern her signals, stumbling as he navigated through the snow, across rivers, and into the forest. James flew with astonishing speed, and soon their dwelling vanished from sight. Within the basket, Suyu wiped her tears while tenderly stroking her young ones, her gaze fixed below. The howling wind whipped her hair, stinging her face painfully. Yet, she persisted. James, unable to bear the sight any longer, urged, "If you cannot bear to part, then return." Suu, fiercely stubborn, shook her head resolutely to such heights. The cold air was even more biting than on the ground, and she could not respond aloud. James eased his pace, noticing no creatures running through the forest. Just as he contemplated landing, a figure darted into view, racing with urgency and reluctance. It was unmistakably Jacob. But James could not halt, fearing that stopping would lead to greater complications. Thankfully, before Suyu could utter a word, he quickened his speed. Meanwhile, Jacob, racing on the ground, felt the chill deep within his chest. It was the first time in his life that he had run so fast, the serpent's speed propelling him forward. He could easily have continued trailing behind them, but halfway through, he suddenly stopped. A massive waterfall blocked his path that moment. He transformed back into his human form. Catching sight of Suyu's tear-filled eyes from afar, he silently swallowed his bittersweet longing and waved towards the distance. Suyu gazed at Jacob below, imprinting his face in her memory. For the first time, she felt the pain of separation, unable to blink as the cold air froze her tears. Only when he was no longer visible did she curl up in the basket. Lost in thought, James's speed was beyond Suyu's imagination. Before she could fully express her sorrow and anguish, they landed in a relatively warmer locale, having flown all morning for James, who lacked flying experience. It was akin to unlicensed driving. As they gently descended, the surrounding flora swirled chaotically. The gentle sunlight bathed them, a stark contrast to the frigid northern wilderness. Here it was like springtime. The sunlight warmed her face, prompting Suyu to squint her eyes. Once accustomed, she peered down at the lush green grass and unfamiliar wildflowers. Utterly baffled by her surroundings, It felt as though she had traveled far south, several thousand kilometers away from Jacob. Poor Jacob, she mused, should be racing across the snowy plains at this hour. After such a long flight, his face must be numb from the cold. They should land and move about before having a meal. James was exceedingly considerate, and he too felt the pangs of hunger. The exertion from the flight had drained his energy far more than he had anticipated. It was only due to his fatigue that he found himself resting here. Otherwise, he would have flown directly to Central Victoria, audaciously setting up a tent right across from the Wild Dog clan, allowing Suyu to create a sensation that would shake the earth. In this world, some females are simply unworthy of parenthood. It seems quite warm here. Please set me down, she remarked. As her words fell, Suyu rose from the hammock, the blankets that had surrounded her scattering to the ground, gathering dust. Just as she turned her head, she noticed James draping the blankets over the hammock, retracting his wings and glancing back before carrying her to the nearby lakeside. This place appears safe enough. I shall hunt nearby, so wait for me, he said, his previously foul mood transformed into a gentler demeanor. Suyu's eyes widened in surprise. You want me and the cubs to rest here? James offered no response. Suyu surveyed her surroundings and, finding no other creatures, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Looking toward the lakeside, she pondered the impropriety of it all, yet with no alternatives, she transformed into her original form, collapsing onto the ground in a manner reminiscent of a leisurely sprawl. The cubs, equally hungry, playfully tussled and squabbled as they sought food, her head tilted to one side, her pupils reflecting the azure sky and pristine clouds. While the air was imbued with the essence of spring, this place is wonderful. Even if we don't go to Central Victoria, establishing a dwelling here, cultivating the land, and grazing livestock could lead to a comfortable life. Indeed, the environment here was markedly different from what she had previously encountered. One side resembled a grassland, while the other mirrored a plain. With no immediate tasks at hand, she could only wait in quiet anticipation. James moved at an astonishing speed, his formidable presence causing the smaller creatures that had ventured out for food to vanish in fright. A few bold little rabbits, however, emerged from their burrows, nibbling on grass while vigilantly watching the newcomer by the lakeside. The small tiger cubs, along with the younger ones who had missed their meal, found themselves separated. The three of them stumbled forward in a playful dash. Out of the corner of her eye, Suyu caught sight of their figures and helplessly enlisted her intelligence to keep watch over them. That moment, the intelligence spoke up, wearing a cheerful expression. "Would you like me to present you with something useful?" Suyu mused, wondering if useful meant a tool for managing the cubs. "What do you have in mind?" she inquired, filled with anticipation. Yet the intelligence surprised her, conjuring an electronic dog in the open space. It was the size of an adult dog, agile in movement, and appeared rather fierce. Before Suyu could voice her questions, it vanished in the blink of an eye. After a moment of silence, Suyu could only utter, "Thank you for your gift." She had expected at least a utilitarian item, perhaps a leash for the cubs, or a plush toy. Anything would have been preferable to that rambunctious electronic dog that instilled panic. "I can sense your inner joy, but there's no need for excessive gratitude. This environment is indeed suitable for a retreat," the intelligence remarked as it scanned the surroundings and provided an analysis. "How long do you estimate until we reach the Wild Dog clan in central Victoria?" Suyu discerned a hint of disdain in its tone regarding the locale. If it was merely for tourism, then thoughts of farming and grazing were futile. It seemed she had been overly optimistic. At T. James's flying speed, it would take at least 2 days. "Are you certain you want to establish a tribe directly opposite the Wild Dog clan and confront them?" The intelligence was perplexed, wishing to elevate Suyu to a position of power, but not wanting her to be consumed by hatred, leading those stray beasts into a pit of despair. Suyu sighed, stroking one of the cubs' heads as she said, "Why should I oppose her? Life is already too burdensome. I merely wish to avenge the original owner's father and repay those scoundrels in kind. Then I will strengthen the tribe, making them realize that losing me is their detriment." The intelligence was taken aback. "So, you have already devised a plan for how to deal with them?" Suyu shook her head, explaining that her strategy would unfold gradually. "First, I must ascertain the truth of the information provided by that giraffe and ultimately identify the mastermind behind it. An eye for an eye. But until I clarify the situation, I must proceed with caution, feigning vulnerability to infiltrate the Wild Dog clan. Before the cold season ends, I intend to thoroughly understand the tribe's dynamics and deliver a resounding blow before departing." The intelligence waited patiently, but when it did not receive the answer it sought, it asked, "You don't intend to use my assistance to exact revenge on those individuals, do you? Killing for a life. Repaying debts. These are universal truths. Yali, as my father's partner, is petty and narrow-minded, a being that grows fond of the new while discarding the old. She indulged her mate in harming my father and allowed her offspring to bully and abuse me, ultimately casting me into the northern wilderness. I am no saint. I will not greet her with deference and plead for her recognition. Instead, I will make her acutely aware of the taste of humiliation." Suyu's expression was as cold as ice. Meanwhile, not far away, the 3 little cubs were joyfully chasing a small rabbit. The intelligence, observing Suyu's frosty demeanor, grasped the situation with clarity. He admired her forthright nature. Why should one remain submissive when wronged? Life was already suffocating enough without allowing others to trample upon one's dignity. In just 10 minutes, James returned with a small wild deer. He transformed back into his human form by the lakeside, deftly preparing the catch. After feeding the cubs, Suyu crawled toward the lake to wash her paws, much to James's astonishment. "Did you not notice the blood in the river?" he asked. "That I did, but you must have missed the fact that I was upstream. However, your hunting speed seems to have improved. It appears you also require a space to unleash your potential," she said, squatting beside him and observing as his fingers nimbly divided the deer meat into several pieces. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she bit her lip, glancing in a certain direction. "Should I go gather firewood?" James shook his head. "Why not utilize your spatial abilities? You should be setting up a pot and starting to roast the meat by now." Suyu recognized his teasing, but remained silent. She gazed at the chive flowers blooming on the prairie. Despite the cold season, the temperature here was pleasant, and the environment was inviting. The chive flowers looked promising. Anything edible should be gathered for her territory. Once the cubs were satiated, they began to chase each other playfully, tugging and nibbling at one another, adorably innocent. Their innate nature was inescapable, watching them frolic across the prairie. Suyu's desire to relocate the children from the northern wilderness intensified. The ancient tale of Mengmu's 3 relocations held its wisdom. The environment was crucial. James, unaware of Suyu's myriad thoughts, grew anxious as silence enveloped them, that he feared she might have been taken by some creature. "Do not stray from my line of sight. Be cautious of predators," he warned. Suyu snapped back to reality, excitement lighting her face. "Look over there. Is that a tribe?" James quickly replied, "There was nothing when we passed by. If there were, they should have emerged to hunt us outsiders. We must not act impulsively. I don't perceive them as beastmen," Suyu suddenly remarked. James froze, swiftly turning his gaze to the vast herd of beasts. "Run," he exclaimed, realizing they had unwittingly entered the realm of wild beasts. The animals had likely traversed this area thoroughly. And with the scent of blood from the slain deer wafting through the air, a throng of predators was drawn to them. Suyu swallowed hard, urgently calling her cubs to scamper into the hammock. The predators moved with alarming speed, the ground trembling beneath them. There was no time to waste. Suyu transformed into a wild dog, quickly snatching up one of the stragglers and signaling to James to carry the hammock away. At that moment, she could hardly think about whether she would get to eat or if she might perish from exhaustion. James wore a look of intense anxiety, a spider plant clutched in his mouth. In the fleeting moment when a ferocious beast lunged at him, he soared into the sky. With lingering trepidation, he gazed at the densely packed horde of creatures below. Their numbers far surpassed those of the hunting packs he had encountered in the wild years ago. Now, they loomed over the grasslands, surrounded by a lush tapestry of trees and blooming flora. With an abundance of herbivores present, it was only natural that carnivores would also thrive. Yet, should prey become scarce, the tables could easily turn, and they themselves would become the quarry that a small cub, bewildered, dangled from its mother's mouth, its wide eyes darting around in confusion. It was the first time Suyu had ever run so swiftly. Her heart racing as if ablaze, she panted desperately, the cub she had nurtured growing heavier by the moment, while the chilling sounds of wolves howling and tigers roaring echoed behind her. And there were also numerous hyenas. In that instant, a desperate flight for survival unfolded. James swooped down from the heavens. He aimed to envelop Suyu in his embrace. However, several swift cheetahs burst forth before him, creating a perilous situation akin to being caught between a wolf and a tiger. Suyu felt the sting of tears welling up. Her cub was far too small. Should it cry out, it would surely fall to the ground, becoming an easy target for the predators. She had never envisioned a day when she would fight for her cub's life. Just then, the sound of flapping wings reached her ears. Turning her head, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, and in an instant, both she and her cub were lifted into the sky. The beasts that had charged at her collided with one another, their cries piercing the air. With a heart full of dread, her 4 paws flailed in the air. The claws gripping her shoulder were unnaturally sharp, piercing through her flesh, causing blood to seep out. The overwhelming scent of an unfamiliar male filled her senses. It was a lion. James, taken aback by the scene, frantically pursued them, after what felt like an eternity. They flew for a full 5 minutes before Suyu and her cub were deposited atop a nearby rocky outcrop. This natural formation, sculpted by the relentless forces of wind and sun over the years, exhibited bizarre shapes. As their 4 paws touched the ground, they instantly transformed into human form. With Suyu cradling her cub protectively, her expression wary as she eyed the lion behind her. "Who are you?" she demanded. The lion, intrigued, shook his head and inquired, "You are rather adorable. Is this your cub?" Given the unexpected familiarity and the fact that he had just saved her life, Suyu should have expressed her gratitude. Yet, the gaze he directed towards her held no comfort. "Let us clarify things. Do not harbor any ill intentions towards my cub," she replied cautiously, shifting to shield her offspring behind her, her eyes fixed on him. The golden lion abruptly transformed into a human. Towering at nearly 2 meters, with long limbs, his appearance, though not as striking as that of James or others, was rendered captivating by the brilliance of his golden eyes. He wore a belt of matching animal hide around his waist and slowly crouched beside Suyu, his hand reaching out to touch her face. As Suyu jerked her head away, "Do not lay a hand on me." And I have a partner, she exclaimed. The lion chuckled softly. You are quite charming. You resemble my sister, Su swallowed hard, locking eyes with him, yet she remained steadfast in her vigilance. Using a familial connection to draw closer, was this how all males operated? She chose silence, waiting for James to last. As if the heavens had answered her unspoken plea, James arrived. From atop the towering rock, approximately 2 meters above the ground, Su and her cub trembled fearfully at the edge. Perilously close to falling, the lion, now crouched like a monkey, surveyed them with keen interest, circling them again and again. In a heartbeat, he dove towards them, just as the claws were about to graze Su. The lion suddenly morphed back into a beast, lunging at James. In that critical moment, Su positioned herself between them. That he is my brother, she shouted, eyes squeezed shut. The lion paused, bewildered, pondering what this brother could possibly mean. Shouldn't it be partner instead? Realizing they were acquainted, he refrained from attacking. As James safely brought Su to the ground, they transformed back into their human forms, their gazes locked in a silent standoff. Su nestled behind James, exhaling a sigh of relief, finally feeling secure in his presence. After all, he was her brother. In the vast expanse, silence enveloped them, lingering for what felt like an eternity until the cub, climbing out of the hanging basket, tugged at Su's leg, breaking the stillness. You hail from the wilds, do you not? The lion inquired, now seated on the ground, his interest piqued by the 11 tiny cubs, stretching out his long hand. He grasped one, inspecting it closely. The little rascal, unaccustomed to the foreign scent, promptly bit his finger. Anticipated pain did not ensue. Instead, laughter rang out. You must protect your mother. Wait a few more years before venturing out. Are you from the Flying Lion tribe? James interjected coldly, his demeanor unwavering, positioning himself protectively between Su and the lion, whose gaze was laden with aggression. His feelings for Su were pure. A simple desire to safeguard her, that he could not allow her to be taken by another beast man. That would be unacceptable upon their return. You belong to the Silver Wolf tribe, do you not? Your flying speed is rather slow. I assume you have only recently mastered flight? The lion countered, ignoring James' question. James gritted his teeth, maintaining his silence, his glare wiped at Su. However, found herself intrigued. What were they probing each other about? What motives did this sudden appearance of a male from the Flying Lion tribe hold? I know you are reluctant to reveal your vulnerable side to your partner, hence your efforts to conceal your discomfort with flying. Let me warn you, if you continue in this manner, you may damage your body and be unable to bear cubs in the future. The lion's familiarity was irksome, and his words startled Su. Was it possible that a sudden thought could ruin James' life? She immediately turned her gaze to his face, only to find him as serene as ever. The not spread alarmist tales here. I know you merely seek to attract the attention of females. She is my family, the female I wish to protect. I do not wish to see you again. You save her life, and I shall return you a beast in kind. James declared, radiating a sense of strength. Su felt a swell of pride in him. She had no desire to linger in the presence of this lion. Despite his cheerful demeanor, his eyes concealed untold stories, neither cold nor warm, yet deeply unsettling. His sudden appearance bore either intent or a mere desire for acquaintance. But at such a critical juncture, she wished to avoid conflict. However, the lion shook his head. I am out here to hone my skills. The journey has been too solitary. I would rather travel with you. Absolutely not. James firmly rejected. Su, standing behind him, vigorously nodded in agreement, unwilling to encounter or travel alongside this stranger, despite having the assistance of an intelligent mind. There were times when one had to rely on oneself. Leaning on others could lead to downfall. One could not depend on people. You are rather ungrateful. It was I who saved you moments ago. Otherwise, you and your cub might have perished in the jaws of beasts. Lay protested, hopping in frustration. His towering figure made his antics seem rather foolish. I appreciate your assistance, and I will have James help you hunt a great beast as a token of my gratitude. Please do not pursue us any further. Su replied. Su's demeanor was resolute, yet Lay suddenly became still, gently placing the cubs on the ground. Without uttering a word, he departed from the scene. Confronted with this abrupt action, they found themselves momentarily at a loss. Suu exhaled sharply, relieved that no one pursued her. It was truly a blessing that she watched Lei fade into the distance. James finally turned back, surveying the surroundings for a considerable time. Your shoulder is injured. Do you have any medicine? His voice carried a hint of apology, and it was then that Suyu became aware of a slight sting in her shoulder. However, the injury remained obscured beneath her clothing. I have some medicine, but I cannot apply it myself, Suyu admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. James glanced around. Their current location was dotted with numerous caves. Let us find a place to rest temporarily. He suggested, I will apply the medicine for you, and then we can hunt later. I noticed a cave ahead that seems suitable. You should remain quietly in the sling and avoid wandering off. You are carrying the cubs, and I have just learned to fly. Sometimes, I truly cannot attend to you. His expression was calm, devoid of reproach, yet Suyu felt a twinge of discomfort and awkwardness. She had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events, one that nearly cost her life. Stepping out of her comfort zone, she felt as insignificant as dust. She resolved to heed James's advice. The two of them would need to cooperate moving forward. She also intended to test her own abilities, as she could not remain passive indefinitely. Shall we set off then? She inquired, closely following James. The duo selected a vast cave, with James leading the way. Upon discovering the cave was clean and devoid of any signs of habitation, they felt at ease to settle down. The cubs scurried about within the cave. Suyu pulled out a clean blanket and laid it on the ground, squatting down and inadvertently exposing her shoulder. Several small puncture wounds resembling green beans appeared on her fair skin. James maintained a neutral expression, entirely unbothered by the situation. He took a medicine box from Suyu's hands, deftly opened it to reveal a green ointment. After a brief application, he extracted some medicine and gently smeared it onto her shoulder. Suyu was tense, her entire being coiled tightly. The cub in her embrace was nearly suffocated by her grip. She gritted her teeth as she felt the ointment being applied. The contact was fleeting, barely touching her skin, which provided her some comfort. The application was swift and did not take long. The cave filled with a potent medicinal aroma, while the cubs playfully dug at the dirt in the corner. Resembling mischievous little mice, that I will go hunt. You must take care, James said, placing the medicine beside Suyu before turning to leave. As his footsteps faded into the distance, Suyu released a breath she had not realized she was holding. It was exceedingly awkward. Had she not applied the medicine, the injury could have become infected, leaving her with lasting repercussions. Yet if she did apply it, how would she and James interact in the future? While she was lost in thought, Lei returned. He stood outside the cave, dropping a freshly caught prey at her feet with a thud. Why have you come back again? Suyu asked, hastily putting on her clothes and positioning herself at the entrance to block his entry. Aren't you happy to see me? Lei replied smugly. Suyu hesitated for a moment. If you seek repayment, then let James take the prey. That would settle our debts. Lei stared, momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. Do you think I'm the sort of person who would squabble over such trivial matters? It took Suyu some time to comprehend that he intended to linger, and her expression turned even more peculiar. Why are you so insistent on clinging to us? Lei remained silent, squatting beside her as he methodically prepared the prey. The cave filled with the metallic scent of blood, and several cubs were restless with excitement. Unable to contain them, Suyu dashed from between her legs and approached Lei, eagerly tearing into the prey. Lei, unfazed, tore off a piece and tossed it aside, watching as the cubs eagerly tore into the meat. Their faces smeared with blood. Disgusted, Suyu reached out, but a bloodied hand blocked her path. Their mother. You cannot shield the cubs from the sight of blood. Though he had a point, the cubs were still quite young. If they consumed bloody meat, it could be detrimental to their health. Suyu was determined to retrieve the cubs, but Lei would not allow it. They pushed and shoved one another, only to discover that the cubs had devoured a piece of bloody flesh entirely. Suyu felt tears welling up. How was she to articulate her frustration to a beast like this? His overzealousness could indeed endanger her cubs. In a rush, she disregarded the mess and snatched the prey. Reaching to extract it from them, the cubs whined in protest, and with no other option, she herded them back into the cave. Using a hanging plant to block the entrance, she spoke to the intelligent device. Please provide me with some digestive medicine. It is not advisable for them to take medicine at such a young age. I will fetch some digestive tablets. The device replied, agreeing with Lay's approach. Despite the considerable risks, the cubs indeed required meat. Overprotection could ultimately jeopardize their lives. Suyu nodded in acquiescence. Before long, the digestive tablets were placed in her hands. She pried the cubs' mouths open, crushing the tablets into powder, and slowly fed it to them. After observing them for a while, she noticed no adverse reactions and felt relieved. With James yet to return, she made her way to the edge of the sling. Tiptoeing to peer outside, that moment, she fervently wished for Jacob's presence, if only he were here. Meanwhile, Jacob, who was on his way, was preoccupied with thoughts of Suyu. The more he contemplated, the more uneasy he became. What if Suyu was taken by someone else? If he did not follow her now, when would he? He hurried through the night, sleepless and restless. After Lay had cleaned the meat, he set about building a fire nearby. Thick smoke billowed in one direction. Suyu and the others nearly suffocated in the cave, and reluctantly moved the sling outside, coughing as they glared at the source of their discomfort. Lay remained unfazed, testing the meat's doneness with his fingernail, deftly bringing the roasted meat to his mouth. Chewing while smacking his lips, Suyu was already quite hungry. Ideally, James should not have gone hunting, but she could not always rely on these provisions. Her abilities were too unique. Given James's intelligence, he would have figured it out long ago. Fortunately, they were family, which alleviated the fear of being exposed. Yet, she dreaded the possibility of the cubs being tempted by Lay again. Taking a few steps back, she gritted her teeth and led the cubs away to not leave. Eat something, Lay called out, his voice deliberately loud as he waved the meat enticingly to her surprise. He was quite adept. The meat was perfectly roasted to a golden crisp. Once the cubs caught a whiff of the meat, they could not resist. One of them crashed into its mother and dashed away without looking back. Suyu stood there, tears brimming in her eyes. It was disheartening. She had cared for them for over 2 months, yet they were still not fully accustomed to her presence. Taking a deep breath, she charged after them. Lay, do not go too far. Your actions will only upset their stomachs. They are quite large now, and considering how robust you've raised them, they should not fear a bit of meat. Lay insisted, his tone unwavering. They are not your cubs. Whether they live or die is of no concern to you. You saved me, but my cubs cannot be subjected to your whims, Suyu retorted, her anger mounting. This was no trivial matter. It was a question of life and death. Lay suddenly set down the meat, standing tall, locking eyes with her. Do you think I am as foolish as you? If the cubs are to grow strong and mighty, this is the way it must be. If you, as their mother, do not harden your heart, you will ultimately bring about their demise. They are still my cubs. This is none of your business. Suyu held his gaze, disregarding whether Lay might resort to violence or worse. Only concerned about the lives of the cubs, she had painstakingly nurtured them to this age, carefully safeguarding them from any danger. Otherwise, she would feel remorse towards the original owner if struck by lightning. So be it. Living would be her fortune, and if she were to perish, she would have no regrets. Who would have thought that in frustration, the lightning cast a fierce glare and roared at the cubs? The cubs, engrossed in gnawing on a bone, were startled into a moment of fear, their wide, glistening eyes reflecting their terror. They gradually retreated to their mother, clutching her leg and trembling incessantly. This was the first time Suyu had ever encountered a roar from a male, especially from an unfamiliar one. She was utterly terrified, striving to maintain her composure. However, to her surprise, Lay turned his back and continued to fixate on the fire. That moment, James's voice broke through the tension. Suyu, what are you doing here? He asked, tossing the lifeless prey onto the ground with a thud. The prey bled from its mouth, and he irritatedly flicked his tongue. With his massive paws thudding against the ground, he approached, offering Suyu a sense of security. She clutched the cubs tightly to her chest, stumbling over to James's side. The sharp stones pierced through her shoes, each step sending pain coursing through her, but she paid it no mind, observing her anxious expression. James understood that Lay was causing trouble once again, but he swiftly stepped forward, shielding Suyu and the cubs behind him. With a thunderous growl, he warned, I told you not to come near them. Not only did you ignore me, But you also fed the cubs bloody food, that if they get sick, I will take your life. Provoked, Lay rose, transforming into a colossal lion, roaring at James. You are merely a guardian beast, unworthy of being a mate. What gives you the right to challenge me? Suyu seemed to hear the most ludicrous joke, instinctively shrinking back in alarm as she witnessed the impending clash. Her legs felt as though they were nailed to the ground, rendering her immobile. Silence. She is my family. If you dare to lay a hand on her, you must get through me first, James declared, pushing Suyu once more beneath his protective claws, his massive head directed at Lei as he proclaimed, "Let us see what you can do." After Lei's words, he turned away. "James, perhaps we should leave?" "I'm so frightened," Suyu suggested, gripping his fur. "We cannot escape." James replied truthfully, "Is he really that formidable?" Suyu asked in astonishment. "Yes, he's stronger than I am." James inhaled deeply. Suyu took a breath, realizing she had encountered a formidable adversary, one that could not be easily dismissed. "I am sorry for dragging you into this," she said, her lips pouting slightly in remorse. "If it weren't for my desire to venture out, you wouldn't have to bear this burden." James sighed in resignation, extending his paw to gently pat her head. "You are my family, and it is my duty to protect you. But you owe me nothing." Suyu felt a twinge of sadness. James, rarely patient, continued to explain, "From the moment a male is born, he is destined to live for a particular female, and I am destined for you, although I cannot be your mate. Being family holds the same significance. You should know my background. Abandoned and facing death, you and the cubs are the most important beings in my life." His expression softened as he spoke. Despite his penchant for banter, he could discern between jest and sincerity. Suyu was profoundly moved. Embracing James's paw, she leaned her head against it, seeking solace. James remained quiet, allowing her to calm her troubled heart. In her mind, Suyu sighed, considering herself fortunate. She had a partner, cubs, and now a brother. Fate had indeed been kind to her. Lei crouched nearby, observing the two and berating James, such a beautiful, strong, and independent female, with remarkable reproductive capabilities. And you consider her family? One must wonder if your brain has gone awry. A mere push and your skull might shatter. His disdain was palpable. Jacob traversed the vast plains and finally halted at a lakeside. Utterly exhausted and parched. With a splash, he plunged into the water, sending waves cascading before tranquility returned. He swam along the lake's bottom, eventually lying still to rest. Anxious thoughts of Suyu flooded his mind. Was she eating well? Was she sleeping peacefully? Were the cubs causing a ruckus? Overwhelmed by concern, he could no longer remain idle. Without a moment's pause, he climbed out of the lake and headed south. Heedless of the possibility of exhaustion, he was certain that he would not encounter the two beasts. James could fly, likely choosing routes with lesser winds and higher temperatures, while he sought areas abundant in water. Upon entering the lake, he swam as swiftly as a fish, experiencing a level of worry and longing he had never felt before. These emotions clung to him like a parasite, tormenting him with every passing moment. When he left the cave, the sun had just risen, but now it hung low in the west. He swam in the water and glided along the shore, catching a rabbit along the way, swiftly dispatching it and swallowing it whole without waiting for digestion before dashing off. Jacob ran frantically. While in the wild northern cave, Ethan felt exceedingly bored. Suyu's departure seemed to have taken the heart of the wandering beast with her. The once rambunctious cubs no longer pawed at his feet, and Chris lay lethargically across from him. The pot near the fire brimmed with vibrant green sprouts. The cave held the scent of home. Yet without the matriarch, life felt devoid of flavor. "That I'm bored," Ethan grumbled, wrapping the blanket around his head. "That I want to go," Chris said. "Oh, you miss the cubs?" Ethan casually inquired, pulling back a corner of the blanket. "A bit, but I worry about Suyu. It's her first time away. Will James take good care of her? Can she manage alone while he hunts? Are the cubs being troublesome?" With each word, Chris's anxiety grew, prompting him to sit up and poke at the fire with a stick. "Why don't we go as well?" Ethan, unable to bear the monotony any longer, suggested. The supplies at home could last them through the winter. But without the matriarch, life was insipid. "You're not well," Chris retorted. "Then take me with you." Ethan proposed. "That you'd freeze to death." Chris rolled his eyes. "You think I'm a burden?" Ethan's courage swelled. Angered, Ethan tossed the blanket aside, appearing ready for a fight. Your wings aren't fully formed, and you dare not fly. If Suyu discovers you took off on your own, she'll banish you from the clan, and you'll truly become a wandering beast. Chris was unafraid, speaking plainly. Ethan fell silent. Suyu was indeed a peculiar female, imposing such strictness on the males. Chris remained quiet, thinking to himself that it was Ethan's own fault, just as they were both lamenting their situation. An unexpected visitor entered the cave. In this frigid weather, he wore only a thin garment and trailed a long tail behind him. Cho sniffed the air in the cave, sensing something unusual, particularly the overwhelming scent of a female. To his surprise, there was indeed a female present that a strange voice echoed, causing the two to turn abruptly, revealing an unfamiliar male. Who are you? Why have you come onto our territory? Do you not understand that trespassing incurs a cost? Ethan glared fiercely, while Chris transformed into a massive tiger, baring his teeth at Cho. Cho regarded the two beast men with a smile. I am Cho. Their pupils dilated in shock as time seemed to freeze, plunging the cave into an eerie silence. Cho watched as their expressions shifted from wariness to bewilderment, pondering if James had become similarly affected by his time with them, explaining the oddities he'd observed. Without an invitation, Cho presented the sea creatures he had brought in bubbles before them. That I happened to have business today and came to visit a female named Suyu. I wanted to discuss a potential trade. Where is she? Ugly glanced around, noting that the room was immaculately tidied. In such frigid weather, the cave surprisingly boasted patches of vibrant green grass. Could it be that Suyu was a herbivorous creature? Yet he recalled James once mentioning that Suyu was a carnivore. It took Ethan a moment to regain his composure, only to be rendered speechless by the peculiar items within the bubble. Were they truly deserving of such fine treasures? Ethan remained silent, his eyes shimmering with an eagerness to latch onto a benefactor. Ugly discerned this and gradually retreated, hiding behind the bubble to shield himself from prying gazes. His arrival had been rather ill-timed. He had not encountered any females and was instead scrutinized by two males, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. You two, can't either of you speak? Ugly, feeling a shiver run down his spine, finally inquired. No. Suyu is absent. This morning, James took her south to seek her memories. We also plan to take a detour to Central Victoria when we find some free time. I notice your abilities are quite impressive. Would you consider accompanying us? Ethan's gaze swept over Ugly. Although he had failed to transform into a dragon, his prowess in this region was undeniably remarkable. Luring him aboard their vessel would certainly be a rather illustrious feat. The air was tinged with a faint scent of the sea. Ethan looked on, anxious yet hopeful. Ugly pondered for a moment, recognizing the merit in the suggestion. Remaining in this maritime expanse was indeed tedious. If business was stagnant, a little excursion would do no harm. Certainly, but you two cannot swim. Are you suggesting I place you in bubbles and push you south? Ugly expressed his displeasure, casting a glance at the two imposing figures. His mind filled with doubts. Chris looked somewhat anxious, immediately glancing at Ethan. You swim swiftly, and this body of water is nearly interconnected. James can likely reach Central Victoria in 2 or 3 days by flying. If we were to run, it would take us at least 7 or 8 days. If my arms were in good condition, I would certainly carry both of you. But alas, they are not, Ethan unabashedly declared, speaking without reservation. That Ugly's attention was wholly fixated on the fact that James could fly. Are you saying he is fully recovered? Ethan furrowed his brow, caught off guard by Ugly's sudden shift in focus. It wasn't until he felt Ugly's intense gaze that he snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously. It was just yesterday. He went out with Suyu and returned able to fly. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Upon hearing this delightful news, Ugly excitedly twirled in place. Even by merely using his toes to guess, it was evident that Suyu had played a crucial role. His foolish brother, after enduring hardships, had finally found fortune. That if only he could express his feelings to Suyu. If James were to discover that his elder brother was somewhat shameless, it would be quite the predicament, since it is Suyu's merit. Why not thank her in person? She was quite fond of the gift you brought last time, Ethan gently persuaded. All right, I agree. When do we set off? Ugly replied without hesitation. He was eager to witness James soaring through the skies. This had been James's long-held aspiration. Despite his outward calmness, he had surely felt a great deal of distress, now that he had regained his ability to fly and returned to being a normal beast man. It was indeed a cause for celebration. His beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. "Allow me to make a few arrangements, and we shall depart shortly. But first, let us fill our bellies," Ethan declared, pleased with the agreement. Then turned to signal Chris. Chris, being astute, promptly hurried off to prepare a meal. Ugly, the guest, settled down nearby, taking in the cave's deck. "See you." This female had exquisite taste. Everything was meticulously organized, and even this cavern was adorned with many unfamiliar trinkets. He reached out to touch a nearby blanket. Its smooth texture made him think how warm it would be to cover himself with it during winter. Ethan approached the cave entrance, issuing a few commands to his subordinates, ensuring they understood their duties, when to hunt, and how to replenish supplies. Everything was arranged meticulously. Chris's meal soon graced the table. Ugly, intrigued, surveyed the spread. His gaze finally landed on a steaming dish. "This looks delectable. May I have it all to myself?" His expression was not aggressive, but rather polite. Curry favor with him. Ethan pushed the finest dishes forward. Ensure a horse runs swiftly. One must feed it well. Ugly was the strongest asset heading south. Without providing him the best sustenance, how could they reach their destination quickly? Unbeknownst to Ugly, Ethan's intentions were far from innocent. He was wholly absorbed in savoring the ambience of the meal. Meanwhile, Suyu encountered her own set of challenges. After their simple meal, the question of how to rest became the most pressing issue. In the northern caves of the wilderness, there was a designated space for each creature, safeguarded by roaming beasts, thus eliminating the fear of ambush by other beastmen. Now, stranded outside, James had flown all morning and was utterly exhausted. He occupied the lion's share of the cavern, the cubs having eaten their fill. Nestled beneath his belly, sleeping soundly, as for Suyu, she found her blanket tugged to the far corner. Just as she intended to lie down, an unexpected rumble of thunder echoed from outside. She had to squeeze herself closer to him. Suyu was not fond of being alone with him, so she reluctantly moved to James's side, seeking the most comfortable spot. "May I borrow your belly for a moment?" Though she was not particularly fond of fur. In this instance, lying on a soft, fluffy surface was indeed a delightful experience. James remained silent, raising a paw to gesture for Suyu to come closer, ensuring that should any danger arise, he could swiftly place her on his back. Suyu felt a surge of joy. Without encountering significant trouble, she nestled against James, resting her head on his abdomen, and peacefully closed her eyes, after a morning filled with tension and a harrowing escape from danger. She was utterly fatigued. Hardly had she settled when she drifted off to sleep. James, however, did not slumber. He kept his eyes wide open, glancing back at Suyu as he began to softly snore. He lifted a paw, gently pulling her into his embrace, ensuring her safety. The thunderous presence of Lei slowly opened his eyes. You truly feel nothing for her?" Lei could not help but ask. James shot him a cold glance, confirming that Suyu was safe beside him, then used his other paw to envelop her entirely, guarding against Lei's unwanted attention. "You believe every beastman shares your mindset? She is my family. I harbor no other intentions, but you must not lay a hand on her." James softly patted Suyu, soothing her into a deeper slumber. The chosen spot was dry, and although the temperature was high, a gentle breeze brought a slight chill. The cubs nestled together, some exposing their bellies, others stretching their paws in various directions, their sleeping forms eliciting delight among the beasts. However, upon witnessing this, Lei could not help but curl his lips in disdain. Suyu was indeed a good female, yet she had utterly failed in the art of raising cubs. You proclaim to be her family. Why do you not intervene in her misguided methods of upbringing? Lei attempted to provoke. James slightly closed his eyes, contemplating for a long while. She is the mother of the cubs. Her methods are the most suitable. You assume other beastmen operate as you do in the Flying Lion clan, allowing the cubs to fend for themselves from birth. No wonder there are only a few thousand beastmen left after all these years. That James's words struck like a slap to Lei's face, rendering his expression grim. "I never imagined you understood our clan." The four prominent families of the Victoria Plain, despite their outwardly amiable demeanor, harbor mutual disdain for one another. Each clan plots to arrange marriages. Yet they only offer their least desirable females for such unions and cautiously assign underdeveloped, inferior males as matches. The hidden malice among them has rendered the four families weaker than in times past. Do not underestimate the scattered beast tribes. When united, their strength surpasses that of your four clans. Truly cultivate perfect offspring. You must release your inhibitions. It is rare for James to voice such sentiments. You ought to understand that if you continue down this path, you will inevitably meet a dire fate at the jaws of wild beasts. Ray glared at him and shook his head. Yet James's words lingered in his mind, akin to a cacophony of beastly voices incessantly chattering within. The sudden onslaught of thoughts caused him a headache, and he pressed his hands against his temples, nearly crushing his own skull. Cease this self-deception. The flaws that have plagued you for years are now apparent. Your individualistic pursuits will ultimately lead to your downfall. Mark my words, James murmured for the first time. Ray found himself engulfed in self-doubt. He realized that his 2 decades of existence as a beast had been squandered. He should have ventured out earlier to gain experience, to understand the dynamics of the Victoria Plain and the various beast tribes, thus devising better strategies to exert control over them. I still refuse to believe your nonsense, Ray retorted, clinging to self-deception. James, indifferent, restored his expression to one of cold detachment. Su remained oblivious to the exchange between the two beasts. Upon awakening, she discovered that night had fallen. Ray was yet again feeding the cubs, having cornered one of them. The little creature whimpered incessantly. Her heart sank, and she sprang from her bedding like a bull, charging towards him. Have you lost your mind? I told you not to lay a finger on my cubs. Who do you think you are? Just because you saved me once, do you think you can dictate my family's affairs? Who gave you the audacity? Ray was abruptly thrust forward by the impact. He hadn't anticipated Su's strength. He had just ventured out to procure food from the wild, unsure if it was poisonous. He had compelled the cub to regurgitate it. Ray, unperturbed, grasped the cub's neck, forcing it to open its mouth, and lowered his gaze. The cub writhed in agony, its limbs thrashing desperately, its cries clawing at Su's nerves. You cannot treat it this way. Otherwise, it will develop a psychological trauma that could haunt it for life. That I warn you, should you dare to lay hands on them again, do not blame me for taking your life. Su admonished, pushing him aside and snatching the cub from his grasp, cradling it protectively. The cub, sensing its mother's presence, grew even more distressed, its eyes glistening with tears. Suddenly, it retched violently, expelling everything it had just consumed. Caught off guard, Su was splattered in the process, her nose assaulted by the acrid odor. She and the cub locked eyes. The cub, in extreme discomfort, contorted its body and gagged once more. Su was horrified. She placed the cub on the ground, soothing its back while reaching in to help that moment. Ray's hand extended toward her. Let me assist you. Your feigned concern is unwelcome. It was because of you that they consumed those things. If anything happens to him, you know the consequences, Su replied, her face streaked with tears. Just moments ago, everything had seemed fine. How had it devolved into this? She had explicitly requested a digestive aid from the intelligence corps, which should have facilitated digestion. Yet, what the cub expelled included not only bizarre substances, but also remnants of its midday meal. The cave was thick with the stench of decay. Su's worries for the cub eclipsed her thoughts of James, whose whereabouts were unknown. The other cubs, witnessing their sibling's distress, huddled together in fear. Meanwhile, Ray sat in stunned silence, realizing he had nearly caused the death of a cub. He felt as though an invisible hand was constricting his throat. A mere scratch from a sharp claw could lead him to meet the beast. Su dashed out of the cave, recalling a nearby pool of water. The water was crystal clear, and she could not afford to ponder the potential bacteria it might harbor. She hastily began washing the cub, scooping water to help it cleanse itself entirely. Exhausted, the little creature managed to expel only a bitter liquid, lying limply across its mother's legs, whimpering softly. Intelligence Corps, please assist me in diagnosing its condition. Su implored, desperate for guidance. This was the moment the Intelligence Corps had been designed for. After a thorough scan, It determined that the cub had ingested an unidentified animal. They were still too young and should avoid unfamiliar foods in the future. The intelligence core provided Suyu with a nutritional supplement, which she cautiously administered to the cub. Her disdain for Ray, the interloper, deepened. Despite having saved her, he had acted presumptuously, enticing her cubs to consume raw flesh, clearly aiming for their demise, regardless of his intelligence. His heart harbored malice. Suyu furrowed her brow, contemplating. You should teach me to identify medicinal herbs. I do not wish to navigate life in ignorance. Embracing the cub, she returned to the cave, glancing back to see James approaching. Upon noticing Suyu's disheveled appearance and the foul odor emanating from her, he inquired, I just returned from the hunt. What has transpired? Let us depart after we eat. I wish to avoid Ray. Suyu replied, omitting the earlier events and having forgotten her own unkempt state. James nodded. Discarding his freshly caught prey, he needed to replenish his energy to lead Suyu southward. Entering the cave, Suyu remained silent, deftly placing the cub in a hanging basket, arranging the bedding neatly beside it. Ray observed her demeanor, cold and unyielding. He had intended to speak, but the words lodged in his throat. The chill radiating from Suyu repelled him from a distance. Engaging her in conversation would only invite trouble. Resigned, he withdrew to a corner, remaining motionless. After approximately half an hour, James finished his meal, fastening the hanging basket around his abdomen and taking flight. Soaring through the air, the night enveloped the sky. During their nocturnal travels, James's keen eyesight served him well, and with the moonlight guiding them, they covered great distances effortlessly. Yes, Suyu cautiously fed the cub in her arms. She reflected, Ray belongs to the flying lion tribe. Their upbringing diverges significantly from our ideals. It would be prudent to remain vigilant. James, sated, felt a profound sense of fulfillment wash over him. I know, who would have anticipated encountering such madness upon leaving. The cub is barely 2 months old, and he insists on feeding it raw meat. This is not only indigestible, but could also lead to gastrointestinal necrosis. They are far too young and vulnerable to survive such strains. Suyu felt ill, her voice tinged with emotion. James, though not fully grasping her words, understood the essence of her concern. It is my fault for not waking you before I left. The cubs are growing more mobile, and while they cannot forage independently yet, they will soon. You shook her head, recognizing that James was not to blame. It was her own deep slumber that had led to this predicament, and Ray's relentless pursuit was akin to a sticky candy. How long must we endure his presence? James fell silent, and they continued their flight until they located a sturdy tree branch around midnight. The towering trees provided ample shade, and a nearby water source made hydration convenient. You must be hungry now. Yes, James transformed into a human figure on the tree branch, observing Suyu as she cautiously secured the hanging basket and meticulously checked the cubs once more, discovering that they were not experiencing a high fever or vomiting. She felt a considerable sense of relief. I have a plan. As for you, you must be exhausted. We shall not travel tonight, but stay here. Suyu smiled, albeit a bit forced, her worry for the cubs compounded by her hunger, rendering her face as pale as parchment. James remained silent, descending from the tree after gathering some half-dry firewood nearby. The wood was somewhat damp, and once ignited, it emitted a thick, acrid smoke that sent Suyu into a fit of coughing. If the hunger did not claim her life, the smoke surely would. She had no choice but to change her position, slightly covering one corner with a blanket and requesting steaming rice from the intelligence system. You should come up and eat something, she urged, shaking the spoon at James. No need. I'm quite full. I will remain here beneath the tree to guard you, that if danger arises, just call for me. James replied, shaking his head, listening intently. Suyu nodded. It was not the time for stubbornness. She needed James to rest well after a day of travel. As they could venture further tomorrow, she could not solely rely on him. She must also test her own abilities. If an orc dared to target her again, she would not hesitate to bite him to death. James closed his eyes to rest as Suyu slowly consumed her meal. Having been here for nearly 2 months, it was the first time she had seen 2 moons. One was dim and lifeless, while the other shone brightly. Uncertain of the time, she gazed up at the round, luminous moon, Realizing it was likely the middle of the month, she pondered Jacob's well-being. Was he all right? Was he on his way here? Just as she was about to bring a spoonful of rice to her mouth, it was suddenly snatched away. Taken aback, Suyu turned to see the disheveled face of Lei glaring at her, his eyes fixed on the steaming rice. Did I not say you need not follow us? Suyu's tone was sharp, nearly raised to a shout. James, with his formidable skills, had failed to detect Lei's approach. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up to find Lei perched on the branch, merrily devouring the contents of Suyu's bowl. Fury surged within him, and he leaped from the ground, sharp claws slicing through the air towards Lei's neck. Lei effortlessly leaned back, evading the attack with ease. You are no match for me, if you do not wish to perish. I suggest you leave, Lei taunted, his mouth full of rice, the aroma only heightening his appetite. You are insufferably annoying. Not only do you steal food, but you also threaten my family. Today, I shall fight you, Suyu proclaimed, transforming into a wild dog atop the tree, baring her teeth in a fierce glare. Lei appeared to find the situation amusing. Even combined, Suyu and James would not be his adversaries. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige, but only after I finish my meal. With that, Suyu leaped forward, charging at him. Lei sprouted wings from his back, effortlessly soaring through the air. James, approaching from the right flank, swiped at Lei's face, but ultimately missed. The two exchanged fierce glares. Lei's confidence stemmed from his overwhelming power. They could not confront him head-on. They would need to outsmart him. Suyu devised an exquisite plan. Returning to the tree to procure a potent anesthetic from the intelligence system. And no matter how formidable you are, you shall find escape impossible. James focused intently on ways to rend the irritating Lei into pieces. Meanwhile, Lei continued to munch on his meal, oblivious to Suyu crouched on a branch, aiming something in his direction. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his neck. As he reached to touch the spot, James seized the opportunity to strike him on the head. The entire beast plummeted from the sky, dropping his food container to the ground. Fortunately, he had eaten well. Otherwise, Suyu would have ensured he faced consequences for wasting food. Kneeling on one knee, holding his neck, Lei stared in disbelief at Suyu perched above him. What have you done to me? Merely a lesson to remind you that there are greater beasts beyond, Suyu replied. The only reason I have refrained from killing you is that you once saved my life. However, if you continue to test my limits, do not expect my mercy. Suyu gracefully descended from the tree, walking step by step towards Lei, gripping his chin to force him to meet her gaze. It was the first time he had been bested and controlled by a female, his expression one of fury. What did you do to me? He demanded, feeling immobilized within moments, his consciousness gradually fading. This is merely a reminder. Should you dare to act on your own whims again, I will not hesitate to bite off your lion's head. And no sooner had Suyu spoken than Lei collapsed to the ground. With hands on her hips, she laughed heartily, then unceremoniously kicked him a few times. Sated from the thrill, she squatted beside the fire. What did you do to him? James inquired, curiosity evident in his massive head as he peered at the motionless Lei. I used a drug to numb his nerves. The reason I did not kill him is that he saved my life and that of the cubs. I am not ungrateful, Suyu explained candidly, handing the anesthetic gun to James. James cautiously transformed into a human, examining the item for a while. Your spatial abilities are truly extraordinary. Because I'm female, lacking self-defense means I risk becoming prey to males. I refuse to become such a beast. Suyu expressed her thoughts. Observing James's astonishment, he nodded, reluctantly returning the item to her, his light-colored eyes reflecting emotions that Suyu could not decipher. Night deepened. Suyu remained awake, returning to the tree to guard the cubs, gazing up at the sky. With James on the ground, Lei was safe from other wild beasts. You should sleep. I will watch over you, James said coldly. After speaking, he leaped up into the branches. This tree is not to be underestimated. It could easily accommodate a bed. I am too self-important to sleep, Suyu replied. James merely glanced up at her. You are female, Suyu chuckled. Are you suggesting that in future battles with other beasts, I should raise my paws and declare my femininity? Perhaps some might reconsider. Yet if I encounter those who are unreasonable, they may simply devour me. It is akin to shouting in a public space. I am a girl. You must let me go, only to be met with ridicule. Su was no fool. This was merely a ruse for those naive enough to fall for it. Beautiful females with strong reproductive capabilities. The rest were sacrifices in the competition among males. Despite having multiple partners, they ultimately lost their independence as beasts that a breeze wafted in from the lakeside, bringing some moisture. You ought to sleep, James insisted. Su shook her head. I have slept too much. It is difficult to fall asleep now. Feeling a slight chill, she leaned against James, resting her head on his paw. James, do you think Joe will come looking for you? He will, James replied assuredly. You two seem to share a strong bond. Why not become a pair? Su quipped, her curiosity piqued. Have you been struck by a gust of wind? James said, his expression unreadable. Su shivered with laughter. Do you not feel the same? I believe I have a bit of that. James replied, I speak the truth. Cho should be quite handsome, radiating sunshine, while you, with your icy demeanor, only resemble a block of ice. With him by your side, you might resemble a true beast. James, Cho is your redemption. You will never be able to forget him. Why not become partners and care for each other rather than remaining alone? Su spoke earnestly. You are seriously ill. James remarked disdainfully. Is that so? I seem to be quite ill. At Su smiled. James, uninterested, babbled incoherently. There are those who pair up for companionship, but he regarded Cho merely as family. Gradually, Su's voice faded, and she nestled against James's paw, falling asleep swiftly. Perhaps uncomfortable, she turned, burying her face against his chest. James had long since grown accustomed to this. Much like Chow's silence left the beast at a loss for words. As the night deepened, and after a considerable time, without sensing Su's movements, James glanced down quickly. He found her head tucked beneath his paw, her entire face pressed against his chest, an odd sensation indeed. He felt a twinge of discomfort for reasons unbeknownst to him and immediately shifted his gaze to the sky. After a while, he looked down again, observing that Su's sleeping position had begun to shift once more. Likely recalling her cubs, she instinctively fumbled around for a while, only to end up with nothing. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Su unexpectedly seized his chin, as if regarding him as an enemy, and forcefully butted her head against him, as he instantly sensed something amiss and turned his head, causing Su to miss her target. This time, he finally realized that Su was not merely restless in her slumber, but also bore a grudge. It seemed that he was in for a world of trouble later on, for his loose tongue and thoughtless actions had nearly endangered the cubs. Subsequently, after a few more restless movements, Su ceased to stir, prompting James to exhale in relief. At least tonight, there would be no further disturbances to prevent her from catching a chill in the night. He resolved to remain in a state of half-wakefulness. Leaning by the lake, the night breeze carried a damp chill, brushing against him. Occasionally, a few owls hooted softly. Su, tugging at her blanket, nestled herself closer to the warmth of the large stove, despite being in the wilderness. She slept soundly. James watched her quietly for a while before wrapping her in his embrace, resting his head to one side as he drifted off. As dawn approached, the sky began to lighten. The morning air was slightly cooled. In the latter half of the night, James could no longer endure and fell into a deep slumber, his head tilted. Suddenly, a colossal object plummeted from the great tree above them. Bad luck struck. As it crashed down, it snapped branches and landed heavily on the ground. After a prolonged silence, it seemed to have knocked itself unconscious. What happened? Su was startled awake by the tremendous noise, her body jolting upright. She soon realized her head had collided with a soft paw. James had leaned down to speak with her, resulting in their heads colliding. Su let out an involuntary scream. Why are you so reckless? You nearly knocked my chin off. James, finally managing to open his eyes, felt as if his chin had been struck by a rock, on the verge of dislocating. Su quickly recalled that she had been sleeping in the tree last night and had used James as a cushion before dozing off. She observed his massive wolf jaws, bared in a grimace, and her heart softened with a wry smile. It seemed something had fallen. Su shyly scratched her head. Her sleeping posture was rather poor, and amidst her drowsiness, the loud crash had been impossible to ignore. Could it have been a white eagle? James raised his paw to rub his chin, turning his head to gaze at the beast man who had been knocked unconscious by the falling object. A white eagle. Is it also a beast man? Su Yu's eyes widened as she leaned over the edge of James's paw to peer down. It was even larger than she had imagined. As it fell from their elevated perch. It inadvertently broke through the canopy, failing to slow its descent, and knocked Lei unconscious once more after a night of sedation. Indeed, detestable beastmen, even the heavens cannot overlook their actions. It is a beastman. Though it seems something is amiss with him, James remarked slowly as he stood up, carefully moving Su Yu aside. He stretched and, in the next moment, jumped down in front of Su Yu's astonished gaze. Su Yu's eyes widened. Was he abnormal, disabled, or simply out of his mind? Regardless, she needed to check on the cubs. The earlier commotion seemed to have startled a few awake. She scrambled towards the hanging basket. The one that had been the most boisterous yesterday was the first to awaken, crying out in hunger as she remained curious about the white eagle below, whether it was friend or foe. She transformed into a wild canine, cradling the cubs in her embrace. Her head, almost boneless, hung upside down to observe. Although everything was upside down, she felt immense joy. I believe he should be taller than Lei. Judging by his appearance, he ought to be quite formidable. Su Yu mused aloud. James meticulously examined the white eagle, confirming that Su Yu's judgment was correct in some respects. Indeed, I believe you have turned misfortune into fortune. You will soon have an additional ally. James circled the white eagle, scrutinizing it for a while, entirely disregarding whether Lei, who had been knocked out, had sustained any broken bones. After all, a beast man like him deserved a severe blow. Su Yu quickly grasped the situation, her heart swelling with delight. Once I finish feeding the cubs, I will find some medicine for him. I was just thinking of finding an ally, and it seems this has come effortlessly. Su Yu bit her lip, envisioning a formidable bodyguard at her side, mercilessly beating Lei into submission, and her spirits soared. Half an hour later, she leaped down from the tree. It was a drop of several meters, yet she landed softly on the ground without making a sound. The white eagle lying on the ground maintained its beast form, yet its body seemed uncomfortable, emitting low groans of pain. Su Yu approached cautiously, observing its face. Let me take a look. She quickly squatted down to inspect its eyes. Then its pulse, bustling about. The intelligent mind informed her that this white eagle had encountered some issues at birth, resulting in poor intellect. However, the beast god had bestowed incredible physical strength upon it. Standing around 2.5 meters tall, with long limbs, its running speed was also impressive. Filled with joy, Su Yu set about preparing breakfast. Yes, she carried the rice pot outside. She gave Lei's hind leg a hefty kick, wishing to take advantage of his misfortune. Yet she could not, for Lei had once saved her life. This time, she would let it slide, but if he acted presumptuously again, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Approaching the water's edge, not only was it convenient for fetching water, but also made starting a fire quick. You intend to keep him? James squatted by the lake, filling it with water, and casually inquired. Yes, I believe he is Lei's arch-nemesis, and we cannot venture into Central Victoria without assistance. In these past few days, I have come to understand the situation. One fist cannot fend off four hands. Su Yu explained while adding firewood, glancing up at the cubs in the tree. They seemed rather agitated, likely sensing the unfamiliar beastman's presence. Some of them teetered along the branches, resembling tightrope walkers, back and forth. Su Yu's heart raced, rising and falling in a constant state of anxiety, almost driving her to madness. Observing their pure, deer-like eyes, she hesitated. After all, there were 2 soft pads below. If they fell, it would not pose a problem. If the white eagle and Lei were found out, they would undoubtedly be left in tears. Your thinking is sound. I initially agreed to Jacob not to accompany us because I was concerned. As a snake beast man, he cannot hibernate in winter, which would affect his shedding next year. James spoke with particular courtesy towards Su Yu. Nowadays, he was exceptionally attentive to her. In hindsight, I do feel a bit regretful. On my way here, I suddenly realized that we could directly select a location in Central Victoria. Fertile soil and advantageous geography to establish our tribe there. Once the harsh winter in the northern wilderness passes and they have recuperated, we can have Ethan lead them south. Su Yu's eyes brightened suddenly. How had she not thought of that? Why return once more? This time can be regarded as a geological survey. Once the geographical location is ascertained, many complications will be alleviated. James nodded in acknowledgement. This morning, upon spotting the white eagle, I realized that the incessant to and fro could potentially jeopardize the lives of the orcs. Instead, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to familiarize myself with your background while conducting this exploration and directly select a suitable location. With James's affirmation, I felt at ease. The pot simmered with porridge. SUU approached the white eagle, observing it sprawled across the desolate grassland. She then pried open its beak and administered the medicine. Suddenly, the white eagle's eyes snapped open, its dark pupils radiating a fierce light. IT sprang up abruptly, knocking Suyu to the ground. "Who are you? What have you fed me?" The white eagle before her was obstinate, as if intent on devouring her. "I am a female of the wild dog clan. My name is Suyu. I noticed you were injured, so I saved you." Suyu was momentarily taken aback by the murderous intent emanating from its gaze. Cold sweat trickling down her back. The white eagle glared at her face, but gradually, its rationality began to return. IT unexpectedly became docile. "Thank you, ITS nothing." "Were you ambushed?" Suyu exhaled, relieved, grateful that she had narrowly escaped being eaten by the white eagle. "I am hungry," the white eagle replied. Suyu fell silent, her expression reflecting astonishment as she regarded the white eagle. IT had fainted from hunger and fallen from the sky. Faced with this revelation, she was unsure whether to laugh or cry. It was simply too amusing that IT would be unkind to allow this foolish white eagle to lose face in front of her. "Do not fret. I shall prepare food for you shortly. You seem to be a solitary orc. Why not accompany me in the future?" Suyu spoke with utmost gentleness, coaxingly. She held little hope, thinking that even if she lost him, it would not bring her much anguish. The white eagle, though simple-minded, displayed a certain cleverness in some respects that I agree Suyu had expected to expend considerable effort or entice him with delicacies, yet he readily acquiesced. Could this be what they call, where there is milk, there is a mother? But observing his keen gaze, he did not appear foolish. Could it be that he was, as the adage goes, wise yet seemingly foolish? At that moment, she could not comprehend. Her mind raced, and an idea suddenly struck her as she sat beside him. "As for you, if you follow me, I shall not neglect you to you see that flying lion beast lying on the ground? I find that orc exceedingly distasteful, that if he approaches me in the future, please help me fend him off, and I shall fulfill any culinary desires you may have." The white eagle turned its stiff neck towards the distant, heaving form of Lei, who remained motionless, a look of disdain crossing its features. "He is of the Flying Lion clan, and, like us, can fly. I have no fondness for his arrogance." Suyu sighed inwardly, recognizing the truth in its sentiment. "I dislike him as well. He nearly caused the demise of my young. Speaking of which, what is your name?" Suyu's smile became more sincere. "I have no name. Upon my birth, my family rejected me. Perhaps I am too dim-witted and consume too much," the white eagle replied, somewhat bashfully scratching its head. The reason it agreed to Suyu was due to the kindness she exuded and the warmth it had never encountered before. "You are a white eagle, appearing rather simple and earnest. How about I call you to buy?" Suyu mused, one hand resting on her chin while the other grasped its wing, examining it for a while before speaking. "All right, I like that." Dabai nodded in agreement. He was as obedient as a child. Suyu reached out to ruffle his head, gaining yet another companion. Nearby, James, who was observing the bubbling porridge in the pot, cast them a disdainful glance. One foolish, one simple-minded, truly a family. He conveniently forgot that he had considered Suyu as kin. Now, with the three of them together, it was not entirely a bad thing. Breakfast was finally ready. As the three of them ate, they simultaneously cast their gazes towards Lei, who was just beginning to stir. "After a night's slumber, how do you feel?" Suyu displayed a triumphant expression, her gaze sharp as a knife, wishing she could pierce him right then and there. Lei felt pain coursing through his body, coughing and spitting blood, a pool of crimson staining the ground before him. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid. "You are an ungrateful female," he snarled with a ferocity that belied his words. "That I merely allowed you to rest for a night. How you have come to be in this state is of no concern to me. From this day forth, do not follow me." lest you jeopardize your own life. The SUU displayed no fear, emboldened by the feeling of having a strong ally. Lei appeared somewhat dazed, glancing at the newly joined companion. "So, you have taken in this fool." From Lei's disdainful tone, so you realized they were acquainted. "Even if you look down upon him, I regard him as family." Your expression reveals trepidation. Surely he is more formidable than you. So you laughed heartily. Indeed, as the saying goes, every creature has its match. Although Bai exhibited some intellectual shortcomings, his strength was not to be underestimated. When he had lay searching for his teeth, it would be interesting to see if he dared to make decisions unilaterally again. You truly are a female who collects anything and everything. With that, he transformed into a lion, flapping his wings as he departed. Watching his retreating figure, Suyu composed her expression. "Once we finish our meal, we shall set off," as Suyu handed the uneaten portion of her meal to James. Though he grimaced, he ultimately complied. That Suyu clutched a fruit, savoring it with delight, when suddenly a cub leaped down from a branch. Before she could react, Dabai spread his arms, catching them in his embrace. "You are quite lovely." Dabai, disinclined to eat, smiled with his eyes crinkling in delight. Such mischief! Do not be deceived by their current appearance as beasts. Once we reach the Central Plains, you may find yourself having to abandon them. After finishing her fruit, Suyu tossed the core into the nearby lake, causing ripples to dance across the surface. She squatted beside the water to wash her hands, while James transformed into human form to wash the dishes. "Do you think they will come?" Suyu casually inquired. James was well aware of whom she referred to. Given Ethan's restless nature, he would undoubtedly encourage Chris. And with Chris's anxiety, how could the little tiger cub in her arms possibly refrain from joining? Though Jacob needed to enter hibernation, he still could not shake off concern for her, perhaps even rushing to her side. James tossed the clean bowl into Suyu's arms as Suyu effortlessly balanced it atop her head. "I knew they could not bear to be apart from me." James feigned indifference. After breakfast, they set off once more. With Bai's presence, the journey was not only lively, but the cubs were particularly joyful as well. Meanwhile, Jacob traversed the forest. He traveled through the night, following the great rivers downwards. The further south he went, the warmer it became, with lush greenery abounding. His hunting along the way had been remarkably effortless, and his luck was exceptional as he spotted a tribe. Early in the morning, smoke spiraled upwards, enveloping the tribe in a misty haze. Jacob's excitement grew as he gazed at the distant tribe, his tongue flicking like a serpent. Upon entering the tribe, he intended to trade some items for Suyu, hoping to glean information about any passing orcs from their lips. After just a few steps, he heard the distinct cries of a female nearby. "Help!" Her voice was intermittent, seemingly emanating from a pit not far off. Initially, Jacob had no intention of rescuing anyone, yet he found himself gliding swiftly towards the edge of the pit. Navigating through the dense underbrush, he soon found himself in a field stretching endlessly before him, the earth lush with green seedlings. The morning marked the beginning of a busy day. As he meandered through, he could glimpse orcs faintly in the fields. The cries grew ever closer, transitioning from panic to despair, and finally to sorrow. The female in the pit seemed to sense something, immediately standing up and cupping her hands around her mouth, calling out towards the opening, "Save me!" Her emotions surged, her gaze intense, yearning to catch a glimpse of the hero descending from the heavens, her eyes fixed on the entrance. Suddenly, the opening was obscured by a colossal figure, casting a shadow that dimmed the light. "Where did you fall?" Jacob entangled himself in the nearby vines, extending his massive head into the cavern. The previously excited female froze in place, her mind blank and filled with trepidation. For she beheld a colossal serpent's head, flicking its tongue as it approached her. Powerless, she collapsed onto the ground. "Don't come any closer." The female cried out that, "I will summon the orcs for you. Please remain still. There are far too many serpents and insects here." Jacob, unfazed, knew that the treatment they received as serpent kin was not much different. Aside from their own kind, they occasionally encountered a few reckless souls. The rest of the orcs showed little interest in them, a reality he had grown accustomed to. "Hurry!" the female exclaimed, a mix of fear and hope resting upon him. Jacob sensed a vague, trembling figure ahead. He understood that the female's limbs were clearly unresponsive. Paralyzed by fear, he climbed up from the cave entrance and, in the next moment, swam forward. The orcs busy in the fields turned to glance at the commotion. Upon recognizing the serpent kin, they displayed wary expressions. "What brings you to our herbivore tribe?" One young, audacious male stepped forward, but a female has fallen into the cave ahead. "She must be of your kind. Hurry and rescue her. She is terrified of me," Jacob explained gently, his tone soothing. He then flicked his tail and transformed into human form, stopping a short distance away. The male's eyes widened in realization. A female was indeed in distress. He waved his hand, and in an instant, the field was filled with a multitude of beings that go check if the female in the cave is one of ours. You return to the tribe and bring a sack of rice to offer to the serpent kin as thanks for the warning. This patch of land was tended by the Black Bull tribe, renowned not only for their agricultural prowess, but also for their hunting skills. However, their farming was primarily to satisfy the appetites of the females. The surplus was traded for tools that the tribe required. Such generosity indicated their simple nature, making them worthy of friendship. Jacob, too, would not be impolite. The safety of the female outweighed all else. Before long, several males returned from the rescue. They brought with them a pale, slender female of notable height. She was of the White Crane tribe and explained that her clan had been ambushed, resulting in her frantic escape. One of the young males from the Bull tribe addressed their leader. The moment he finished speaking, the clearing fell into a profound silence. Some orcs cast their gaze upon the frail female, their eyes filled with compassion, yet many others regarded her with suspicion. Take her in could spell considerable trouble for the tribe. However, they could not bear to leave her to the mercy of other wandering beasts. A moment of indecision ensued. The leader of the Black Bull tribe looked towards Jacob, who stood not far away. "Since you rescued her, why not take her with you? I see you have no mate," he suggested kindly, albeit with an underlying intention. After all, serpent kin seldom attract the affections of beasts. Jacob shook his head. "I have a mate, and she is terrified of me. If I were to take her on the road, it would not be long before she meets her demise. If you do not wish to keep her, I saw a clan nearby, the Black Panther tribe. Delivering her there would ensure her safety." That Jacob's suggestion was sensible. The leader of the Black Bull tribe pondered momentarily, ready to agree, when a young male interjected. "Leader, our tribe has few females. This White Crane female appears exceptional. Her reproductive capabilities should be promising that we ought to keep her. With too many adult males unable to find mates, the tribe's survival hinged on such unions." The leader hesitated, his gaze sweeping over the White Crane female's striking features. Indeed, she was remarkable, her skin pale and her hair a cascade of black, though her complexion was unnaturally sallow. Were he an unattached male, he would undoubtedly shower her with offerings. Yet, they lacked the capacity to support her, and the truth of her words remained uncertain. To eliminate all risks, he firmly shook his head. "Do you not recall that a few years back, the sheep tribe across from us faced devastation after taking in a female? We lack sufficient strength. We must not invite trouble upon our tribe." The White Crane female, her face etched with fear, realized she had nowhere to turn and sought Jacob's help. That Jacob's eyes turned cold, reluctant to involve himself with another female. Aside from her frail appearance, she offered little of merit. To take her along would not only burden him, but also lead to misunderstandings with Suyu. Such complications were unwelcome. Under his unwavering gaze, the female averted her eyes, sitting on the ground and weeping pitifully. "I urge you to reconsider my proposal. Without sufficient strength, do not keep her here, lest it incite internal conflicts." Jacob's voice was as frigid as ice. The endangered female seethed with resentment. True to the nature of serpent kin, he was devoid of warmth and rather ruthless. "Very well," the leader of the Black Bull tribe affirmed. Soon, orcs lifted the unfortunate female, transforming into their beast forms and swiftly departing. Jacob, having secured the rice, flicked his tail and departed without hesitation. "Father, I find this serpent kin rather peculiar," the leader's son remarked impatiently. "Do not be deceived by his gentle words. He is, after all, a cold-blooded beast that not challenge his limits, lest he retaliate and devour all our kin." The White Crane female was to be delivered to the neighboring Black Panther tribe, with hopes that no unforeseen complications would arise. The young bull was on the verge of tears, his lips quivering. He clearly wished to keep her, with too many males and too few females in their tribe. Without the ability to produce offspring, their clan would face extinction. Must we truly send her back? If we do not, our entire tribe may perish. The leader of the Black Bull tribe had his own reservations. Though they engaged in intertribal alliances, they would not jeopardize such arrangements for an outsider. Unable to ascertain the truth of the White Crane female's words and to avert potential risks, it was decided to send her to the Black Panther tribe. The orcs of the Black Panther tribe were formidable, and their leader was known for his reasonableness, making him likely to welcome a female with open arms. The young bull felt powerless, accompanied by a few companions. As they reluctantly escorted the delicate, pale-skinned female away, it was merely a short journey. Meanwhile, Jacob moved swiftly, traversing the distance in about an hour. For reasons unknown, he felt lightheaded, his body swaying precariously, leaning against a nearby tree. He struggled to maintain his footing. Could it be the result of insufficient rest or the strain of his travels? He could not discern the truth. He placed a sack of rice against the tree and leaned heavily upon it. At that moment, other small creatures in the forest rejoiced, eyeing the sack with excitement. Shall we seize it? One of the burrowing creatures emerged from the ground, glancing at the unconscious Jacob not far away. Turning to its companions, it inquired. They had not tasted rice in ages, and besides, he was a solitary serpent. No matter how formidable, he could not withstand their numbers. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Their burrowing kin also crafted labyrinthine dwellings underground, where serpents could easily become lost. With this thought, they felt elated and frenzied. This should be foolproof. One of the burrowing creatures scratched its head sheepishly. Their leader, however, was quite pleased. The sack of rice would suffice to feed the other females and elder beasts in their clan for quite some time. Ultimately, they would take a gamble. Whether they lived or died was merely a matter of fate. They swiftly dashed forward, their agile bodies gliding silently over the ground, their claws making no sound. In stark contrast, Jacob's robust physique felt remarkably feeble at that moment, as he clutched Meatseye tightly in his arms. In his slumber, visions of Su Yu's smiling face danced before his eyes. Suddenly, something was snatched from his embrace. Without support, Jacob lost his balance and tumbled forward, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. The few burrowing beasts rejoiced, seizing the sack of rice and disappearing without a trace. When Jacob's awareness returned, the night had fully enveloped the sky. An owl perched on a nearby tree hooted softly, one of its younger kin expressing an unusual excitement. They remarked on how this cold-blooded beast man had been bullied. Sitting beneath the tree, Jacob pondered when he had ever been bullied, only to suddenly realize that the rice he had been guarding was now gone. He immediately sat up, his vision still somewhat dim, and his body unable to bear the strain. He had no choice but to lean against the tree to rest. It seemed that during his unconsciousness, some beast man had taken advantage of him and stolen the rice. Never mind that. Restoring his health was of utmost importance, for he must meet Su Yu in one piece. He shook his body and made his way toward the nearby lake. Meanwhile, another owl, perched on a large tree across from him, with a large head and slender body, had eyes that darted around like a mouse, suddenly bursting into laughter. It was the first time he had heard such news. The beast man was indeed of the Ironhead Python clan. How disgraceful! Jacob had long ceased to care about their arrogance. He lay in the lake, consuming fish and shrimp while recuperating. With sustenance, his strength returned almost instantly. On the other side, a female from the White Crane clan had been brought to the Black Panther clan. Her luck was extraordinary as she encountered the young lord of the Black Panther clan, who was at the age of seeking a mate, tall and robust, with a charming yet naive disposition. Resolutely pursuing what he desired, he instantly took a liking to the female, disregarding the objections of his kin, and forcibly claimed her. Naturally, she was treated with the utmost care, and soon their union came to fruition. Unbeknownst to him, this female harbored malicious intent. She did not blame the Black Bull clan, for she dared not do so. The two clans resided in close proximity, and from the beast man who had brought her, she learned that their relationship was amicable. The burden of blame and punishment would inevitably fall upon Jacob. She feigned weakness, nestling in her mate's embrace. Soon, That wretched stray serpent beast is utterly despicable. He bullied me and pretended to rescue me from a pit, ultimately deceiving the male of the Black Bull clan. Have stray beasts become so audacious? Sun, protective of his mate, was incensed by her words, his whiskers bristling. Lacking cunning, relying solely on brute force, he felt even more vexed upon hearing his mate's account, displaying a woeful countenance. Indeed, the death of my kin must be connected to him. Sun, you must help me exact revenge. The female from the White Crane clan's eyes gleamed as she spoke, her fingers tracing circles over his heart. Sun, being a youthful male, stood in stark contrast to the delicate female of the White Crane clan, one strong and formidable, the other gentle and fragile, evoking a strong sense of protectiveness within him. He could not help but express his concern, saying, "Rest assured, I shall capture him with my kin. But you must be careful," the female replied, her tone still weak and fragile. "That I will be," he assured her. As their conversation concluded, the room erupted once more. Jacob remained oblivious to the fact that he was being eyed by the female from the White Crane clan. Meanwhile, a group of beastmen conspired to launch a surprise attack. Jacob ceased his leisurely soaking in the water and sought a damp area where he could both drink and hunt. Unaware of the perilous situation surrounding him, he had not anticipated the ferocity of the impending ambush. The Black Panther clan was intimately familiar with this territory, stealthily closing in. Jacob had not yet taken a bite of his roasted prey when a colossal figure descended from above, not only toppling the fire, but nearly crushing him in half. "P.S. here," a beastman cried out in the darkness. Jacob snapped back to reality, hastily discarding what he held, transforming instantly into a massive python. His tongue flicked out, sensing the presence of an ambush. However, no beastman had stirred upon his arrival, indicating that someone must have betrayed him. "That if you wish to live, then flee," Jacob growled, unwilling to engage in combat, baring his fangs at the several beastmen, eyeing him hungrily. "Today, I shall take your life. How dare you bully a female?" At the forefront stood a colossal leopard, towering 2 meters high and stretching 3 meters long. He had received orders from his companion and heard many cruel things from her, which only intensified his disdain for the stray beasts. Today, it would be either your demise or mine. Jacob seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. No wonder the beastmen had caught up to him so swiftly, deploying several powerful beastmen to encircle him. Ignoring the potential for injury, his serpentine body slithered rapidly, launching a sudden attack. A tightness gripped his back, and he realized with dread that his vital point had been seized in the leopard's jaws. Meanwhile, another beast clung to his abdomen, tearing and gnawing at him. The black leopard that had just conversed with him flashed a cold glimmer in its azure eyes before lunging at him, sinking its teeth into his belly. Its fangs left white marks on Jacob's abdomen, yet miraculously did not break the skin. He was toppled to the ground by the 3 colossal beasts that Jacob's massive python form collided with them, sustaining injuries as he fell and inadvertently knocking another beast unconscious. In this brief encounter, he understood their extraordinary abilities were formidable. However, during the fray, instinct drove them to clash recklessly. Jacob found himself surrounded, sustaining injuries to his head, vital point, and abdomen. The fire pit that had been overturned ignited the surrounding foliage, flames swiftly engulfing the area. The black leopard's roar was deafening, causing Jacob to furrow his brow. Though he could not see clearly, instinctively, he acknowledged that a single serpent could hardly withstand multiple leopards, each possessing powers that matched his own, especially as he was weakened by the sudden assault. Dragging his weary body, he found it impossible to confront them head-on, especially since he needed to conserve his strength to pursue Suyu to the south. Nevertheless, he had to muster his resolve once more, flipping the leopard that had pinned him to the ground and sending another poised to strike into the inferno. Before he could slither away, a sudden weight pressed down on his back. Something ensnared his neck, and the 3 leopards worked in unison to drag him down. The vine around Jacob's neck tightened as he gazed at the fiery sky, seemingly catching a glimpse of Suyu. He was a cold-blooded beast man, shedding blood rather than sweat at any moment. Yet at this instant, his pupils dilated with sweat, stinging his eyes to the point of near blindness, in the thick smoke and flames. Gasping for air, he looked at the leading leopard, revealing a sinister grin. Despair washed over him. He had never imagined he would meet such a tragic end. Just as his breath began to fade, and he felt the life being choked out of him, a dark figure plunged from the sky, colliding with the black leopard that held him captive. Instantly, the shadow, like a raging bull, sent the leopard crashing to the ground. Roars accompanied the crackling sounds of sparks in the forest. Jacob freed, inhaled the thick smoke, coughing violently. The ambushing black leopards had sustained injuries from the shadow's claws, some even wounded in their abdomens. Sensing the tide had turned, they swiftly vanished. Jacob rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames on his body. Gasping for breath as he looked up, the shadow's claws pressed down on one of the wild leopards, tearing it apart mercilessly before tossing it to the ground. Jacob had no chance to speak as the shadow returned, revealing a familiar figure behind him that he nearly wept. In his life, he had never felt so vulnerable. When he had been abandoned in the wilderness, he had not shed a tear. Now, witnessing that figure step into the light, amidst the overwhelming sin of blood, it approached him step by step. He felt an immense sense of grievance, suddenly transforming into human form. Covering the wound on his chest with one hand, he looked up at his companion with tear-filled eyes. "Why are you in such a state?" Suyu asked, her brow furrowed with concern. She had been having dinner when she received an urgent notification from the intelligence system, informing her that Jacob had encountered an ambush not far from their location, urging her to play the role of a heroic savior. Indeed, had it not been for the swift flight of Dubai, Jacob might have been slain by the male black leopards. "How did you know I was here?" Jacob looked pitiful, on the verge of tears. Though he had contemplated death, he never wished to meet such a painful end. "I have my ways," she replied with a hint of fatigue. "Are you injured?" "Let me take a look at Suyu," along with Dubai, hurried over while James looked after the cubs. Without hesitation, she reached out to caress Jacob's cheek before quickly examining his wounds. "I thought I was going to die," Jacob said, his eyes reddened. "Fool, how could that be? You are usually so gentle. Why would anyone hold a grudge against you? Did something happen on the way? Did you incur the beast, sire?" Suyu queried as she applied hemostatic ointment. Jacob, disregarding the pain in his chest, embraced Suyu, who was tending to his wounds. "I should have come with you. Did you get hurt on the way? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight," he asked with concern. Suyu shook her head. "No. With James looking after me, everything is fine. I did encounter a rather unpleasant beast man, but you don't know, he's just a vile creature," Suyu complained, her heart settling upon seeing Jacob. If her presence had led to Jacob's demise, she would never forgive herself. Could James not handle him? Jacob, having calmed down, gently stroked Suyu's cheek, glancing at the dying embers. "He's from the Flying Lion tribe, and James couldn't defeat him. However, I have gained another ally," Suyu said, gritting her teeth in frustration. "They took advantage of Thunder's disappearance to sneak away." "The Flying Lion tribe? I've heard that the giraffe beastman mentioned your father is also from the Flying Lion tribe. It seems you have deep ties to them. Have you eaten? Do you want me to prepare something for you?" Jacob felt his spirits lift with Suyu by his side, the terrifying images of near-death experiences fading from his mind. The flames had diminished, and Dubai landed, kicking the immobile black leopard. Seizing the moment, he restrained it effectively. "I've eaten. Are you all right? Given your formidable abilities, how could you be bullied by a mere handful of black leopards? It must have been a problem on the way. You eat first, and after that, I'll take you to seek revenge," Suyu stated, glancing at the leopard lying on the ground. The leopard, panic-stricken, lost its composure upon seeing Dubai. "You want revenge? The black leopards are not to be trifled with." Jacob hesitated to pursue the matter, but he was not one to shy away from conflict, whether they are difficult to deal with or not. "We shall see. Who are they to bully you?" Suyu declared with boldness. Jacob, following behind her, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, his heart swelling with admiration. He gazed at the trembling black leopard on the ground. "You belong to the black leopard tribe. Tell me, why did your leader attack my companion?" Suyu leaned forward, her knees slightly bent, looking at it with sympathetic eyes. The black leopard, realizing it was facing a female, glared at her fiercely. "He is a stray beast. Have you not had enough of life to choose a stray beast as your partner?" It spat venomously. Suyu regarded its stubbornness with disdain. Without further ado, she kicked it hard in the abdomen. The force was so great that it nearly knocked the black leopard unconscious. Regaining its composure, it bared its teeth in pain. "You dare harm a captive?" Suyu feigned confusion, mentally noting that some captives deserved a good thrashing. Even facing impending doom, it still attempted to evade punishment. "You are aware of your status as a captive. Since you know, you should also understand that females do not show mercy to such captives." Suyu's words seemed to touch a deep-seated pain within the Black Panther's heart. "You speak nonsense. Females are beautiful, kind, and generous. How could you possibly resemble someone like that? Poor Black Panther, are you being coddled and deceived by your kin every day, never having endured a female's wrath? I will give you 3 chances. If you do not reveal who led the ambush against my partner, I shall make you experience the torment of being unable to live or die." Suddenly, Suyu crouched down, gripping the Black Panther's mouth tightly while her other hand unapologetically yanked out his tongue. The Black Panther thrashed in pain, but was pinned down by Dabai's foot on his waist, nearly breaking it, causing him to groan. Suyu thought that without a taste of punishment, he would not understand the difference between right and wrong. She produced a sharp dagger from seemingly nowhere and slowly drew it before his eyes, its gleaming blade reflecting a chilling light. The Black Panther's pupils constricted slightly. He had never encountered anything so razor-sharp. If it pierced his body, would it not create a gaping wound? Though he claimed to fear not death, the prospect of torture was undeniably agonizing. He shook his head desperately, only to find Suyu holding his tongue. The dagger poised to plunge downwards. He immediately transformed back into human form, covering his mouth with both hands. "Will you speak?" The dagger halted just as it was about to approach his lips. Behind them, Jacob watched Suyu's fierce demeanor with a hint of amusement. "I will speak," he stammered. Realizing he had fallen in her trap, Suyu withdrew her hand, wiping the saliva on her fingers disdainfully against the Black Panther's body. The dagger, however, continued to tap against his cheek. "Speak incorrectly, and you may find your eyes unable to remain in their sockets. You are too ruthless, female. The one who orchestrated this ambush was our young master. Due to your partner's annihilation of the Bahi clan." "What did you say?" Suyu seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke. Unable to restrain herself, the dagger grazed his cheek. The Black Panther felt a sharp sting and, upon touching his face, found it covered in blood. "I've been disfigured. I thought the reason for the ambush was something significant, but it turns out to be this, Jacob. Is what he said true?" Suyu asked, digging into her ears out of exasperation. Turning to Jacob, she considered his nature. He would never act in such a way. After hearing her, Jacob chuckled. "But on my way here, I passed through the Hainyo clan, intending to inquire about your whereabouts. However, I heard a cry for help from a pit ahead. Moved by compassion, I attempted to rescue her. She was terrified of me, being a snake beast, and refused to come up, which is why I alerted the Hainyo clan." Suyu smiled, saying, "Next time you attempt such a rescue, ensure there is an outsider present. Otherwise, if they attempt to frame you, you will have no recourse." She recalled the absurdity of being framed for money while rescuing someone in modern times. Jacob, though not entirely understanding what his partner was saying, nodded nonetheless. "Has your clan leader been swayed by the one-sided words of that Bahi female, believing it was my partner who wiped out the Bahi clan?" The once smiling Suyu suddenly transformed into a figure of fierce wrath. The Black Panther, still cradling his injured face, nodded vigorously at her words. "That Bahi female is not even a partner to our leader. Rather, she became the partner of his son. This has angered many in the tribe. The young master promised the others he would distribute prey and find partners upon returning, which is why they agreed to come. It seemed this female was indeed a most ungrateful creature. Let us go and seek justice," Suyu declared, suddenly enlightened. She casually handed the dagger to Jacob and gently patted the back of his hand in reassurance. Jacob was somewhat bewildered. Why was she giving him such a weapon, one sharper than his own scales? Nevertheless, he tucked it away as Dabai held onto the Black Panther, leading them back to their tribe. Meanwhile, Sun, who had just fled in panic with a few remaining companions, finally arrived at the tribe's entrance, panting heavily. "What kind of beasts ambushed us?" Sun inquired, looking utterly disheveled. "I believe it was a Baidiao. I never imagined their claws could be so sharp, nearly piercing my abdomen." Another flower leopard replied, glancing down at his blood-stained fur. Why did the Bai Jiao save that snake beast? Sun pondered, squatting at the tribe's entrance, his tongue lolling out. This frantic run nearly cost him his life. Not only had he failed to avenge his partner, but he had also lost a comrade, the son of the shaman, no less. The shaman was not one to be trifled with, fiercely protective of his young. If his precious offspring were harmed, there would be hell to pay. He feared that by now the great Bai Jiao had ripped his friend to shreds, devouring him whole. Faced with this thought, he was consumed by anxiety, unsure of what to do. Just as he was contemplating a solution, the shaman arrived. That night, it was his turn to patrol with his subordinates. Upon reaching the tribe's entrance, he heard several heavy breaths. Frowning, he quickened his pace towards the source. Before he could approach, he heard his young one was in peril, sending him into a state of panic. This was the only offspring left by his partner, a precious life he held as if it were a fragile egg. He constantly warned it not to run around with Sun. Yet today, it had not only run amok, but had also nearly lost its life to this moment. He could not care less about disturbing the tribe's beasts. He dashed out abruptly. Sun, what did you say happened to my young one? Sun jumped in surprise, turning to see a massive black panther glaring at him fiercely. Sun, who feared nothing else, was utterly terrified of this individual. Not only was he poisonous, but he also possessed greater strength. Most distressing of all, he never ceased his incessant nagging, causing Sun's ears to ache. Shaman, why are you here? Sun stammered. The shaman ignored him completely, striding with purpose, his steps powerful enough to nearly frighten Sun into submission. I ask you again, where is my young one? Why are you out here in the dead of night? Sun gulped, his eyes darting as he struggled to formulate a coherent response to the nearby flower leopard. Shrinking back, spoke up, we want to deal with some stray beasts. Deal with stray beasts? When has our tribe ever dealt with strays? Even if they did come, would you truly need to intervene? The shaman berated them without hesitation. That new female claimed that stray beasts slaughtered our clan, which is why Sun sought revenge. Your young one insisted on accompanying him and encountered a Bai Jiao on the way, likely losing its life in the scuffle. Another weak black panther, fearing for his own life, had no choice but to betray Sun and his partner. That I warned against taking her in. You were blinded by lust. Now, not only have you offended the strays, but you've also attracted the Bai Jiao, and worse still, you've caused the loss of my young one's life. Today, I will kill you. The shaman towered over them, nearly occupying half the space with his imposing presence. The beasts behind him bared their teeth, their expressions filled with defiance. Shaman, your young one is lost, but we will help you seek vengeance. Indeed, when the Hainyo clan sent the Bai female, we had already refused her. Who would have thought the clan leader would not listen, allowing his son to snatch her away? This has angered the tribe, and now he believes the female's words. Going out to confront the strays. Not only did he fail to kill them, but he also lost your young one. That I believe not only should Sun be punished, but that Bai female should also be dragged out and beaten severely, then cast into the tribe as a common partner. Another leopard chimed in flatteringly. Upon hearing this, Sun immediately protested, standing up and baring his teeth. She is my partner. You will not lay a hand on her. When danger arose, why did you not take my young one as place, but instead leave him there to be bullied by the strays? One life for another. Either you die, or your partner dies. The witch revealed a chilling smile as they found themselves embroiled in a heated dispute. Suddenly, a feminine voice echoed from above, commanding their attention. The beasts abruptly lifted their heads, spotting a white eagle gracefully circling in the sky. Emitting a piercing cry, with a powerful flap of its wings, it dove down, transforming mid-flight into a formidable male figure that exuded immense pressure upon the orcs. Perched upon his shoulder was a delicate female, the source of the voice that had called out. Who are you? The witch inquired, directing her gaze toward Suyu. I have come to settle a score with you, Suyu replied, crossing her arms defiantly. Behind her, Jacob hurriedly approached, entangled with a hapless leopard. You wish to settle a score with us? You, a mere female, are rather overestimating your capabilities, the witch remarked, seemingly amused by the audacity of her claim. Unfazed, Suyu shot back a look that promised regret, then produced a round object, disengaging its safety latch. The next moment, while the orcs were caught off guard, she hurled it onto the ground nearby. A deafening explosion ensued, shaking the very earth beneath them. The Black Panther startled, flattening itself against the ground, watching in terror as debris flew in all directions, revealing a massive crater in the aftermath. One orc, unable to contain himself, swallowed hard and crawled closer, peering into the abyss. "This pit is remarkably deep," he remarked, causing Su Yu's lips to twitch in disbelief, as if she were gazing at a fool. The display of intimidation had indeed been effective, yet some orcs appeared utterly dumbfounded. "You intend to provoke us, don't you?" The witch, seasoned by numerous trials, quickly regained her composure. "I am not here to provoke. I simply seek the female of the White Crane clan." She whispered ill of me to her mate, nearly costing him his life. "That why demand is modest. Break one of her legs, and then I shall take her with me." So you shook her head and leaped down from the white eagle's shoulder. The witch cast her a look of incredulity. Meanwhile, Sun, paralyzed with fear at the thought of his mate suffering at the hands of non-beasts, sprang to his feet, baring his teeth. "She is my mate. None shall take her from me." Su regarded him, and without waiting for a response, she swiftly appeared before him, Jacob's serpent scale poised against his carotid artery. With one hand, she struck the Black Panther's cheek. "You foolish creature, are you truly willing to risk my mate's life based on her unsubstantiated claims?" Su Yu's speed was blinding, leaving the orc utterly bewildered. Sun felt a sharp pain at his throat, warm blood trickling down as he attempted to turn away. But Su Yu seized his ear, pressing the serpent scale deeper. It pierced through his thick skin, embedding itself in his neck. Rendering him motionless, "I offer you two choices. Either bring the female to me, or I shall take her life." The witch's gaze remained unyielding as she gestured from behind. "Let us see how bold this female truly is." "Release the young master. We shall fetch the female immediately," interjected a Black Panther at Sun's side. As Yu's gaze fell upon him, finding his perceptiveness commendable. "Are you capable of commanding him?" she queried suddenly. "Though I cannot, our clan leader certainly can," the Black Panther replied, baring his white teeth, excitedly pointing to a distant figure. Hearing the commotion, they turned to see the clan leader approaching. Who dares to trouble the Black Panther clan? The imposing figure of the panther loomed large, rivaling even the witch in stature, though his expression was one of icy disdain that a scar traversed from his right eye to his left lip, poorly treated and twisting like a centipede, causing unease as it shifted while he spoke. Su's gaze lingered on his face for only a moment before returning to Sun, who bore no resemblance to his father's commanding presence. Recklessly endangering his life for a female, Su rolled her eyes, eager to confront the leader of the Black Panther clan. "It is not we who seek trouble. Rather, your son intends harm against my mate. You, a mere female, accompanied by only two males, think to annihilate the Black Panther clan? Is that not a touch presumptuous?" The clan leader and the witch stood together, his demeanor imposing despite his lowered head. Su shot him a withering glare. "Do not underestimate females. Without us, where would your offspring come from? Furthermore, it is your offspring who is heired, and you must bear the consequences. I presume you did not witness the earlier scene clearly. Should I demonstrate it once more?" Su scoffed, believing that the existence of unruly children stems from the support of irresponsible parents. Although orcs feared rogue beasts, these creatures seldom encroached upon their territory. To act upon the unfounded words of a female against a rogue beast is utterly unreasonable. You, a female of the Wild Dog clan, have the audacity to provoke the Black Panther clan at our doorstep. Do you regard us with such disdain, or are you simply seeking a death wish? The Black Panther clan leader, Ba, clearly held Su in low regard, dismissing the recent tremors as mere coincidence. Their clan possessed many males with extraordinary abilities. As the saying goes, one fist cannot defeat four hands. No matter how formidable she might be, escaping the clutches of the Black Panther orcs was not guaranteed. Su remained speechless, realizing he was overtly shielding his offspring, a tactic she would not allow to succeed. You cannot decide who lives or dies. Hand over the female of the White Crane clan, and I will confront her directly. I must ascertain the truth behind the death of the White Crane orc. Was it due to their arrogance or some other reason? My mate is a noble beast. He must not suffer unjustly. Had he not intervened, The female of the White Crane clan would have long been devoured by other ferocious beasts. Yet he received no reward for his deeds, nearly losing his life to the Black Panther male. Such injustices have no place in the beast world. Su's gaze sharpened as she looked ahead, raising her hand. The towering white eagle behind her exuded an imposing presence, unintentionally causing the orcs to tremble. Yet Ba remained undeterred, advancing with graceful strides before suddenly opening his mouth to roar. Su's face contorted from the force of the sound, and as she finally regained her composure, she caught a glimpse of Ba's mocking grin. Females hold a most esteemed position in the beast world. Even if you were to utter a misstep, it is only natural for the unfortunate beast to pay with its life. Your mate, being a rogue beast, is deserving of his fate, Ba declared, uttering words devoid of reason. You felt the serpent scale in her grasp pressing deeper. Sun winced in pain as the scent of blood filled the air. By your logic, the mere existence of rogue beasts is a crime. The Black Panther clan leader, by this rationale, could slaughter innocent orcs without consequence, which is utterly absurd, and if you refuse to surrender that female, then I shall claim the life of your offspring. After all, I am not afraid of your retribution. Would you care to test that? Suyu's excitement was palpable, completely disregarding Ba. Meanwhile, Sun felt the grip of death tightening around his throat. Unable to resist, as he squatted down in despair, if you dare lay a hand on my offspring, I will tear you to shreds. Ba's expression darkened. It seems that female is far more important to you than your offspring. Could it be that the annihilation of the White Crane clan is somehow linked to you? Suyu spoke recklessly, adept at casting blame. Ba's countenance twisted in fury, his scarred face contorting. What nonsense are you spouting now? Female, if you cannot endure this, then who will compensate for the harm done to my mate? Indeed, this matter is easily resolvable. Either you present me with a female member of the Baiha clan, whom I shall take on my journey, or if your offspring is unwilling to part with their companion, you may surrender both of them to me. Rest assured, I harbor no intent to harm a single orc from your tribe. Should you refuse either of these conditions, the male who was ambushed earlier will surely meet his demise, and your kin shall suffer catastrophic chaos as a consequence. That I trust you are capable of enduring such turmoil. However, the other orcs would not wish to perish senselessly due to your offspring's actions. The wise orcs will seek a way out of this predicament. Would you not agree? So you pressed one hand against Sun's neck while the other repeatedly weighed a dark object in her grasp. Several orcs gazed at her in dumbfounded astonishment, fixated on the grenade in her hand, which resembled a lump of coal. That was this very device that had upheaved the ground, creating a deep pit several meters in depth. Were it to explode within the tribe, countless lives would be lost. Suyu reveled in their fearful and awestruck expressions, then added, I believe the orcs present have clearly witnessed the consequences. Why not take a look at how the pit appears now? The late arriving Ba was unaware of the preceding events, yet the shaman was fully cognizant. His heart trembled with the realization that this was a matter of tribal annihilation. His offspring remained unharmed. Ensnared by the serpent's grip around their neck, which could have easily claimed their life with a mere exertion of force. This was the only remnant of hope he harbored in the beastly world. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at his claws and said, Dear female, please remain calm. If someone has deceived Sun and sought to harm your companion, it is they who must bear the responsibility. I have already instructed the orcs to locate her. Do not act impulsively. After all, it would be a pity for tens of thousands of orcs to lose their lives over a moment's rashness. The shaman standing before him was a sagacious orc who held little faith in the new female. She appeared frail and pale, her eyes darting about with a shrewdness that suggested ulterior motives. Sun was merely a naive fool, easily manipulated by her charms. It was only natural. They could not allow his foolishness to endanger his offspring. You cannot act unilaterally. That female has come at great difficulty. Ba exclaimed, his anger flaring. The shaman remained silent, instead pressing his paw forcefully upon Ba's head, pinning him to the ground. Ba, I usually engage in reasoned discourse with you and refrain from physical altercations. However, today, my offspring was nearly harmed by your son's son. Should your obstinacy lead to the demise of our entire tribe, do not blame me for resorting to poison. The orcs nearby were eager for action. Bring forth the female from the Baiha clan, and hand her over to this female before you keep her here is to invite calamity upon our entire tribe. We refuse to be undone by her actions. Ba had indeed been selfish, insisting on giving the female to his son when there were numerous mature males within the tribe. It would have sufficed to do so, but nearly losing their lives was intolerable. The orcs surrounding the shaman contributed their voices, creating a heavy atmosphere. Su mused that indeed, the shaman had a way with words, the once arrogant leader of the Black Panther clan, who had seemed eager to end her life, now wore an expression of embarrassment. Meanwhile, he struggled futilely against the shaman's grip. His dark eyes were filled with annoyance, guilt, and shame. The shaman remained silent. Before long, a group of orcs, amidst their clamor, unceremoniously tossed the female from the Baiha clan before Suyu. They showed no mercy, with one taking the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to her waist, nearly incapacitating her. She was frail, and the blow sent her crashing to Suyu's feet with a thud. The Baiha female's attire was tattered and incomplete. As she arrived, her clothing had been ripped apart, revealing her shoulders. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips, presenting a pitiful and disheveled appearance as she struggled desperately. Sun felt a sharp pain in his neck, blood dripping down in a steady stream. Some orcs' eyes gleamed with interest. They silently praised the sharpness of the weapon, while feeling a strange relief that the serpent scales had not pressed against their own throats. Had they done so, their fate would have been sealed. "Release her!" Sun shouted anxiously, tugging at his companion's hand and attempting to pull her into his embrace. "Do not move. Be cautious lest you bleed to death," Suyu admonished, delivering a sharp slap to Sun's head. What an imbecile, to be on the verge of losing his life over a newly acquired companion. "Do not harm her. If you seek vengeance for your companion, take my life instead. Please do not hurt her." The towering figure, while cradling his partner, pleaded with desperation. Su felt a wave of discomfort at his tearful appeal and immediately withdrew her hand. One beast must answer for their own actions. "I wish to inquire of your companion why she aimed to cast the blame for the tribe's demise upon me," Suyu stated, creating distance between herself and the female who lay feigning death in Sun's arms. With a disdainful kick to her leg, she found her as unresponsive as a corpse. Sun held her tightly, blood dripping from his neck on her face. Su noticed the female's eyelashes tremble. "Stop pretending to be dead. Swiftly explain why," she demanded. "I simply want him dead," the Baiha female shouted from her feigned state. "Is it because he refused to take you away, or because he entrusted you to this fool that you harbor such hatred?" Suyu's blunt words caused the orcs present to flinch. Though Sun may have been somewhat foolish, he was by no means an idiot. "I just want him dead," the Baiha female reiterated, repeating the same phrase over and over, offering no further explanation. Suyu's pupils constricted as she reflected that she must have suffered a trauma. According to Jacob, she had felt a degree of fear, only to be subsequently handed over to the Black Panther clan. The young master of the Black Panther clan, Sun, treated her with great affection. If she had truly been scared into silence, how could she possibly utter such divisive statements? It seemed she was merely pretending to be dead. A shameless female indeed. Since she refused to speak the truth, she could not fault Suyu for her actions. Step aside. It was she who committed the wrong, and she must bear the consequences. Your incessant attachment to her is quite bothersome, Suyu declared as she brandished the serpent scale before her. Sun stubbornly replied, "If she leaves, I shall follow her." His foolish statement nearly caused Ba to choke on his own blood. This was the future leader of the Black Panther clan. How could he abandon his tribe for a mere female? His very survival and future happiness were uncertain. And oh wonder, Suyu had called him a fool. He was utterly insensible. Ba pressed his feline face against the ground, baring his teeth in frustration. "You fool! How can you forsake your tribe for a female? If you venture outside, can you guarantee your survival?" Sun remained obstinate, as if 10 oxen could not drag him back. "I do not intend to follow her. If my father does not help me rescue Lee, then I shall go with her." He resembled a child throwing a tantrum for a piece of candy. Ba's limbs, which had been thrashing in desperation, fell still as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. This was no mere child he had raised. It was akin to nurturing a debt collector. How had he become so beguiled as to insist on keeping this female from the Baiha clan? Listening to his offspring's injuries, it was a result of his partner's demands to seek justice for her. What had he gained in return? The abandonment of his own kin in favor of that female. Was this what they meant by a child growing beyond their parent's control? This foolish cub, better left behind, since the true culprit has been given to you. May I have my offspring returned? The shaman interjected, disdainfully retracting his claws as he rubbed Ba's back a few times. You may have him back. He is quite the little darling. Su waved her hand, and Jacob presented the small cub, still entwined in the serpent's tail and drowsy. The shaman, upon seeing this, exhaled a sigh of relief and embraced the cub. Noticing the wounds on its face, he looked up to meet Su Yu's gaze. This was an accident. He was heedless and collided with a dagger, causing the injury. If you do not believe me, you may inquire when he awakens. I have found the orc responsible for this mess. I shall take them away, but please do not resort to ambush. Su left behind a gaze that seemed to challenge fate itself. Her provocative demeanor incited eye rolls among the other males, who dared not retaliate. Despite her father's desperate pleas, Sun turned away without a backward glance, inciting Ba to cough up blood in his fury. Before losing consciousness, he could only glimpse the unyielding figure retreating into the distance. Observing the silent female, Su Yu commanded Ba to suspend them in midair, swaying them back and forth, nearly making Sun sick. Yet the female remained tight-lipped, her complexion pale as her stomach churned violently. Jacob, slipping on the ground, embraced Su Yu, kissing her as he maneuvered. Su Yu's lips twitched in a bemused smile as she remarked on the risk of crashing into a tree and losing consciousness. Jacob pressed his lips to her eyelid, reassuring her, I'm not afraid. With you by my side, I fear nothing. How long do you think it will take for us to find James? Feeling disheartened, Su Yu ruffled his hair, lamenting her impulsive actions that had caused Jacob so much distress. The female of the Bahi tribe remained uncommunicative, and once they reached a resting spot, she would be dealt with, perhaps in half an hour. They could hasten their pace and still steal a moment's rest upon their return. Su wrapped her arms around Jacob's neck. All right, prior to his days as a wanderer, Jacob had roamed for years, favoring waterways, and moved swiftly through the currents. They soon arrived at a bamboo grove, where Su Yu requested he cut 2 stalks. As they sailed along, he patiently carved holes into the snake's scales. Occasionally glancing at the moon above, it was not as bright as the previous night, yet still round and grand. Surely it was around the middle of the month. Su Yu pursed her lips. Glancing up, it seems so. When I arrived, Ethan and the others mentioned they would come as well. Jacob glided through the water, frequently turning to check on his partner, noting her composed demeanor, which lacked any signs of impatience. He beamed. I knew it would turn out this way. When we left the northern wilderness, it was all rather hurried. I should have devised a more comprehensive plan. Su sighed at this, occasionally lost in thought, occasionally expressing her sentiments. Jacob continued on, showing no signs of fatigue, and found her ever-changing expressions amusing. Having never harbored the desire for a partner throughout his solitary life, he now felt as though decades had been wasted. About half an hour later, they reached their campsite. James, exhausted from the antics of several cubs, had finally managed to lull them to sleep when he abruptly looked up at the sound of their return, recognizing Su Yu's scent, and collapsed onto the ground in relief. You finally returned. Had you delayed any longer, I might have perished. James spoke weakly. Were the cubs too troublesome? Su Yu observed his large wolf head directed toward the moon, his belly round from dinner. She knew he had eaten well and successfully settled the cubs. His efforts were considerable. They were not merely troublesome. They nearly cost me my life. What do you plan to do? Must you insist on bringing the cubs? I have no desire to be a caretaker any longer. This life is unbearable. Without turning, James already sensed Jacob's presence. Su chuckled and urged Jacob to shift back to his human form. She hurried to the hanging basket, where she found the cubs sprawled in slumber, eliciting a helpless smile from her. Turning back to James, she couldn't help but laugh at his disgruntled expression. Do you possess a method for interrogating beastmen? So you crouched down, curiously poking him on the head. James blinked his wolf eyes and looked up at Jacob. Did you encounter misfortune on the way? The light-colored wolf's gaze scrutinized Jacob for a while. It was more than mere misfortune. I was outwitted by the female of the Bahi tribe. I initially thought a scare would extract the truth, but her resolve was unexpectedly strong. How about you take care of this matter? Suyu squatted against the hanging basket, looking up to Sita by binding Sun and the female with vines, kicking Sun one last time before leaving, provoking a glare from him. If I were to take action against the female, you would look down on me, would you? James inquired. You are my family. How could I possibly disdain you? Besides, she is cunning. You must exercise caution. Suyu beamed brightly, filled with joy. James took a moment to collect himself before standing up. Resigned to his task, Jacob leaned against her, a hint of gloom in his expression. Am I being rather foolish? Suyu nearly lost her balance and turned to regard him with a serious expression. You are far too kind, which utterly contradicts your nature as a beast man, that if you must act, then do so decisively. Rubbing his head, Suyu felt inadequate in comforting him. She wrapped an arm around his neck, firmly pressing Jacob's head against her shoulder. I used to be quite formidable. James leaned against Suyu's shoulder, his voice tinged with grievance. Heroes do not dwell on past glories. Your current hesitance stems from having me as your partner, leading to reprimands for perceived wrongs. Yet you must discern the situation. Some females cannot be treated with leniency. Their intrinsic nature is malevolent, and your warm heart will not sway them. Therefore, there are times when you must be ruthless. Suyu was exceedingly gentle and patient, imparting her thoughts to him. Jacob's spirits lifted immensely, nuzzling against her neck. After days of travel, he had not enjoyed a single restful moment. Now, with his partner by his side, he could finally sleep soundly. Before long, a cool breath brushed against Suyu's neck. Cautiously adjusting her posture, she gazed ahead. In the distance, the female's piercing cries echoed. Release me. I am a female. James's voice rang out with fierce intent. If you confess truthfully, you need not endure this torment. Should you refuse, I shall break your bones. Suyu's lips twitched. James was indeed a fierce beast, a trait not readily apparent in daily life. The Bahi female, undeterred, kicked and flailed, shouting and cursing. You a wandering beast, dare lay hands on me. I shall ensure you regret this. James grasped her collar, flashing a menacing grin. You cannot escape now. Cease your bravado and tell me who orchestrated this, and why you sought to harm a wanderer. Nearby, Sun had already been knocked unconscious. The Bahi female struggled for some time, but ultimately, without any beastly protection, she succumbed to James's methods, timidly revealing her eyes. It is because of this wandering beast. He refused to take me along and abandoned me to the clumsy males of the Hainu tribe that I harbored resentment, and thus I acted. Your jealousy is truly formidable. Driven by envy, you nearly took another's life. I shall grant you a fitting end. James smirked disdainfully. In the next moment, amidst the female's desperate struggles, he tore out her tongue and broke one of her legs, her wails echoing long after. Approximately 10 minutes later, James returned. What did you find out? Suyu yawned. Turns out she bears a grudge because Jacob did not take her with him. Additionally, their tribe has been embroiled in unpleasantness with the silverback gorilla tribe and was attacked. James washed his hands clean, locking eyes with Suyu as he spoke. The silverback gorilla tribe? Suyu was engulfed in confusion as she recalled the information Jacob had previously shared about this continent. The silverback gorilla tribe, being one of the 4 formidable clans, posed a significant threat. Engaging in conflict with them would undoubtedly lead to a gruesome demise. Jacob scoffed lightly, casting a disdainful glare at the slumbering Jacob beside him. They occupy the southern regions, relying on their towering stature, agility, and intelligence to bully the smaller tribes. The White Crane tribe, in their folly, thinks they can challenge them. They will only meet their end. Suyu quietly mused that it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. There could only be a tragic outcome. It seemed prudent to exercise caution in the future. Suyu was not a reckless orc. They were bound to encounter the 4 major families sooner or later. Blindly charging ahead was not an option. They must rely on their wits. You think I am as foolish as your companion? James remarked before lying down and promptly falling asleep. Suyu felt a bit awkward, unsure of how to respond. However, as night had fallen, she decided it was time for rest. Dubai, please inform us if you encounter anything unusual while on guard tonight. She called back to the dozing Dubai nearby. He grunted in acknowledgement before returning to sleep. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, Jacob rose early. He fetched water from a nearby source, filling it to the brim, and added rice that Suyu had set aside to cook, turning to see the cubs climbing out of the hanging basket. He smiled silently. Just as he was about to act, Dabai swiftly took one of the tiger cubs on his own back. "You belong to the White Eagle tribe?" he inquired while cradling another cub. Before he could set it down, it urinated all over him, leaving him both amused and exasperated. "You must be Suyu's female. You look rather frail, that I suppose you were outsmarted by that delicate female yesterday." Dabai, not only clumsy but also sharp-tongued, made Jacob's lips twitch at the comment. Though slightly embarrassed, his expression remained impassive. "It seems you were indeed outmaneuvered. You weren't exiled from your tribe, were you? Rather, you were scorned for your indiscretions." Jacob retorted, matching Dabai's wit. Dabai, however, seemed unfazed, parading the tiger cub around for a while, then observing it relieve itself before taking it to eat. Upon returning, he noticed a significant decrease in the drinking water at the pond, prompting him to flap his wings and leave in haste. The bamboo tube was stuffed with rice, placed over the fire to roast. Jacob stared in the direction Dabai had gone, a sense of curiosity brewing within him. At that moment, James, who had been in a deep slumber, finally awoke. "Where's Dabai?" he asked, stretching and yawning. It seemed he glanced at the pond before turning away without a word. Jacob rummaged through the bamboo tube, wary of scorching it directly over the fire. James furrowed his brow at the mention of the water source, quickly crouching by the riverbank, using his wolf claws to clean his teeth while scrutinizing the clear, pristine water. He seemed to notice something unusual and turned to see Suyu, leaning against the hanging basket, lost in slumber. "I believe we cannot linger here. We must wake her and search for food as we go," James declared suddenly. Standing up abruptly, he felt that Dabai's instincts were far superior to theirs. Jacob continued to sift through the bamboo tube when he suddenly felt a tremor in his tail. "Is there a beast hide?" The thought sent a chill through him, and without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the tube from the fire. He hastily gathered the cautious cubs that were peering around the fire and the little tiger cub busy cleaning itself by the shore, stuffing them all into the hanging basket. The other two, being a burden, were tightly bound and carelessly tossed into the basket alongside Suyu. After the flurry of activity, Jacob was adorned with a few simple bundles. Meanwhile, James quickly secured the hanging basket around his waist. "Will you be all right on your own?" he asked, concerned that "I can keep up," Jacob replied, tilting his head to assess the situation. As he moved, the bundles swayed side to side. James, ready to take flight, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Jacob took a few sliding steps. Though puzzled, he felt a sense of relief amidst the morning's tension, and his entire demeanor brightened. "Try not to fly too high. I'll follow your direction. If I encounter the beast tide and get separated, just take them south. I can find you if I come across water." Jacob felt a surge of joy upon spotting a water source. The ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Just then, Dabai returned from his patrol, diving down swiftly. There are animals migrating ahead, and the carnivores are seizing the opportunity to attack. The ordinary beasts are thrown into disarray. "We must leave at once," he landed quietly, grasping Jacob in his claws, and as they took to the skies, Jacob felt a surge of wariness. "What are you doing? Holding on to me will slow us down," Jacob exclaimed, frowning anxiously. Although his upper body resembled that of a human, his serpent-like lower half was swift in the water. Being lifted into the air felt akin to a fish out of water, and he couldn't help but dread the experience. Why was Dabai suddenly holding on to him? It was not only uncomfortable, but also hampered his speed. If a beast capable of climbing trees were to attack, could his tail withstand such an assault? Dabai, feeling disdainful, had no intention of taking Jacob to great heights. It was all for Suyu's sake. She had provided him with a home, warmth, and never scorned him for his voracious appetite. Naturally, Jacob, as her partner, was obliged to assist him. Upon hearing this, Jacob's expression darkened. To avoid hindering their flight, he transformed into human form, only to be unceremoniously tossed onto Dabai's back. It seems this year's Victoria Central is also facing difficulties. "Once we arrive, where shall we establish ourselves?" he inquired, filled with concern as he sat behind Dabai. Gazing into the distance, he thought to himself that if it weren't for Dabai, they would undoubtedly have been trampled into paste by now. With Suyu's presence, She could choose any location she desired. Ideally, they would avoid entanglements with the four major families, who had become increasingly malevolent in recent years. Dubai's keen eagle eyes surveyed the land, observing herds of animals in a state of panic. Simultaneously, some young cubs, in their frantic bid to escape, found themselves separated from their families. Before they could catch their breath, they were relentlessly pursued by other carnivores. This was the harsh reality of survival of the fittest. This year, the climate across the entire Victoria continent was abnormal. The northern regions were besieged by frigid winds, while the central areas, typically expected to receive rain, had become parched and dry. The situation only worsened as one traveled south, where the scorching sun had rendered the ground cracked and barren. Su awoke during their swift journey, her eyes fluttering open to find herself soaring through the skies. The cubs jostling against her chest. She felt a chill enveloping her. Glancing down, she nearly gasped in fright. The ravenous cubs were tugging at her clothing, clamoring for breakfast. With no other choice, she reluctantly transformed into a wild dog. With her belly turned skyward, she gazed at the clouds drifting in the azure expanse, swiftly becoming a mere shadow. "Why are we in such a hurry?" Su poked her head out to inquire, inadvertently locking eyes with James, whose expression was grim. "We have encountered a beast tide," he stated as he flapped his wings, his speed not nearly matching that of Dubai. A true flying beast, a beast tide? In Suyu's mind, a particular string was pulled taut, prompting the dog to gently rub its brow. A helpless cub, unable to partake in breakfast, stumbled about her head, tugging at her ears. Reluctantly, she freed a paw to support its waist, exerting her strength to press it against her ear. Its round, glistening eyes widened slightly, catching sight of its mother's damp nose. Startled by this maneuver, the cub squirmed vigorously, soon whimpering incessantly. Indeed, it was Big White who had discovered the danger today. Otherwise, we would have already become mere flesh underfoot. James's voice resonated with a deep steadiness. Yet Suyu detected an undercurrent of tension at that moment. The cub crawled from her hind leg to perch upon her neck, nearly choking her in the process. Were the beasts truly that fearful? Suyu had only witnessed animal migrations on television and was oblivious to the reality of such migrations in this world. Instinctively, she sensed it was a harbinger of misfortune, envisioning a scene too grim to behold. James halted his flight, his eyes regaining clarity as he fixed them upon the beast below. "If we act alone, we shall only face death, but fear not. With us here, no one dares to bully you." Su's heart raced. A day of flying was exhausting for James. Moreover, with so many wild creatures around, special measures to disperse them were futile. This was a natural phenomenon. Perhaps the instability of this year's climate compelled them to act thus. She worried that a good intention might lead to disastrous consequences. "Is there a high cliff where we can land and replenish our supplies?" Suyu suggested, taking a deep breath. James concurred. They had not eaten, and flying for an hour or two had already drained their strength. That if they were to fly in their weakened state, it would cause significant distress for Suyu. The number of beasts below was swelling, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire. The most troubling aspect for the beastmen was the solitary cubs, some of whom had transformed into human forms, their faces etched with panic. After finally feeding her rations, Suyu looked down, her heart tightening. To save or not to save was a dilemma. If she chose not to intervene, this matter would linger in her heart, denying her peace for a lifetime. Yet if she did save them, would it not risk the lives of others? Amidst her indecision, James located a massive tree and gestured for her to land there. "I know you cannot simply escape," he said. They were indeed a pitiful sight, the mother torn from her young, now facing death if they were to transform into beasts and be bullied by other beastmen. She would have no qualms, but they were merely children, and her heart felt as though it were being mercilessly twisted. Su crawled out of the basket, wrapping her arms around James's neck before descending. "You take care of the cubs," flying slowly high above. "I will descend to rescue as many as I can." James stiffened, perceiving Suyu's softness of heart. In the future, when commanding the beasts, could she harden her resolve? He had no choice. After all, he too had been abandoned by a female in his past. Had he received assistance then, he would not have turned cold-hearted. He extended his wolf paw to embrace her tightly before placing her in a safe zone. Transforming into a wild dog, Suyu sprinted away swiftly, with James trailing closely behind. The cubs were terrified. Some fell into mud pits, while others were pursued by hunting leopards and lions. The sight of their isolation and helplessness brought tears to Suyu's eyes. Her agility was remarkable, perhaps a manifestation of latent potential. She leaped over mounds of earth, branches, and stones with the grace of an athlete. Ahead lay a pitiful female cub, crying out "Mama," likely only just learning to speak. It stood frozen, tears streaming down its face, its small countenance pale with fright. Only 4 or 5 meters away, a few hyenas, mouths agape and tongues lolling, drooled as they advanced. Sniffing the air, one spotted hyena bared its teeth in a menacing grin, lunging forward in the next moment. With a thud, the small cub tumbled to the ground, its legs too weak to rise. Suu dashed forward, sinking her teeth into the neck of the assailant. With a few swift motions, she ended its life and flung the creature aside, its body colliding with several companions. Without a second thought, Suu seized the cub's fur coat and desperately fled to the opposite side. Moon is over there. Hurry and help her rescue the cub. Jacob, following closely, glanced down to spot a familiar figure amidst the throng of beasts. In a sea of thousands, he recognized her instantly. "All right." Big White's sharp cry pierced the sky as he swooped down. Suu caught the commotion and glanced over, her eyes sparkling with joy upon realizing it was Jacob. She then executed a motion to propel upward. The small cub, still reeling from the shock, was soon tossed into the It gasped in fear, watching as Suyu lunged toward another Cub. It was caught and quickly embraced by Jacob. Big White, take this cub and find James. I will assist Moon. Jacob instructed. As he spoke, he slid down from Big White's belly, his tail entwining around the bird's leg. You can hold her while I fly in midair. I can help both of you. Though Big White expressed disdain, he slowed his flight. Given his massive size and weight, few beastmen dared approach him. Jacob observed the trembling cub in his arms, tears flowing, and caught sight of another cub in Suyu's mouth. Reluctantly, he signaled Big White to advance. The trio coordinated seamlessly. Before long, on a high tree branch, Suyu lay exhausted, panting heavily. She sprawled out, her tongue lolling. Utterly fatigued, I feel as though I might perish. Her gasps were labored as she rolled her eyes. The cub sat in the basket, overwhelmed by unfamiliar scents, sorrowful and fearful, too frightened to move. This was no solution. If they could not even safeguard their own cubs, death was their inevitable fate, for nature's law dictated the survival of the fittest. James, with his keen sense of smell, detected unfamiliar scents without needing to circle the herd. He was aware that some cubs had lost their parents. Suyu understood that one must adhere to the laws of nature. However, she was not one to be heartless. Although James spoke of such things, he secretly wished for the salvation of every cub. If not for the redemption he found in his ugliness, he would have long since descended into darkness. When will this beast tide cease? Suyu tossed and turned, nearly falling from the branch, gasping in dread before Jacob wrapped her in his embrace. With Jacob's support, even branches snapped under their weight. At this rate, it may take days and nights. We should find a place to rest. Big White can scout to see if he can rescue any lone female cubs. Jacob proposed a water route, hoping to escape the beasts galloping across the plains. But he worried that prolonged exposure to water might make the females ill. There was no alternative. Hunting and scouting would fall to Big White. James shot him a cold glance before looking down at the cubs in the basket. I believe we should prioritize our own safety. Protecting ourselves is paramount. After all, while the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. The sudden onset of the beast tide caught the beastmen off guard. Now that they have recovered, they will surely devise countermeasures, and we cannot continue to be so soft, dash-hearted. Suyu inhaled deeply, realizing that she must rid herself of her soft-hearted tendencies. Otherwise, it would not matter if she perished. But it would endanger the other orcs. James and the others did not challenge her, sighing in relief as they swiftly changed their location. The sky was dotted with numerous vultures, large in size with sharp beaks, flocking together in search of carrion. The sight made Suyu feel nauseated. Among the vultures were orcs, some transformed into humans, displaying sinister and cruel expressions towards them. Suyu nearly fell from the basket in shock. raising an eyebrow with evident concern. "What should we do if these vultures band together to bully us?" she inquired. "Are you foolish? Just kill them all," James replied, his tone devoid of emotion, yet to Su Yu's ears it sounded rather imposing. She pondered that such malicious orcs did not deserve any compassion, that if this continued, their entire group would be in peril. "Are you all hungry?" Su Yu asked again, that moment. Dabai exhibited an unusual level of excitement. "I've been starving for ages. I was contemplating hunting a horned horse for food on the prairie." James remained indifferent. "Whatever, eat whatever you like, as long as you don't starve." Jacob, huddled in the basket, took out some half-cooked bamboo rice. Su was famished, but couldn't bring herself to eat such fare, momentarily losing her appetite. "Just hold on a bit longer. In an hour, we will have a place to rest." She added, "I'm not hungry. It's just you lot that if you want, I can prepare something for you." Su set the bamboo rice aside, retrieved a few boxes of food, and handed them to Jacob. Just as she was passing the food to him, several dark figures swiftly swept by. Su looked up against the sunlight towards the sky and saw a few vultures circling above, their gazes hungrily fixed upon them. Before she could speak, the vultures suddenly swooped down with a sharp screech that sounded somewhat like a wild duck's quack in her ears. Jacob quickly pushed her into the basket, wrapping her in a blanket, and then climbed into the basket himself. Several vultures charged in at high speed, while numerous assailants surrounded them from all directions. Yet James showed no fear, deftly evading their ambushes at sharp angles. While Dabai faced the enemies head-on, buried beneath the blanket, Su Yu felt her heart racing as a few cubs instinctively huddled close to her, yearning to peek through the gaps. Jacob, lying at the edge of the basket, shielded them with his tail. 3 against 5. It was not unheard of for the few to triumph over the many. Out of Su Yu's sight, James's claws tore into the ambushers, while dove by dove enrolled, seizing one of them and pecking through its skull. Amid the vulture's piercing cries, blood splattered and feathers rained down. Jacob seized the opportunity to spray venom, his slit pupils coldly fixed on one of the vultures. This battle had to be resolved swiftly. If it dragged on, James and the others would tire and fall from the heights. With Dabai, the divine beast, present, the vulture's malevolent intentions could not be contained. Seeing the beautiful female, their lustful desires surged forth, eager to strike, yet unaware that it could cost them their lives. Jacob retreated slightly, secretly gathering his strength, when the opponent entered his attack range. In a flash, he lunged forward, biting one of the vulture's legs with incredible speed. The vulture screeched in agony, not anticipating the swift and lethal prowess of the seemingly harmless serpent beast. They underestimated him. Lured by their own desires, with a few flaps, the vulture fell from the tree in a disheveled manner, crashing into a muddy pit. Unable to recover, It was trampled into the ground by the approaching beast. Witnessing this, the other vultures scattered in panic, and the crisis finally subsided. As noon approached, they halted by a clean lakeside. Su crawled out of the basket, accidentally stepping on a female member of the Bai He tribe in her flustered state. She frowned but could not voice her discomfort. "I'll be back shortly." Su was parched and simultaneously wished to address her own needs. Behind her, it felt as though something was pursuing her. Jacob gazed at the 3 cubs huddled in the basket, all well-behaved female offspring, yet they cried sorrowfully for their lost mother. He looked at the male cub in his arms, seeking assistance. "Give it to Dabai," James suggested. "We saved 5. 3 females and 2 males. I noticed one of the leopard cubs is not only foolish, but also somewhat deaf. Should we keep it?" Jacob looked at the black cub in his arms, its expression vacant, seeking James's opinion. James appeared saddened, taking a long time to poke it with his wolf claw. "Keep it. I'll take care of it." "I think so too. Why discard a life?" Jacob teased the cub's nose with his finger, and it nuzzled back affectionately. "Quite adorable," he remarked at your serpent beast. "Why be so gentle?" James inquired disdainfully. "And you, a wolf beast, why be so soft-hearted?" Jacob retorted, when Su Yu returned after taking care of her needs. She overheard their exchange and found it rather peculiar. "What are you two discussing?" she asked anxiously, grasping Jacob's arm and inspecting the cub in his embrace. Its adorable appearance gave no indication of any issues. Jacob chuckled, his tone laced with amusement. "We were just teasing each other." Su Yu's heart sank. If they were bickering, did it mean someone was injured or that they felt the cub was a burden? She raised her voice immediately. Impossible. Aren't you two just fine? I see the cubs are all clumsy and without issue. Jacob exclaimed, thinking she must have misunderstood. He quickly pulled her into an embrace. That we are fine. We were merely discussing the cubs we rescued. Point one of them seems a bit slow, likely from birth. Yes, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. She squatted in front of him and gently poked one of the cubs on its nose. The little cub, full of charm, attempted to nibble at her finger. This one seems fine. Did I overheard that it's a leopard cub? Her gaze shifted to the other side, scrutinizing for a while before realizing that it indeed had some issues with its reactions and hearing. Let me see. It's likely afraid after being separated from its mother. Suyu extended her hand. Jacob hesitated, fearing that if he handed them over now, they might bite Suyu in their fright. Ignoring the potential reprimand, he outright rejected her request. Let me hold it for now. Let's eat something first, then we'll move on. I see it is distressed from being away from its mother. Though the little cub was scared and unable to hear, it instinctively sensed the scent, and as its damp eyes gazed at Suyu, her heart melted, leaving her oblivious to everything else. Jacob had no choice but to cautiously present the little cub to her. He was careful. As it was their first meeting, he felt both helpless and guilty for not giving in, watching closely as though in a tense standoff. James rolled his eyes at the scene. The cub nestled into Suyu's embrace, growing increasingly docile, as if it caught a whiff of its mother's scent, nuzzling against her chest. It turned out it was hungry. Suyu gently wiggled its tiny nose and then checked its ears. It has had issues since birth. Is it congenital? Can it be remedied later? She pondered while scratching the little cub's head, feeling immensely sympathetic that it can be treated and the issue isn't too severe. With me around, what is there to fear? Right now, you should be more concerned about whether you've eaten. The intelligent being felt a profound sense of helplessness. Times, this host exhibited an excessive kindness. Suyu sighed with relief. Lowering her head to draw closer to his small eyes, she extended her hand to gently rub his tiny paws, her gaze drifting aside. It was imperative to bring over the other small cubs. Sun had been unceremoniously tossed from the hanging basket, urged to hunt, and instructed to keep the remaining cubs away from the female of the White Crane clan. Although she was unable to speak or move, she still posed a potential threat. Suyu cradled the small cubs, gently patting him on the back. His previously tense little body gradually relaxed, and he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, her own cub leaped out of the basket, stumbling and bumping against her lower back. Hiss! Suyu winced at the collision, turning back helplessly to swat the rear of one of the cubs. I was exceedingly fond of these little ones. Hurriedly embracing one in his arms. You cannot abandon your own, just because there are others, he stated with utmost seriousness. How could that be? They're all healthy, capable of running, but this one is frightened. I must soothe Suyu felt a bit awkward under his gaze, offering a couple of dry laughs. However, Jacob positioned himself between the two, reaching out to gently pat Suyu's head as he rose. It's fine. Care for whoever you cherish according to your mood. I'll send Sun out to hunt. The female of the White Crane clan has been injured. She should remain quiet for a few days. James, already fatigued, lay on the ground, appearing utterly lifeless. Suyu exchanged a smile with Jacob. By happily took the little cubs to the riverbank for a drink. Sun was carelessly tossed from the hanging basket, his tall frame crashing to the ground with a pained cry. You cannot treat me this way. He was, after all, temperamental. Why can't we? If you weren't so soft-hearted, you wouldn't suffer such trials. If you don't want your partner to perish, then get moving. Jacob's expression was devoid of warmth, disdainfully swatting Sun with his tail, sending him rolling across the ground once more. Simultaneously, he yanked the female, who had been resting with her eyes closed to regain her strength, from the hanging basket and tossed her onto Sun. She struggled a couple of times, grimacing in pain. Yet, she had learned to be cautious. If she moved too much, she would surely face a beating. Undoubtedly, these strays were fiercer than they had anticipated. She was biding her time, hoping to find an opportune moment to attract a formidable beastman to eliminate them. In their minds, the disdain for strays stemmed from their abandonment by family, their unlikable nature, rudeness, and lack of beauty. Accustomed to wandering aimlessly, they rarely settled in one place. However, the group of strays that Suyu led. Despite their fierce and cold appearances, genuinely yearned for a home, having even rescued a small cub along the way. All of this indicated their desire for redemption. Strays were deemed unworthy of sunlight. They were meant to perish at the hands of the beasts. The female of the White Crane clan, Lee, lay with her eyes closed, contemplating a rather terrifying thought. Sun, observing the unnatural twist of his partner's legs, understood that Lee had been dealt with, consumed by hatred, yet feeling utterly powerless. He experienced a surge of murderous intent, staring wide-eyed, but remaining immobile to go hunt. If you wish for your female to survive, be diligent. Despite Jacob's gentleness, he never exhibited an ounce of sympathy in certain matters. Sun, lacking even the slightest awareness to save his partner, would soon see her meet her demise. You cannot harm her. You must help her heal. Sun stubbornly rose from the ground, his mountain-like figure standing defiantly before Jacob. He appeared resolute. Helping her heal also depends on your behavior. Jacob frowned uncomfortably, subtly distancing himself. He disliked this sense of pressure, fearing that Sun would take advantage of it. Remember your words. Sun bared his teeth at Jacob, lowering his head to speak quietly with Lee. After much deliberation, he reluctantly departed. He did not wish to stray too far, fearing his partner would suffer torment at the hands of non-beasts. Having arranged the hunting plans, Lee was tethered to a nearby tree, with a few small cubs peeking curiously, only to be unceremoniously pushed back by Dubai. When we head towards Central Victoria, we will inevitably encounter the 4 prominent families. You must prepare mentally for that. James lazily yawned as he rolled over. Why do I feel that you fear this more than encountering strays? Suyu lulled one of the leopard cubs to sleep, then gathered the other 3 female cubs into her embrace, personally checking their health. If only a basin of water were available, she could clean them right then and there. And, like a monkey, help remove the lice from their heads. Although this wasn't the case, her current actions clearly demonstrated that she had become a competent mother. The strength of the 4 prominent families surpasses your expectations. Though the White Crane clan is a small tribe, it boasts thousands of beastmen. They can wipe us out at a whim, and their primary aim is to seize females. The discord among the 4 families has been evident in recent years. With their minions spread throughout this land, if we stand out too much, we may find ourselves captured. James gazed up at the sky, unfazed by the little tiger cub that squatted on his face. Blocking his view, Suyu was amused by its antics, reaching out to tug at the tiger cub's tail. The tiger cub, equally fond of her, rubbed its face against her arm. You already have 11 cubs, and picked up 5 more. Altogether, that makes 16. Are you destined to live your life solely for the purpose of bearing cubs? James finally managed to set the mischievous tiger cub aside, momentarily noticing Suyu's affectionate demeanor and rolling his eyes in disdain. How could I possibly spend my entire life giving birth to cubs? Suyu pouted. I'm not a sow, constantly engaged in such activities. The reason for her actions was to provide comfort to the frightened cub, soothing its tender heart while simultaneously fostering a healthy mindset in her own cubs. Remember your words. I shall wash up as well and catch a fish. James N.T. had fish in quite some time. Though he was a wolf, he shared the same fondness as Felix. Surely the beast tide 1T reach here. Suyu pondered, having flown in a certain direction for quite a while, now that they had just settled down. Encountering a beast tide again would mean another hasty retreat. No, we are far too distant from that. James replied decisively. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling at ease enough to have a bite to eat. The further south they traveled, the more the weather resembled a child's face. One moment sunny, the next pouring rain. They sought refuge in a tree hollow from the rain, just as they had narrowly escaped a minor beast tide. On the other side, the ugly duo of Ethan and Chris were encased in bubbles. The sea is cold. You two should try to maintain your beast forms if you encounter any ambushing beastmen and get injured. You won't drown immediately. The ugly one propelled the 2 bubbles swiftly through the water. Ethan gazed up at the sky, where snowflakes fluttered incessantly. This year, northern Victoria was not only snowy, but the wind cut like a knife against his face. He watched as Suyu and the stray's dwelling grew increasingly distant. Letting out a wistful sigh, he resolutely maintained his human form, wrapped in a blanket with only his head exposed, occasionally glancing at the dark. Churning sea. I see a female behind us, Ethan remarked. boredom prompting him to shift the subject. The ugly one turned around. Oh, it's her, he mused. This female was indeed quite peculiar. To think she was a beauty of the seal tribe. Lamenting her own looks, abducting females while refusing to become a beast man. Initially, she had devised a perfect plan to avoid forming a bond with him. He had thought she would vanish after her emotional turmoil. Yet here she was, following him. With a beast man as powerful as you, there must be many who are fond of you, Ethan observed, noting the ugly one's unchanged demeanor, indicating a lack of interest. If admiration stems solely from strength, then that is superficial. I have no intention of seeking a partner in this lifetime. The little female following behind will only lose her life. With a faintly unattractive expression, he glided swiftly through the sea, propelling 2 bubbles before him, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The wind carried away only his words, devoid of warmth. Following closely behind was a female seal named Jiao, frantically flicking her tail. Did she not notice the effort I exerted to follow her? Why would she not wait for me? Pouting in frustration, she yearned for an explanation while simultaneously seeking an opportunity for herself. Just then, a male appeared behind her. He warned her not to follow him, his voice rasping as if forced from his throat. His countenance was dark and brooding, his gaze menacing, sending a shiver down Jiao's spine. As she turned, her heart raced uncontrollably. Why are you following me? I have no intention of becoming your mate. With those words, she swam in another direction, yet closely trailing behind was a male merman. This merman, adorned with a blue tail, was remarkably handsome, with fair skin, large bright eyes, and a physique that stood out among his kin. His powers were formidable. Recently matured, he had long set his sights on Jiao, eager to sire offspring with her, unaware that the Seal clan's leader foolishly sought to offer her to a creature of the deep, unable to bear the weight of his suppressed emotions any longer. He had stealthily followed her, only to discover that she intended to follow that very monster. A terrifying thought surged within him. Jiao was oblivious to the peril that awaited her. She flailed desperately, attempting to escape his encirclement. I end the back and forth. She found herself lost in the ocean's depths. That I told you, there's no escaping me. You might as well resign yourself to being my mate. The blue merman surged forward, encircling her from behind. Let me go, Lon. I've told you I will never come to love you. I intend to bond with the sea monster. Jiao struggled fiercely, her powerful tail thrashing the water. Yet the arm that gripped her waist was immense, nearly choking her. For the first time, she felt genuine fear, trembling as she sought refuge among the nearby coral. I said, do not resist. If you struggle too fiercely, it will be you who suffers. I am far stronger than that monster, and undoubtedly more appealing. His lips curled into a sinister smile, causing Jiao to shudder. Stay away. I'll inform my father. As she gazed at the merman before her, she felt the true cruelty of his kind for the first time. Though ugly and deformed, he had shown kindness, never having acted aggressively towards other females. Yet this blue one, with whom she had been acquainted for over a decade, now revealed his true nature. Gripping her hands tightly at her sides, she contemplated using the coral to strike at his eyes. However, she found herself trapped within this cavern, unable to advance or retreat. Behave and heed my words, and I can guarantee your safety. Should you resist violently and sustain injuries, do not blame me. I am well aware of your father's schemes. The sea monster has already warned him to abandon this hope, and thus you belong to me. After uttering this, he swiftly used his tail to shift a nearby stone, sealing off the cave's entrance. Soon, anguished cries echoed from within. The sound inexplicably reached the ears of the unattractive figure, who instinctively scratched at his ears. Did you hear something? The waves rolled tumultuously, and the frigid wind howled. No, I believe it is merely the sound of the waves. Joe, we should hasten our pace. Perhaps you could guide us under the water. That way, we won't be buffeted about by the wind. I feel I may be sick. Ethan shook his head, his stomach roiling. The bubbles were indeed remarkable. Though they were battered by the biting wind and snow, they remained intact. Judging by the earlier sounds, it seemed a fierce storm awaited them. You 2 land beasts should not have ventured into the sea. He propelled the 2 bubbles into the water. Indeed, once submerged, Ethan felt a vague sense of relief. He had faith that Cho would find a way. It wouldn't be long before they reunited with Suyu in central Victoria. Is Suyu truly as wonderful as you say? As they traveled, Cho playfully teased a few passing clownfish with his tail. James, do you think he's changed much? Ethan, suppressing his nausea, casually inquired. Cho tilted his head in contemplation. His brother had indeed undergone a significant transformation. Previously, he had worn a perpetual scowl, never engaging with females. Yet just last time, he had sought to reclaim the pearls he had gifted Su Yu in the end. Despite his feigned disdain, he had retrieved them, demonstrating his genuine feelings for her. His change is substantial, and I sense he has grown gentler as well. Cho's heart swelled with joy as he voiced this. Ethan, ever observant, noted Cho's expression, relieved that his intellect was keen. His transformation extends beyond that. Returning was not solely for the pearls. He kept her close, waking several times at night to check her temperature, refill her water, and cover her with blankets repeatedly. Though he denied his affection for Suyu, his actions betrayed him that I believe this has been the happiest period for James and me throughout our years of acquaintance. Ethan felt fortunate that Suyu had entered their lives. Though they could not be mates in the future, being a family was a blessing in itself. I am his salvation. Suyu is his destined home. I wish for my brother to find happiness in the years to come, and now that he can fly, it won't be long before he returns to his clan, I presume. Cho smiled fondly as he thought of his brother. Cho was a devoted beast man, and his capacity to care for James revealed the depth of his kindness. Beasts often formed close-knit communities, and kind-hearted creatures typically associated with gentle souls. They, despite being strays, had never committed acts that would earn them the disdain of others. Seeking their lineage and settling scores with certain beastmen was a natural pursuit. However, James likely would not do so unless the Silver Wolf clan pressed the matter. As Ethan observed Cho deftly evade a school of swiftly swimming fish, he continued onward. It was not impossible. Years ago, his parents had abandoned James, deeming him a burden, leaving him to fend for himself. If they sought to reclaim him once he grew strong, he would not acquiesce. Reflecting on this matter stirred discomfort within him. Every beastman bore their own unspoken past, especially one cast aside by their own parents. I too would not relent. Whoever touches my scars must face the consequences. Ethan furrowed his brow in indignation. His vision was sharp. Though the water was dim, he could see Chris sprawled within another bubble, lost in a deep slumber. With Chow's conversation to pass the time, the journey felt less tedious. Meanwhile, the rain had finally ceased. Suyu learned from Bai that the minor beast tide had just passed. Another wave was on the horizon, and they needed to prepare food while they had the chance. That I see mushrooms ahead. Let us gather some for soup, and perhaps some meat. We'll feast heartily before setting out. Suyu stretched, glancing at the younglings in the basket who had lost their parents and now slept peacefully, their tender age making it unlikely for them to remember their mother's visage. With this thought, Suyu felt a pang in her heart, suppressing a sniffle as she stepped outside. James will stay in the cave to look after the younglings while Bai and I venture out for food. And Jacob must keep an eye on those two unfortunate ones. With that, Suyu plunged into the woods. This area was filled with towering trees, and the ground was strewn with mushrooms that had emerged after the rain. She dared not pluck the vibrant ones, opting instead for the darker, more muted varieties that had been identified by her cognitive brain. Bai, a carnivore, vanished into the woods without a trace. Yes, Suyu searched for mushrooms. She turned to ask, when do you think this beast tide will finally come to an end? She inquired of the intelligent mind. This phenomenon of large-scale animal migration follows a distinct pattern. Driven by the unsustainable conditions of their habitat for their daily sustenance and excretion, herbivorous creatures inevitably attract the majority of carnivores as they depart from a location. After all, it is the nature of the food chain. An immutable truth no matter how one attempts to alter its for maintaining stability amidst this tumultuous beast tide. One must diligently hone their own capabilities. The intelligent mind's response was measured and astute. Suyu let out a sudden sigh of relief. Upon spotting Matsutake mushrooms, she carefully excavated them for quite some time, momentarily dismissing the chaos of the beast tide from her thoughts in recent days. Their diet had consisted solely of meat, which was not only dry but also detrimental to their health. The weather had cleared today, yet the air was unusually humid. They needed to drink some hot soup to warm their bodies. Would that little cub be able to fully regain its health? Suyu gathered a pouch of mushrooms and, on her way back, stumbled upon a nest of eggs, taking them with her. Although the body could heal, the mind would have to bear its own burdens. The intelligent mind remarked that Suyu nodded. Indeed, this psychological hurdle was the most challenging. That it would be wonderful if they could locate his biological parents. For even if they had abandoned him, as long as he was alive, there remained a glimmer of hope. Yet, with his parents absent and accompanied by unfamiliar beastmen, the situation was precarious. The news brought by Dubai was far from optimistic. The sheer number of animals involved in this migration had rendered the land barren. Even the most formidable crocodiles in the rivers had been trampled beyond recognition. This conveyed an urgent message. The beast tide was even more severe than she had initially envisioned. Upon returning, James had already kindled a fire. With the soup pot bubbling with steam, he had cleaned the mushrooms and matsutake in a nearby basin, chopping them into small pieces with a snake scale before tossing them into the pot. With the assistance of the intelligent mind, the soup was rich in color and aroma. Even Jacob, who usually eschewed soup, could not resist swallowing hard. Today's fish was cooked to perfection, but care was needed while eating. Suyu cautiously leaned over the soup pot, using chopsticks to extract the large fish bones, discarding them into the fire. She feared that the cub might accidentally ingest them, which would lead to trouble. "Let me have the fish for myself," James declared, revealing his fondness for it. This was the first time Suyu had witnessed a wolf with such a penchant for fish. The animal kingdom had never mentioned that wolves would consume fish. It seemed the world was full of surprises. The fish is all yours. No one will contest it with you. However, I suspect Bai is having quite a feast outside the forest, Suyu quipped as she picked up a slice of matsutake, preparing to savor it. Unexpectedly, James's paw reached out, and before her astonished gaze, he swiftly snatched it away. Suyu gasped. The mushroom, having been subjected to high heat and soaked in soup, could potentially burn his mouth. She swallowed hard, watching with trepidation. Yet, James devoured it with gusto, seemingly unfazed by the heat. "This mushroom is exceptionally fresh. Can we gather more when we leave?" After finishing, he appeared somewhat unsatisfied, leaving Suyu unsure of how to respond. "Don't consume anything too hot. It could injure your mouth and lead to long-term issues," she admonished him, shooting him an exasperated glance. She wondered if eating a half-cooked would result in an upset stomach. But James waved dismissively. "Those concerns elude me. In my heart, being well-fed is paramount. Once the soup is ready, make sure to save me a generous portion. Flying you around is quite exhausting." He could not help but swallow again. The matsutake was simply delectable. Suyu reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, she resolved to address an important matter. Once they reached their destination, she would need to educate them on the importance of dental hygiene, bathing, and a balanced diet. Live long and prosper. One must not only possess formidable abilities, but also balance their nutrition wisely. "Jacob, would you like some fish?" Suyu inquired, glancing at Jacob, who was napping in the corner. "Just a bowl for myself. You can have the rest," Jacob replied, having already filled his belly by lounging in the lake. Now, upon catching the rich aroma wafting through the air, he could not help but lick his lips. "All right, we can share a bowl later. Overindulgence can lead to complications." Suyu nodded, adding a stick to the fire, when suddenly a thought struck her. What will we do with the two of them once we reach our destination? She was genuinely concerned about their fate. "Naturally, we shall have Sun gather firewood, boil water, and construct shelter. As for the female of the Bahi tribe, she cannot speak, so let her carry stones or clean up." James decided swiftly. Showing no sympathy for the two beasts, to be lenient with others is to be cruel to oneself. Sun was strong and tall. Such menial tasks would pose no challenge for him. However, James expressed doubt about the female of the Bahi tribe's ability to endure until they reached their destination. Given the severe punishment inflicted by James, she was left frail and weak. Lacking medication, her mouth was likely riddled with decay. It was possible she might succumb along the way. Suyu pondered how she might depart from this beast realm. Yet if it fell upon her to resolve the matter, she found herself hesitant to in that moment. She felt torn. "Leave such matters to me. After all, I am responsible for them and must ensure a proper conclusion," James asserted. "You should focus on the 5 young cubs who have just lost their parents." They are in a state of insecurity and need your attention. He shot her a sidelong glance, chiding her for her unnecessary worries. With those cubs around, so you need not concern herself with trifles. Once she arrived in new location, she would establish a grand tribe, guiding the thousands of wandering beasts southward. At that point, she would be the queen of the bee city. It would be impossible to manage every detail. Her place was to command from a high vantage point. You nodded in agreement, acknowledging her preoccupation with trivialities. Half an hour later, the soup was finally ready. By returned, having satisfied his hunger, and took his post outside the tree hollow as a lookout. Inside, the cubs slept soundly. Suddenly, the female of the Bahi tribe curled up in distress. What could be wrong with her? Suyu cradled the soup bowl and turned to observe her, only to witness her transform into a white crane, her expression one of profound agony. She scrutinized her closely before glancing back at James. What do you think is happening to her? As she hesitated. Sun lunged forward, unexpectedly tripping over his bound limbs and crashing before the white crane. Inadvertently, he startled her into opening her beak wide, yet no sound emerged. She is likely gravely ill, James stated flatly. No sooner had the words left his lips than she began to thrash about on the ground. Fortunately, the hollow was spacious. Otherwise, she might have collided with the fire and ignited her feathers. Suyu and the others hastily retreated to avoid spilling the soup and harming the cubs, taking refuge outside the tree. From within, Sun's voice rang out in panic. Are you all right? The entire beast community was in disarray. The white crane writhed uncontrollably, her suffering evident. After what felt like 5 long minutes, her convulsions ceased. Her feathers were matted with dirt, leaving her in a disheveled state. Suyu sensed something was amiss and glanced back at Jacob. Do you think she could be feigning? Jacob casually surveyed the interior of the hollow, scrutinizing her expression, which did not suggest deceit. Moreover, he had examined the white crane and confirmed her severe injuries. While they were not immediately life-threatening, they posed significant complications, and her longevity remained uncertain. Though she was far from the fire, her foot accidentally brushed against a spark, causing her to recoil in pain. Suyu felt no inclination to assist her. This female was malevolent at heart, and it was better to let her fend for herself. Focus on your meal. We must find time to continue our journey soon. She resembled a merciless executioner, displaying compassion towards the young ones just moments before, only to suddenly adopt a heartless demeanor. James and the others believed her actions were justified. How could one treat a female who had turned against you with kindness? It would be better to become a beast deity outright. With that, she turned away. Sun, however, was extremely anxious, frequently casting glances in their direction, hoping they might lend a hand, but none of them stirred, instead leisurely sipping their soup. His eyes turned a furious red, his dark gaze nearly bursting with intensity as he looked at his companion in distress. He longed to heal her wounds, yet he realized he had no knowledge of herbs. She appeared as though she had ingested something toxic. Seeking assistance from Suyu would yield no results. He had to take matters into his own hands. I shall take her to see the shaman, Sun declared, cradling the ailing white crane in his arms, turning to propose his course of action. Just give it some time. She will be fine. You should remain here obediently, the large white beast at the door replied. Devoid of compassion, you wandering beasts, how can your hearts be so wicked? She is a female. If she were to perish at your hands, could you ever atone for it? Sun sprang to his feet, nearly colliding with the top of the tree hollow, his face darkening with fury, his anger radiating outward. The young ones had long since fallen asleep. Otherwise, they would have shrunk back in fear that we wandering beasts are inherently wicked. How foolish to place your hopes upon us, James huffed disdainfully, casting a displeased glance before continuing to sip his fish soup. Sun felt an ominous dread. He had discerned the murderous intent in James's eyes. They were now under the yoke of beasts, suffering abuse, but he could endure it, but Lee could not. She was, after all, a female, and the White Crane clan had just been obliterated by the Silverback Gorilla clan. To have narrowly escaped was sheer luck. In the blink of an eye, she had fallen into the hands of the wandering beasts. Nearly paying with her life, he felt a profound sense of loss and resentment. His gaze fell upon Suyu's face. Could this female truly be devoid of a heart? You promised that after my hunt, You would tend to her wounds, Sun insisted relentlessly. Keep it up, and I shall break your legs. The large white beast retorted irritably, kicking at the dirt beneath his feet. The two fierce beasts exchanged glances, neither willing to yield. As you finished her meal, tidily cleaning up before departing, she glanced at the white crane. Sensing that there must be some ulterior motive, they could not be placed in a hanging basket, as the young ones would surely be uncomfortable. Let us bind them together, suspended midair during flight. She concluded, deeming it necessary to address all potential hazards. I shall heed your wishes. These two bothersome beasts will be dealt with once we reach our next destination. If all else fails, we shall simply change our provisions. James remarked, his gaze resting on the lifeless white crane within the tree hollow. Lee, feigning death in Sun's embrace, shuddered suddenly but managed to suppress her reaction. Meanwhile, her disdain for Sun deepened. Once she extricated herself, she would ensure their demise. Jacob was swift in his preparations, binding the two tightly with vines around the large white beast's ankles. Once again, they took to the skies, traversing the dense jungle, swiftly heading southward. The scenery grew increasingly beautiful. Everyone's stomachs were filled, and they traveled peacefully along the way. Lee, suspended in the air, trembled uncontrollably, while Sun held her tightly in his embrace. In the central region of Victoria, the Wild Dog clan was embroiled in internal strife due to May stealing the wild fruits harvested by Hong's companion. Despite the fruits being dry, bitter, and hard, they were gathered at great risk by her partner. Hong, incensed, stood defiantly alongside her comrades. May, how could you be so outrageous? How could you steal from Hong? She exclaimed. You have so many partners. Can you not gather a single fruit? May, with her haughty temperament, occasionally resorted to violence against her fellow females, isolating herself in the process. Clutching the fruits, she exhibited no remorse, raising an eyebrow in defiance. It's just a fruit. What of it? I am a female. Do you dare to strike me? Her brazen attitude only served to infuriate Hong further. Suddenly, a cunning plan formed in her mind. Scanning her surroundings, she picked up a stone from the ground and, without hesitation, hurled it at May. The force of the impact sent May staggering back several paces, stars dancing before her eyes, and the fruit slipped from her grasp, leaving the other females momentarily stunned. Hong, undeterred, placed her hands on her hips. May, you shameless female, not only did you expel your own sister from the tribe, but you also caused several of our kin to lose their young. You show no remorse and now dare to steal my fruit. Do you think we are easy prey? The word struck a chord with those females who had lost their young, prompting them to weep and question. You have not yet ascended to the position of chieftain, yet you behave so arrogantly. Once you do, will you cast us all out? May, you have already amassed a harem of 7 or 8 partners, each strong and capable, yet you still resort to theft. The females, indignant, rallied against her. In truth, the theft of a single fruit was trivial and could have been overlooked, given Hong's generous nature. However, May's actions had infringed upon many females' interests. The near loss of her partner's life compounded the grievances, making it impossible to let her off lightly. May, clutching her injured forehead, was slow to react, feeling the sticky warmth of blood in her palm. Upon realizing the source, she let out a piercing scream. Hong, I will take your life. Her eyes, bloodshot with fury, bore down on Hong as if she were avenging her mother. Hong, pregnant and unchanged in form, sidestepped easily. Conversely, May, having indulged throughout her pregnancy, was round as a ball. As she lunged forward, her foot landed on a stone, sending her tumbling. Just when it seemed her belly would hit the ground, a tiger beast rushed over from a distance. He gently pulled May into his embrace. Are you all right? This tiger was a follower brought by Yali, Hong's partner. Handsome and typically uninvolved, he intervened today out of concern for the young. However, May gazed at him in a daze before suddenly wrapping her arms around his waist. Song, you must help me kill Hong. Her eyes, bloodshot and fierce, were utterly repugnant. Song looked down at the unwelcome embrace around his waist, yanked away without hesitation, and calmly stated, This is a matter between you females. It has nothing to do with me. Since you are unharmed, I shall take my leave. His expression devoid of emotion, he departed with deliberate strides. May, infuriated, stamped her foot and turned to snarl at her partner. Are you all dead beasts? Why do you not come and help me capture Hong and eliminate the offspring in her womb, then cast her out of the tribe? May's arrogance and venomous tone incited a circle of beastmen to surround her, each one a fierce predator. Are you truly prepared to go through with this? Do you dare? They challenged her, baring their teeth and glaring fiercely. May shrank back in terror, for it was the first time she had faced male ridicule and threat, prompting her to burst into tears that I will go to my mother and tell her you are all threatening me, seeking my life. As her words fell, she attempted to flee, only to be blocked. You will not leave without a resolution today, a yellow lion stated coldly to Oh, you dare, May called out. Just then, Yali emerged with her companion. Upon seeing her offspring besieged in the center, with orcs seemingly intent on tearing her apart, Yali furrowed her brow and glanced back at the leader of the White Tiger clan, one of her partners. How should this situation be resolved? First, calm them down, and then devise a plan, the White Tiger clan leader whispered. I discern no perfect solution today. Her rescue seems impossible. Yali was exasperated, having previously warned her offspring against being too arrogant and boastful. Not only did they disregard her advice, but they also flaunted their defiance, brazenly snatching items. The abundance of delectable food in her den had spoiled, teeming with maggots, some half-eaten and carelessly discarded on the ground, while her companion was trampled when attempting to retrieve them. The situation had her in a frenzy, her mouth blistered from stress. Little did she expect that not only would they be disobedient, but they would also incite chaos they had endured for too long. And today, the tension was bound to erupt, naturally seeking to exact vengeance on May. Yet, to her surprise, May not only remained unrepentant, but also grew increasingly irascible, threatening the very lives of her offspring and driving away the females. Such a creature could never lead the clan. Otherwise, the orcs would perish once the females migrated. Yali hastened forward, confronted by a daunting number of males, their expressions unified in fury, eager to see May destroyed. She had no choice but to allow the White Tiger clan leader to carve a path through the encirclement. In the next moment, a gap was breached, and she swiftly slipped inside. That May's behavior stemmed from her pregnancy. Her foul mood, not born of malice, Yali's words, however, only served to stoke the flames. Leader, do you blatantly defend your offspring without regard for us orcs? May's earlier remarks must have reflected her true feelings. Does she truly intend to eradicate all the females in the clan, leaving only herself? Can she shoulder the burdens of the wild dog clan? One particularly large wild dog, entirely black, stood out with an imposing demeanor. Even Yali found herself instinctively lowering her head, swallowing hard, but quickly recalled her position as leader and what she was capable of in our wild dog clan. The selection of a leader is not merely a matter of endorsement. If you deem May unfit, then let her relinquish the title. Yali's tactic proved effective. The previously enraged females began to soften. Yet, the imposing wild dog remained unconvinced, seeing it only as a temporary reprieve. Given her current cruelty toward her kin and the females, she could never be entrusted with leadership. The lives of many depended on it. The leader should reflect on this. With that, he turned away, leaving Yali in an awkward silence. This wild dog was a significant obstacle, and she needed to find an opportunity to remove him. The other orcs, realizing Yali's ploy to feign weakness in order to save her offspring, were filled with resentment. Acknowledging the futility of acting against May today, they turned away, disappointment etched on their faces. Yali glanced at her daughter and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap. I warned you to behave. Yet you refused to listen. What need was there to snatch fruit? Does the clan truly lack a few pieces of fruit? May, taken aback, stared at her mother's dark expression, rendered speechless. The White Tiger clan leader, seeing this, spoke up helplessly enough. She is still young and a female. Her indulgence is forgivable. Such trivial matters need not weigh heavily on your heart. As he spoke, he grasped Yali's hand, turning to walk away. Yali sighed deeply. Her offspring was becoming increasingly unruly. If this continued, they would inevitably be cast out by the clan. However, recalling the earlier wild dog, she thought, I must enlist your aid to remove him. His presence is ultimately a threat. The White Tiger clan leader nodded slightly, Yet he did not immediately engage in the topic, but he perceived that this wild dog male could potentially be a future leader. Not only was he intelligent, but he also executed tasks with precision, demonstrating great promise. However, the customs of the wild dog clan were immutable. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with utmost care, that SUU. Meanwhile, remained oblivious to the intricacies of the wild dog clan's affairs. During their journey, they suddenly encountered a troubling predicament. As the temperature soared in the south, and with her having nurtured her offspring for 2 to 3 months, she found herself irritable and overwhelmed by an indescribable impulse. Frowning, she realized her cycle was approaching. If it were to arrive now, wouldn't she be rendered helpless? Jacob, ever observant, noted her troubled expression. What is troubling you? Are you concerned about the two of them? Do not fear. The great white will elevate them to the skies, and they cannot escape. That is not my concern. I am worried about something else. Suyu replied listlessly. Jacob, brimming with curiosity, leaned closer, gently rubbing her cheek. What is happening? Speak to me, so I can help you prepare. That Suyu found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. Furthermore, discussing her cycle required extensive explanation. She was also intrigued by the patterns of menstruation among the female beasts. Would it mirror that of humans, or had her immersion in the wild dog clan altered her bodily functions? I feel as though I am doomed, Suyu scratched her head, racking her brain for words. What do you mean by that? Jacob's heart skipped a beat. Doomed. Is there something wrong with you? He began to randomly check her body, causing Suyu to squirm in discomfort. What I mean is, I am preparing to bear another litter of offspring. Suyu struggled to voice the words. Humans would never phrase it this way. It was a term reserved for animals. As a genuine beast woman, speaking to Jacob, she had to ensure he understood. Jacob, however, was bewildered. Such knowledge was absent from his inherited memories. What on earth is this? To his surprise, James chuckled. You just had a litter. According to wild dog customs, it occurs only 2 or 3 times a year. How could it possibly be time again? Suyu's lips twitched. James was indeed a treasure trove of information. How do you know this? She nestled against Jacob's shoulder, her voice weak with inquiry. I've simply heard enough. James replied nonchalantly. He intended to brush it off, but Suyu was not so easily dismissed. Given your demeanor, you should be incapable of such sordid acts. Now tell me, how do you know? Suyu was not concerned about a change of clothes. The most troubling aspect was the potential scent that could incite unrest. Must you be so bothersome, female? Why ask about this? As long as I know, it suffices that if you believe you are unwell, prepare ahead. However, there are no clean hides or cotton. What will you do? James's wolfish face finally displayed a hint of discomfort. His gaze evasive. Suu, lacking the desired answers, lay despondently in the cradle, cradling one of her offspring. What hides? What cotton? You need not worry about those. I am, after all, a spatial ability wielder, and my only fear is that the scent might be too strong, potentially attracting other orcs. That moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air. A female from the White Crane clan, suddenly breaking free from the vines, plummeted from the sky, without the restraint of the vines. Sun fell from a great height, crashing into a tree without any semblance of cushioning. The impact snapped branches, and sharp twigs pierced his limbs. Before he could utter a word, he noticed the female White Crane had landed on the ground, struggling momentarily before unexpectedly sprinting away. Just when Sun thought she was doomed, she turned and fled. Suu immediately scrambled to her feet, peering down from the hanging basket. Dabai suddenly lunged at the tree, casting a brief glance at Sun before flapping his wings to pursue the White Crane. Yet that cunning bird darted into the forest, vanishing in an instant, leaving him to circle high above, returning empty-handed. His face a mask of fury. She ran away. You mean the White Crane escaped, leaving Sun behind? James found a spot to land, looking up at Sun, whose limbs were impaled by branches, anguish evident in his eyes. It wasn't just that she abandoned Sun. During her fall, she had trampled on him fiercely. Otherwise, given Sun's extraordinary abilities, he would have freed himself long ago. Dabai rolled his eyes in disdain. Suu swallowed hard, recalling the odd scene just before their departure, though she couldn't pinpoint the issue. But now, with the White Crane gone, the truth dawned upon her. They had all been deceived by her, now that she was lost. They might as well give up. The beast tide was imminent, and with her leg injured and her tongue severed, without treatment, she faced certain doom. Indeed, they had no time to chase her down. Poor fool. Abandoned by the female, Dabai remarked, observing Sun's pained and guilty demeanor. Wishing to slap him across the face, he yanked Sun down from the tree with a rough motion, blood spilling onto the ground as Sun let out a low whimper. From a moment he accepted the white crane, his fate was sealed for a life of misery. Su casually tossed a vial of medicine to Bai, reluctant to administer the treatment, hurriedly applied some, fearing to waste time. When they set off again, Jacob wrapped his arms around Su Yu's waist in the hanging basket and whispered a few words in her ear. Su Yu shot him an annoyed glare. Do you think I would be such a female? Jacob embraced her tighter, affectionately nuzzling her cheek. I know you wouldn't be that kind of female. In the beast world, males abandoned by females are not scorned. Few of those left behind meet a good end. So you did not push him away, leaning against his shoulder, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Realizing that Jacob was also afraid, Tio comforted him. She took his hand, bringing it to her lips, and, seizing the moment he was unprepared, bit down hard. Now you can rest easy. How could I ever abandon you? Jacob's brow remained unfurrowed, his gaze filled with joy as he faced her. James flew at astonishing speed, occasionally hearing their mutual declarations of affection, grimacing slightly in disdain. With the white crane gone, their speed increased significantly, and in just half a day's time, they encountered a multitude of animals. Their sheer numbers causing the ground to tremble. Su took a deep breath, straining to fly onward. Meanwhile, the recently escaped white crane emerged from the lake. Though she could not speak, her eyes were rife with malice and hatred. Her hands, hanging by her sides, struck the nearby water plants with force. She devised a plan, shaking her legs in the water before turning to limp in a particular direction. She intended to seek the eagle tribe. Not only were they swift in flight, but their hunting prowess was unparalleled. With the beast tied upon them, it was the perfect opportunity for them to hunt. Aware of their dwelling, she knew that providing sufficient rewards would ensure their assistance. The eagle tribe, unlike the ordinary serpent beast men, was not favored by other females in the beast world. Firstly, after giving birth, they would drive away their mates. Secondly, they were cold-blooded and heartless, lacking a permanent residence. Akin to half-stray beasts, collaborating with them would strike a heavy blow to Su Yu, and when the time came to exact revenge, she would relish the thought of claiming her life. Unbeknownst to Su Yu, she lay on the edge of the hanging basket, observing the throngs of creatures rushing forward in a panic, as if pursued by some unseen force. Moreover, the further south they traveled, the greater the numbers became. Bored in the hanging basket, she idly played with Jacob's hair, fostering a bond with the newly arrived younglings. Where do you think they are migrating to? Su Yu, feeling irritable due to her impending cycle, flicked her tongue and frowned. It seemed they were also heading towards the central region. Though they were in the air, she could sense the ground trembling, indicating that this beast tide was more severe than they had anticipated. Could there be a colossal creature in the beast world? Su Yu's beautifully arched brows lifted in curiosity. Speaking of which, I should elaborate further. In truth, ordinary animals devoid of intellect are not particularly terrifying. We possess extraordinary abilities, and as long as we do not provoke them, we will be fine. However, the most daunting aspect is the 4 great clans who thrive in chaos, using the beast tide as a cover to invade other tribes. Capturing young and beautiful females, they would force them to bear offspring while slaughtering their young, coercing them to remain that if they disobey, they would have their legs broken and tongues severed, forced to give birth until death. Jacob, a wanderer, was well versed in many such situations. Listening to this, so you couldn't help but shivered. So, the 4 great clans might be mingling among them, seizing females. Indeed, that is our greatest fear now. The further south we go, the closer we draw to the eagle tribe and the lion tribe. The lion tribe is relatively gentle and does not initiate conflict with other beastmen. However, the eagle tribe is entirely different. Their females are exceedingly scarce, typically 1 female for hundreds of males to strengthen their tribe. They have long engaged in the practice of forcibly acquiring females from smaller tribes, compelling them to bear offspring. If a female disobeys, She is brutally torn apart. Jacob's expression turned grave. He used to regard such matters lightly. But now, with a partner and 16 younglings to protect, the stakes were higher. James and Daba were flying beastmen. Yet no matter how powerful they could not contend with other beastmen. The beast tide, though a disaster, was far more terrifying when powerful beastmen mingled within. Often, entire small tribes would vanish overnight upon their arrival. So you inhaled deeply, pondering their predicament. What shall we do? Without allies, this is quite challenging. Then let us find a place to hide until this beast tide passes, shall we? They can manage foraging without issue. With our spatial abilities, everything will be secure. For the moment, she felt that the fleeing white crane would surely complicate matters. Meanwhile, James and the others assumed Suyu was worried about their forced march, which might impose a significant burden on their bodies. It's fine. If we too fly faster, we can reach the wild dog tribe in just 2 or 3 days. Suu, realizing the calamity brought by the beast tide, immediately shook her head. We must conserve our strength. We cannot recklessly soar forward. That white crane is ruthless. She might use herself as bait to gain the trust of other beastmen, thereby seeking to trouble us. Suyu was not being alarmist. She had witnessed such events often. The reason humanity thrived on Earth for so long was due to their wisdom. That white crane, now isolated and severely threatened, would undoubtedly seek revenge. Even if she had her tongue severed, her appearance remained, and her reproductive capability was not lacking. That if she aligned herself with a powerful camp, she would still hold some value. Then we will heed your advice. Let us observe the situation first. When the time is right, Daba can go out and search again. Jacob gazed at her serious demeanor, finding her utterly endearing, and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss upon her lips. James slowed his pace, yet he felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary, catching a glimpse of a shadow from the corner of his eye. His sharp gaze darted towards the sky. Suyu followed his line of sight, perplexed. Was it about to rain? What was happening? Jacob gathered the raucous younglings close, turning to look at Suyu, his brow furrowed in concern. Has James discovered something? Suyu ventured uncertainly that moment. Several furtive figures stealthily trailed behind them. Upon realizing that James had spotted them, they immediately halted a short distance away, observing from behind. The lead figures silently admired James for his vigilance. They belonged to a nearby owl clan, drawn by the scent of blood in the air. Their abode lay upon the sheer cliffs, disturbed by the tremors from below, which unsettled their spirits, though ensure the tranquility of their kin. They had dispatched a few sentinels to assess the situation. Unexpectedly, they had stumbled upon a female, which delighted them. Watching Suyu and the others fly off into the distance, they emerged from behind a massive tree. "Boss, where do you think they are headed?" One owl, marked by a white spot atop his head, questioned curiously after shifting into human form, his eyebrows also white. "It seems they are heading south, but why venture south under such perilous circumstances?" The leader of the owls, with keen eyes, scrutinized them from a mile away. It's James, and his companions slowed their pace. They alighted upon a cliff that a few owls seized the opportunity to take a closer look. "I suspect this commotion was instigated by the beast tide. I saw a charming female in a peculiar basket, accompanied by several younglings. From her appearance, her fertility seems remarkable. Perhaps we should capture her?" suggested another owl, whose dimpled smile could sweeten even the fiercest of beasts. However, this notion earned him a sharp glare from the leader. "Do not entertain such thoughts. If they are heading south, it indicates they possess significant strength. The White Eagle's offensive capabilities surpass ours. Let us quietly follow them for a while to ascertain their destination. Ming, return and inform our kin that the beast tide is upon us. They must relocate at once." The leader contemplated the bigger picture while his subordinates merely sought survival, indifferent to the allure of the female. "But boss, that female is exceedingly beautiful, and her basket holds several other female younglings. If we were to ally with her, or capture her and raise them, wouldn't our clan become more formidable? Who would then fear the nearby Eagle clan?" Ming protested. Having just reached maturity, he had yet to experience the touch of a female, and the tales from his comrades only fueled his curiosity about the sweetness they spoke of, wondering if it resembled the nectar he had tasted before. The leader, noticing his subordinate's disobedience, anticipated his next move and charged at him. Ming felt an inexplicable sense of danger, as if his leader had grasped his throat. A sudden force knocked him to the ground. He hastily dodged, only to find the leader glaring fiercely at him, fists raining down like a storm. Instinctively, Ming recoiled. The nearby male rushed to intervene. "Boss, do not strike him." Ming speaks the truth. Our clan has not seen an increase in females for years. To grow stronger and confront the Eagle clan, we must acquire more females. How can you harm him? The towering male, exuding disapproval, interjected. The leader, realizing he could not continue the altercation, took a step back. "It is not my intention to harm him. His greed may cost him his life. At such a time, he still yearns for females." Frustration mingled with disappointment, as he felt compelled to ensure the safety of those he had brought along. Ming, still young and inexperienced, felt a wave of indignation wash over him at the reprimand, his heart heavy with grievance. "I understand, boss, that you act for our sake, but when faced with the choice between experiencing the sweetness of a female or remaining a solitary beast, I would rather risk my life." Observing his youthful, reluctant demeanor, the owl leader sighed deeply. "You are still too young. If you doubt my words, pursue them, but I warn you, that silver giant wolf has already taken note of you. It won't be long before that large white eagle returns. Just wait and see." Transforming back into his original form, he flapped his wings and soared to another branch. He curled up, blending seamlessly with the tree's color, rendering him nearly invisible to others. After calming his companion for a considerable time, he noticed Ming sulking. With no other choice, he returned to the tree. Ming brooded in anger. Just then, a rush of wind heralded an incoming threat. He quickly turned to see a massive white eagle viciously lunging at him. Instantly shifting into beast form, he darted aside with lightning speed. The white eagle's diving prowess was formidable, its claws sharp. Ming was struck hard, blood erupting from his wounds. In a twist of fate, this assault afforded him the chance to ascend to a branch, seeking aid from his leader. The white eagle's gaze was sharp, contemplating how these three owls dared to covet their female. The owl leader recognized that he must intervene, aware that he was no match for the white eagle. The white eagle, refraining from pursuing further, shook its wings and transformed into a human figure on the ground. "What business do you have with us?" His expression was cold, and his obsidian eyes instilled fear in those who dared to meet his gaze. The owl leader descended promptly. "We harbor no ill intentions, ill intentions. Yet your companion seems intent on seizing our female," the white eagle retorted, his keen vision piercing through their fade. The owl leader, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, realizing quickly that his comrade's folly had brought swift retribution. With a silent lament, he continued, "He has just reached maturity and has been consumed by tales of females. His curiosity got the better of him. I assure you, he harbors no malice. If you are heading south, perhaps we could travel together." The owl leader devised a cunning plan upon observing the imposing white eagle before him. If they journeyed together, the Eagle clan would think twice before confronting them. "You propose an alliance?" One of the owls spoke up, his tone surprisingly calm. "Indeed. Remaining here is futile. The beasts are fleeing due to the tide, and we will starve here. The nearby Black Eagle clan has also been seizing females amidst the chaos. We must seek an opportunity to survive." The owl leader candidly laid bare their predicament. The white eagle rubbed his face, acknowledging the gravity of their situation. "I am open to collaboration, but you must wait for me to discuss this with my kin, and keep a close watch on your comrade. If he dares to glance our way again, I will kill him." "Fear not, we shall not." The owl leader promptly shielded his brother behind him. Ming stared wide-eyed in astonishment, realizing the prowess of his leader, who had correctly predicted the white eagle's arrival. Had he not acted swiftly, he might have been torn to pieces. The once arrogant white eagle now appeared somewhat subdued. "I will return shortly," he declared, flapping his wings before taking his leave. Ming, bewildered, pondered, did he truly agree to our proposal? He turned to his leader, ignoring his own wounds. "Whether he agrees is contingent upon the female's decision. You should tend to your injuries." The owl leader approached his wounded companion, observing the deep gash that nearly pierced his heart. Ming waved dismissively. It's nothing. Although he is formidable, I am quick to escape. That encounter was thrilling yet harmless. Had I not been alert, I might have met my end. I warned you not to be overly arrogant. There are always greater beasts beyond. Do not underestimate the white eagle. Despite its seemingly foolish demeanor, its abilities are formidable. The elder owl rolled his eyes in exasperation, pondering why they remained so obstinate. It was evident that the words of their elder brother were not mere fabrications. The great white eagle was indeed a unique species. Its uniqueness did not stem from its imposing size or the heights it inhabited, but rather from its innate divine power, which even the four prominent families regarded with trepidation. The great white eagle had refrained from exerting lethal force against them today, indicating a measure of restraint. With a sigh of relief, he patted his chest and applied a bit of herbal ointment, patiently awaiting the news that the great white would bring. Suu crouched at the cliff's edge, cradling a mischievous cub in her arms, her brow furrowing at the great white's declaration. The owl was also a flying beast, yet based on her previous knowledge, they were no ordinary creatures. What had prompted them to consider an alliance with us? They mentioned that the recent beast tide had emboldened the Eagle clan to seize females indiscriminately. Their tribe, though formidable, was not abundant in powerful warriors, and while females were scarce, they represented the tribe's hope for future growth. They wished to avoid losing them to the Eagle clan, hence the proposal for collaboration. As the great white conveyed the message, he intertwined it with facts he had previously learned. The Eagle clan was notoriously audacious. Judging by the words of the three before her, a genuine alliance seemed plausible. Suu pondered this troublesome matter. Regardless of their prowess, a swarm of eagles would be overwhelming. With allies, the chances of survival would increase. And when she established Eternal Life City, perhaps she could recruit the owls as her aerial mounts. She believed they were worthy of friendship. With their assistance, their speed of flight would be enhanced. And in return, they could be offered benefits to remain in Beast City, aiding her endeavors. Jacob voiced his thoughts aloud. Suu turned to gaze at James. The Owl clan was not to be underestimated. With their presence alongside the Great White, they would be less susceptible to bullying, but if an alliance was to be forged, following their lead would suffice. Reassured by their words, Suu declared, "Bring them forth. Let us discuss the matter of cooperation." The Great White promptly soared into the sky. Gazing at the herds of migrating animals below the cliff, she fell into deep contemplation once more. Indeed, this owl was astute. Alone, they would be incapable of achieving their ambitions. Before long, the Great White returned, alighting upon the cliff with three foreign beasts. The leader, Ming, froze momentarily upon seeing Suu, his eyes widening in astonishment. Overjoyed, he was at a loss for words. Remarking on her striking beauty, his gaze drifted to the cubs in the hanging basket, each more endearing than the last. They had hit the jackpot. The delight on his face was mirrored by the other beasts. Though the Great White shot him a fierce glare, causing Ming to hastily avert his gaze. "You are the Owl clan residing nearby?" Suu inquired directly. "Indeed, we are the Owl clan in close proximity. Due to the beast tide, we have been patrolling the area and happened upon you that we seek cooperation," the elder owl replied, casting an admiring glance at Suu. While Ming was somewhat naive, he possessed certain admirable qualities. "We are but a small number. While your owl clan boasts thousands, if not tens of thousands, it would be perilous to negotiate cooperation with merely a handful of us. Pray tell, what is your true intention?" Suu's gaze swept across the faces of the three owls. The leader was handsome, yet bore a somewhat aloof demeanor, though his approach to negotiation was notably gentle. Another appeared rather shifty, his eyes glued to the cubs, revealing their ulterior motives. Just as Liang was about to convey a warning, he awaited further developments with bated breath. "Our proposal was conceived in haste. Initially, we feared you were passing beasts who might pose a threat to our clan. However, upon seeing this mighty great white eagle by your side, I contemplated an alliance to secure a favorable future for our owl clan." The elder owl provided a compelling rationale to Suu. "Your insight is commendable, yet you may be placing your trust in the wrong wager. We are currently preoccupied with our own troubles and cannot extend assistance to you," Suu replied with a hint of ambiguity. Recognizing that a partnership would not be easily granted, heading south was not a feasible option for every beast. Some were deeply rooted in their homelands, unlike those who could simply leave at will. Your vulnerability renders a partnership with us the most prudent choice to combat the Eagle clan, who are notorious for their ferocity on the Victoria continent. Many beasts dare not confront them head-on. With a large beast tide approaching, they are seizing the opportunity to plunder females and slaughter cubs, earning the scorn of other beasts while instilling fear. Observing you all with so many cubs in tow, should several hundred or more males appear, survival would be unlikely. A desperate gamble may be in order, the elder owl remarked astutely. And indeed, he spoke the truth. SUU's decision to pause here was motivated by her desire to evade the impending large-scale ambush. You likely do not hold the authority to decide, so you posed a query. That is accurate. I cannot make unilateral decisions, but I can guide you to our clan leader for discussions, the owl replied candidly. Revealing no hidden agendas, SUU turned away to confer with her companions that I will accompany you to meet your clan leader. The appearance of the owls might very well present an opportunity to navigate through this crisis while simultaneously averting potential disasters. Not bringing them along, the elder owl's gaze flitted between the cubs and James, acknowledging their formidable powers with trepidation. It is too perilous to bring them. They may be snatched by the Eagle clan along the way. For safety, I will travel with the Great White, Suyu shook her head. Bringing the cubs could pose disadvantages, especially given the uncertainty surrounding the Owl clan's circumstances. If traps lay ahead, the Great White could swiftly devise an escape, while taking family members would hinder their mobility. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. The elder owl acquiesced readily. They then soared into the skies, surveying the undulating mountains below. Minutes passed, and a plume of black smoke rose from the forest, swaying erratically with the wind. Seated atop the Great White's back, Suyu observed for a moment before turning her attention to the three relatively smaller owls trailing behind, to the site where the smoke billowed. Several young beasts busied themselves, continually adding fuel to the fire. The elder owl dove down, landing on a nearby boulder, and exclaimed joyfully, "What brings you here?" One of his companions looked up, animatedly responding, "Chio, you have finally returned. Our clan leader wishes to see you. Have you found a place to rest?" This young beast clutched several twigs, his eyes rimmed with red, betraying exhaustion and distress. Upon seeing Chio, his expression brightened. "We have brought 2 beasts who can assist us in heading south." Chio placed a reassuring hand on the young beast's shoulder, clearly indicating that this black-headed owl was family that you've brought outsiders. "They aren't from the Eagle clan, are they?" the young owl queried anxiously without turning his head. Chio subtly allowed a smile to flicker in his eyes as he stepped aside to reveal the Great White and Suyu. "They are not from the Eagle clan. They are our natural adversaries. These 2 are beasts heading south. I perceive their powers to be modest, but they may help us weather this storm. Let us return and hear what our clan leader has planned." The young owl abandoned his previous apprehension, exclaiming with delight, "This great white eagle is said to possess innate divine power. With its aid, we can overcome our trials. Yet this wild canine's female appears rather frail. Could she become a liability?" Chio cast a sidelong glance at his brother, his expression unwavering. Not underestimate the female. Her ability to venture south, accompanied by several powerful beasts, indicates her capabilities are on par with our clan leader. "We must move quickly," he urged before the elder owl flapped his wings and took flight. Time was of the essence. Any delay could spell disaster if the Eagle clan descended upon them, endangering the entire tribe. The young male surveyed his companions, gritting his teeth. "Let us return together and hear what our clan leader has to say." The remaining few nodded and followed suit. The Owl clan is situated on a cliff opposite the dense forest. Their Orcish inhabitants reside in caves carved into the cliffside, with a number of females being woefully scarce. Due to the beast tide, females and younglings are seldom seen. Occasionally, 1 or 2 owls soar through the sky. Chio halted with Suyu in a clearing at the base of the cliff. "Our kin are above in the caves. I shall seek the clan leader now. You may rest here for a moment." Chio's tone remained somewhat cold, yet it was markedly improved from before. Suyu nodded, reluctant to venture into unfamiliar territory. Furthermore, some owls bore hostility, and she could very well lose her life in the process. Leaning against the leg of the great white beast, she idly surveyed her surroundings. In truth, the Owl Clan's geographical location is quite commendable. The caves they inhabit are perched on the cliff, which overlooks a lush expanse of forest below. Within the woods flourish numerous wild fruits and greenery, as well as mushrooms. Further ahead lies open land. If they were to exert themselves a bit more, they could cultivate it for grain. However, during her journey, she had not seen such cultivation, but rather a few waterholes nearby, inhabited by the Beaver clan. She had previously encountered beavers in the lake, known for their formidable skills. Yet upon entering the beast world, their abilities exceeded her wildest imagination. Ahead, several round heads emerged from the lake. Their teeth were the size of palms, and they skillfully bit off branches to dam the flowing river. In an instant, the river was obstructed, causing the water to swell. The trapped lake water teemed with flitting fish. Suyu was astonished by their robust initiative. At this rate, the half of the forest might be stripped bare. As dust descended, her keen eyesight remained sharp, fixating on one particularly plump beaver. Just then, it suddenly appeared distressed, clutching its throat with one paw. Its companions were engrossed in their labor, oblivious to the plight of their mate. Suyu tapped the leg of the great white beast. It seems that beaver is choking on something. I must assist it. The great white turned to see the round, wet beaver tumble into the water, creating ripples upon the surface before vanishing beneath. I shall save you. Stay here. With that, he dashed to the riverbank and pulled the submerged beaver ashore. To his surprise, it was larger and fatter than he had anticipated, with a waist as thick as a barrel. Standing nearly a meter tall, its belly round like a balloon, he rescued it. Its eyes rolled back, and its lips turned shade of blue. Clearly, it was indeed choking that he attempted to reach in roughly. But a delicate hand intercepted his that could cost him his life. Quickly, hold him from behind and apply pressure. Suyu resorted to the most scientifically sound method, the Heimlich maneuver. This technique is particularly effective for foreign object obstruction of the airway. Although it should be situation dependent, in this moment, immediate action was imperative. You teach me. The great white beast complied, his demeanor surprisingly gentle, never uttering a harsh word. Standing beside him, Suyu demonstrated the abdominal thrusts, and the great white quickly encircled the beaver's waist, exerting forceful pressure. Hearing the commotion, the other beavers scrambled up. What are you doing? Don't harm my mate. We merely build a dam to prevent the water from draining. They clamored in confusion. Your mate is choking. If we don't provide aid now, he may perish. Quiet. Suyu's voice rang out sternly, silencing the males as if a pause button had been pressed with the great white's vigorous efforts. The beaver, who had just lost consciousness, expelled a splinter of wood from its mouth and slowly opened its eyes to moo. Are you all right? Am I dead? The moment had been perilous. It had been gnawing fervently when a fish splashed, sending debris into its airway. It had felt something block its throat, and before it could speak, it lost consciousness from lack of breath. What nonsense! You are not dead. This male saved you, a gray beaver exclaimed, relief washing over its face. They saved me? Mu turned to gaze at Suyu and the great white, shivering slightly before weakly nodding in gratitude. And no need for thanks. Next time you gnaw on something, do so more cautiously, or you might choke again. An obstruction in the trachea can be fatal for orcs. Suyu waved her hand dismissively and began to walk away. You saved me, beautiful female. We have nothing to repay you with, but we gathered some edible wild fruits for you. The other beavers quickly realized the situation and dove back into the river, returning shortly with a basket full of offerings. Suyu smiled helplessly. It had been a mere act of kindness, and taking the fruits seemed trivial. I will only take 2 or 3, she gestured with her fingers, but the beavers stubbornly insisted on pushing the entire basket toward her. In the midst of their commotion, a sharp call echoed. Suyu and the others looked up to see several figures diving down from the towering cliff. The grass below was whipped into a frenzy, and the previously exuberant beavers hastily plunged into the lake, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind the overflowing basket of fruit and 2 stunned beasts. The great white scooped Suyu into his embrace, his gaze sharp as he focused on the approaching beings. They must be Chio and the others. Suyu instinctively drew closer. Although Chio had spoken of collaboration, one could never be too cautious about the ulterior motives of other orcs. It is likely that his powers are not as formidable as mine. Yet he is quite young. The great white mused, to her surprise. The leader of the owl clan turned out to be a youthful orc. Suyu had been contemplating how modern monkeys could perform the Heimlich maneuver. Yet that beaver had been oblivious. She had intended to offer a few reminders, but the sudden arrival of visitors had startled her away. It seemed there would be no opportunity, though thankfully, no harm had been done. "You're the female who wishes to collaborate with us?" A swooping owl, pure white in color, with eyes as sharp as blades, addressed her. Suyu nearly stumbled in her response. "You are the clan leader that Chio spoke of?" Her eyes brightened, and she struggled slightly, hoping the great white would adjust her position. However, he was quite insistent on keeping her firmly in place, even offering her the fruits. "Indeed, I am he, the leader of the owl clan. Pray tell, how do you envision our collaboration?" He transformed into a tall man with a head of white hair, exuding a calm and stable demeanor compared to Chio. His dark eyes sparkled with intelligence at the sight of Suyu. "How many orcs are there in your clan? Where do you intend to settle? Have you considered the challenges you may face?" Suyu's excitement bubbled over, and she unconsciously voiced her inquiries. The TS expression darkened, and he stepped forward, leaning in with a wary demeanor. Suyu remained unperturbed, but the great white behind her bristled. For standing on end, his piercing black eyes bore into he, a low growl emanating from his throat. "Do not approach Suyu. Beware, I shall tear you apart." The great white's voice was cold. He refrained from acting out of respect for Suyu's intention to collaborate with the owls. Should the partnership falter, he would act later. Observing the owl before him, he contemplated carefully. The murderous intent within him slightly diminished. The owls across from him felt their hearts race at the tone of the great white. This magnificent beast, endowed with innate strength, could easily overpower them if enraged. They could not afford to meet their end at his claws so carelessly. They indeed needed to head south and avoid the eagles. Should Suyu prove capable and successfully collaborate with their leader, it would grant them a more stable future. The beast tide approaches. Let us set aside our quarrels for now and focus on survival. Once we find stability, we can seek an opportunity to duel. How does that sound? Hikwan's body was taut with tension, yet he refrained from speaking impulsively. This was not the time for reckless actions. The fate of his entire clan of beastmen lay in his hands. He could not allow them to perish so easily. The murderous intent into Bai's eyes gradually dissipated as he positioned Suyu behind him, thereby tacitly agreeing to Hie's request. The beastmen present exhaled in relief, their tension easing. Bai's urgency had led to this moment. "Surely, there must be several powerful individuals within your clan, right? Is there any issue with departing at night?" Suyu pondered, considering that they were all flying beasts. Their night vision should be adequate. Furthermore, it was preferable to avoid the chaos of daytime, when the animals might scatter and the beastmen could lose their composure. Allowing the Flying Eagle clan to take advantage of the situation, stealthily departing under the cover of darkness seemed the most prudent course. We have several hundred with formidable abilities in our clan, and the remaining flying capabilities are also commendable. Thus, embarking at night poses no hindrance. However, as a single female accompanied by only one male, is your sincerity truly sufficient for cooperation? After a brief moment of surprise, he fell into contemplation. Time was of the essence. I should mention that I also have 2 males with me, whose abilities match yours. If it is sincerity you seek, I can provide it, but I fear you may not be able to handle it. Suyu understood that in this initial collaboration, mutual suspicion was inevitable. No one would foolishly reveal their trump cards. Did you think your revealed cards could shake the very foundations? He was astute enough to discern a few things merely from Suyu's expression. She did not deny it, instead picking up a fruit, examining it. It appeared freshly picked, brimming with juice. She casually tossed a few to them that we shall wait and see. For now, we are merely discussing the timing of our departure and the route we shall take. Then, we should send the beastmen out to patrol. Should any news from the Flying Eagle clan arise, we can devise countermeasures to minimize our losses on the journey southward. You could choose not to collaborate with them. For the more beastmen there were, the more issues would arise. Yet, she had to protect the young and remain vigilant against potential disruptions from malevolent beasts. Safeguarding the young required more than 3 or 4 guards. Moreover, in their southward journey to establish the city of 10,000 beasts, Aside from the Strays led by Ethan, they would need to collaborate with the local beastmen, forging long-term contracts. Several routes exist to bypass the Flying Eagle clan while heading south. Yet most lead to areas with scarce prey, which would be untenable for the delicate females and young. Thus, the foremost challenge remains our need to confront the Flying Eagle clan. This young leader of the Owl clan is even more cautious than Su Yu anticipated. They seem to have the same thoughts. Evasion was not an option. Confrontation was inevitable. However, they must also consider how to minimize losses and maximize success. How many of the Flying Eagle clan have been stirring amidst the chaos of the beast tide? What conclusions have you drawn regarding the timing of their outings and the speed of their attacks? Su Yu slid down Dubai's leg, leaning against him, her chin resting on her hand as she contemplated the most pressing issues. They typically ventured out every 3 to 4 days, usually at dawn when the temperatures were at their lowest. However, these days were different. They had been departing both at dawn and during the night, with no discernible pattern. As if they were up to something, he also found a comfortable position, while the other beastmen behind him remained on high alert. The Flying Eagle clan was extraordinarily powerful. They too were flying beasts. Logically, their size and abilities should be comparable. Yet somehow, they fell short against the Flying Eagle clan, but Su found it strangely suspicious, as if they were staging a demonstration. For years, they had captured females, expanding their ranks, but that could not be a sustainable strategy. This beast tide might merely be a fade. What was their true motive? What were they plotting, given the apparent lack of pattern? She felt compelled to investigate the situation firsthand. However, to venture forth recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. He shook his head in disagreement, though understanding the adage of knowing oneself and one's enemy to secure victory. He was not foolish, nor did he comprehend what the Flying Eagle clan was scheming. Without thorough preparation, venturing forth would only lead to demise. Su sensed his misunderstanding. She intended to go with Dubai, and she held numerous cards close to her chest. Her intellect would not allow her to be so easily dispatched. We shall go and observe. You must refrain from acting rashly. Handle matters with care. Ideally splitting the powerful abilities into 3 teams. Departing when the Flying Eagle clan is absent. Su's resolve was unwavering. Dubai, filled with concern, wished to intervene, but ultimately held his tongue. He, on the opposite side, appeared momentarily stunned, then questioned with uncertainty, "Are you truly going as a single female?" "The reason I wish to accompany Dubai is his swift flight. Should danger arise, he can ensure my escape. Additionally, I possess some abilities of my own, so I am not afraid of being bullied. We shall set out tonight, and if we do not return in a timely manner, you must swiftly take the others to safety. Since you are aware of the Flying Eagle clan's situation, they should also be monitoring you." Su maintained her calm demeanor, finding nothing odd about the circumstances in the eyes of these males. Although females might possess abilities, they were still perceived as lesser. They often assumed that beautiful females would leverage their looks to demand favors with impunity, forgetting that some females were not destined to lead a life of mediocrity, such as herself. "Will your mate not worry about you going like this?" His claws scratched the ground, leaving several marks. Su noticed his round eyes nearly popping from their sockets, shock evident in his gaze. And she nodded that he would support my decision. Moreover, to survive, one must take risks. Su's sincerity was palpable. He acquiesced with a nod. Ultimately, he led her on a tour of their dwelling. The environment was so poor that Su couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Surviving here truly seemed a miracle. Once they departed, he turned to Chiu and said, "If this test proves successful, we shall collaborate with them. The chief's intention is to truly heed this female's counsel." Chiu stood nearby, perplexed. The initial idea of cooperation had been spontaneous. Expecting rejection, he was taken aback by the success. He had not anticipated Su's boldness that he stood at the cliff's edge, allowing the wind to touzle his hair, obscuring his view. That I have never encountered a female so composed. She is no lesser than any male, capable of proposing a reconnaissance of the Flying Eagle clan. Clearly, she possesses undisclosed cards. We shall wait and see. Prepare the clan's meal. We shall head southward tonight. He resolved to proceed in this manner, and the other beastmen had no grounds to object. Su returned to their resting place. "How did it go?" Jacob approached, his expression one of anxiety. I mentioned the irregularities in the Flying Eagle clan's outings. I plan to feed the young and settle you before I go investigate. Su took a deep breath. Articulating her intentions, Jacob did not exhibit the anticipated anxiety. I will accompany you. His demeanor was gentle, lacking any hysterical objections. You and James must care for the children that I will take to circle near the Flying Eagle clan. I have a feeling that the fleeing female from the White Crane clan should also be there now. Su stepped closer, leaning against Jacob. But what if we are discovered? Jacob seized the opportunity to pull Su into his embrace. Suddenly asking, Su was not particularly surprised. If we are found, I shall employ some means. I have already devised a comprehensive plan by swift flight ensures that even if pursued, he can safely carry me away. I know you are capable, but you must prioritize safety during our outing, that if danger arises, turn and flee. That female from the White Crane clan, despite being a threat, will not strike immediately. Jacob attentively offered his guidance from the side. While nearby, James languidly rested his head on the edge of the cliff, allowing the wind to tousle his hair as he grimaced at that moment. A series of thumping footsteps resonated from below the cliff. Su rushed to the precipice and beheld a chaotic throng of animals scrambling in desperation on the ground. In their frantic escape, a stampede ensued. Some were trampled to death on the spot, while others were snatched by circling vultures that seized the opportunity to feast on the fallen. The scene was utterly shocking, and Su couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Goodness, if a mere small beast tide was so terrifying, what would happen in the face of a large beast tide? The creatures fleeing below appeared particularly bizarre, resembling mutated dinosaurs, yet somehow not quite fitting that description. Their bodies were covered in sharp spines, their limbs robust like columns, and they stood an impressive 3 meters tall, easily the height of a modern-day building. With razor-sharp teeth, they ran with their mouths agape. Saliva dripping profusely to the ground, a noxious stench wafted through the air. Su felt her legs weaken, and she leaned against Jacob for support. Such creatures existed on the continent of Victoria. Had any of you encountered them before? As she spoke, her throat felt dried. I have roamed extensively, discovering many peculiar beings, yet this was my first encounter with such colossal beasts. I cannot help but think they are a hybrid of crocodilians and elephants. These gigantic creatures are indeed strange. What if one were to collide with us? Would we be torn to shreds? Jacob's expression was unusually grave. Su swallowed hard. The fact that even Jacob had never seen them indicated that their hiding place was remarkably concealed. Meanwhile, James yawned lazily, his mouth wide open. It unwise to confront them head-on. They appear to be pursuers, and the smaller, weaker animals ahead are being chased like headless flies, destined to tire and perish shortly. Might this be the result of some manipulation by the beastmen? Suyu's thoughts were in turmoil, and she spoke instinctively. A large white creature circled overhead, colliding with several vultures, terrified by the imposing figure and sharp gaze of the white creature. The vultures flapped their wings in a panic and fled. Perhaps someone has intruded upon their territory. James turned back, his light-colored eyes filled with seriousness. Su grew more anxious. The tribe closest to the beast tide was the detestable Eagle tribe. Could it be that they harbored sinister intentions to abduct females? This beast tide seemed even more terrifying than she had imagined. Could it be the very threat we dread? Suyu dared not approach the cliff's edge, fearing a gust of wind might send her plummeting down to it was not out of the realm of possibility. The 4 prominent families had become corrupt over the years, and in their quest for power, they had resorted to incessantly plundering females from other small tribes. With their strength, they disregarded certain consequences, leading to a multitude of issues. James resembled a seer, and Suyu had great faith in his words. He knew precisely what was needed when a female was due for her monthly cycle, let alone the schemes that these tribes concocted. She discreetly tugged at Jacob's hand. Take care of the cubs. As night falls, you must continue southward. I will investigate with the white creature and return promptly with news. Above all, ensure that Sun is safeguarded. Su's tone was serious, and Jacob nodded, feeling reassured with him as her backup. As the herd of beasts below ran farther away, James addressed the white creature in the sky. Go find something to eat. We need to be well fed for our journey ahead. Suu quickly interjected. We have food and drink here. Let us avoid making a fire to prevent detection by the Black Eagle tribe. After speaking, a steaming meal appeared before them, including James's favorite fish soup. He ceased his complaints and began to eat. Casting a sidelong glance at Sun, who lay in a hanging basket, feigning death, for reasons unknown, he remarked, "Once we reach the next location, shall we sell this Black Panther?" It was unclear whether he intended it as a joke. But as Suu fiddled with her spoon, her gaze fell upon the basket. Sun had not only endured physical trauma, but had also suffered emotionally. He genuinely cared for the female of the White Crane tribe. Initially, he had heeded her words and tried to eliminate Jacob. When the truth surfaced, even in a dire moment, he had defied his father to defend the White Crane. Yet, unbeknownst to him, that female was selfish and self-serving, escaping without revealing her intentions and using Sun as a stepping stone. Regardless of whether he lived or died now, he would have to endure hunger for a while to learn his lesson. You all can decide what to do with this, as I have other matters to attend to. That Suu swiftly distributed the food, and they ate while observing the situation below the cliff. Suu ate little, allowing the cubs to emerge. The remaining males formed a protective circle around the area, acting as wild dogs to feed the cubs. Jacob skillfully used his tail to wrap around one of the cubs and bring it before him. This was the small leopard they had decided to keep, despite its disability. Look how obedient he is now. The little leopard showed no fear of Jacob, its tiny paws gripping his wrist as its gaze fixated on the nearby bowl of food. If he eats well, he will grow strong. However, to completely cure his hearing impairment, we must wait until we reach Central Victoria, where we can find the time to examine him. Suu felt somewhat fatigued, yawning frequently as tears streamed from her eyes. Can congenital hearing impairments be treated? The beasts were taken aback. Suu nodded. Certainly, it can be treated as long as it is not severe, with medication and auxiliary surgery. We can help him recover, but our immediate concern must be safety. The three of them thought to themselves that Suu's abilities were astonishing, and no wonder she risked her life to rescue this little darling. The other three female cubs held their bowls and ate slowly, getting food all over themselves in the process. The white creature patiently helped clean them up. After the meal, once the cubs were settled, Suu sat on the back of the white creature, securely tied. You all fly slowly. If you encounter the owl tribe, stick together that I will return with the white creature after an hour to find you. Suu's expression was somber. Regardless of the circumstances, we must carve out a path for survival. Even if we don't descend south from the northern wilderness of Victoria, similar events will occur next year. It is only a matter of time, so we must prepare thoroughly to prevent calamity. Rest assured, we are cautious. Jacob held one of the cubs, looking reluctant to part. Yet to spare Suu worry, he waved his hand vigorously. Suu nodded, and the white creature took flight, vanishing into the sky in an instant. The wind at night on the cliff could freeze one's skin. Suu lay on the back of the white creature. Sheltered by its lush feathers that ate this moment, she inquired of the intelligence system that if we encounter danger, how confident are you in helping us escape? Are you planning to investigate the Eagle tribe? The intelligence system seemed curious. Yes, investigation is essential. If we do not understand their habits, we will be caught off guard and left with no escape. Suu gazed at the night sky. The vast grassland showed no signs of rest, as those animals continued to flee under the moonlight. You possess the courage to face danger. I admire that. If they surround us, just call out for what you need. Grenades, tranquilizer guns, or pills that can impair their sense of smell and sight. I have them all, as long as they do not pose a threat to you. The intelligence system was dutiful. With its assurance, Suu felt emboldened to take action. The white creature spread its wings, casting a shadow over the land. They had been flying for less than 10 minutes when they spotted several furtive figures ahead. Slow down a bit. White Suu gently tugged at the feathers around his neck as a reminder. After satisfying his hunger, the white creature unleashed its power, diving swiftly and concealing itself within the trees. Suu took out her binoculars to look further ahead. Indeed, they were eagles, she quietly called out. Should we eliminate them? Dalbai, brimming with combat spirit, was poised to charge forward. Suu pondered. When did this fellow become so reckless? Although there were only a few, should they escape, it would expose her to danger. Patience. I have a plan. With a smile gracing her lips, Suyu stowed away her binoculars, and in the next moment, a tranquilizer gun appeared in her hand. Seizing the opportunity while the black eagles were unguarded, she fired several shots. The soaring eagles, suddenly feeling a sharp pain, did not have time to sound an alarm point one by one. They plummeted to the ground, resembling dumplings falling from a pot. Their large bodies rendered them incapacitated, breaking branches as they fell, and their eyes became utterly lifeless. Let us investigate. Having dealt with these pesky eagles, Suyu commanded Dabai to descend. Dabai's wing beats diminished in strength, yet as they landed, grass, dust, and leaves were swept into the air. After a full half-minute, Suyu finally discerned the fallen eagles before her, blood oozing from their beaks. Cautiously approaching, she unceremoniously kicked one with her toe. They remained motionless. The intelligence provided had proven formidable, resolving the matter in mere seconds. "Can we eat them?" Dabai inquired at that moment. Suyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Did you not claim you would not consume eagles?" Suyu's words were gentle, considering he was a beast man. Dabai chuckled, his actions crude as he seized their wings and tossed them aside onto a nearby tree, then bound them with vines. Suyu, caught off guard, jumped forward in surprise. "That we shouldn't think of eating them. They are rather dangerous. I believe that since they belong to the Eagle clan, I could administer some mind-controlling drugs to use them to our advantage. What do you think?" Gripping Dabai's wing with one hand and pinching his chin with the other, Suyu mused that even useless eagles could serve a purpose. Dabai glared fiercely at the eagles before him, saliva pooling in his mouth. "What if they try to snatch food from me? Then you shall become their leader, commanding them to hunt and bring you gifts." Suyu nearly lost her ability to speak due to Dabai's antics, quickly offering a perfect suggestion. "This indeed seems promising. I have never had good companions growing up. The Eagle clan possesses formidable combat capabilities, and if you can control them, it would be a tremendous asset for us." Despite his simplicity, Dabai proved useful at times. He wiped his mouth with his hand, his expression serious. "I share your sentiment. Rather than waste resources, we should recycle them." She narrowed her eyes, assessing the eagles beneath her feet. They appeared to be patrolling beasts. It was unfortunate that they had silently become her dinner. Though she wouldn't allow Dabai to consume them, the flying beasts were fair game. Action speaks louder than words. Seizing the moment while they were unconscious, she requested some mind-altering pills from the intelligence. Dabai took them from Suyu's hand, crudely prying open the eagles' beaks and haphazardly stuffing the pills inside. Once they completed their task, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Before they could even pause, Suyu caught a whiff of an indescribable odor in the air. The scent seemed to waft from a certain direction. Following the scent, Suyu circled around the trees. Ultimately, she discovered a hole not far from the tree that bound the eagles. Within the hole, a foul stench emanated. Out of caution, she donned her mask. Then, she retrieved a flashlight, carefully venturing inside. Dabai followed closely behind, his bird-like face bewildered. What on earth were these eagles up to? Suyu ventured deeper into the tunnel, approximately 10 meters in, where she stumbled upon a pile of corpses. Were these not the colossal beasts they had seen before dinner? Beside the carcasses lay several newborn cubs. However, they had long since lost their lives, some with broken necks, others missing limbs. Suyu suppressed her nausea and glanced a few more times. She had suspected something was amiss. Otherwise, why would a new wave of beast tides arrive so swiftly? Upon discovering the location of these remains, a sudden idea struck her. She promptly retrieved several buckets, disregarding the filth, and stuffed the carcasses of the fallen giants into them. Then she called out, "Dabai, come help me." Hearing the commotion, Dabai strode in with long strides, entering the hole in a few swift steps. His keen sense of smell nearly overwhelmed him as he caught the scent. "What do you intend to do?" Since they had discovered the bodies here, it indicated that these colossal beasts, along with their young, had undoubtedly been slain by the male members of the Eagle clan. Regardless of their intentions for the beast meat, I have devised a brilliant plan. You shall carry these buckets and fly near the Eagle clan's territory. Then quietly dispose of them. Suyu gestured dismissively. Unable to explain further, Dabai nodded, recognizing it as an ingenious strategy. However, he was also curious as to how Suyu consistently produced items that puzzled beastmen. "Move quickly." Suyu hastily passed the buckets to him, and Dabai nodded that he held the buckets in one hand, and gestured for Suyu to climb on his back. Without hesitation, she leapt onto him, and in the next moment, a figure soared out of the tree hole. The bound eagles would remain unconscious for a while, that if luck was on their side, they might avoid being devoured by other beasts. If not, being eaten would be inconsequential. Though it was their first visit, Dabai silently approached the eagle clan's territory. They discreetly transformed back into humans, using stones to weigh down the meat to prevent the scent from wafting away. They swiftly dashed into the dense forest. As night fell, their breathing grew heavier. This was Suyu's first time engaging in such a venture, and she could not help but feel anxious as they drew closer. The silhouette of a circling eagle could still be faintly seen. Their vision was remarkable. If they did not hide well, they would surely be discovered. The gnarled roots of trees slowed their pace considerably. Suyu slipped, nearly falling to the ground. She barely managed to steady herself with Dabai's arm, offering him an awkward smile. "Wait here. I will return quickly." After Dabai finished speaking, he dashed into the nearby woods with the buckets. Suyu crouched by the trees, glancing up at the sky. The flying black eagles had vanished, but the ground began to shift. A shiver coursed through her as she turned to look, not detecting anything. She resolved to remain still until Dabai returned, trying to avoid causing any hindrances before the mission was complete. That Dabai, moving at remarkable speed, darted into the woods like an arrow, finding a concealed spot to dump the contents of the buckets before retracing his steps. The entire operation was seamless, devoid of complications. When he returned, the ground tremors intensified. The air was thick with the scent of blood and an indescribable stench. He spotted Suyu beneath a tree. "We must hurry. The beast tide is coming." After Dabai spoke, he wrapped an arm around Suyu's shoulder and lunged upward. The ground shook violently, and indeed, just as they were about to leave, a herd of approximately dozens of colossal beasts charged forth. The previously vanished eagles emerged from their tribe, led by a massive black eagle, roughly 3 meters long and 2 meters tall, with a sharp beak capable of piercing through beasts. "What on earth has transpired?" Its voice was low and gravelly. "It seems some animals have fled from this direction," responded a nearby eagle. "How could there be colossal beasts?" He furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating, and in the next moment soared into the sky. Below him, dozens of colossal beasts rampaged, uprooting massive branches, leaving not a single living creature in their wake. "Alert the clan. Evacuate with the female young," he shouted urgently from high above. Understood. The clan members obeyed the command, darting into the tribe. This eagle still could not comprehend the reason behind the beast's sudden appearance. Despite being merely a handful, if they charged into the tribe, the casualties would be catastrophic. Could it be that the few sent out had perished? Meanwhile, in the darkness, a shadow of a hawk swiftly cut through the night sky. After their departure, they had flown directly to the site where the beasts were spotted earlier. Concerned about potential dangers, Dabai could only fly at a low altitude. Upon arriving, they found several hawks cornered by the trees, oblivious to their presence, while the ground bore the evidence of a struggle, pools of blood and scattered feathers, indicating a grim fate. Suyu gazed at the fallen tree, the air thick with the stench of blood, a stark reminder that her spoils had vanished. A whirlwind of emotions engulfed her, though she had anticipated this outcome. Accepting it was another matter entirely. "Now is our chance to flee while they are preoccupied," Dabai suggested, and without understanding Suyu's intentions, he vanished into the sky. The two fled desperately. Meanwhile, the members of the eagle tribe faced dire straits. In the wake of the beasts, not a single creature survived. What had transpired? Some hawks burst forth, too frantic to grab their belongings, clutching their young as the females took to the sky. Others, unable to evade the oncoming beasts, were scattered, some even dying from sheer terror. The eagle tribe was thrown into chaos. Among them, the tribe leader, with a countenance marked by malevolence, a hooked beak, and lips tinged with a sickly hue, appeared gravely ill. Scanning the horizon from above, he suddenly spotted a pile of carrion not far off, and realization dawned upon him. "Someone has discarded the carcass of a beast near our territory. We must flee," he commanded, diving to seize one of the panicked females. Just as he ascended, a colossal beast lunged, clamping its jaws around her leg. In the ensuing struggle, the female's leg was severed, with a piercing scream. Propelled by the force, she slid several meters upwards before frantically flapping her wings. The blood gushed from her lower extremities, and without any means of treatment, she perished within minutes. This horrifying scene was witnessed by Bai Li, who trembled in fear, seeking refuge beside an old, unsightly hawk, too terrified to move, complying in utter submission. Yet the slow pace of the hawk left her desperate, pondering how to escape. Alas, her keen sense as a Bai was lacking, leaving her unaware of the true cause behind the calamity, nor could she fathom that Suyu had come. The colossal beasts rampaged through the stone dwellings, appending the animal hides, and captured prey hanging outside. They behaved like marauding bandits, tearing apart whatever they found, searching for isolated beastmen. Clinging tightly to the hawk, she was jostled about in the air. The eagle tribe leader, Chun, managed to evade the panic, though his heart remained unsettled. Have we all escaped? He thought, drenched in cold sweat despite the feathers that enveloped him, shivering under the night breeze. His mate and young had been rescued by other beastmen. While he maintained his composure, worry gnawed at him. One-eyed hawk trembled, casting a pleading glance his way. Leader, who seeks to bring ruin upon our eagle tribe? We are one of the 4 prominent families of Victoria Continent, and they would typically flee in terror upon encountering us. This was their first experience of such a large-scale assault, and they remained oblivious to the identity of their assailant. They were filled with grievance and trepidation. Chun pondered. The specifics are unclear. The patrol team we dispatched is yet to return. They may have already met their demise. He inhaled deeply, for the first time feeling the gravity of their predicament. In a state of disarray, it took them nearly half an hour to muster their forces. The careful examination revealed that they had lost 7 or 8 females in this sudden beast attack, not to mention the recently born young. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere turned grim. Who among us would be foolish enough to leave the carcass of a beast at our doorstep? Chun exhaled, glancing back at his dejected and panicked kin. Lowering his voice, that we sent a few beastmen to carry out a mission, yet they were outmaneuvered by others. His trusted advisor, a gray-headed one-eyed hawk, replied, "It could be a mere coincidence. Besides, the air is thick with the scent of blood. We can't discern who has been here. If beastmen truly came, how could you all be so easily deceived?" As they flew onward, they contemplated the situation. The tremors beneath them grew more intense as the beasts, having just looted their territory, suddenly returned. They could not afford to relax, propelling themselves forward with all their might. Though they were typically formidable in ambush, a long-distance flight posed a perilous challenge, especially for the freshly born young and newly bonded females. Some were so exhausted they clung to branches, appearing as though their lives were at stake, while others flapped desperately in the air, nearly snatched by the beasts. Meanwhile, Suyu remained oblivious to the calamity befalling the eagle tribe. Dabai carried her through the skies for an hour, and as the ground tremors began to wane, she sighed in relief. Reach her mate. She strained her eyes open against the wind, resting on Dabai's back. Gasping for breath, the tide of beasts no longer seemed to be a threat. It appeared that the eagle tribe had managed to halt the southern advance of the beast tide. If we fly a bit longer, we shall surely catch up with them, she reasoned. This was Dabai's first experience of being directed by a female to undertake such a thrilling endeavor. In his memory, the eagle tribe had always been arrogant, never regarding them as a threat. Had it not been for the innate strength of the Baijiao tribe, they too might have met the fate of other smaller tribes, annihilation. This ambush was far more strategic than reckless. Suyu nodded, glancing anxiously behind her. We merely seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, delaying their advance. If, once this beast tide subsides, they uncover the mastermind, we may well be doomed. Rest assured, the stench of the beasts is overpowering, effectively masking our scent. Besides, if neither of us speaks of it, who would know? Dabai continued flapping his wings, pushing forward, panting heavily. What we fear most is the unexpected. Given the urgency of the situation, neglecting details could lead to trouble if they discover the truth. Suyu shook her head. We cannot afford to be too reckless. If the vengeful and arrogant eagle tribe learns of our involvement, it could spell disaster. Dabai, not fully grasping Suyu's concerns, remained silent. After another 10 minutes, they finally caught up with them. James, flying at a sluggish pace, was burdened by a hanging basket. Fearing for the young ones in the cold night air, he searched for a suitable landing spot. Upon spotting a dark silhouette darting past, he immediately turned back, releasing a sigh of relief. "You all have finally returned," Suyu called out from a distance. However, she overlooked the hundreds, perhaps thousands, of beastmen trailing behind James. "You all are finally back. How was the journey?" James alighted on a giant tree nearby. Looking back at her in terror, Dabai adjusted his wing angle beside him. Suyu joyfully leapt down, wrapping her arms around Jacob's neck. Jacob kissed her cheek, noticing her temples glisten with sweat. "Did you encounter difficulties on your journey? Do not worry. That is merely a fabrication. Ever since Suyu departed, he has been sneaking out for a while, only to be brought back by James. No. Everything went exceedingly smoothly, and Dabai and I accomplished something that will leave you utterly astonished." Suyu joyfully cradled Jacob's face, nibbling at it several times until it was drenched in saliva before finally releasing her grip. James stood to the side, feeling a sense of embarrassment as he turned to observe the owls, who continued to soar ahead. These owls are particularly astute. They initially believed they could traverse the path alone, only to encounter them midway. The owls do not regard themselves as outsiders at all. They cheerfully joined in, and some even harbored ulterior motives. Upon learning this, James felt a surge of complex emotions. They sensed that these owls would soon become dependent on them, that Suyu indeed gathered a considerable bounty from this journey, albeit with added burdens. "You two have accomplished something monumental. You haven't directly obliterated the Eagle Clan's tribe, have you?" Jacob, disregarding the saliva on his face, embraced her and scrutinized her intently for a while. Nearby, Dabai's keen gaze discerned the situation from miles away. He urged them on. "Let us converse as we fly, for I see eagles pursuing us from behind." Upon hearing this, the previously jubilant Suyu turned pale. Her desire to recount the events was abruptly quelled, and she settled into the hanging basket, allowing Dabai to carry them forward. What on earth transpired? James flew effortlessly, increasing his speed, stealing a glance at Suyu. Noticing her lingering trepidation, he felt a pang of sympathy. Dabai and I flew for a while, nearing a grove adjacent to the Eagle Clan, where we discovered several beastmen conspiring. I then devised a plan to capture them, only to be met with a foul stench wafting from a nearby tree hollow. At this juncture, Suyu did not forget to pat Jacob's shoulder, signaling for him to pour her some water. Jacob, being astute, held her close while retrieving a bamboo tube filled with water from the slumbering cubs beside them. There was also a basket of fruit, nearly devoured by the little ones, soaked in saliva and no longer edible. Suyu drank slowly from the bamboo tube. Fortunately, as they continued southward, the pursuing eagles were merely coincidental and not intentionally following them. Upon receiving this news, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. This large-scale beast tide was indeed connected to the Eagle Clan. Her words startled the others. "Are you suggesting that the large beast tide is linked to the Eagle Clan?" Jacob swallowed hard. The two of them had indeed taken a bold risk. Engaging in such perilous endeavors, they dared to confront them. "Yes, it was their doing that in that tree hollow, I discovered several corpses of colossal beasts, including newborn cubs, their remains gruesomely dismembered. In a moment of urgency, I conceived a plan, instructing Dabai to toss the giant beast's meat near the Eagle Clan's territory. Just after executing this, the ground trembled violently, leading to the ensuing events. Truth be told, they were both elated by this act. The Eagle Clan was exceedingly ruthless, having caused the demise of countless tribes, with no beastman daring to seek vengeance. They felt as though they had avenged the fallen. James and Jacob, aside from their admiration for Suyu and Dabai's actions, were also filled with lingering fear. If discovered by the Eagle Clan, they would be torn to shreds. The owls nearby, possessing remarkable hearing, were certainly eavesdropping. Particularly, the owl clan leader, he blinked in surprise, and oh wonder the two of them ventured into the eagle's den. They had such intentions. It seems the four major families will need to undergo a transformation. They traveled without rest until dawn the next day. Suyu lay drowsily in Jacob's embrace. "It's morning. Should we step out for a moment?" Jacob, having stayed awake all night, still appeared vibrant. However, upon noticing Suyu's pale complexion and pronounced dark circles under her eyes, he gently shook her. Having neglected to cover herself while sleeping, Suyu felt a slight soreness in her throat and licked her lips with her tongue. "How far are we from Central Victoria?" She coughed twice and asked in a muffled tone. "Approximately another day's journey," Jacob replied, placing his hand on Suyu's forehead. Her temperature was normal, though her nose was slightly congested and her throat scratchy. "A bit of water should remedy it. Let us hasten, for if we delay further, I fear I may fall." Suyu opened her eyes, gazing towards the horizon that a ray of sunlight broke through the clouds. And the temperature had risen considerably. This relentless pace was arduous not only for the flying beasts but also for her, as the commanding female. "We have flown through the night. Indeed, we are weary. Let us find a place to rest," she suggested. Dabai, embodying natural strength, maintained a swift and steady flight. James, having finally found a moment of respite, had not brought any family members along, but still pressed on. Determined to keep pace, having gone all night without water, his lips were parched. If this delay continued, he risked dehydration, and there was an uncomfortable pressure in his chest. As a male, he could not afford to fall ill. Should he do so, they would need to add another to the hanging basket. "We ought to take a break and have some food," Suyu remarked, glancing back at Sun, who was sleeping soundly in the corner of the basket. This Sun, oblivious to the world, was deep in slumber. Once they arrived, she would let him hunt. Jacob smoothed back his windswept hair and said softly, "Once we are on the ground, I will boil some water for you to wash up. You possess the ability to identify water sources, do you not?" Suyu yawned again, tears welling in her eyes. "I am quite skilled at locating water sources. As soon as we touch down, I can run swiftly." Jacob gently caressed Suyu's face, urging her to awaken further. "That's good. I observe that group of owls seems to be struggling as well." Suyu rested her head on Jacob's shoulder, weakly stating, "It is unbearably arduous. I long for a bed to sink into and lose myself in slumber." Their flying speed paled in comparison to Dubai's. She noted that their leader was quite clever. Ever since encountering them, he had harbored no ill intentions and had followed them wholeheartedly. Upon reaching Central Victoria, "I hope to recruit them." Jacob watched as Suyu struggled to keep her eyes open, only to succumb to sleep once more. In exasperation, he patted her shoulder, signaling her to continue resting. The cubs stirred, grunting and nudging Suyu's lower back with their heads. Suyu, feeling despondent, lay sprawled in the basket like a wild dog. She was unsure if it was due to the recent rapid pace or her increased appetite, but she had indeed grown a bit larger. The cubs jostled eagerly to snuggle closer to their mother, pushing and shoving one another incessantly. I placed them under a tree by the riverbank. "I shall gather some firewood and prepare breakfast for us." James lay on the ground, reluctant to rise, yet mustered the strength to contribute. "No need. Let Jacob take Sun. He has been with us for so long. He ought to be of some use. If it comes to it, we can do as you suggested and sell him for food." Suyu slightly lifted her head, glancing at Sun, who lay nearby, too timid to make a sound. She thought to herself, when he was the young master, he was immensely imposing and fearless. What had happened to him now? So weak and pitiable, this place lacked a powerful tribe. Keeping him would be akin to inviting disaster. Upon reaching Central Victoria, she intended to sell him off to a stronger tribe. Jacob climbed out of the hanging basket and spotted a line of owls drinking water by the riverbank. "I will heed your words." Suyu, seizing the moment, gathered 3 adorable female cubs into her embrace, fearful that Sun might suddenly become frenzied and harm them. Sun, caught off guard, was swept away by Jacob's tail and subsequently tossed in a nearby river, causing a splash that reached half a meter high. Many orcs witnessed the Black Panther thrashing about in the water for some time before revealing its damp, flustered face. "If you wish to avoid being sold, you must hurry and hunt," Jacob declared coldly, devoid of any trace of gentleness. "I want my mate." Sun stubbornly remained in the river, reluctant to emerge. You wish to be beaten?" Jacob, who relished the water, swam into the river. In Sun's final act of defiance, Jacob raised his tail and struck her sharply. The resounding cracks startled the nearby Owl Clan orcs, causing them to shudder. They exchanged glances, marveling at the rudeness of this serpent beast. As the Black Panther was left utterly defenseless, Ming, unable to suppress a swallow, thought to himself, "They are formidable indeed." Formidable is an understatement. If you continue to entertain such thoughts, your life will be forfeit. Liang advised his companion, concerned he might plunge headlong into danger and find himself unable to escape, facing death. Ming squatted nearby, arms submerged in the water, resting his chin on his knees, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Jacob dragged Sun ashore, all the while keeping an eye on the fish and shrimp in the river, using his tail to capture several. After catching his breath, James transformed into human form, collecting fish while observing the nearby owl clan. These owls seemed rather docile, hoping nothing untoward would occur on the other side. The eagle clan fled in disarray, choosing a longer route in their panic. Meanwhile, the white crane female felt a pang of bitterness, tears welling in her eyes. This useless old eagle had led her on a perilous journey that nearly cost her life. She had hoped to escape her clan and find a sweet romance, only to be frightened by a stray beast and subsequently rescued by a herbivore. The timid herbivore had tossed her to the Black Panther clan, who offered her no protection. In the end, she lost her tongue and a leg. Though she longed for vengeance, she found herself living a life of hardship. The Black Eagle clan leader spotted the white crane that I never expected the beast hide to be so severe. Yet you survived. The white crane, just emerging from a reverie, tensed and regarded him warily, though she remained silent, keeping her head bowed. That useless old eagle was one I picked up outside the tribe. It seems she has lost her tongue and leg, but I think she looks decent, and her reproductive abilities should be fine, so I took advantage of the situation. She is not entirely weak. Surviving the beast hide indicates she has some capability. The useless old eagle quickly interjected. Indeed, with your looks, old and ugly, you can only find a mate equally matched in appearance. Yet she seems to bear a hint of resentment, remarked a one-eyed eagle nearby, his gaze meticulously tracing the white crane's delicate features, soft brow, and slightly upturned lips. Every detail stirred his heart, and he could not deny that this white crane was more beautiful than any female of his clan. She may be pretty, but I wonder how she tastes, he mused, leaning forward to catch a whiff, only to be obstructed by the useless old eagle's puffed chest. Black, do not fixate on my female. You already have a mate. Why seek another? He warned, vigilance evident in his tone as the one-eyed eagle smiled slyly, who decreed that a male must only be bound to one female for life. Besides, your abilities are lacking. It won't be long before she perishes from hunger. Rather than that, why not let me have her? Black grinned, his smile tinged with cruelty. This declaration left his companion trembling with anger. Struggling to formulate a rebuttal, his surprise, Chun, in defense of his confidant, chimed in, Ku, you are getting old. After all those years of hunting, you are wounded and won't last much longer. Why not let Black bond with this female, so they can produce strong offspring to care for you in your twilight? Hearing his leader's shameless proposition, he lost his temper. Leader, you know very well why I was injured. Had I not protected you, you would have perished at the hands of other beasts long ago. Not only do you forget my loyalty, but you also covet my mate. Is this how you instruct your kin as a leader? Though Ku was not handsome, he held his ground. His fierce glare made Chun's face stiffen with embarrassment. With negotiations failing, they had no choice but to relent. Black, cease your thoughts. Let us return. This beast tide was instigated by someone, and when I discover their identity, I shall take their life. The ground continued to tremble beneath them, and they flew far before it finally settled. The beleaguered clan members were granted a moment's respite. In just one night, they had visibly thinned. Even more astonishing was the sight of those delicate females, barely clinging to life. The shaman present. Chun circled the tribe, discovering that their shamans seemed to have been lost. Not only had he not escaped, but he had also been torn to shreds by a giant beast. His confidant, Black, wore a dejected expression, his tone sour as he spoke. With the shaman gone, we have lost a vital tool. Just moments ago, eager to assist his leader, Chun's mood soured. The beast tide came suddenly. We had no recourse. We can find another shaman, but if we lose the females and cubs, we are truly doomed. Black stubbornly pressed on, uttering more despondent words that Chun's chest heaved in anger. His confidant was becoming increasingly reckless. Not only did he disregard his words, but he also abandoned someone so crucial, ending up as a meal for a giant beast. He silently cursed his ill fate, but with no other options, he sought alternative solutions. The Eagle clan had suffered unprecedented losses. The members were weak and demoralized. Although they had escaped, they encountered other orcs along the way, who glared at them with hatred, launching sneak attacks and throwing objects. The scent of the giant beasts drew nearer. The ground trembled once more as they hurriedly packed their belongings and continued on their journey. Concealed behind the trees, the Lion clan orcs chuckled. This is the first time I've seen them in such disarray that I think we should continue to lure the giant beasts from various directions. It would be best to eliminate the Black Eagle clan entirely during this beast tide. If they recover, we will surely suffer. Leading the group was a black lion with round, glistening eyes, his words laced with malice. The companions beside him widened their eyes, gripping each other's hands tightly, instinctively bracing themselves. Would they truly take advantage of their misfortune? Not merely a case of kicking someone when they're down, but rather a ruthless pursuit of total annihilation. Over the years, the Falcon tribe has not only provoked other weaker clans, but has also targeted the females of our tribe. Have you forgotten how the young female from the chief's family vanished a few years ago? The Black Lion rolled his eyes involuntarily. His companion, growing increasingly anxious, exclaimed, "It has been quite some time since those events. Although we, the Flying Lion tribe, are one of the 4 major families, we are still no match for them." Recklessly confronting them would be tantamount to courting death. They lack the assurance to immediately eliminate this disheveled pack of falcons. Should the Falcon tribe misconstrue the beast tide as being orchestrated by them, it would lead to an unending vendetta. Before he could finish his thought, the leader of the Black Lions swiped him with his tail, swiftly flinging him into the nearby lake. With a resounding splash, his companion emerged from the water, his head surfacing to meet a pair of eyes filled with frustration. If you do not take advantage of their moment of weakness to claim their lives, you can only wait for them to catch their breath and return to wreak havoc upon our tribe. It seems you have learned nothing from past lessons. Seeing that his companion failed to grasp his intent, he furiously uttered a harsh retort and turned to leave. The Flying Lion, drenched and struggling to clamber out of the water, reluctantly returned to his companions to devise a plan. Furthermore, he had no means to obstruct the situation. After Suyu escaped the clutches of the beast horde, she enjoyed a hearty meal by the lakeside, the air rich with the savory aroma of roasted meat. After several days, she finally savored a warm meal. Clutching the roasted meat, Suyu took a bite while gazing up at the sky. Suddenly, she heard a thunderous crash. Turning her head, she was astonished to see several massive trees crashing down. The culprit behind this destruction was none other than Dabai, who, with one foot on the tree crown and the other on the trunk, stood excessively arrogant, hands on his hips, striking a splits pose. His demeanor resembled both a display of defiance and playful amusement. Suyu took a bite of meat, attempting to calm her startled nerves. I had feasted well and now had nowhere to expend his strength. She unconsciously mused, the White Eagle tribe possesses innate divine strength. Perhaps he is merely testing whether his power has been depleted. Jacob, submerged in the lake, showed no desire for food. After James finished devouring his meal by the campfire, he turned to the frolicking youngsters, responding without looking back. Even with divine power, one should not topple trees. Are you suggesting he should carry 2 massive trees southward? The ground trembled from the impact, causing Suyu's voice to quiver. James observed her newfound bravery in the face of danger, only to return with the timid demeanor of a little rabbit. He sighed helplessly. Those trees are useful. It would be no challenge for him to lift 2 with his divine strength. Moreover, once we reach Central Victoria, we may find ourselves without shelter. This explanation left Suyu baffled. Even if there were no immediate lodgings, they could rest on open ground for a couple of days before selecting a suitable spot to establish a tribe. Why go through the trouble of hauling 2 trees from so far away? Would the trees replenish his divine strength? You must be joking, Suyu remarked, rolling her eyes in exasperation as she continued her meal. James's gaze fell upon several wobbling little ones nearby, their slender, fragile necks appearing as if they could snap with the slightest pressure. The recently joined owl tribe, particularly Ming, was oblivious to the dangers that lurked. He squatted with his meal, his eyes fixated on the 3 female cubs, growing increasingly enamored. Unable to tear his gaze away, he wished to possess such cubs of his own one day, to proudly show them off. While lost in his musings, he suddenly noticed a pair of light brown wolf eyes fixed intently upon him. Instinctively sensing danger, his fur bristled, and he weakly stammered, "I merely find them too adorable," and couldn't resist a longer glance. James shot him a cold glare, suddenly picking up a nearby stick and tossing it casually. It struck Ming, causing him to tumble to the ground. "These are the cubs we rescued. If you harbor any ill intentions towards them, you must first contend with me." Ming, bewildered and pressed to the ground, instinctively felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. Preserve his own life, he reluctantly promised. "Rest assured, I harbor no intentions against them. They are the hope of our future, and I shall protect them diligently on our journey." His fear was evident, and James, noting this, allowed a charming smile to grace his lips. He then rubbed his face with a paw, his gaze shifting to Suyu, only to find her devoid of any worry. "Are you not afraid of choking?" he asked, boredom evident in his voice. "Not at all. After all this time, how could I possibly choke?" Suyu finally finished her meat, tossing the bones into the fire. She wiped her mouth and picked up some water to drink while gazing at the trembling little ones. The cubs showed no fear of the owl tribe, especially the little tiger cub, who clumsily approached their ranks, clutching one of the owl's legs while emitting soft whines. The owl, unfazed, lifted him by the scruff of his neck. The cub, feeling threatened, struggled desperately, panic in his eyes. Did this male intend to consume him? Indeed, he must heed Suyu's words, or he would surely meet his demise. Unexpectedly, the owl, noticing the cub's fearful gaze, chuckled softly, ruffling the cub's fur before playfully slapping his rear, signaling him to return. The tiger cub finally found relief, turning back to glare at the owl with feigned ferocity, though his voice trembled with a whimper. This amused the male, eliciting hearty laughter from the others. The little tiger's dignity was challenged, and he turned back, baring his teeth in defiance. "Be careful not to get beaten," the male warned, making a fierce expression. The tiger cub let out a shrill cry, swiftly curling his tail and fleeing without a backward glance. The scene sparked laughter among the other males. The tiger cub, still shaken, quickly nestled beside Suyu, cautiously peeking at the male who had teased him. Suyu mused that this little creature was rather overconfident. However, she considered that regular interactions with other beastmen would teach him the harsh realities of their world. "Should we rest here for the night, or shall we depart directly?" Suyu's gaze fell upon Jacob, who was washing himself in the river nearby, his movements causing ripples in the water. "Let us rest for the night. Everyone is too exhausted." James concluded. Suyu, equally weary and reluctant to move, lay beside him as she spoke. "Once we reach Central Victoria, I envision constructing a grand castle and clearing a space for the others. You all wish to build a pool for Cho, don't you?" Upon hearing Chow's name, James felt an inexplicable intuition that he would arrive. He enjoyed swimming. Yet if he were to stay in one place for too long, he would surely become restless. That said, we must ensure everything is prepared. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would surely berate you. Suyu yawned lazily. Having eaten a bit too much for dinner, she propped herself up with her hands, struggling to find a comfortable position beside James. Her eyes wandered to the males surrounding the females and cubs, forming a protective circle. "Let us see how things unfold. Cho will likely never find a mate. If luck is on his side, he might ascend and transform into a true dragon. If not, he may remain a crippled dragon for life." James lay languidly, his sleeping posture remarkably bold, with his back against the ground, for paws raised towards the sky, revealing his pristine white belly. Before Suyu could respond, a series of plaintive cries echoed from behind her. It was the little disabled leopard cub, perhaps due to being separated from its parents. It exhibited a certain sensitivity to the external world. That moment, sporting a round little head, it bumped into Suyu, who had just settled into a comfortable position, causing her to lean back. Subsequently, it nestled into her arms, seeking comfort. It seemed it would be clinging to her from now on. Suyu smiled joyfully, pulling it closer. The cub attempted to extend its tongue to lick Suyu's hand, but upon realizing the delicacy of her skin, it refrained. Nevertheless, it lay beside her, resting its chin on her arm, its gentle breaths audible. The clever little creature understood that upon arriving in Central Victoria, she would tend to its ears. Jacob returned, dragging his damp body, and observed the little leopard affectionately nuzzling Suyu's arm. Behind them, James occasionally cast a reluctant glance, for he preferred to indulge in a deep slumber during the tranquil nights. After flying for so long, he too felt a bit weary. Suyu nudged Jacob with her elbow, reminding him, "You'll have the chance to visit." Jacob obediently nodded, his fingers stroking the cub's head. Finding the position uncomfortable, he shifted the little leopard onto his My inherited memory is quite strong, and my dexterity is remarkable, Jacob asserted without a hint of modesty. Yet he was still too young, without his biological parents around. He felt a lingering sadness, compounded by his disability, if left uncared for. Growing up and finding a mate would pose a challenge. Suyu tenderly rested her head on Jacob's shoulder, inhaling his scent deeply, while gently stroking the cub's back. Had her own offspring not fallen asleep early, they would surely have been vying for attention out of jealousy. It is their fortune to encounter you. If you can indeed heal them, I believe you'll be able to help any future disabled cubs as well, Jacob expressed with heartfelt joy. He found himself contemplating the idea of having his own offspring, as he spoke. His gaze swept over Suyu before settling on her abdomen, envisioning a future filled with several little ones. Indeed, but to fundamentally resolve this matter, you must alter your fervent desire for offspring, while also ensuring that those with closer blood relations do not mate. Before seeking a partner, one must prioritize finding a strong and healthy mate to ensure the offspring are sound. Suyu articulated her deeply rooted thoughts. Jacob, having lived in the beast world, understood that most merely aimed for survival. They recognized the importance of selecting healthy mates, yet why should blood relations factor into the equation? Moreover, in some tribes, due to an imbalance in the male-to-female ratio, blood relatives were permitted to mate for the sake of the tribe's proliferation. Such is the case with our snake tribe. We are not only unwilling to mate with females of other species, but our clan mandates that we select from our own kin. However, most of the offspring born this way do not survive, Jacob revealed, laying bare his hidden sentiments. Suyu found herself at a loss for words, aware that explaining such matters pertained to science, a concept far beyond their current understanding, especially when many could barely secure their own sustenance. She could not simply inform Jacob that it was related to genetics. He would undoubtedly grasp her hand and inquire about what genetics entailed, leading to a need for the intelligent brain to elaborate extensively. The enlightenment of one individual would not necessarily benefit the broader populace of beastmen, particularly not at this juncture. You wish to return after being cast out by them? Suyu suddenly wrapped her arm tightly around Jacob's waist, her voice filled with concern. No, the tribe does not welcome me because my heart is too soft. Jacob shook his head. The snake tribe was known for its harshness. Before giving birth, a female would select a suitable place to lay her eggs, only to depart without a second thought. If the temperature and humidity were just right, the cubs would eventually hatch from their shells. Yet, to survive in a world governed by the law of the jungle, these brethren would engage in brutal fights. Those who survived would be deemed the strong. The reason he was scorned by his kin was due to the fact that his mother bore 10 siblings, and he, unwilling to partake in slaughter, fled from his pursuing brothers, after enduring great hardship to find food near the tribe. He grew up only to be rejected upon his return. Having a soft heart was not a fault. It depended on the circumstances that if one maintained kindness towards those who were cruel, it could be deemed naivety. But if one held such a mindset towards equally benevolent beings, it indicated a conscience. Who instilled such strange notions in you? Suyu was taken aback by Jacob's words. It dawned on her why the snake tribe was devoid of affection from other species. They had cultivated cold hearts from the very beginning. Jacob's expulsion was likely due to more than just his gentle nature. However, it could not be entirely dismissed. The development of a tribe often necessitated a degree of ruthlessness. Jacob had long clung to the traditions passed down over the years. Unwilling to overturn them, he seemed to exist in a state where while others slept, he remained awake, and at times, while others were alert, he felt even more acutely aware. Clearly, he had not undergone any ideological education. Otherwise, with such a disposition, they would have risen to power long ago. I refrain from commenting, nor do I know how Ethan and Chris are faring. Suyu mused, feeling that this issue was as deeply entrenched as the age-old notion that women must bear children. She was reluctant to engage in futile arguments, knowing it would serve no purpose and might foster discord. They should be hibernating now, Jacob remarked, prompting Suyu to yawn involuntarily. She pondered. That seems likely. The so-called 3 beasts they spoke of as hibernating were swiftly moving through the ocean. The speed of the ugly creatures was astonishing. And typically, no formidable beastmen dared to launch an ambush. However, this time, they encountered a formidable foe. Ahead lay a group of hunting sharks, large and menacing, with sharp teeth capable of swallowing them whole. Ethan, whose face had already turned pale from the bubbles, now appeared even more ashen. He had just blamed Jacob for his ill-fated words. "What do we do now?" Chris finally opened his eyes and asked hurriedly, "And no need to fear. We confront them head-on." Jacob assured, unperturbed, he had yet to encounter any strong opponents in these waters. The pressure emanating from him would likely cause them to cower. However, these sharks were a different breed, still young and unaware of the dangers of the ocean. Their small eyes widened with excitement as they spotted 2 land beasts frolicking in their territory. "Dinner is on the horizon," one of them exclaimed, wagging its tail joyfully. "Aren't you afraid of getting blown up?" Another voiced its concern. "We have food now. What is there to fear? We outnumber them 6 or 7 to 3. A larger shark scoffed, rolling its eyes and exposing its fearsome white teeth, encouraged by their companion. The others felt a surge of eagerness. It was uncertain whether their first hunting experience would lead them to a formidable adversary. Yet the sight of the 2 land beasts daringly roaming their domain was not only a challenge to their dignity, but also seemed to disregard them entirely. Their conversation washed over Ethan, deepening his pallor. "I am merely an eagle tribe beastman. I cannot fly in the water." "What if they surround us?" Beside them, Chris stood alert, his dual claws firmly planted on the surface of the bubble, his lower back arching in readiness as he gazed intently ahead. "If all else fails, you can simply carry me to the skies. I shall endure the cold." This proposal is indeed quite sensible. Yet would it not be unseemly to leave the ugly one behind? The ugly one perceived their apprehensions. "Fear not, for I am the sovereign of the waters. Who would dare lay a hand on me? In these dire circumstances, I believe it is far safer for you both to ascend into the air than to remain in the sea." With these words, a profound sense of relief washed over the 2 of them. The land beasts were already at a disadvantage in the ocean, and the approaching orcs were reckless. One could only speculate on their potential actions. "Perhaps I should take you both for a flight." As Ethan spoke, he transformed instantly into a magnificent eagle. In swift succession, his formidable beak lunged towards the bubble. However, the ugly one swiftly flicked his tail, propelling the bubble out of the water in a dizzying whirl. He and Chris emerged upon the ocean's surface. The surrounding winds howled fiercely. Snowflakes danced in the air. The world was cloaked in silver, the sea as dark as ink. Ethan glanced back at Chris, and in a fleeting moment, they broke free from the bubble. Chris plunged once more into the depths. A shadow darted beneath them, and in an instant, they soared into the sky. Meanwhile, the ugly one, deep within the ocean, watched as the 2 reached a safe haven, a cold smirk creeping upon his lips. "Will you all come together, or shall you approach individually?" As the ugly one spoke, he suddenly transformed into a colossal, imposing dragon. With 2 horns atop his head, his size dwarfed that of 6 or 7 sharks combined. The brash young orcs gulped nervously upon witnessing this transformation. Looking upon the ugly one, a sense of trepidation arose within them, prompting them to devise a strategy in secret. Yet the ugly one moved with astonishing swiftness, ensnaring one of the sharks with his tail in a flash. The shark, caught off guard, found its abdomen tightly constricted. The sudden turn of events sent the other companions fleeing in panic, while the ensnared one struggled in vain. The ugly one pressed his forehead against the shark's jaws. "We are merely passing through. Wishing not to stir conflict. However, I observe your considerable size, and yet you do not cry out while ensnared thus. Why not join me?" In stark contrast to the ugly one's unwavering demeanor, the shark appeared on the verge of tears. Trembling, he responded, "I have just come of age. I only sought a meal and had no intentions of confronting you. Just look at the faces of your companions, who abandoned you in a moment of peril. Why not accompany me? I can teach you to hone your skills and introduce you to many females. What say you?" Seizing the opportunity, the ugly one sought to entice the young shark with his presence. Hunting would become significantly easier. Will you take me to other places? The previously trembling shark's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. The abrupt shift left the ugly one unable to suppress a smirk. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? He sighed in exasperation. Of course. Your suggestion is for me to be your subordinate, is it not? I have grown weary of this stretch of water. I wish to explore the world with you. I have heard that the females on land are remarkably beautiful. What do you think of me becoming one of their companions? The young shark interrupted the ugly one's contemplations. Filled with yearning, though they may appear fearsome, they possess kind hearts. The ugly one dismissively flicked him away, swimming forward with a stoic expression. Yet the young shark seemed resolute in his decision to follow, vigorously wagging his tail behind him. The sound of a massive creature breaking the waves echoed in his ears. You're the most formidable creature I have encountered in the sea. I perceive you belong to the dragon lineage. I have heard that a few years ago, the dragon clan successfully ascended. Are you one of them? Why do you not soar through the skies? The loquacious young shark continued, transforming from a quivering creature into an incessant buzz around the ugly one. Do you not notice my peculiar beastly form? The ugly one wore a face of utter disinterest. Clearly, a confrontation was imminent. How had the atmosphere shifted so abruptly? The young shark cast a sideways glance at him, then approached him like a sycophant, his plump body occasionally nudging the ugly one aside. I do not find you unappealing. You shall be my leader. Once I have journeyed and found a female on land, I shall return home to boast of my adventures. Are you certain that your appearance will win the favor of the land females? The ugly one posed a rather pragmatic question. The young shark appeared puzzled, unable to fathom why he might not be well received by them. Moreover, within their clan, the aging shaman had once informed him that females are delicate and reserved, drawn to the unusual and those possessing formidable powers. He, having been born with lightning abilities, was quite popular among the female members of his tribe. However, he held little interest in his own kind and longed to venture onto land in search of a gentle, charming companion. Have you suffered a blow to your confidence? The young shark fell silent for a moment, prompting the ugly one to ask in an attempt to ease the tension. The young shark fervently shook his tail, sending ripples through the water. Not at all. I am merely contemplating whether your words or those of our clan shaman hold more truth. Your shark clan is notoriously ruthless, indoctrinating you with the belief that the strong thrive while the weak are unworthy of existence. Yet, I cannot help but perceive you as rather foolish. The ugly one was somewhat taken aback, finding him surprisingly endearing, his upper half having transformed into a humanoid form while retaining his dragon tail. He reached out to tap the young shark's belly. Quite smooth, I must say that I am not foolish. The shaman declared me the cleverest among us. The young shark adamantly refuted, insisting that while females may call him foolish, males should not. The ugly one shot him a disdainful glance, but ultimately acquiesced to allowing him to remain by his side. Through the surface of the ocean, they observed the two land beasts shivering in the freezing air above. Since you wish to accompany us, I shall retrieve those two land beastmen. Why? As a powerful sea creature, would you seek out two land-dwelling beings who cannot swim? The young shark swam upward with all his might. Peering cautiously at the duo as they approached the surface, the flying beasts appeared to be struggling, desperately holding on. They were tasked by a female to safely escort them to the central region of Victoria, cautioning against allowing the eagle to fly for too long, lest his arm become incapacitated. The ugly one suddenly recalled that Ethan's arm had undergone surgery not long ago. Although beastmen possess remarkable healing abilities, recovery from serious injuries requires time. Should this information reach Su Yu's ears, he would surely face her wrath. The young shark cast a glance at him, tailing closely behind as they broke the surface of the water. Ethan, precariously dangling Chris in midair, observed the two aquatic beings surfacing, performing similar actions. While feeling a mixture of curiosity and admiration, he urged, "Hurry down before your arm gives out." The ugly one called out to the two beasts in the sky. Ethan blinked, ultimately suppressing a chuckle. The moment the bubble formed, he had flung himself and Chris inside, in the end, they were transported underwater within the protective bubble. The young shark, brimming with curiosity, attempted to poke it with his snout. only to be thwarted by the ugly one's tail. Your teeth are far too sharp. Be careful not to puncture the bubble. Why would you wish to keep this male shark around? Ethan grimaced, nursing his slightly aching arm. Cursing inwardly at his own weakness, he came out to seek food, having been goaded by his companions into attempting to devour us. He underestimated my prowess as a dragon. After I revealed my strength, he became quite enamored with me, declaring his desire to follow as my subordinate. The ugly one boasted with pride that it appears you have quite the knack for picking up strays. Judging by his appearance, he has likely consumed quite a bit. Will there be any sea once we reach Victoria? Can he survive once he reaches land? Ethan's discerning gaze scrutinized the surroundings, finally settling upon his abdomen. It is said that a shark consumes several tons of food in a single feeding, as long as it does not remain out of the water for extended periods. There should be no issue. Many male sea dwellers have taken to living on land. Cho provided an affirmative response. Ethan could not suppress a snort. The chill outside was unbearable. After swimming for so long in the desolate northern territory, they had yet to venture out. He wondered about Suyu and whether they had encountered any dangers. Very well, he would leave the hunting to himself. How much longer until we reach central Victoria? I am quite concerned that despite heading south, Suyu and her companions may face threats from other beastmen. Ethan felt a twinge of regret for not accompanying them in the first place. Cho rubbed his brow thoughtfully that it should not take long, but do not harbor excessive hope. It is unlikely they will be seen immediately. James and Jacob escorting the females and cubs would undoubtedly encounter ambushes along the way. Chow's words were not without merit, heightening their anxiety. Worrying would yield no results. I shall take a nap. The outside air was too frigid, and the sea was shrouded in darkness. Ethan's eyelids were heavy with fatigue. You all may continue to sleep. Cho felt a profound sense of responsibility. If he were to lead them south, he must ensure their safe passage. The young shark beside them found the atmosphere quite agreeable. Believing he had stumbled upon a fitting opportunity, adding a beastman to their party rendered the journey less tedious. Yet, Suyu and her companions' travels were hindered by an unexpected surge of beastly chaos. This not only agitated the females, but even caused the formidable males to fall ill. They initially believed that a night's rest would restore their strength for travel, but upon breakfast the following day, it became evident that several male members of the Owl clan were succumbing to illness one after another. Initially, they could not eat, followed by a rapid increase in body temperature, and then the onset of vomiting. This flustered the clan leader greatly. Some beastmen were dispatched to seek medicine, while others remained helplessly by their sides. Suyu observed that they likely suffered from a common cold. A simple remedy to dispel the chill would suffice. A brief respite was in order. Currently, there were no better options, so she arranged for the cubs to be cared for. Uninvited, she approached, stating, "You are a female. Perhaps you should stand aside to avoid contagion." Upon seeing her, he immediately voiced his concerns that it is nothing to worry about. I shall tend to their ailments that I suspect it could be gastrointestinal discomfort or a cold-induced fever. After all, they are merely flesh and blood. It is unreasonable to expect one to never fall ill. Moreover, a lifetime without illness may indicate some underlying health issues that a twinge of jealousy surged within as he noted how delicate the females of their clan seemed. Especially since Suyu possessed medical skills, that it was no wonder that this female, who roamed with strays, exhibited such fearlessness. She was not only unpretentious but also astute, assisting her companions considerably while bravely stepping forward in times of crisis. They would need to collaborate in the future. He decided to take the chance and let her examine them. "Thank you for your trouble." He continued forward with Suyu in tow, concerned about startling the males. Suyu closely followed his side. She maintained her composure, her gaze sweeping over the faces of the Owl clan males. They appeared quite innocent. Under her scrutiny, their necks and faces flushed crimson. Some averted their eyes, while others scratched their heads in a befuddled manner, but a few gazed openly at her. Whether beast or human, all are sensitive to the gaze of others. Under their prolonged stares, Suyu felt slightly uncomfortable and rubbed her face. She approached a tree and noticed several males lying side by side. The nearby vomit hastily buried. It seemed their condition was not overly severe. They likely had been startled, their nerves taut, leading to fatigue once they relaxed. She first approached a male by the riverbank, crouching down gently to feel his forehead. It was burning hot, and he emitted sounds of discomfort, evidently afflicted by the wind. After preparing a medicinal porridge, he would recover soon enough. With the assistance of her intelligent companion, she confirmed it was merely a common cold. "Are you not afraid?" he inquired. You appear to find his question ludicrous. "What is there to fear? Furthermore, it is not a fatal illness. After all, saving a beast's life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda." Observing her calm demeanor, he began to contemplate other plans that, in a way, they had been saved by Suyu. This would forge a bond between them. Upon reaching Central Victoria, he would boldly request to join her tribe. Additionally, there were numerous instances of Beast World females reigning as queens, especially within the Wild Dog clan, who were no less formidable than the males of the Beast World. She had begun to alter certain prejudices, earning the respect of the beasts. Therefore, when the time came, his requests would surely be met with agreement. With that thought in mind, he suddenly broke into a grin. Upon turning around, Suyu noticed he smiling foolishly. She mused that it was not the ailing males on the ground who were unwell, but rather he seemed a bit peculiar. "Thank you." T.S. dark eyes sparkled with excitement as he produced several fruits, as if by magic. "Are these for me?" Suyu's gaze fell upon the fruits. Quickly shifting to the faces of the nearby females, she found no trace of jealousy. Instead, they appeared quite pleased that a sudden realization struck her. He likely had no mate. In other words, he was still single. Alarmed, she took a step back and vigorously shook her head. "Are you afraid the fruits are poisonous?" He observed her reluctance, and, to prove their safety, took a large bite out of one. Suu felt like crying. Just days prior, she had rescued a beaver by the lake near the Owl clan's territory, and they had eagerly offered her a basket of fruits. Insisting she accept, she had reluctantly taken a few, intending to express her gratitude, only to see the arrival of he and the other beastmen scare them off in a flash. She had hoped to keep an eye on the beaver, wary of future lumbering mishaps, and to be prepared with remedies should it choke on wood again. Little did she know that his arrival would prevent her from sharing this. Now, faced with a similar situation, she hesitated to accept the offer. "Are you not saving some for the young of your clan?" Suyu was still grappling with her decision. "There is no need. They have their own parents. The reason I offer you these fruits is to establish a long-term cooperative relationship. Upon reaching Central Victoria, let us unite as one tribe." Although he was astute, he remained somewhat naive in certain aspects. He did not fully comprehend Suyu's reluctance to take the fruits, mistakenly assuming she feared being seen by a potential mate. Suu raised an eyebrow in surprise. This meant he was indeed willing to form an alliance with her in the Grand Beast City. With this realization, she abandoned her earlier hesitance and accepted a fruit from his hand. "If cooperation is your desire, I welcome it, but the specifics will need to be handled by James and the others. I trust that as you interact more, you will come to understand each other's temperaments and find it easier to coexist." She grasped the fruit, taking a bite as she spoke to Tio her surprise. The fruit was quite sweet, with a slightly sandy texture. Tea must have been harvested in the autumn. Such a precious offering demonstrated his sincerity towards collaboration. "How many mates do you wish to have?" As he gazed at her face, which radiated sheer enjoyment, he inexplicably posed a question. Suu nearly faltered, lifting her gaze to meet his. Surely, this he must not have lost his senses. Was he merely indulging in gossip? Or did he genuinely seek to inquire? Observing her look of terror, he cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward. "I was merely asking in passing. There are numerous formidable males within our clan, and should we establish the Beast City, one might assume you would acquire several partners in your ascension to Queen." Suu responded with unwavering resolve. "In this lifetime, I require but a single partner, and I already have sufficient offspring. Including the 5 I rescued along the way, I currently have 16 in total. Should I unite with my partner in the future and bear a few more, I would find myself utterly content." Her expression was one of utmost seriousness as she spoke of her younglings and partner, glancing towards the bustling Jacob not far away. Jacob seemed to sense her gaze, turning to meet her eyes for a fleeting moment. And in that instant, he felt a pang of envy. "Oh, it is," he mused. "This female is indeed peculiar," he muttered vaguely before redirecting his attention to his Suu refrained from commenting further. After finishing the fruit, she returned to the fire's edge, briefed Jacob, and then dashed toward the hanging basket. She requested medicine for treating fevers from her intellect, and, seizing the opportunity, stealthily tore off the packaging before sneaking back out. Just as she felt a sense of relief, she nearly collided with James's wolf-like visage. Su anxiously patted her chest. "Oh, you not know that beasts can frighten one another to death?" she remarked, rolling her eyes dismissively. "You must have done something shameful. Show me what you have taken." James was suddenly taken aback, yet as a male who had not shifted into human form, his expression remained inscrutable. He had even learned to turn the tables on her. Su scoffed. "What could I possibly have done that is shameful? It is merely medicine for treating a simple fever. I cannot let the Owl clan discover the extent of my abilities. Hence I devised a little camouflage. Why are you so fixated on me instead of attending to the younglings?" With that, she turned to leave. "That I will accompany you," James declared after a moment's thought. Feeling the need to keep an eye on her and prevent her from making foolish decisions, as well as to deter other males from approaching this naive girl. After all, they were family, and he could not allow others to take advantage of her. Su felt that this was less of companionship and more of supervision. She bit her cheek in frustration, huffing to vent her displeasure at James. James leisurely followed behind, chuckling softly at her expression of wanting to scold him, but refraining from doing so. Jacob busied himself with preparing a meal nearby, while Dubai diligently tended to the younglings. Each had their designated roles, except for the oblivious Sun, who lay nearby, lethargically. Upon noticing Dubai's threatening glance, Sun immediately averted his gaze, no longer daring to flaunt his arrogance, for these stray beasts were not to be trifled with. If they could act ruthlessly towards a female, it stood to reason that they would do the same to him. A male he had repeatedly suggested trading him for food, which instilled a sense of fear and caution within him. Though he was male and had left the familiarity of his tribe, he would not be so easily dominated by beasts. He aspired to become the leader of the Black Panther clan one day. The mere thought left him resentful, yet he dared not voice any complaints. Meanwhile, Suyu handed over the pills. "Let them take these, and then we can continue resting here. They need to replenish their strength. Besides, we're not far from Central Victoria, that a delay of a day or two poses no issue." He regarded the round pills with curiosity, finding them oddly superior to the remedies provided by their tribe as shaman. However, he refrained from vocalizing his thoughts, and instead gestured for his kin to accept the medicine, consuming it in Suyu's presence. After their meal, they resolved to rest for a day. Su felt a desire to explore. With the injured cub in her arms, she had learned she could heal its ear, and the little leopard cub often trailed behind her, either seeking affection or gazing up with its moist eyes. Suyu could not bear to abandon it. Cradling it in her embrace, she followed Jacob into the woods. The temperature here was quite pleasant, and upon inspecting the soil, she deemed it a suitable place for cultivation. As she trod upon the dry branches, the occasional crack echoed in the air, while Jacob peered around, searching for other beastmen or the possibility of finding bird eggs. This location is unsuitable for habitation. The surrounding area is too open, and it lacks a reliable water source for building a settlement. Thus, even the finest soil is not ideal. Jacob interjected during a moment of respite that it is indeed a pity, as I perceive the plains to be expansive and offering a clear view. Yet that also presents disadvantages. Should an unexpected ambush occur, we would be ill-prepared to respond. That I concur with your assessment. I have gathered some knowledge of Central Victoria as climate. It is said that the temperatures are high year-round, with ample rainfall and abundant local produce. Once we arrive, we must construct both stone fortifications and bamboo structures. I have already devised plans, as I envision establishing a guest house. Su articulated her thoughts, feeling an immense sense of relief. Though she was destined to be the queen of Beast City, she still sought her partner's consent. To make someone toil without offering any semblance of freedom would be utterly ungracious. Jacob halted abruptly, turning to her with wide, astonished eyes. "What do you mean by guest house?" The term seemed novel to him, and he was at a loss. Su laughed awkwardly. "In our endeavor to establish Beast City, we aim not merely to coexist, but to cultivate land and produce crops for trade with other tribes. I have heard that there are designated exchange days each year. We could spend a few days in other tribes or invite their beastmen to stay with us." This so-called guest house would serve as a dwelling while showcasing our local characteristics to facilitate trade. Jacob quickly regained his composure, his tail swaying as he approached her, enveloping both the cub and Suyu in his embrace, a satisfied sigh escaping his lips as Suyu wrapped one arm around Jacob's neck, feeling the warmth of his sturdy, cold chest against her. Your idea is splendid. Once we establish our own tribe, everything will fall into place, but I cannot shake the feeling that things will not proceed so smoothly. Surrounding the woods stood towering trees, with the occasional glimpse of a wild creature darting about. Fruits and cooking ingredients were scarce. After a circuitous exploration, Suyu discovered only wild scallions on the way back. She gathered a handful, her delicate palms stained with dark green juice. The small cub nestled in her embrace, sniffing curiously, only to recoil at the unpleasant scent, hastily burying its nose into her sleeve. The cub's belly was soft and warm, and having had its fill, it soon fell asleep in Suyu's arms. Upon returning to the clearing, the previously ailing beastmen, recovering from their common cold after taking medicine, appeared considerably better. Some sat up, gnawing on meat, while others languidly leaned against one another. The ambience was notably improved compared to earlier. That evening, they prepared a simple fish soup and had a bit of meat. Everyone found a comfortable position, curling up together to continue their slumber as dawn broke the next morning. The sky was awash with a faint light, a golden sun peeking over the horizon. A long yawn escaped James as he felt the weight of another upon him, coupled with several small cubs nudging his belly. Without needing to open his eyes, he knew exactly who it was. He had grown accustomed to providing warmth to Suyu in the colder temperatures. The cubs showed no fear, frolicking atop him. Suddenly, he felt somewhat unlike himself. In the past, he would have swatted them away with a paw. James opened his eyes, quietly observing the playful cubs tugging at him. Suddenly, he heard a little female cub squeaking. Fur bristling, he sprang up, turning to see Ming stealthily cradling a small cub, likely just awakened. Detecting the unfamiliar male scent, it began to struggle violently. Infuriated, James shook off several cubs and leapt into action. How could this male from the Owl clan dismiss him so blatantly? He perceived it as a blatant provocation and resolved to teach Ming a lesson. Suyu abruptly tossed aside, shook off her drowsiness, and rubbed her eyes. "Where are the cubs?" she inquired, noticing that Yagabu seemed equally perplexed by their whereabouts. In a nearby, hanging basket, lay a sprawled black leopard, with suspicious liquid at its lips. The commotion roused Dabai, who, upon seeing James, lunged at Ming, barking loudly. Ming, caught off guard after just having secured the cub, immediately placed it on the ground and fled in haste. Suyu presumed the little female cub sought privacy and did not wish to disturb them. So she hurriedly stood up to intervene. "James, what are you doing?" James turned to her, shouting, "That despicable Ming is trying to snatch our female cub." Suyu's dark eyes widened in shock, and she quickly rushed over. Cradling the gasping little cub, "Is everything all right? Are you feeling unwell?" She murmured soothingly that I truly did not intend to steal her. I merely found her adorable and wanted a closer look. Ming protested, transforming into his beast form and soaring into the sky. Desperate to avoid a fatal bite, Suyu froze, her mind reeling, staring in disbelief at the chaotic scene involving Ming. How could he possibly come off as so sleazy? Realization struck her. Ming had nearly taken the little female cub away. Panic surged within her. What peculiar obsession did Ming harbor? His fixation on the cubs and females exceeded her wildest imagination. Should she inform he? The little cub, still sobbing, nestled in Suyu's arms, too frightened to move. The other female cubs soon gathered around her, each trembling with trepidation. "Dabai, bring Ming to me," she commanded, her voice tinged with bitterness. Dabai nodded, having long disapproved of this male from the Owl clan. Ming's brazen attempts to seize their cubs were tantamount to courting death. Having narrowly escaped moments ago, Ming was now seized by Dabai and tossed before Suyu. The commotion startled the other owls, especially their leader. "What foolishness have you committed now?" he demanded, striding forward. Suyu's expression shifted from grim to bright as she fixed her gaze upon him. "This male from your tribe has repeatedly set his sights on our female cubs. This has occurred more than once. That I expect you, as their leader, to discipline him. This time, I merely wish to give him a mild reprimand. Next time, it may cost him his life to be transformed into his human form. Speaking calmly, rest assured, I will keep him in check. Should he dare to covet the female cubs again, I shall take action myself. His demeanor was particularly cold as he looked down at Ming, who lay on the ground, too frightened to move. Ming, though an adult, understood the gravity of the situation if he angered Su Yu and the others. Their collaboration would falter. While Su Yu showed leniency out of respect for him, he could not afford to disrespect her. He stepped forward, gripping Ming by the collar and dragging him toward his own territory. James lazily licked his paw nearby, watching as Ming struggled and bared his teeth in a fierce display. This male has clearly faced too few dangers, Dabai remarked. It's not merely a lack of experience. He simply deserves a good thrashing. How can we allow an outsider to covet our cherished cubs? Next time, I shall not be so lenient. Su held the little cub tightly, her eyes reddening. Meanwhile, Ming was dragged behind a massive tree. Smack! He received a sharp slap to the head. How many times must I warn you not to pursue the females? You refuse to listen, and today you are fortunate that they are merciful. Otherwise, you would have lost your life. Ming's voice came out muffled. But I just think they are adorable and wanted to play with them. Isn't that permissible? Seeing his stubbornness, he delivered another slap, causing Ming to see stars. He then leaned in closely, scrutinizing this tribe member. How many times must I tell you to obey my words? That black eagle did not exert full force. If you continue to defy me, your life will genuinely be at stake. Do you not wish to have a female of your own and a well-behaved cub? At these words, Ming immediately retorted, of course, I want that, but the cubs living with us are just too cute. Can you not plead on my behalf to let me pet her head? Observing his unyielding attitude, he ground his teeth in frustration and kicked him in the calf. Taken by surprise, Ming fell to his knees, only to be yanked back up by his collar. The reason we have refrained from acting against you repeatedly is that we plan to cooperate in the future. However, if you persist in your disobedience, crossing their boundaries and ruining our chances for collaboration, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. His expression darkened, causing Ming to tremble. He quickly nodded. I won't do it again. I will help take care of the cubs. Remember your words that if I catch you sneaking around with those cubs again, do not blame me for not protecting you. Having initially resolved matters, Ming turned and set off in search of Su Yu. He spoke at length with her, offering numerous reassurances, which seemed to significantly improve her demeanor. However, the temper of the young cub only grew more agitated. Nestled in Su Yu's embrace, it first erupted into inconsolable wails, followed by fits of sobbing that soon spiraled into an uncontrollable state. Su Yu exerted considerable effort, providing toys, soothing words, and delicious treats. After a prolonged struggle, she finally managed to calm the little one. Yet, they soon encountered a troubling predicament. The wildebeest tribe's beastmen had gone berserk, and they were not far off, merely several dozen miles away. Dabai soared above, casting his gaze downward to behold a multitude of massive wildebeests in frenzied pursuit of one another. The cacophony reverberated like thunder, shaking the very clouds above. It even manifested a picturesque scene of dawn in the east and rain in the west, which piqued Dabai's curiosity for quite some time. Upon his return, he found the beastmen gradually preparing to depart. Ming found himself at the rear of the line, constantly monitored by his companions. Their flight was marked by heightened vigilance, with Dabai leading the charge while the Owl Clan's leader brought up the rear. Dabai relayed the unsettling news to Su Yu, who could not help but cast a cautious glance downward. Indeed, just as one wave subsided, another arose. These wildebeests were not mere wild beasts. They were true beastmen. For reasons unknown, they were in a state of panic, yet they maintained their ranks as they rushed toward their direction. Concerned, Su Yu averted her gaze, turning her attention to Jacob. Jacob had ventured out early, only returning just before their departure, his face etched with worry. Sun, who had a penchant for rice, was being carried aloft by another owl. Occasionally, Sun's disgruntled cries could be heard echoing from afar, despite the considerable distance. The roars from nearby were unmistakable, tearing through the air like arrows shot in their direction. This journey was fraught with peril. This year, the Victoria continent was beset by calamities. What on earth were you doing? Su Yu could not restrain her curiosity. Jacob hesitated, but ultimately replied, "I took a stroll and gathered information from nearby tribes, only to discover that the wildebeest tribe is in distress. One of their female cubs has been stolen." Suyu was taken aback. The theft of a female cub would be a devastating blow to its parents. Why would a female cub from the wildebeest tribe be taken? In such a large tribe. How could the beastmen have failed to notice? It could only mean that the thief was one of their own. Had this turmoil arisen from within the wildebeest tribe? Suyu suspected that the situation was not so simple. In the event of a female cub going missing from an ordinary clan, the leader would dispatch several robust individuals with exceptional scouting and searching abilities to assist. The remaining clan members would remain behind, anxiously awaiting news. But this time, chaos had erupted among tens of thousands, if not more, of the wildebeest tribe, indicating that the missing female cub belonged to the leader. Indeed, this turmoil was heightened by the proximity of the zebra tribe, which typically moved in tandem or exchanged greetings. The lost cub was the daughter of the wildebeest chief, who had gone nearly mad, for since he had taken a mate, they had produced countless male cubs. Yet never a single female. It was said that this particular female was well-behaved, perceptive, and had awakened her abilities early on. Furthermore, the shaman of the wildebeest tribe had proclaimed her to be the future queen. Thus the chief was understandably frantic. The revelation Jacob shared caused Suyu's heart to oscillate between relief and trepidation, akin to being shackled, regardless of whether the female cub would ultimately become a queen. Her current absence tugged at the hearts of countless beastmen. Are there any clues? Suyu pressed for more information, sensing that the wildebeests might come rushing toward them, possibly seeking to establish a connection with her and the city of beasts. Before Jacob could respond, a series of howls, reminiscent of wild buffalo, echoed from behind them. The powerful sound waves caused the flying owls to flap their wings in agitation. Suyu instinctively leaned back to look. Indeed, they were approximately a mile away. The ground trembled violently, shrouded in swirling smoke. They appeared as a moving line, leaving a trail of fallen trees in their wake. Should they confront them head-on, it would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Fortunately, they were soaring through the sky. Otherwise, they might have encountered a formidable obstacle. "James, let us hasten our pace." Suyu's face turned pale, her legs weakening as she leaned against Jacob. "Hold on tight," James urged, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, not daring to glance back at the throng of beasts. Even if he did, what could they do? Instinctively, the fur on their bodies bristled as they accelerated in the blink of an eye. They had swept past the trees, only to witness their dwelling being flattened by the stampede of wildebeests. The male wildebeests charged directly toward their position, and anyone who dared obstruct their path would be trampled to death. Suyu's heart raced to her throat. This overwhelming force was indeed fearsome. Yet why were they charging in their direction? Was it possible that malevolent beastmen had laid a trap? Regardless of the truth, they could only proceed with caution. Among the wildebeests were other tribes, and an unexpected guest had also joined the fray. It was Lei, who had fed meat to Suyu's children just days prior. He soared leisurely through the air, surveying the scene as though appraising a collection of inanimate objects. Suddenly, he spotted a foraging deer not far off and swooped down upon it, sinking his teeth into its neck while restraining its limbs with his claws. The deer, disregarding its quest for food, leaped and bounded in a desperate attempt to shake Lei off. Yet, driven by instinct, Lei exerted a bit more force, swiftly dispatching the deer, in its final moments. The look of unwillingness in the deer's eyes was unmistakable. As he landed to one side, his lingering trepidation caused him to observe how the dense forest ahead had been ravaged by their rampage. It also dawned on him that their four clans should consider stepping back and yielding. Clutching the deer, he flapped his wings vigorously, unconcerned about nearly being kicked in the stomach by the struggling creature. In the ensuing chaos, many sought to take advantage of the confusion. Among them were the hyena tribe, who, in Central Victoria, were not only numerous but also exceedingly greedy. Once they had their sights set on something, escape from their jaws was virtually impossible. That a group of 17 or 18 of them blocked the path of a few young cubs that had just scattered from the wildebeest tribe, their faces dripping with drool, the air thick with an indescribable stench. The young cubs instinctively weakened at the sight, but were driven by a powerful will to survive. as the hyenas formed a circle around them. The cubs scrambled in a frenzy, desperately fleeing in the direction of their tribe. Today would reveal whether these young cubs could endure. The leading hyena stood approximately 1 meter tall, its appearance particularly grotesque. With a sinister grin curling its lip, it let out a ferocious roar, relentlessly pursuing the young wildebeest. Its slightly curled tail swept through the dust, sending clouds of particles flying. They had no concept of what was appropriate to consume. In their eyes, any creature that qualified as prey, be it an orc or a common beast, was fair game to be devoured. Their hunting prowess was formidable, and their capacity for teamwork surpassed all expectations. The foremost hyena cleverly flanked from the opposite side, orchestrating a deadly game of chase. The hyena's speed and stamina were remarkable, and after covering a distance of 4 or 5 meters, they cornered one of the young wildebeests. Two particularly agile hyenas seized the opportunity, latching onto its hind legs and scrambling onto its back. The expressions of their companions were filled with exhilaration. The scene, while familiar, was more gratifying than anything else. One could discern their enhanced abilities simply from their ordinary hunting exploits. Now, the balance of power had shifted. They were the dominant force. One hyena crouched at the young wildebeest's nape, viciously tearing into it while its limbs clamped tightly around its back. The young wildebeest, frantic and desperate, zigzagged in a bid to escape. In its panic, it resorted to any means of evasion. The hyena, clinging to its back, was nearly thrown off several times, barely managing to hold on with sheer tenacity. However, its grip was lethal, and its wealth of hunting experience dictated that it could not afford to relent. To do so would mean being flung off, risking a broken neck, or being trampled into pulp by its kin. The young wildebeest, still a juvenile and unaccustomed to the cruelty of the hyena clan, was ultimately seized in a fatal grip. Its front legs buckled, and its frail body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud. The once unrecognizable earth was instantly stained crimson. In its final moments, it twisted its neck, revealing an expression of despair. Additional hyenas joined the fray, tearing into the lifeless body of the wildebeest. Before long, the young creature was reduced to mere sustenance for them, who feasted with palpable satisfaction. This gruesome tableau was fortuitously witnessed by Su Yu, who had returned to observe the valiant flight of the wildebeest. Overcome with nausea, she retched at the sight. "I told you not to come. You insisted on taking a look. Are you satisfied now?" Jacob remarked with a touch of exasperation, gently patting her back. "Those are orcs," he added, as he used his stomach churned violently, the breakfast she had consumed threatening to make an abrupt exit. The hyena clan, akin to the heartless lizard beasts and scorpion beasts, existed without roots, driven solely by the instinct to survive. They cared little for whether they were orcs. As long as their bellies were filled, they would resort to any means necessary. Jacob's words were gruesome, sending a shiver down Su Yu's spine. She hastily inquired, "So it's not the wandering beasts that are the most terrifying, but rather those heartless, cold-blooded orcs who regard life as inconsequential?" Su Yu sensed that she might soon encounter such foes, with the 4 great families in front and these ruthless beasts behind. What do rules mean to them? To them, the only rule is to fill their stomachs. Moreover, they seldom hunted unless absolutely necessary. When they did, they would bite down hard, leaving no room for mercy. Those few males were abandoned by their clan, that if one cannot ensure their own survival in times of peril, living becomes meaningless. Jacob patted Su Yu's back, pondering that she remained unaware of the perils of the beast world. He refrained from informing her about the terrifying orcs that resided in the desert regions. They would seize any beautiful females they encountered, confining them to bear offspring. If disobedient, they would be beaten into submission before receiving even a morsel of food. Each meal was carefully rationed to prevent them from escaping unnoticed. Su remained silent, her gaze fixed ahead. The wildebeest herd was mingled with a motley crew of orcs, some bewildered orcs, mistaking the situation for the arrival of a monstrous beast, frantically fled with their young. The females, securely strapped to their backs, had little chance of being lost, but those recently born or capable of running on their own fared far worse in their frantic attempts to escape. Some were trampled by their companions, while others were outright abandoned. Su felt a profound sense of helplessness, aware that she could save only so many. Jacob was right. in this trial of life and death. Those who could not survive would inevitably perish. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Suyu resolved to reach Victoria's central region sooner rather than later, establishing a tribe where they could live in peace. As they caught up with the main group, the wildebeests continued their frantic flight, joined by numerous carnivorous and herbivorous creatures. This grand migration left Suyu deeply shaken. The beast tide posed a catastrophe for even the mightiest of tribes. Smaller tribes faced obliteration or disbandment. If fortunate, they might find a way to survive. If not, they could only await their demise. We should fly for another hour, and we will be nearing central Victoria. After surveying the area ahead for dangers, the great white creature presented the gathered fruits to Suyu, leaving a parting remark before continuing to lead the way. We're almost there. I'm quite curious about what my mother is doing after I was thrown aside. Suyu gazed at the vibrant red fruits. However, rather than consuming them, she held them in her hands, contemplating for a moment before speaking. The females of the Wild Dog clan are often ruthless, and their method of electing a leader differs from that of ordinary tribes. The more offspring a female produces, the higher her chances of ascending to the throne. It is said that in recent years, instances of sister clans turning against one another have become increasingly frequent. Even so, many males remain silent, as it is a matter of survival of the fittest. Jacob was a veritable walking encyclopedia, knowledgeable about each tribe's circumstances, and he understood that Suyu held little fondness for the Wild Dog clan. Shouldn't one consider character as well as ability when ascending to leadership? If someone harbors malice at their core, can they truly lead a tribe to greater heights? Though I lost my memory, I instinctively felt that they were far from virtuous. Suyu brought the fruit to her nose, inhaling its fragrant sweetness. These matters are not for you to concern yourself with. We should arrive in central Victoria this afternoon, but I have instructed the great white creature to scout for a suitable location. We shall settle there, construct our homes, and once we are sufficiently established, I will leave the great white behind while James and I return to bring back the other orcs. Jacob smiled, observing her manipulate the fruit absent-mindedly. Clearly uninterested in eating, that he promptly shifted the topic. The southward migration of the wandering beasts is a tricky affair. They are currently in hibernation, and I believe the best opportunity will arise during the upcoming rainy season. With the temperature rising and an abundance of prey along the way, we can ensure a lower mortality rate. Suyu initially shook her head, but then proposed a more effective solution. Jacob was unaware that Suyu's method was the safest. The wandering beast had hibernated for an extended period, weakened and undernourished, vulnerable to ambushes from others along their journey, leaving them with little choice but to await their demise. The two fell silent once more, turning back to observe the wildebeest still desperately fleeing in the distance. Suyu inhaled sharply, pondering the fate of the lost young. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she leaned into the basket, balancing the young tiger cub atop her head as she initiated a dialogue with the intelligence core. Can you tell me where that young wildebeest has gone? Suyu cut straight to the point. The intelligence core responded, Why do you ask? I have a premonition that we will surely encounter these wildebeests. If we were to collaborate with them, it might yield a fruitful outcome. The intelligence core grasped Suyu's intentions. She reclined in the basket, stretching her body while cradling the tiger cub in her arms, one hand gently rubbing its head while the other held the fruit to its nose, encouraging it to take a whiff. That little female cub has already succumbed. That a single phrase from the intelligence system caused Suyu's heart to constrict painfully. Was the intelligence system jesting? Did it not realize that her fragile heart could not withstand such a blow? It nearly frightened her to death. Why say such things? Suyu was filled with curiosity about what had transpired. In truth, the demise of the female calf was somewhat intertwined with its father. At the time you had yet to depart from the untamed wilderness of Victoria, the wildebeest clan had migrated due to a scarcity of prey. During their migration, they encountered a torrential downpour. The clan leader, having finally been blessed with a female offspring whom he doted upon, allowed her to frolic in the rain. After half an hour of play, she developed a high fever that went untreated. And after several days, she succumbed to a fright during a beast tide and perished. The intelligence system's voice was devoid of emotion, yet its words weighed heavily on Suyu's heart. In essence, the calf had not been stolen by other clan members. Rather, it had succumbed to illness due to the rain and the lack of timely care. Why had the clan leader concealed the truth? Perhaps he feared that revealing this news to his kin would be akin to dropping a drop of water into hot oil, causing an immediate eruption. The loss of a youngling is akin to having one's heart gouged out for its biological parents. This was a significant blow to the clan leader. Did he alone bear this knowledge? Suyu could not help but inquire further. Moreover, she was merely seeking to understand whether the wildebeest clan was worthy of collaboration. The intelligence system offered no reprieve. Even if she felt discomfort, it would convey the truth that in fact, he had lost his sanity. This was likely due to his guilt and remorse. Suyu was momentarily stunned. Had she known, she would have refrained from asking. What a dire situation! The madness of a clan leader signified an even greater threat to the tribe. The leading wildebeest would not tire from running. They would only exhaust their kin to death. It was truly lamentable for those young ones who had been devoured by other beastmen along the way. What would become of them remained uncertain. One must bear the consequences of their own errors. After years of partnership and union, he had sired but this one female calf. Cradled in his hands, he feared it would fall. Held in his mouth, he worried it would melt. He was at a loss for how to nurture it. This excessive care ultimately led to its demise. The intelligence system's voice, though flat, struck Suyu's ears like a dull knife cutting flesh. Indulgence could indeed cost a life. In A Wonder the ancients often said, out of the rod comes the filial child. Although there is some truth to this, it is applicable at times. The affection for females becomes increasingly evident in small tribes. And such flaws are unmistakably exposed. Once a female calf is lost or perishes, the impact on the tribe is particularly profound, potentially leading to its decline. This is especially true for smaller tribes, as they regard female calves as integral parts of their existence. Regrettably, the wildebeest clan, being herbivores and numerous in population, possesses limited extraordinary abilities. Moreover, with the warning from a beastman that the young female calf was destined to be a queen, the father cherished her as one would a precious gem. Her loss, therefore, equated to a significant part of his own life. Suyu let out a soft sigh. She listened, dumbfounded, and still wished to inquire further when a loud cry echoed from above. The great white bird circled once before returning. What is the situation? Suyu asked. The wildebeests were running for their lives, yet I find it rather strange that I cannot pinpoint the exact reason. The great white shook its head, indicating that the situation had worsened since before. They were now scattering in all directions. The recently matured young ones could barely keep pace, while many of the younger ones had fallen behind, becoming the evening's meal for the beastmen. There must be some underlying cause for their behavior. We can only proceed step by step. Suyu shook her head. Indeed, she could not intervene, with the clan leader losing his mind. Her role as the leader was merely to run for her life, and the eventual outcome would be exhaustion leading to death. What can a female do? The great white shook its head. Suyu wished to seek assistance from the intelligence system, but she knew it remained silent. This could only indicate one thing. The affairs of the wildebeest clan were lessons she must learn as she aspired to become a queen. Their flight speed began to decrease. Jacob glanced at Suyu's face, a slight smile playing on his lips. When Suyu desired water, he hastily offered it to her. We shall soon arrive in central Victoria, Jacob remarked as he approached Suyu, placing her on his lap and urging her to drink more. We are almost there, Suyu said, sipping from the bamboo tube while observing her vibrant partner behind her. She handed the bamboo tube back, feeling a bit uneasy as she adjusted her clothing. Should we have the great white conduct another patrol? The roars of the wildebeest echoed persistently behind them. Jacob nodded. The great white immediately took to the air, calling out twice before flying towards a distance. Its wings spread wide, casting a shadow over the land, and in a moment, it dove into the heights. Vanishing from sight, Suyu glanced back, seeing the dust cloud behind them as the wildebeest relentlessly pursued. When do you think they will cease? The clan leader has gone mad. Has that shaman also lost his sanity? If assistance were sought from other tribes at this moment, it would undoubtedly save many beastmen. Jacob was rather brusque, insisting she keep her gaze forward. This is their own affair. Your interference is unnecessary. The cessation will only come when the leading wildebeest exhausts itself. Suyu understood this outcome as well, resigning herself to silence. Ming, trailing behind, was under constant scrutiny from his companions and had not taken a sip of water. Fuming that we should stop and rest, that I advise you to behave. Don't you see the expression on our leader's face? It's dreadful that if you fail to protect your kin and something goes awry, your life will be forfeit. Liang rolled his eyes in annoyance, exasperated by the comment. Had he not noticed their leader's cold gaze? Yet Ming seemed to possess a memory span of merely 7 seconds. Before their departure, he had sworn he would not act out. But it took little time for him to begin his antics. That I'm truly hungry and tired. Let's find a place to rest. What are you thinking? Liang shot him a glare. But nothing seems to be happening. I too wish to see what has transpired with the wildebeests, Ming said, changing direction to fly back. Ming, stop! Liang yelled. Ming merely turned back, smirking as he flapped his wings, flying several meters backward. What shall we do now? Liang desperately flapped his wings, darting to Hie's side to ask. If he seeks death, do not interfere, he said, his gaze icy. Upon hearing this, Liang jumped. He observed for a while from the heights and noticed that the previously fleeing wildebeest had suddenly halted. The massive leading wildebeest collapsed, silent. His sharp eyes could see everything below clearly. Is he truly dead? Liang asked, a tremor in his voice. With such reckless running, it's a wonder he didn't die sooner. Something significant must have occurred within the wildebeest clan. He continued flapping his wings nonchalantly. The clan leader, a female as clever as Suyu, has not intervened, indicating that the internal strife within the wildebeest clan is profound. Liang was too weary to seek out Ming. He was nothing but a mischievous creature if he did not settle down now. Any ensuing troubles would only weigh on his conscience. As he flew back, he might encounter other large flying beastmen, and with his reckless nature, a collision would only lead to injury. I have also discerned Suyu's temperament over these past few days. A female like her possesses a kind heart and advanced medical skills. If she could save them, she would have done so already, indicating the chaotic state within the wildebeest clan. Let us concern ourselves with reaching Central Victoria safely. He is a clever orc, having served as the clan leader for many years. With a profound understanding of the dangers and benefits that surround him, Suyu possesses a warm heart. Yet she is never overly compassionate. If she refrains from intervening, it signifies that there is truly no hope for salvation. However, the sight of so many young orcs perishing is profoundly distressing. Liang, a cold-hearted orc, gazes upon the blood-soaked earth where half of their kin have fallen, unable to suppress a lump in his throat as he swallows hard. He covers his heart with one wing, suddenly feeling as if his heart has been excavated, causing him to furrow his brow in pain. I end this brutal cycle of survival. Only those orcs who endure the perilous circumstances can thrive over the long term. Such is the law of nature, but he speaks in a chilling tone. Liang acknowledges the truth in his words without a hint of disagreement. Perhaps due to their prolonged flight, they ultimately selected a grand tree to rest beneath. Gathering in small clusters, Liang crouches by the tree, frequently glancing back. Where could Ming have gone? His voice carries a note of anxiety. He grips a branch tightly, twisting it vigorously. Do not concern yourself with him. A lesson will suffice. Liang, though worried, follows his leader's words. When Ming returns, you must give him a proper scolding. He merely shrugs dismissively, seizing this opportunity to strengthen his physique. Practicing his arm strength, he muses that once they arrive in Central Victoria, he will be ready to fell trees and establish a tribe. He utters nothing further. Liang, unable to shake his concern, casts another glance behind, silently wishing for safety. Nonetheless, they do not pursue. Their brief respite lasts only 10 minutes before they set forth again. Their pace unhurried. The wildebeest they had trailed have long since vanished from sight. After a few more moments, the distant quacking of wild ducks reaches their ears. Suyu peers down from the hanging basket, observing a throng of waterfowl gliding across the shimmering surface of the lake. Are we nearly there? She inquires, surveying her surroundings, which differ markedly from before. The trees here are lush and verdant, with branches heavy with foliage and flowers in full bloom. The undulating hills are dotted with numerous rice fields, where many orcs laboriously bend to plant seedlings, creating a lively scene. Jacob, spotting the duck flock, perks up and swiftly climbs onto James's back, scrutinizing the view for a while. Indeed, We have arrived. SUU is filled with JOY.AT last. We have made it. Even the large white one, leading the way, has taken a long detour, returning with 2 flapping geese held in his claws. I have discovered an exceptionally fine location. Upon hearing this, Suyu, who had been growing weary in the hanging basket, suddenly feels invigorated. Her spirited demeanor signals satisfaction with their newfound surroundings. After another 10 minutes, they land in a place overrun with camellias. The terrain is open and filled with rice paddies, while a tumultuous river rushes forth from the mountain gorge, flowing grandly towards the nearby plains. They alight on the grass-covered ground. Jacob immediately transforms back into his human form, lifting Suyu from the basket. This place is indeed splendid. There is a river ahead and a bamboo forest behind. I have also spotted plenty of flowers and crops that you adore. Let us establish our tribe here. Very well. Suyu gazes curiously around Jacob's arms, finding the scenery even more beautiful than he had described. The land is broad and bright, airy and cool, with a remarkable phenomenon of warmth above and a temperate climate below. James observes the closeness of the two and then releases several younglings from the basket, carrying the remaining 3 females on his back, following closely behind. The large white one, ever restless, flaps his wings and takes off again. He off to patrol the territory. Suyu, hearing the commotion, looks up to see the white figure diminish to the size of a thumb in the sky. Probably no need to worry, Jacob replies, continuing to immerse her in the river's waters. He is utterly enamored with the environment. The entire serpent yearns to swim the river, but fears Suyu might catch a chill. Reluctantly, he transforms into a hybrid form, hoisting her onto his shoulder while his robust body glides through the water. The sound of rushing water fills their ears. Suyu observes the banks, teeming with wild rice, some bent low, others straining to grow. The scene is a chaotic tangle of greenery. The surroundings are truly breathtaking. Let us rest briefly before selecting an appropriate spot to build our homes. Suyu is astounded by the beauty of the locale. Do not fret about this matter. Our fellow orcs possess various skills. If you wish to build an inn, I shall assist you in choosing the right location. Jacob's firm resolve leaves Suyu with no room for argument. You intend to construct an inn solely for me. It will serve as the nucleus for a myriad of castles. I see this area is suitable for farming. We shouldn't let it go to waste. Suyu responds with a smile. Why are you overthinking this? The inn is naturally for you alone, Jacob replies, his gaze growing increasingly peculiar. He then deftly splashes 2 ducks from the clear river, along with a goose that dared to nip at his tail and several golden fish. The actions are swift and seamless. Suyu stares at him in astonishment for a moment. Oh, you wish to build me a private inn? This idea is intriguing. Could it mean they might sneak away together in the future? When did you come up with such a notion? Unable to contain her curiosity, Suyu asks. Jacob's expression grows more perplexed. You are the future queen of the Beast City. Your dwelling represents the dignity of the other orcs. Naturally, the first order of business is to construct a place that pleases you. But won't the other orcs feel envious? Suyu feels a tinge of embarrassment. What am I to say to you? Jacob helplessly reaches out to gently tap her nose. You were once a female of the Wild Dog clan. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you may become the future queen of the Wild Dog clan. Which king ever selects a territory only after the orcs have made their choices? Whatever your desires may be, they will be fulfilled. Suyu realizes with clarity that being a queen comes with numerous advantages. Even if I make mistakes, they will forgive me. Mistakes will indeed be forgiven. A complex expression suddenly flickers in Jacob's eyes. Suyu instinctively retracts her neck, recalling the deranged leader of the wildebeest. In truth, her errors were ultimately absolved at the cost of her kin's lives. This thought, she involuntarily shudders. That I will not become like that. She vows earnestly. Are you planning to reside here? Just then, a peculiar creature emerges from the water. Suyu turns to look, spotting a turtle with a shell, sluggishly poking its head out. Its head is the size of a basin, and its shell blends seamlessly with the earth's hue, making it easy to overlook. Indeed, is this place unsuitable? After all, they intruded unexpectedly. If they were to trespass into another's territory, conflict would be unavoidable. Suyu smiles apologetically at the turtle. To her surprise, the turtle cheerfully responds, This is unclaimed land. Anyone may dwell here as they please. However, I notice you, female, have a kind demeanor. May I come over for a meal once in a while? What? The creature appears to be quite young. Why would it even think to ask for food? So you suspect she has misheard, pinching her face to jolt herself back to reality. What did you say? I'm a member of the Green Turtle clan, exiled for being too old and no longer useful. I thought perhaps you kind-hearted newcomers could spare me a morsel or two, the turtle explains. The turtle's voice was imbued with a hint of mirth, yet it was barely perceptible. It seemed as though he had been driven here by some beastly entity. Are you the only one? So you did not perceive it as being cast out, which struck her as rather peculiar that I am not alone. There are several little ones as well, also expelled. As he spoke, he abruptly raised a claw and struck the water's surface. Immediately, from the thickets along the shore, beneath the stones in the river, and within the mud on the ground, emerged small crabs the size of a basin, simple-minded carp beasts, and even a piglet of considerable stature. Though their numbers were few, the disparity in their species was striking. The fact that they could huddle together for warmth indicated their exceptional communicative abilities. Were they what one might call social beasts? Suyu was utterly taken aback. The leading turtle regarded her, adopting a sluggish demeanor once more. Oh, you find it strange. Suyu nodded in agreement. With their company, my life has been quite pleasant. I suspect that with your arrival, they will surely become even more formidable. The green turtle beast displayed an air of familiarity. Suyu sensed there was more to him than met the eye. Particularly with these small offspring, his words suggested that, apart from his own charm, they must indicate his strength. Oh, you wish to entrust them to me? Suyu hesitated momentarily before inquiring. They are quite capable. They are the indigenous beasts of this land, and they can procure anything you desire. Yet, I can't help but wonder, how did you, born into the wild dog clan, end up in such a dire predicament? The smile on the turtle beast's face vanished, and his gaze swept over her, ultimately revealing a look of sympathy and compassion. Can you discern my lineage? Suyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed he truly had not fared well. The turtle did not respond immediately, appearing almost prophetic. The fate of the wild dog clan has come to pass. They have traded pearls for stones. Suyu understood this to mean that the lost pearl represented the original owner, while the stone remained a mystery. She held little affection for the wild dog clan, and whether they flourished or faltered in the future was of no concern to her. Jacob grasped her hand, his eyes filled with empathy. Oh, not worry. I shall avenge you. Suyu managed a wry smile. Each beast has its destiny. One cannot force it. I have not suffered greatly. After all, I have encountered you. Since we are to be neighbors, it is only right that we assist one another. Can you tell me where I might establish a clan? A clever ally presenting themselves at her doorstep was an opportunity not to be missed. The turtle beast chuckled softly to himself, realizing that his sudden visit for a meal had indeed proven effective. He should teach his fledgling sons to adopt the same approach. Observing the drooling little beasts with their eager expressions left him utterly speechless. They were the very offspring who had accompanied him through his long and arduous journey. Regardless of the circumstances, he would ensure their survival, even if it meant kneeling. Suyu watched them fall silent. A crab suddenly emerged before her, pulling from the river a fist-sized blue crab. This is for you. Suyu, feeling a pang of guilt, asked, Can your kin eat this? Even if it were my own brother. You may eat without concern. The innocent proclamation left Suyu momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, she had not been in the midst of eating. Otherwise, she might have spat it all out in shock, her eyes widening at the sight of the crab before her. Her gaze shifted to the turtle nearby. This was indeed a free-range offspring. Is this how you typically teach them? So you could not help but inquire. If that were the case, she might as well entrust her own young ones to the turtle beast in the future. Although the green turtle beast appeared somewhat apprehensive, he nodded in affirmation. We are all abandoned beasts of our families. Without a ruthless heart, one cannot survive in this beastly world. Many compete with us for territory, such as the duck clan, the white goose clan, and the mandarin duck clan. These omnivorous beasts do not regard us with any respect. I am a creature of principle. In a fit of anger, I retaliated fiercely, and after they consumed our eggs, they were quickly subdued. Suyu felt a tearless sorrow. Their struggle for survival seemed rather riveting. The green turtle beast, though somewhat unreliable, was also astute. I have several young ones. Can I entrust them to you? Su Yu's face suddenly flushed, hesitant to press too hard. The green turtle beast looked astonished. Oh, you truly trust me with them? He found it hard to believe that this wild dog clan female was so young and had not yet encountered the perils of the beastly world. Of course, they have merely changed to a new location. If they feel a bit out of sorts, you can assist in their care, but do not coddle them. Discipline them as necessary. Su's expression shifted, and she spoke with a generous spirit. Are you truly asking me to do this? The green turtle beast swallowed hard. This female was quite appealing to him, that he suddenly recalled the wild dog clan not far from them, who had been squabbling these past days. That it seemed this expelled female was destined for greatness. He quickly realized that aligning with this wild dog clan female was indeed an excellent strategy. I shall leave them in your care. Now, take me to see where we might build our dwelling. We shall rest for the night and commence our work tomorrow. Su offered no explanation for her decision to entrust her young ones to the green turtle and the other three unfortunate souls. As she turned to depart, she suddenly felt an unsettling sensation in her abdomen, a foreboding indication of an impending menstrual cycle. Oh dear, to have such a misfortune at this critical juncture would be utterly humiliating. As she contemplated speaking again, the green turtle beast looked at her. That if you must attend to something, go ahead. Upon hearing his words, Su Yu felt as though her shackles had been released. Clutching her abdomen, she left in a hurried dash, disappearing from sight. The suddenness of Su Yu's departure startled the other little creatures, who gazed in bewilderment at the vanishing figure. What was amiss with this female? They looked on, helplessly, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within, fearing they had been abandoned. She is a female, somewhat special. But do not worry, from this day forth we are family. The green turtle beast reassured them, exuding confidence as he languidly emerged from the water. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a middle-aged man. His bald head shone under the light, his face etched with wrinkles. Yet curiously, he stood tall and possessed a pair of eyes that, though slightly cloudy, brimmed with wisdom. His appearance and stature seemed worlds apart. The little ones, uncomprehending, clung tightly to their temporary guardian's legs, urging him to move forward. Let us go take a look. I have heard the little ones are quite adorable. With new neighbors, they could explore various places together. The local venomous insects, snakes, and spiders posed no threat to them. Are you going empty-handed? The green turtle beast inquired. Is it not acceptable to go empty-handed? The little ones retorted that of course, it is not. When visiting for the first time, one must bring gifts. Little pig, go steal a few eggs from the duck clan nearby, and then procure some fresh vegetables from the white goose clan. We're going to visit our new neighbors. The green turtle beast showed no sign of embarrassment as he directed his offspring in their tasks. I shall fish for a few. The little crab chimed in. I will find some pearls. The little carp beast plunged into the water with a splash. They divided their responsibilities, and a few minutes later, they reconvened at the shore. The little wild pig was covered in feathers from the ducks and geese, its nose sporting a bright red bump. Why do you look so disheveled today? You are usually quite clever. The green turtle assessed his child. It was indeed a sorry sight, and he lamented the loss of several of his sturdy bristles. They are now aware of our methods of attack, which is why I failed. This minor injury is inconsequential, lest we be scorned by our new neighbors. The little wild boar displayed no fear whatsoever. Previously, when he had failed to find the right approach and was chased around the pond by those wild ducks, he neither felt sorrow nor gave up. Now, with new neighbors at hand, it was time to make a good impression to facilitate future meals. The little carp could only swim in the water, balancing a hefty river crab atop its tail. The crab wrapped in the lotus leaf was one that he had meticulously selected. Is there really such a thing? The fire of anger in Jacob's eyes diminished somewhat as he looked at James with a puzzled expression. James explained, typically, during the light rains of the season, when spring blossoms and all things revive, the females enter a special phase, emitting a rich fragrance that instinctively draws the strong males near, ultimately leading to the procreation of the most formidable offspring. Otherwise, how could the wild dog clan possibly reproduce tens of thousands of beastmen in such a short period? James's demeanor was serious. Shortly after reaching adulthood, he had been driven away by the ugly one, forced to wander far and wide. This ugly one insisted that he thoroughly understand the special conditions of the females on the Victoria continent, while also requiring him to document it in peculiar characters. This was why he was aware that Suyu had entered her special phase. Jacob lowered his head in guilt. James, rarely showing affection, reached out a claw to pat his head. Not pressure her. Her words surely stem from her own thoughts. Forcing her not only harms the female, but also jeopardizes future reproduction. Jacob felt somewhat bewildered by this gesture. Having someone instruct him thus, he couldn't help but stifle a few joyful sobs before swiftly disappearing from sight. James, watching him dash into the woods with such glee, exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Suyu, who had just accepted a gift and was on her way back, found herself with a peculiar expression upon hearing this. When had James transformed into such a caring figure? Did he dare to pat Jacob's head, not fearing that Jacob might retaliate in anger and consume him? She felt both anxious and slightly amused. Yet, she discovered a new skill in James. But would he truly remain a solitary beast man for the rest of his life? Gazing longingly at them while they lived their bustling lives? Surely, a normal beast man would struggle with such solitude. James seemed to sense something, turning to see Suyu, and immediately trotted toward her. "What is it that you hold in your hands?" Suyu forced a smile, feeling she could hardly meet James's wolfish gaze. These were sent by a few guests, featuring fresh carp, river clams, duck eggs, goose eggs, and green vegetables that I was thinking of making an omelet and then simmering a fish soup. "What did you discuss with Jacob?" James's gaze fell upon the gifts, clearly noting the sincerity of their givers. Not concern yourself with him. He is likely gone to catch something delicious for you. That's good. You do love fish, don't you? Let Jacob handle this matter. Suyu trailed behind James, who, without responding, shifted his attention to the four newcomers. After a calm glance, he took determined steps to the side. Suyu intended to approach the newcomers and engage in play, but she was abruptly met by Jacob, who swiftly grasped her wrist and forcibly shoved her into a hanging basket. Confused, Suyu kicked Jacob's arm as soon as he released her. "What are you doing?" It seemed her kick was akin to a playful scratch, for Jacob felt no threat. He leaned in closer, his head before hers. "You are in a special situation. It's best you remain here." Once outside, their keen noses might catch a whiff, causing a disturbance. Upon hearing this, Suyu thought it unnecessary to complicate matters. She considered using her special condition as an excuse to turn hostile. Turning her back to Jacob, she delivered a gentle shove. "Then you should have informed me. You just tossed me here, and I thought you meant to harm me," she said, feigning annoyance. Jacob smiled helplessly, about to reach for her head when she turned her face away. "I am upset. You must prepare something delicious for me." Jacob discerned her expression, realizing she was not genuinely angry, but merely teasing. With a swift kick, he leaned in closer to Suyu in the next moment. His cool lips brushed against her head. "That I will prepare something delightful for you. Stay here and rest peacefully. Do not venture out." Jacob was in high spirits as he finished his sentence, not waiting for Suyu to retaliate before he turned and vanished from sight. Hearing his departing footsteps, Suyu couldn't help but clamber out of the basket. Just as she was about to step out, James's wolf face loomed near. "I told you not to go out. Why do you not listen?" Suyu's spirits lifted at the sight of James. Thinking he might rescue her, that Jacob's words had left her feeling utterly dejected. "I have done well. No one will catch a scent." "You are deceiving yourself." James squatted in front of the hanging basket, presenting only his fuzzy back to her. "Can they truly catch a scent?" Suyu felt uncertain. Being a female of the wild dog clan, she had sniffed the air for quite some time and detected no odor. It seemed that James and Jacob had made some secret arrangement, which was why this was happening. That it was her fault for indulging them so much in the past. Otherwise, how could they have the audacity to impose restrictions on her freedom? Suyu remained silent, merely gazing at James's back, wishing she could poke a hole through it. Staying here was unbearably dull. Leaning over the edge of the basket, she tugged at James's fur. "I want to go out." James's fur bristled at her sudden action. Yet, understanding Suyu was in a special period, he refrained from retaliating. With a deep, resigned sigh, he slowly turned his head, revealing a more human-like expression on his wolfish face. "Be obedient and do not go out." While the owl clan's sense of smell may not be particularly acute, their combat abilities are commendable. Although we currently maintain a verbal partnership, until a formal contract is established, they remain a potential threat. Do not underestimate them, just because you excel in certain aspects. Did this remind you of the situation with the antelopes? This was the first time Suyu had heard him speak so extensively, leaving her somewhat taken aback, afraid that pulling his fur might result in an unsavory outcome. She quickly retracted her hand. She surveyed her surroundings, gazing at the mountains adorned with camellias, feeling a tumult of emotions within her. Why not stay with me? Let us gather some camellias. We can fry them to eat or dry them for other uses. Suyu pleaded earnestly. To her surprise, James remained unmoved, even leaning in closer, his light-colored eyes fixed on her, causing Suyu to feel uneasy. Desperate to venture outside, she exhausted all her efforts. No, James coldly rejected her again. When can I go out then? If I have my period for 7 days, must I lie in this basket for all those days, enduring the discomfort of eating, drinking, and relieving myself here? It would be utterly revolting. Suyu exclaimed with irritation. James remained unfazed, even closing his eyes. That Suyu thought to herself. This was clearly a precaution against the cubs wandering off, watching the little ones frolic on the grass. Enjoying themselves immensely, she felt a pang of envy. Observing James dutifully taking on the role of a caretaker, she quipped, "Have you become addicted to being a caretaker?" She was utterly bored and casually inquired. "If you think so, I would be inclined to agree." James responded with a brazen demeanor. "Do you truly believe I'm akin to a cub from your household, daring to take advantage of me?" Suyu's lips twitched. While she contemplated this, she was also reluctant to find herself inexplicably saddled with another father figure. Just days prior, this man had embraced the role of a dedicated caretaker for the cubs. And now, in the blink of an eye, he had assumed a new generational status. The thought of having such a young father was indeed quite unsettling. "Since you are willing, I have no objections," James retorted, his beastly nature flaring up, showcasing his formidable abilities. Suyu was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation, nearly spitting blood in frustration. With no recourse, she had no choice but to nestle within the hanging basket. Yet, feeling stifled, she grasped James's wolfish visage, tugging at his skin and pinching his brows, even inspecting his teeth. This entire ordeal consumed a full hour, just as James was on the verge of a breakdown. Dinner was finally ready. "You claim you are not like a cub, yet you nearly pulled out my whiskers," he exclaimed, relieved at last. Rising to shake off his body, he then disdainfully nudged Suyu aside with his head. A few strands of hair had lodged themselves in his nostrils, prompting an uncontrollable sneeze. Suyu chuckled triumphantly. "You sought to take advantage of me and aspire to become my elder. Not a chance." Finally liberated, she did not rush outside, but instead reclined in the hanging basket, lazily stretching her body. Taking a sip from the water beside her, she was startled by the sensation, nearly causing her stomach to lurch several times. In her moment of delight, she almost forgot about her menstrual cycle. Furthermore, this body previously harbored genetic defects. After much adjustment, the lingering ailments began to resurface, especially during her period, when the abdominal pain became unbearable. She tossed the water aside, anxiously scrambling out of the hanging basket. Seeking a more comfortable position, she aimed to discreetly relieve herself among the camellias. Unexpectedly, she encountered another individual. This beast man was he. They had been resting and preparing dinner together. Assisting one another, a multitude of females and cubs gathered around the fire, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In contrast, Suyu's absence sparked a flicker of anxiety within him. Could it be that Suyu was having second thoughts about their collaboration? As this thought crossed his mind, his heart raced, filled with both tension and unease. When he finally sought her out, he discovered Suyu laboriously emerging from the hanging basket, one hand clutching her abdomen and the other wiping sweat from her brow. Clearly unwell, not daring to interrupt, he could only wait. "What are you doing here if you're not eating?" he exclaimed, startled, his heart pounding erratically. "I thought something might have happened to you. Since you're fine, may I speak with you?" He was a practical beast man, resolute in his decisions and never one to backtrack. Having chosen such a splendid location, he planned to request his clan to select a site for felling trees and constructing homes the following day. Suyu had never encountered such a proactive beastman before. She felt a surge of joy and admiration, realizing why those in leadership positions favored efficient and capable subordinates. Suddenly, she became self-aware, her thoughts having drifted, and she hastily refocused that I am fine, but it's a bit inconvenient right now. Please go eat, and we can discuss matters afterward. Just as she was deep in thought, a sudden pain jolted her back to reality. Leaving a hasty remark, she attempted to depart. He quickly positioned himself in her way. You promised to collaborate with us. You won't go back on your word, will you? How could I? Did you not see the 4 new beastmen we just welcomed? I must establish good relations with the neighbors. We might part ways as partners. Rest assured, the housing matter will be settled by tonight. SUU could hardly endure any longer, and with a new body, she was still unfamiliar with its structure. Many things were rushed, and a sudden problem arose, accompanied by a faint scent of blood. Fearing that he might detect the odor and that complications could ensue, she hastily pushed him away and fled. He was taken aback by her abrupt change in direction, and soon after, he heard her hurried footsteps fading into the distance. Tilting his head slightly, he caught sight of Suyu clutching her abdomen, moving swiftly into the camellia grove, where the flowers were in full bloom. Hidden among the vibrant blossoms, Suyu encountered a predicament. Her hair had become ensnared in the branches of a camellia tree. Frustrated, she had narrowly escaped several venomous insects in the grove and was eager to find a clean spot, only to stumble upon a patch of mushrooms. The thought of indulging in delicious food ignited her impulse. She lunged forward, only to collide directly with the camellia branches. These branches proved far more troublesome than she had anticipated, seemingly sentient in their determination to seize her hair. As a result, not only did she fail to gather the mushrooms, but she also sacrificed several strands of her precious locks. Suyu, who cherished her hair dearly, felt like crying. Jacob, she shouted desperately. Jacob was busy fetching items for Suyu and, caught off guard, could only watch as a figure darted away. The next moment, a voice of astonishment echoed from the camellia thicket. Why is this female's hair falling out? Soon after, Suyu's exasperated voice rang out. This is not the time for mockery. Untangle my hair. Turning her head slightly, she recognized the wild boar beast. It appeared to be only about a year old, gazing at Suyu with curiosity. However, lacking hands, it could only grunt helplessly. Old Green, come help. It called out loudly. The green turtle beast was rummaging through the pot for its favorite food. Upon hearing, it raised an eyebrow, preparing to move. Only then did Jacob free his hands and quickly approach, treading upon the lush green grass. He noticed an array of unknown flowers beneath his feet, while fallen petals, dry branches, and fruits littered the area beneath the camellia trees that a closer inspection would reveal numerous insects hidden amongst them. However, he had no time to spare and darted forward. Upon seeing Suyu struggling against the camellia, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry. He wanted to laugh but held back, hastening to her side. Suyu caught the familiar scent and looked at him with pleading eyes. You finally arrived. Were you not going to relieve yourself? Why are you fighting with the camellias? Jacob bent down, carefully removing Suyu's hair from the branches. He then noticed several strands still caught on the twigs, causing him distress. Gently, he gathered them, treating them with utmost care as he tucked them into his own clothing, just as he was about to help Suyu to her feet. He noticed her delicately picking up a chicken mushroom. The nearby little wild boar beast eagerly presented a large leaf to her. We've eaten this before. It's particularly delicious, especially when stewed with wild duck. Good lad, you're quite the foodie, Suyu exclaimed, delighted to find a kindred spirit in culinary pursuits. She joyfully patted the top of its head. The little wild boar's bristly fur felt like steel needles. Causing Suyu to retract her hand in surprise, I forgot to mention, don't pat my head. It might cause a problem. The little wild boar observed Suyu wincing in pain, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seemed utterly captivated by the chicken mushrooms. Suyu, one hand clutching the chicken mushroom and the other holding on to Jacob for support, stood up with a grin. I've discovered another delicious find. Let us add it to the soup later. Feeling relieved after her rescue, she sighed contentedly. By the way, just wait for me nearby. I'll come right back after I take care of myself. Jacob flicked his tongue. Sensing the moisture in the it seems it will rain today. Suyu was momentarily taken aback, hastily shoving everything in his hands before quickly waving goodbye to the little wild boar. Did you catch a whiff of that? She inquired. leaning closer to Jacob. His eyes were filled with delight as they roamed over Suyu's fair and delicate complexion, prompting him to flick his tongue out like a serpent. "We serpentine beasts have a fondness for water," he stated with utmost seriousness under her cheerful gaze. "After our meal, we ought to find a place to stay." It was then that Suyu remembered the pressing matter at hand and sought out a secluded spot to relieve herself. However, she found herself in a quandary regarding where to dispose of it. To avoid any further complications, she transformed her hands in a pause and diligently dug a deep hole to bury it. To be on the safe side, she consulted her intelligent brain and discovered that sanitary products were biodegradable, which eased her mind considerably. "Once we finish eating, we shall seek out a location," Jacob observed as the soil around them flew chaotically. Realizing what she was preoccupied with, Suu, who was self-sufficient, truly radiated beauty. After they wrapped up their tasks, the pair set off towards their encampment. Suu felt discomfort on her shoulders, and while stretching, she spoke. The green turtle beast mentioned knowing a good spot. "Let us go there after we eat. Are you not concerned about the risks of bringing them along recklessly?" Jacob queried with uncertainty. Suu scrutinized him carefully, squatting by the pot while eyeing the green turtle within. "He doesn't seem like a threat. I believe he possesses a unique ability," she replied earnestly, though few had witnessed such capabilities. She had an uncanny knack for discerning character. In her era, that green turtle beast would undoubtedly be regarded as a sage. He had the skill to keep those three distinctly different younglings safe, ensuring their survival and even granting them extraordinary abilities. All of this indicated that his talents were indeed formidable. "You think he is a shaman?" Jacob revealed an unexpected understanding. Suu was uncertain whether he had grasped her meaning or was merely conjecturing. She recognized Jacob's strengths in certain areas as well. "That's about the gist of it," she affirmed with a nod. Just as she was about to approach the fire, she noticed Jacob pushing her back towards James. A group of younglings had obediently gathered, each carefully eating with their freshly crafted spoons and bowls. Suu felt honored to be among them. James squatted behind them, his wolfish eyes casting a gentle sweep over the little ones. It seemed he had grown quite fond of his role as a caretaker. When Suu glanced back, she caught sight of James wearing a rather smug expression, prompting her to shoot him a fierce glare. Instantly, he froze. His tail, which had been flailing about on the grass, came to an abrupt halt. He thought to himself that Suu was rather petty. However, before he could hear what she said, Jacob placed the food before them. Suu looked down at a duck leg, flanked by an abundance of leafy greens and duck egg pancakes. "Is everyone served such a standard meal?" she asked while picking up the duck leg and blowing on it. Jacob chuckled. "Females and younglings are given this standard fare. The males have a more casual approach to their meals." "Got it. After we eat, we shall seek out a place," Suu concluded. "Agreed," Jacob replied, affectionately ruffling her hair as he watched her eat leisurely. Then, as if by magic, he produced a large coconut from behind him, complete with a bamboo straw that caught Suyu's peripheral vision. "When did you find this?" The coconut's delightful aroma tempted her to indulge. Yet its chill made her hesitant, leaving her to gaze longingly at it for a while. After venturing out for a short while, she discovered that their dwelling was not far from the sea, where rows of such plants grew. She recalled witnessing monkeys climbing trees to harvest them, and knew they were edible, thinking it might appeal to him as well. Jacob noticed her yearning yet hesitant demeanor and suddenly devised a splendid idea. He thrust the coconut into James's embrace, signaling him to warm it with his body heat. James shot him a dubious look. "What do you take me for?" Suu promptly interjected, "You're an automatic heater." James furrowed his brow, finding the idea somewhat amusing, yet he remained wary of the two. "Don't attempt any tricks on me." "Jacob, go fetch me something to eat," he demanded, now, with his wolf paws cradling the coconut. He had no choice but to lay his entire form atop it to expedite the warming process. This left him immobilized, unable to partake in the meal himself, so he gestured to Jacob. To Jacob's credit, he didn't appear offended, his gaze drifting unconsciously toward James. Observing James's conflicting expressions of reluctance and joy was rather comical. In the next moment, he rose and headed towards the fire, serving up James's designated portion. Upon his return, he was accompanied by another beast. After the green turtle beast had his fill, he resumed his sage-like demeanor. Spotting Suyu dining alongside her younglings, his gaze swept over the little ones, contemplating them as his future students. Just then, several tiger roars echoed from a distance. Filled with provocation, Suyu and the others turned in unison, unaware whether these tiger beasts were seeking confrontation or merely demanding an explanation for their encroachment on this territory. The beastmen were equally oblivious. After a few moments of waiting without sight of them, Suyu continued her meal, unfazed. However, the green turtle's expression darkened upon hearing the roars, snapping his wooden stick in half, which caught Suyu's attention. "Oh, you have a feud with them?" Before the green turtle could respond, several beastmen emerged from the dense thicket behind them. His overly enthusiastic demeanor made Suyu suspicious, thinking to herself that such fervor could either be a sign of goodwill or ill intent. Surely, they must have ulterior motives. Apart from the robust males, the only other figures present were those females favored by the males. Was it possible that in their panda tribe, no attractive females had been born? Upon seeing the newcomers, they seemed eager to make their acquaintance. This seemed plausible that we beastmen not only grind our teeth in our sleep, but some even strike each other. The more audacious ones will even pass gas while sleeping, which is quite undignified. It's best we don't engage in an attempt to rid herself of the overly eager panda. Suyu shamelessly disparaged her own kin. Yet, the large panda chuckled in response. It's not true that only beasts of one kind can enter another's abode. Our panda males are likewise, so I thought I wouldn't find like-minded individuals in the beast world. To encounter you today is serendipitous. Don't be shy. Consider this your home. That Suyu felt as if her entire being had split in two. That this was what they termed coincidence. More accurately, she had inadvertently stumbled upon a new neighbor with such peculiar traits. With a deep sigh, she turned to he, who understood the message conveyed through her gaze, and nodded in agreement. Suyu felt that the entire beast realm had grown more exhausting. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed as the sky crackled with lightning. The winds howled violently, leaving Suyu with no opportunity to refuse. Raindrops the size of soybeans cascaded down amidst the thunder and lightning, drenching everything in their path. Now, there was no escaping. The heavens themselves seemed to conspire to aid them. The panda tribe leader could not help but express gratitude to the beast god. Before the rain intensified, the group of beastmen squeezed into the bamboo. Suyu leaned against the window, watching the rain form a continuous cascade. The air was filled with the scent of rain, a delightful aroma. "What a lovely sight," she murmured. Jacob reveled in the downpour, his plump body flipping and flopping like a frying egg. Meanwhile, James, returning empty-handed, slumped by the bamboo window, nudging Suyu's arm with his head. "Are you trying to be affectionate?" Suyu immediately grew wary. This sharp-tongued beast man had never exhibited such softness before. "Could you groom my fur for me?" James's light-colored eyes were fixated on her. Suyu's gaze fell upon her disheveled hair, drenched by the rain. It was then that realization struck her. Although her lips curled in disdain, her hand extended involuntarily toward him. After all, he was her kin. James playfully nudged Suyu with a large cushion, observing as the big white creature herded 16 cubs into a corner, spreading blankets while amusing them. "Son, how shall we proceed? Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten about him. There are many in this great tribe, and I believe the panda beast who invited us today possesses a commendable nature. Perhaps we should leave Sun to them." Suyu glanced down at the tangled mass of wolf fur, her attention shifting to the bamboo building on the other side. He and she were separated only by distance, and with a slight nod, she acknowledged him. "That sounds like a splendid idea. Tomorrow, I shall negotiate with them to exchange Sun for something we desire, and inform them that this beast is particularly troublesome, so they need not be overly courteous when forming a pair bond with him." James's suggestion resonated well with Suyu. Let us proceed with that. The female from the tiger tribe who visited today could pose a potential threat. After painstakingly untangling James's fur, her leg was playfully nudged by a small tiger cub. Bending slightly, she lifted him up. The cub wagged his tail joyfully, indicating a desire to be handed over. Outside, the rain intensified, accompanied by fierce winds and flashes of lightning. Such audacity for a creature so young. To instill some caution, Suyu presented him out the window. Just then, A bolt of lightning struck, startling the cub, who curled into a ball and cried out. Su quickly pulled him back inside. Now you understand fear, do you? The little cub emitted a weak whimper. You are still too pampered. Starting tomorrow, you shall practice hunting. After saying this, James lay down, rolling over to expose his belly. The other cubs escaped from Big White's embrace and rushed to James, jumping onto his belly in unison. All right, raising cubs is not something I involve myself in. This spacious dwelling could accommodate many beasts. Big White, to avoid suspicion, took flight in search of another abode to this moment. Only James, the 16 cubs, and Su Yu, who was perched by the bed watching Jacob play in the water, remained inside. The atmosphere was just right. James flicked his tail, bringing a breeze. I wonder how many days this rain will last. Jacob remarked, at least 3 or 4 days. We should take our time and not rush. Su found watching Jacob play in the water somewhat tedious, so she turned and poked James on the head with her finger. Share your belly with me, will you? Though the temperature here is high, it still feels a bit chilly after the rain. Feeling somewhat fatigued, and with her monthly visitor, Su Yu's energy was lacking. James nodded, beckoning her closer with a paw. She nimbly climbed up, nestled against his fur, and indulged herself for a while, feeling as though she were hugging a large plush toy. James, do you truly not wish to find a mate in the future? After playing enough, she shifted to a more comfortable position, cradling the little leopard in her arms as she asked. Unnecessary. His tone was resolute. Is it truly so? You are a strong male, remarkably handsome. Why not seek a companion? Su Yu merely inquired, not intending to play matchmaker for James and the other females, as that would surely irk the beasts. There is no reason. I simply do not like it. James's unwavering stance extinguished any further conversation. Su Yu fell silent, perhaps due to the warmth of his belly, for the cub nestled in her arms found a comfortable position, and before long, they both drifted into slumber. James had long since grown accustomed to such days. If Su Yu were not sleeping atop his belly, he might feel a touch disoriented. He tossed his wolf head to the side, his light-colored eyes gazing at the ceiling, his thoughts wandering far afield. Jacob, who had finally enjoyed his play in water, reluctantly climbed out of the pool. Cautiously, he ascended the bamboo building, transforming back into human form before entering the house. Are you already asleep? He noticed Su Yu nestled against James's belly with several cubs. A scene that exuded warmth. After all, it was natural for a female and her young to be tired. Then aren't you going to sleep? James yawned widely, his wolf mouth agape. No, I'm off to check on the wild dog tribe. Jacob was restless, eager to seize the opportunity to investigate Su Yu's tribe. Are you interested in why Su Yu was cast out? James's gaze pierced through to the heart of the matter. That's my intention. The female from the tiger tribe today gave me an uneasy feeling. You stay here with them. I will return shortly. Jacob's mention of the provoking sally did not sit well. Going there recklessly might lead to trouble. James always had a knack for pinpointing the crux of the issue. Not afraid. Jacob was bold. Do not speak so lightly. You might genuinely get hurt. James's eyes gleamed with concern as the two beasts exchanged knowing glances. For you, I will protect myself. Be cautious at night. Do not fall prey to other beasts. I am off. Upon finishing, Jacob approached Su Yu, gazing down at her sleepy eyes, a smile gracing his features before he gently planted a kiss upon her forehead and vanished into the rainy night. In the deep of night, the torrential rain obscured all. Jacob faced no hindrance as he glided through the shadows, effortlessly locating the dwelling he sought. Crouching outside the window, he peered in with his vertical pupils, catching sight of two entangled figures, accompanied by grating sounds that betrayed the woman's unwieldy form, nearly making him retch. Half an hour later, drenched by the rain, he reveled in the sensation. Inside, a hoarse voice echoed. I hear the female I cast out has returned. The Tiger King, freeing one arm to pull the blanket tighter around Ollie. His gaze momentarily flickered. Is that the cub you discarded? Just as Jacob was poised to plunge his head into the water. He caught the sound and immediately held his breath, intent on hearing Ollie's thoughts. Indeed, it is your female cub. She came to deliver this news. Although I cannot ascertain its truth, I have also heard of a mysterious stray beast that has arrived in Central Victoria, taking residence near your tiger tribe. You must exercise caution. Ollie's voice dripped with a chilling undertone. Did you quarrel with Sally again? The Tiger King rested his head on a nearby pillow. Feeling drowsy, suddenly roused by the noise, he awoke fully. I have never gotten along with her, and you cannot expect me to feign cordiality. Do not push me to. I'm telling you this. Send your beast to investigate tomorrow. If it truly is my cub that has returned, eliminate it discreetly. Ollie instructed, her fury palpable. Why would you harm your own cub? Moreover, if she has returned from the wilds, it indicates her health has been restored. Would it not be advantageous to have such a robust cub by your side to win over other beasts? The Tiger King's heart sank at Ollie's mercilessness. They were merely temporary partners. We exchanged information to maintain peace between our tribes, yet I never anticipated Ollie's heart was so ruthless. Ollie, still wrapped in her blanket, was far from pleased to hear her mate's rebuttal. Sitting up and entangling the blanket around her, she revealed the Tiger King's muscular form. That I know exactly what schemes you harbor. Why do you think your attendant was so despondent for days? It was because he could not forget that little female, Suyu. That is why I cast her out, leaving her to fend for herself. But now that she has returned, is she vying against May for a strong male? I will not allow it. Ollie's gaze was icy and venomous, enveloped in a thick shroud of malice. Tell me, is Suyu truly your cub? This is a matter that the Tiger King has long suspected. Jacob pressed his head against the window, listening intently. She is my cub. However, years ago, I resorted to underhanded tactics against the males of the Flying Lion tribe, resulting in drug residues lingering within him. This caused the female offspring born to be unable to shape-shift and to bear disabilities, and I feared she would bring shame upon herself and be cast aside. Yali felt a chill and wrapped herself tightly in her blanket. Rubbing her arms for warmth, the Tiger King shivered uncontrollably, not due to the cold weather, but rather because of Yali's ruthless actions. She was unaware that it would be better to feign that she had simply gone missing, gain her trust, and claim those stray beasts as her own. Was that not a more favorable approach? The Tiger King pondered deeply, contemplating the long-term peaceful development of his tribe. It was impossible to rely solely on personal preferences or act impulsively. The Wild Dog tribe had recently been more unruly, with the females forming a collective, aspiring to establish their own tribe. Yali's faction once boasted over 100,000 beastmen, yet only a few thousand remained. If a conflict were to arise, they stood no chance. Aware of her own culpability, Yali nevertheless maintained her cold demeanor, but I refused to bear that disgrace. For her to return so robustly, she must have conquered the stray beasts. Yet, if she cannot even bear offspring and cannot transform into human form, bringing her back to the tribe would merely serve as a reminder of my sordid past. I will not have it. The Tiger King let out a deep sigh. Suyu had returned from the northern wilderness, coexisting harmoniously with the stray beasts, showcasing her considerable abilities. He turned over, leaning back against the interior, contemplating whether to send one of his attendants to investigate. Perhaps he could evoke old memories, resonate with the female, and thus win her over. In that case, even if challenges arose, external assistance would still be available. That I warn you not to harbor any designs. Should I discover such intentions, neither of us will remain temporary partners. Yali raised her foot and directly kicked the sturdy Tiger King into the corner. She occupied the vast bed all to herself. The Tiger King felt no pain, nor did he harbor resentment. He merely shifted his gaze to the wall, having resolved to ensure his kin would have a go at it. Jacob, stationed outside the window, was left in shock upon hearing this news, unsure of how to react. Yet, it solidified his resolve to keep a vigilant eye on any other males approaching Suyu, learning of her wisdom and kindness. Would that not invite another insipid Klingon? At that point, even if he were to bond with her, it would take time. The torrential rain persisted for several days. Meanwhile, the four of them had finally arrived. Exhausted from their arduous journey, they neared the central region of Victoria. Cho suggested, "Let us eat something. After traveling for so long, I am famished." The surrounding temperature was exceedingly high, and the sea had not yet frozen. The waters teemed with fish and shrimp. He had labored long enough, and his stomach growled. I share the same sentiment. Ethan lazily yawned, leaping out of the bubbles. His feet touched the ground, only to find the sand too hot, prompting him to perform a little dance. Cho shot a glance at the nearby shark. "Hurry up and hunt. Once we've eaten, we shall return to the shore." The shark immediately set off to prepare. Cho gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Did he truly intend to bring him ashore? Ethan, unable to contain himself, inquired, "Are we really bringing him to land?" "Of course, we must, since we made a promise." "We must see it through," Cho replied. Whether the shark could adapt to life on land remained uncertain. Emerging from the sea, Cho dragged his long tail across the beach, gathering sand, but soon the sun dried it clean. He sought a shaded spot, collecting firewood while observing the surging ocean. Creatures from the sea would undoubtedly struggle to adapt to life on land. Yet once they encountered water, they would exhibit immense power. Perhaps they could surprise Suyu. Ethan actually yearned to find Suyu immediately. However, he feared that if they did not eat their fill and encountered other beastmen along the way, they might engage in a fight and suffer disgrace. "You keep mentioning Suyu, Ethan. Do you harbor other feelings for this little female?" Cho deftly kindled the fire, glancing at the towering coconut trees nearby. Wrapping his tail around one, he gave it a vigorous shake, causing several coconuts to tumble down before them. That Ethan's spirits sank. "Perhaps I'm being overly optimistic. I never expected this formidable eagle of yours to fear rejection from other females. I find myself impressed," Cho remarked as he swiftly gathered the coconuts. His sharp, long claws required no tools. With a little effort, he pierced the coconut's interior. "I can confidently say that I fear neither heaven nor earth. But I dread the tears of a female. When I was a stray beast, I never anticipated encountering a female who would linger in my thoughts. Yet upon meeting her, I found that she was even more obstinate than I. Declaring that she could never seek another male, that I am certainly not willing to give up. I'm still young and can afford to wait. If she truly deems me unworthy and we cannot bond, I shall wait for her female cub to grow, and then I will seek one among her offspring." Ethan's words made Chow's lips twitch. Though beastmen enjoy long lifespans, they cannot escape the perils that abound. Suyu is a strong-willed female and could not possibly bear cubs in the short term. Even if she were to have cubs, there is no guarantee that her firstborn would be female. Even with a hopeful heart wishing for female offspring, those cubs would need to mature into adult females, which could take 20 years. Why then would not Ethan be at a disadvantage in terms of age and vitality? Cho deemed this notion impractical and promptly shattered his daydream. "I still suggest you hone your skills. If you truly find it insufferable, abandon this lofty tree and seek another." Cho found a suitable stone slab, cleaned the fish caught by the little shark, and placed it on the stone to roast. The fish made a faint sound as it clashed against the stone. Ethan squatted nearby, his eyes fixed intently on it. He shared James's fondness for fish, likely stemming from their shared experience of nearly drowning after falling into the sea together. They had survived solely on fish, and rather than growing weary of it, they found themselves yearning for it daily. "Suyu is simply too beautiful. I cannot bear to abandon her. If I could be her guardian beast, that would be splendid," Ethan said, swallowing his saliva. Cho was momentarily stunned. "What has gotten into you, Eagle? Why are you so stubborn? I think you should not wait for her and instead find a suitable female to bond with." Chris, uncertain, chimed in, "Is this truly how you feel?" "This is indeed my greatest desire at present, to be your guardian beast. And as time passes, feelings will naturally develop, leading to a bond. Even if she refuses to bear cubs with me, possessing her would suffice," Ethan replied calmly. Observing the expressions of the two beastmen left Cho momentarily bewildered. Had he not mentioned this previously? Could it be that spending too long in the water had muddled their minds? Just then, an aggressive gaze pierced through the air, causing the three beasts to turn and discover that the little shark had transformed into a robust young man, towering at 2 meters tall. With long legs and arms, gazing at them with curiosity, the little shark tentatively placed his foot on the sand as he stepped ashore. The wet foot met the scorching sand, causing him to wince in pain. He grinned and hopped along, moving toward the trees. His height gave him an overwhelming presence, prompting the seagulls in the vicinity to adopt an aggressive posture. Beneath the coconut trees, the fish roasting on the stone sizzled. Cho snapped back to reality, quickly flipping over to witness the little shark in human form for the first time. He bore no potbelly and was not unattractive, though his teeth were somewhat imperfect. "Do you have a name?" Ugly suddenly came to a realization. Despite having traveled together for so long, they seem to have never inquired about the little shark's name. "That I have a name," it replied. "I'm called Pa. This is my first time walking on land, and the sand is scorching beneath my feet. The sun is blinding, stinging my skin slightly." Although it voiced its discomfort, its steps were remarkably nimble. With long strides, it quickly approached them. Ethan and Chris regarded it with unwavering gazes. Then, the two beasts rose and moved closer to the little shark, encircling it. The little shark remained on high alert, its attractive brows furrowing in concern, ready to strike at any moment that you're not bad-looking. Your arms are quite sturdy, and your legs are long. Why not give it a try and run a lap in the sand? Ethan observed with satisfaction, albeit with a tinge of jealousy. As a fellow male, he was not lacking in stature. Yet beside this little shark, he felt dwarfed. Simultaneously, he noticed his own fair skin, contrasting sharply with the little shark's slightly coffee-colored arms, which inexplicably stirred a sense of wariness within him that's unbearably hot. "Let me eat something first," the little shark Pa thought. He had been ashore before, but during his time in northern Victoria, the beaches had always been refreshingly cool, allowing him to acclimate. However, here, the sand felt as though it had been heated by fire. Merely standing on it, his feet felt as if they might be roasted. Ugly gazed deeply at him, as if he were to seek out females on land. He would need to adapt to the temperature, the environment, and the hunting methods here. "You possess great potential. Stay by my side, and you shall acclimate in no time." The little shark, fearing Ugly's enthusiastic approach, nodded vigorously. "I will. After we eat, shall we go find land females?" Having just come of age, the little shark was eager for companionship, perhaps even resembling the delicate, fair beings he had imagined. Yet he feared their temperaments might be difficult to navigate, perhaps even prone to occasional fits of anger. Nevertheless, these minor flaws appeared as merits in his eyes. Naturally, they were to seek the females they longed to meet. Perhaps today would be the day. Ethan snapped back to reality. Squatting by the fire, he could vividly imagine the moment Suyu would see them, her face filled with terror. With his assistance, Suyu's tasks would surely progress smoothly. Right? The fish grilled far too slowly for his patience, and, unable to wait any longer, he diverted his gaze and bent down to pick up a coconut, just as he was about to bring it to his lips. He exclaimed, "I remember Suyu loves these. Why don't we take a coconut tree with us?" Ethan intended to help, but found a tail blocking his way. "Do not act on your own. Such recklessness will only lead to further injury," Chris admonished, shaking his tail in the sand. Upon hearing Ethan's suggestion, he immediately interjected, "True, Suyu is quite particular. I wish I could see her right now." In resignation, Ethan remained squatting by the pot, watching as Ugly tended to the fire beneath the stone slab. The sparks crackled, and his gaze drifted toward the dense jungle behind him. This area was rich in wildlife and warmth. The food was plentiful. They would establish their tribe while foraging. Once everything stabilized, he would bring his brothers from the wild north, the harmonious family. He mused. He recalled the scene of Suyu returning to Victoria, surrounded by other beastmen, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. What if her kin discovered her and sought to reclaim her? Would they eliminate all the males near her? The more he contemplated, the more restless he became. Eventually, Ugly, worn out from the commotion, handed him a half-cooked fish. Ethan, undeterred, devoured it swiftly before leading the other beastmen into the forest. Meanwhile, after 3 days and nights of relentless rain, the skies finally cleared. Sunshine bathed the earth, causing the surrounding flora to shimmer. Suyu reclined on Jacob's tail, watching him deftly clean pelts by the riverbank. She could almost envision the pelts being transformed into garments. A profound sense of tranquility enveloped her. Behind her, the beastmen commenced their tasks. Across from the panda tribe, they selected a flat expanse of land, encircling an unknown number of square meters. They began with the foundation, swiftly followed by gathering timber. The foreman for the house construction was Old Green, with young workers from the owl tribe and a new neighbor panda tribe, all eager to form bonds for the planning and execution. That fell to he and James. Suyu had intended to assist, but due to her time of the month, James had ordered her to stay put. Dubai sat nearby, beleaguered by the relentless attention of the cubs. He longed to join the construction, yet Suyu insisted he care for the young ones. The older female cub knew how to fend for herself and was happily playing with the other owl tribe cubs. Only the little leopard remained, nestled by Suyu's feet, waiting patiently to be fed. That a sneeze escaped as a bug flew into the little leopard's nose, causing it to itch, snapping back to reality. Suyu noticed the little one gasping for breath, its paw adorned with white spots, rubbing its nose. "It seems you've been bullied," she chuckled, gathering it into her embrace. The little leopard, through its expressions, seemed to understand her words. Observing its pitiful demeanor, Suyu found it both amusing and endearing. She diligently prepared some deworming medicine while cradling it in her arms. "Shall we go take a look?" As she held the little leopard close, she turned her head to see a rotund female from the panda tribe. "Is this your cub?" the panda female inquired, realizing her question might have been inappropriate. Quickly adding, "I find it utterly adorable. I wish to have a robust and charming brood like this." Perhaps it was her first encounter with them, as the female bashfully scratched the back of her head. Suyu scrutinized her closely. The panda female stood taller than herself, approximately between 1.78 to 1.80 meters. Suyu was not lacking in height either, standing out among many females, yet beside this panda, she felt an inexplicable pressure. The female's round belly nearly strained the fabric of her clothing. The distance between them was considerable. Otherwise, Suyu would only see the panda's belly, unable to discern her expression. "Are you yet to find a mate?" Suyu asked, standing up with the little leopard in her arms, finally managing to meet the panda's gaze. "No, I just came of age this year. There are too few strong males in my tribe. Many have arrived these past few days. Could you introduce me to one?" The panda female was unabashed and straightforward in her desires. Seeing her somewhat familiar demeanor, Suyu's gaze drifted to the bustling owl tribe members behind her. "I can introduce you. What is your name?" Suyu nodded, playing the role of matchmaker. Despite her lack of experience, the panda female's robust and endearing appearance was undeniable. Not only was she tall, but her pleasant disposition shone through. And even with her round belly, her beauty remained intact. I invite you to meet my tribe's leader, who happens to be my father. I have my eyes on a beastman from your tribe. Could you help me?" The female, named Yu, suddenly became shy, causing Suyu to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Just as she began to process this, Jacob withdrew his tail from the water and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into his human form, greeting the males behind him. The males, having just finished their tasks, approached with curiosity, thinking good news was at hand. The panda female was not intimidated. Instead, she shyly adjusted her hair, whispering to Suyu, "I have my eye on that wolf." "You mean James? I apologize. He has declared he does not wish to mate in this lifetime. You are so lovely, tall, and surely have great fertility. Perhaps you might find another among our tribe,"